Hello everyone, if you find some name mistake just ignore and have good day everyone. A boy who is never told I'm proud of you becomes a man who never feels he's enough. His father always told him that hard work builds character and that emotions are a luxury. He was told that it wasn't enough and that next time, he should aim higher, do better, and be stronger. But no matter what he achieved, the silence spoke louder than the praise. And so, he grew up measuring his worth through achievements, never through happiness. Because in his mind, love was earned, not given. And that respect was proven, not felt. But the man he becomes is more than just his successes and failures. He is built from his memories, his worries, and his dreams. No matter what he goes through, a part of him is still that boy waiting to hear the words that never came. And that's when he understands, his father's pride was never something to earn. It was something his father never knew how to show. And maybe one day, that man will look in the mirror, and say the words his father never could. I'm proud of you. Dog system, you have kind of come out to talk, you have left me here for 10 years, you say you take me through, you go through Konoha anyway, who doesn't know that Naruto World is playing Konoha, and the most important thing is that there are so many Konoha girls, although they seem to be okay now, at least they will not worry about being distracted by others. Ninja World, the country of soil rock Shinobi, in a barren land outside the village, a young man is sitting on a rock and swearing. This young man is named Jinyang, originally a code word dog, code word all day long. It turned out to be enough to get the drafting fee, but he also ushered in an opportunity to cross. At the time of the code word, the computer was electrocuted because of a power leak, and then traveled to the Naruto world. This was originally a good thing. As a code word dog, isn't it what I dream of is crossing? But after knowing where he crossed, his heart was cold. The most basic thing about traveling through Naruto is to get some blood of the Uchiha clan in Konoha, and get some Byakugan, and then rely on the eyes to eat. After all, this is the world of eyeshadow, read more at fictionzone.net. In the end, he didn't cross to Konoha, but instead ran to Rock Shinobi, a village with contemporary legs and legs. Isn't it troublesome? In fact, to be honest, he doesn't care about the messy bloodlines, but cares about the girls. Although other villages are okay, but the space is not much, especially Rock Shinobi. In terms of strength, although this dog system took him to Rock Shinobi, it gave him a good, but very painful novice welfare. This system, called the ability lottery system, is simpler than those weird systems. It is lottery ability. Anything can be drawn as long as it is from 10,000 realms, and it doesn't need him to do anything, only his perfect. After mastering the abilities drawn before, you can draw abilities again. Although his face was darker when he crossed, but after the cross he even blushed somehow and got a super powerful ability, but this ability has advantages and disadvantages. This ability originated from the world of the 7 deadly sins, the grace of the 4 great angels, the sun, and later became the sin of arrogance of the 7 deadly sins. Ace Kano's magic power, the sun, he got this ability. Is the sun strong? Very strong and strong. As long as it is not at night, during the day, whether it is cloudy or rainy, as long as it is during the day and the sun hangs in the sky, then the ability of the sun will continue to grow stronger. At night, like Ace Kano, he becomes a waste of wood, and this ability requires continuous training and mastery, calculated by percentage, and based on the degree of mastery, to determine how much power can be mastered during the day and night. It just turned waste wood at night. Jinyang would not appear outside the village, he was worn by the soul, and he was born as a baby. 10 years ago, he was just born and the system didn't start. But after 5 years of age, the problem came. After crossing this world, his mother died of dystocia, and his father was a perfect orphan who died during the mission. When he first came into contact with chakra, the system awakened and extracted the power of the sun. The sun burst on that day, and over time, it began to change wildly. At night, he is a normal person, but in the morning, when the sun just rises, his body begins to change wildly, his muscles start to grow wildly, and his strength grows wildly. It can be said that every second is constantly getting stronger. At that time, his situation was recognized as a special kind of blood succession, but Jinyang knew that the time for egg pain had just arrived. When the sun just rose, he could still control his power. After the time came to 8 or 9 o'clock, the skyrocketing strength made him completely unable to hold his hands. By 10 o'clock, the terrifying temperature swept the surroundings. At 11 o'clock, almost all the earth was scorched by his terrifying high temperature. After that, it changed not with the hour, but with the minute. When it was 12 o'clock at noon, that minute's time, the state has entered the level of destroying the heavens and the earth. If it hadn't been for a large number of ninjas to use earth style to forcibly resist, and Ōtsutsuki Oniki also ran over, it is estimated that this aftermath would burn half of the village. The situation at the time scared everyone. Then Ōtsutsuki Oniki directly issued a password to the insider, and that night Jinyang was transferred to the outside of the village, and he followed. In order to find out about Jinyang's situation, after a week of observation, Oniki almost got Jin right. Yang's situation. For Jinyang's noon minute, Oyemu was very embarrassed. In that minute, even if Jinyang didn't move his hands, just standing in place gave him a sense of horror. So Jinyang was separated from the others very logically, living outside the village, and surrounded by many rock shinobi people watching, not to monitor him, but to protect him. Although Oniki doesn't know Jinyang's situation, in rock shinobi, he is the dominant family. What he says is what he says. Without Konoha as dark as this level, Hokage is also very shrewd, and he also wonders if Jinyang owns it. With this power, wouldn't it be able to crush the ninja world? It happened that rock shinobi was not picking up, and he was also panicked. He finally had a good seedling, how could he go to the persecution? So Oniki changed his mind and became Jinyang's teacher. Of course, Jinyang agreed to it. It is better to have a backer than nothing. In the past few years, spies from other villages have also come to investigate, but the results are self-evident and they are all dead. The guys at Cloud Shinobi succeeded for the first time. They managed to sneak into the vicinity of Jinyang, and took advantage of the night to rob Jinyang. They planned to take it back to study the secrets of Jinyang, but they did not know the news that Oyemu had sealed. So after dawn, it became ashes directly. Over the years, the spies in several villages have never given up on investigating the situation here, because their news has never been passed on. This place is completely isolated from other ninja civilians, only people. Those spies have not been able to sneak into and what they can sneak in is to rob Jinyang, but there is not enough time for them to return to the village, and even if they return to the village, what can they do? After the second Tenten turned on, Jinyang went from being weak to being a monster. Instantly turned others into ashes, and then Jinyang returned slowly by himself. After Cloud Shinobi's time, even got used to it over time. They were eager to see how many spies came to die, and the spies in other villages were not unlimited, so after the slow investigation to no avail, just gave up. Jinyang is also used to it, anyway, he will be invincible as soon as the day arrives. These spies come over and can do nothing but send them to death. Chapter 2. Boy, how are you doing recently? After dark, Oyemu came to Jinyang's residence again. He came here because of Jinyang's ability. This ability may be the key to rock shinobi's rise. As for the other reason, it's because of Jinyang's ability. Some ideas. Don't think Jinyang is only 10 years old now, but he is a traverser who has been bombarded with a lot of information. It is not Jinyang who looks down on the world, but there is indeed a huge difference in philosophy. Jinyang has been a little confused. The 5 major villages are fighting back and forth. In the end, the competition is not for resources. With this fight, let alone the environment of a shinobu village, the environment of a country has been transformed by them. Of course, this is only part of it. War has never been so superficial, it is also the pursuit of rights, and this kind of thing is unavoidable for everyone. As long as there are people, there will be fighting. But after Oyemu accepted Jinyang as his disciple, he was overwhelmed by some ideas that Jinyang passed on over the years. Now rock shinobi is not just a barren land full of stones, inside the village. And the large areas around the village have been greatly changed. Trees do not grow up so easily without the blessing of wood style. But the water flow and the land have been completed, and the trees have been planted, and they are slowly growing. Of course, apart from the place where Jinyang is, the place where a few are located is still barren. In addition to barrenness, there is also a huge lake. The water of this lake was also brought in from outside, and there was only one purpose, to suppress his solar magic. At noon every day, Jinyang will choose to go to sleep. If he can't sleep, he will simply soak in the water to ensure that the power of the sun will not directly blow up the nothingness around him. Old man, are you Ōtsutsuki free? Why do you run to me all the time? Jinyang looked at Oyemu a little speechlessly. Although this product didn't come over every day, the frequency of coming over was not low. Boy, I'm your teacher, you should call me your teacher. Onomu angrily blows his beard and stares. Didn't I tell you? Calling an old man is more cordial. I feel much better than calling a teacher. By the way, how has the environment of the village improved? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang said that now that he has traveled to Rock Shinobi, he should do a good job. A few years ago, when Oyemu was chatting with him, Jinyang said this idea to Oyemu. At that time, Oyemu was stunned. However, Jinyang was only a few years old, and he even made such a statement, let the ninja go to dig the mountain and dig the river, let the ninja go to plant trees and afforest. You know, the status of ninjas in this world is higher than ordinary people, and ordinary people are engaged in occupations, they will not do it casually, unless they are paid, such as Konoha who helps pull weeds and find lost pets, etc. Some tasks are taken with money, and they can also exercise their xingxing, otherwise how could they do it? But Jinyang feels that this is completely wasted, especially Rock Shinobi. Jinyang feels that Rock Shinobi has the highest plasticity. Because most ninjas are earthy, it is very simple for them to use earth style. A large number of ninjas added together, using ninjutsu to dig a river directly, and bringing in water is not so difficult. And earth-style ninjas can also use ninjutsu to move a large amount of soil, and then replace the surrounding rocks. The water and soil are all there, are there too many problems with other things? Slowly the environment of the village became better and better. Even Jinyang felt that the earth-style ninja should learn more about control and then cooperate with earth-style. It is possible to build a house so that it is so good to be a real estate developer. He told Onaki about this, after a series of training. After that, although these people could not do the same as wood style using four-pillar house technique, it was almost feasible. A few more people will first make a rough embryo that can barely be made, and then slowly polish it. A house doesn't take much time. Onaki uses this to make these earth-style ninjas bring huge profits to the village. Now even if the daimyo directly gave up and didn't give money, Rock Shinobi could survive and live very well. And these ninjas who are responsible for work can get rake points from them. This is because many ninjas rush to help. People who can't get this kind of task will feel frustrated and dull, compared to desperately performing dangerous tasks. This is obviously easy. And using ninjutsu to do these things can not only train ninjas, but also develop in many ways. Now Onaki is full of confidence when seeing daimyo, because he does not need daimyo's support. The reason why they have been licking their faces to have a good face to daimyo before is because they have money, no matter it is in any ninja village, they think they can't make such a large expenditure, and ninjas always only make money when doing tasks. Take a part, and most of it will go into a private pocket. It is impossible to resist the expenditure of the entire village by relying only on that point in the task. Now, Oyemu is not short of money, it is called a hard-hearted Ōt, and all of this is Jinyang doing things behind his back, in control, so Oyemu often runs here, not because his Ōtsutsuki is very idle, but because of these Jinyang concepts, it is indeed very strong. Therefore, he often comes to learn from the experience and ask some questions about development, and Jinyang, he is just a strong man on paper, he is only responsible for making suggestions, and the implementation is that Onaki goes by himself. If Jinyang is allowed to come alone, he is just an otaku. He understands the truth, but he can't do it. Therefore, it is indeed quite appropriate for him and Onoji to join hands to do this. You have seen the environment of the village. Except you are a barren land, other places are almost the same. After a few decades, this place will become a Konoha-like place. Except for the village, other places the construction of ninja is also continuing, but today the old man came to see you. It's not about this matter. How do you master your power? But the ninja world has begun to become restless again. When Oyemu said this, there was no smile, and some were just solemn. It's still like that in terms of strength, but what's the matter with the ninja world that you said has become restless? Jinyang asked with some confusion. Sand Shinobi's third Kaze cage disappeared. They think it was Konoha's dryness, so now the conflict with Konoha is intensified. No accident will soon start. Once they fight, the other villages will not be calm. Although everyone suffered heavy losses during the Second Ninja World War, they have basically recovered now, so the Third Ninja World War is about to begin. The more Onaki said, the more solemn his face became. Chapter 3. The Third Ninja World War. Jinyang also reacted. It should be Konoha's 46 years in terms of time. Because life was very comfortable before and he didn't need to worry about his own safety, he directly ignored these potential threats. According to the plot he has learned, the Second Ninja World War ended in Konoha's 37th year. After 5 years of fighting, the Third Ninja World War began in several villages after nearly 10 years of recuperation. It is now Konoha's 46th year, which means that the Third Ninja War really should have broken out. When it is 48 years, the protagonist Naruto will be born. Yes, the Third Ninja War, to be honest, if possible, the old man didn't want this kind of war to break out. Once it breaks out, Rock Shinobi won't be able to stay out of it. Even if we don't fight other people, there will be others. Someone is coming. If it was Oyemu of this period in the original book, he would like to start a war immediately, and then go crazy to get enough benefits, but now he doesn't want to. Jinyang's series of tactics and his series of operations, the whole village is developing steadily. Who wants to see the village caught in the flames of war? Why did he think about fighting war before? It's not because of profit, but now the village is developing steadily, and given him time, I dare not say in terms of strength, but economically, he can directly surpass Konoha. Compared with other types of ninjutsu, Earth style is quite popular in many ways, but he doesn't want to fight. It doesn't mean that others will let him go, so he has to prepare for battle. It's really troublesome, but since it's the case, let me tell you about my thoughts. Actually, I had such thoughts a long time ago. Now that the Third Ninja War has broken out, then this plan may be fine. Put into action. Jinyang's face also changed at this moment. After knowing that he had crossed to Rock Shinobi, he felt very toothache, but after the sun was drawn, he felt that his safety was guaranteed. Of course, the night was always his weakness, so he always constantly trying to control the power of the sun at night, but these are not important. The important thing is that after gaining power, Jinyang discovered that there were not a few beautiful girls in Rock Shinobi, and even the legs hadn't been born yet. This was embarrassing. When I saw Hokage before crossing, in addition to the bloody battle, the girls inside are my favorite, which is pleasing to the eye. But he didn't get to Konoha, and there was nothing, so Jinyang made a decision at that time, trying to dig the corner of Konoha. As for how to dig, this is a technical job. He also thought about it a lot, and now he has a chance. Coming. What plan? Say it. Read more at fictionzone.net. The light from Onaki's eyes suddenly, Jinyang's plan, each time he can taste a lot of sweetness, so now he is quite looking forward to it. It's very simple, let's form an alliance with Konoha. What did you say? After Jinyang said such words, Onogi almost bit his tongue off, and an exclamation screamed the surrounding Umbu, but it was not the first time that such a thing happened. They were too lazy to worry about it. Boy, did you know that once war starts, Konoha will become the target of everyone's fire, and you want me to form an alliance with Konoha? Do you want to kill us, Rock Shinobi? Oyemu lowered his voice and roared continuously. In this regard, Jinyang couldn't help but dig his ears. Father, you said you are a lot of age, why don't you know how to calm down? The alliance with Konoha is just the first step. My goal is to dig Konoha's corner. With that, Jinyang's eyes gleamed brightly. Do you need to form an alliance? Of course, if you want to dig a corner. He also said that this is a technical job, so the alliance is necessary, but after the alliance is the most critical place. What the hell is your kid playing? Onaki is confused, but listening to Jinyang's words, digging Konoha's corners, it seems to be very good. They are very greedy for Konoha's many bloods, otherwise Cloud Shinobi's muscular guys will not send people to Konoha. Mess up. Master, I ask you, if you are not the Ōtsutsuki of the village, but a family behind you, now someone wants to instigate you, would you agree? Isn't this nonsense? How could the old man agree? Oyemu looked at Jinyang with a foolish expression, but Jinyang didn't care about his eyes. That's right, you all think so, and they naturally think so. Forming an alliance is only the first step. To gain their favor and want to dig a wall, you must be a lot better than an enemy as an ally. As for the situation of being set on fire by other villages or being stabbed in the back by Konoha, I didn't think about it, but did you forget that I was there? Although there is no fighting power at night, you ignore my fighting power during the day. Right. I dare not say that as long as it is during the day, even you are not my opponent. You are so, and they are naturally. If it is really set on fire by other villages, I can completely do it in the middle of noon. Make them pay a heavy price. Jinyang said, showing a smile, and Oyemu started to fill up that picture. Thinking of Jinyang's combat power at noon, Oyemu felt a little bit shy. At that time, he faced Jinyang for a minute at noon. At that time, I almost thought that I was dead. That kind of oppressive power, and terrifying power, I really called it the sun. If it's your kid's fighting power, it can be guaranteed, but don't you have no fighting power at night? Oyemu said helplessly, this combat power is very strong, but as time changes, he is also a little helpless. That's why I need your help. I have already planned it. We can do this. During the day, I can protect the safety of the entire village, but at night, the whole village is responsible for protecting me alone. During the day, I protect the village. Tonight, Murabeyi, this is foolproof. If no one can keep it, then Rock Shinobi can directly withdraw from the ranks of the 5 major villages. Jinyang thought of Meliodas and Ace Kano. Basically, they all have to follow this route, 1 guarantees 6 during the day and 6 guarantees 1 at night, so Jinyang thinks this route is very good. No matter how much Rock Shinobi cooks, it is impossible to be attacked by other villages overnight, unless the whole ninja world is added together, so as long as it is possible to protect him until the day, when he exerts his strength, he will basically stand against him. A place of defeat. Chapter 4. In fact, Jinyang still has a little secret that he didn't tell others, that is, he can already master 1% of his power through several years of hard work, which means that he can also use 1% of his power at night. The grace of the sun comes from the supreme god of the 7 deadly sins world, and real power can only be exploded in the hands of the 4 great angel Jinai. An Ace Kano, even in the peak minute, could not fully release the power of the sun, so this 1% is already strong enough, and Jinyang apart from this point, the past few years, I learn all about illusion. He didn't learn even one other ninjutsu, but just blindly learned illusion. He didn't have Ace Kano's artifact, so he couldn't use the artifact to absorb the power of the sun during the day and release it at night, so life-saving skills were very few. The reason why he learned illusion is not to use it for others, but to use it for himself. Ace Kano once fell into the illusion because of Gazur, and simulated Marlene as the sun in his heart, thus gaining a part of his power. It broke out at night. Jinyang can naturally do it, but he directly creates a sun, a false sun, and can achieve this effect. It can burst out more than 1% of the power at night. Although it is not as good as the day, it can save his life. That's why he puts forward this idea now. He is very sorry and will not go around casually, to ensure that he can save his life, and then do things. This is the kingly way. He can't do it for the sake of those miscellaneous people who don't want their lives. Come out. Well, this is really good, but how will the follow-up plan unfold? It is not easy to make a ninja family in a village rebel. It is very difficult for ordinary ninjas, let alone a family, and our goal, who is it? Jinyang's statement made Onaki very agree, and now Jinyang's strategic position has completely surpassed Jinchuriki. It's very difficult. Do you remember the information I asked for Konoha's people in the past few years? From these information, I found that Konoha's people are not monolithic, even compared to any other village. Konoha's cohesion is rubbish. Read more at fictionzone.net. Third Hokage, I am a faction. Naruto assists Danzo. In order to get the position of Hokage, we can do whatever it takes. The elders, and the clowns, which are the most powerful, are the one with the least position, but for the benefit of them, what do they do? We have done it all, and we can start from it. Now we have several goals, one is the Senju family and the other is the Uchiha family. Both families can operate, but I don't need to say about the difficulty. If we use normal means, it's not hopeless, but there is no hope at all. Any hope, but with the presence of these Konoha high levels, there is hope. When necessary, use some unconventional means. Jinyang started planning all this a few years ago, and he knows what the personalities of these people look like, even more than Oyemu knows, but he can't be exposed, so in the past few years, from Oyemu, I got a lot of information about Konoha's senior leaders and some important people, used to disguise his own prophecy, and I also got to know these people better. What you see in the anime is only a part of it. Even though their personality is clearly analyzed, there are some things that you can't see in the anime. Only Ohiki can help. The Senju clan is unlikely. They have 2 generations of Hokage, one of the veterans of Konoha. Uchiha is hopeful, but hope is very slim. Oyemu didn't think it was feasible, but Jinyang didn't care. Oyemu himself couldn't imagine how dark Konaki was. Master, you look too high at Konoha, because the Senju clan is the veteran of Konoha, so you have the opportunity. You should be able to feel something since the last war. Although it is not very obvious, but in the war, the Senju clan the position was invisibly advanced, which caused a lot of casualties, but there was still a Senju Tsunade carrying it. What about now? Senju Tsunade has already left. There is no one in the Senju clan who can carry the girders. Although third Hokage is the apprentice of second generation, think about it yourself, with his character, plus Danzo and these elders. Tuan, this family that has 2 consecutive terms of Naruto, will they let it go? Especially Danzo, he aimed at the position of Naruto. If the Senju family makes another effort, how can he be this Naruto? Not surprisingly, in this war, the Senju clan will be played alive by them, with only 2 or 3 kittens left, so the Senju clan seems to be difficult to attract, but it is not difficult to seize the right time. The more Jinyang said, the more smiles on his face, and the Senju clan pulled over, and when the time comes to make good use of Danzo, I am afraid that Tsunade will not be able to get it. This is really appalling. To be honest, if it is an enemy, the old man will definitely choose to destroy you as soon as possible. Your existence is too dangerous. At this moment, Oyemu feels a bit scary as he has learned to change his face, but when he thinks that Jinyang is his own, then don't worry. In fact, after getting along with each other in the past few years, he has almost regarded Jinyang as the next generation. Ōtsutsuki, not talking about strength, just talking about this brain, it is really terrible. It just so happens that Rock Shinobi is currently in a state of being unreliable. His son is Lois, his strength is not bad, but his brain is too common. If he wants to be this Ōtsutsuki, it is basically useless. Therefore, after getting along in the past few years, Oyemu admires several kinds of brains. He has already determined Jinyang's status. If it weren't for Jinyang now is like a time bomb, and there is no merit at all, I was eager to abdicate directly. I was tired after sitting in this position for so long. As for what Jinyang said, he actually understood some things, but he was not a member of Konoha, so his understanding was not as good as Jinyang, a traverser, but as soon as Jinyang said it, he understood. It's a pity that we are on one side, so we don't have this if. We will slowly discuss the future plan. Now, my father, what you have to do is to form an alliance with Konoha. Of course, they will definitely think that we have bad intentions. After all, no matter how you look at it, They Konoha are all going to suffer. So you can open your mouth appropriately. The benefits are more. On the one hand, let them relax their vigilance and think that we are just taking advantage of the fire. On the other hand, resources, you shouldn't be too much. Jinyang gave a smirk again, and Oyemu was in a cold war. He looked at Jinyang with a look of monsters. He felt that he was already cunning and shameless enough, but compared to Jinyang, Oyemu expressed his wish. Call him the strongest. Chapter 5. No one knows the specific content of the conversation between Hokage and Jinyang. Whether it is Umbu or the people in the village, they think that this is because Hokage is good to his students. An existence like Jinyang, after using some methods, is better than Jinchuriki. It's much safer, so they didn't treat Jinyang like Jinchuriki, and Rock Shinobi was still quite lenient with Jinchuriki. After returning to the village, Onaki directly prepared a letter, which is for third generation. The specific material requirements have been clearly written on it. Even Konoha nowadays will be able to take out this item. It hurts. But Onaki dared to ask for so many things. After all, there are negotiations behind it, and as Jinyang said, the current situation for Konoha is likely to be a 1-4 situation, and Konoha dared not watch. He opened his mouth loudly and weakened the opponent's vigilance, and then began to slowly implement Jinyang's plan. Onaki simulated Jinyang's plan by himself, and found that the probability of success is very high, and even if it is unsuccessful, there is Jin Yang is here, he won't suffer. But in the follow-up, Jinyang needs to discuss with him slowly. He is also an old fox. Jinyang is also familiar with the plot and the characters of these people. Otherwise, he really can't compare with Onaki, and he is better than that. The Ōtsutsuki for many years is not a joke. After handing the things to the messenger, Onaki began to wait for news, while Rock Shinobi's messenger quickly crossed the border of Konoha, heading to Konoha. The ninja world is not very big. With the power of these ninjas, it will not take long. The time has come. Soon, the scroll prepared by Onaki was delivered to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. What the hell is this guy Onaki? He wants to join hands with Konoha? He has a brain problem. After Sarutobi Hiruzen read this article, he also felt that his mind could not turn around. What kind of operation is this? Even though he was very knowledgeable, he was a little confused when faced with such an operation. He can basically be sure that Onaki has no good intentions, but Sarutobi Hiruzen is not a vegetarian. Okay, Hokage and him may have the possibility of hitting him back, but wouldn't he be defensive? And now working together, he can completely let Oyemu help him deal with enemies in other villages. The ninja is very accurate with things like intelligence. He only needs to stare a little to know the whereabouts of Onoji. If you really want to stabbing a knife in the back, it is better not to form an alliance. Once an alliance is formed, it is equivalent to owning I put it on the bright side with bad intentions, and I could do something sneaky before, so I didn't have a chance at all. Read more at fictionzone.net. So Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't think Onaki wants to do things, but why should he join forces with them? I can't figure it out at all. It seems that Onaki has opened his mouth for supplies, but Sarutobi Hiruzen feels that no matter how much supplies are required, it will be a loss in the face of the possibility of being set on fire. So now Sarutobi Hiruzen can't guess Onogi's mind at all. Sarutobi, I heard that there was an envoy from Rock Shinobi, what's the matter? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss, Danzo came in directly and didn't mean to knock on the door. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was not very good, and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Danzo did not respect his meaning at all, and this Rock Shinobi's messenger had just delivered the things to his table, and it was not long before Danzo arrived. This is obviously a lot of eyeliner inserted, otherwise, how could he receive the news so quickly? In short, he is very upset, but now he can't fall out with Danzo, so he can only endure it. Look at it for yourself, I'm not sure what Onaki is going to do now. With his personality, how could he do such a thankless thing? Sarutobi Hiruzen still had some confusion on his face, and after Danzo received the letter and read it, he also began to look the same as Sarutobi Hiruzen just now. He also wondered if Onaki's head was kicked by a donkey. Otherwise, how could such a thing be done? Could it be that he originally planned to do something with other villages? Konoha's strength, even if several other villages do it together, may not be pleased, so he intends to do something with other villages, and by the way, it will be from me Konoha. There is a great possibility of taking away a batch of materials. Suddenly, Danzo's inspiration flashed, his head rumbling, and he uttered his guess. Now there is only this possibility. If all 4 villages act on Konoha, even if they win, there are not many resources available. But what if Onaki's goal was not Konoha in the first place? By the way, team up with Konoha, 3 against 2, and with Konoha's combat power, in fact, the probability of winning is not small. At that time, it will not only eat a large number of Konoha resources, but also a batch of other villages. Resources and earning a lot of money, Danzo thought of this, he felt that he should admire himself. If Jinyang knew about this, he would definitely send him a super assist. To be honest, Jinyang hadn't really thought about this. Jinyang just planned to dig the foot of the wall, and would not stabbing a knife in the back at all, so Konoha's defense is also white. Beware. He is ready to be guarded, but now Danzo's super assist is an explosion. It's possible, and it's very likely. Oyemu, the old boy, really counts all of this. If he really succeeds, he can make a lot of money. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also shocked. Obviously, he was completely biased by Danzo, but let alone, this possibility was really big enough. After World War II, Konoha picked a few and still fought. Vigorous and vivid, now it is 2 against 3, with the help of Konoha, there is indeed a high probability of winning. Although he knows his purpose, it is really uncomfortable to see this guy so much for nothing. This old boy's brain is as easy to use as always, and the next thing is to negotiate. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded, and Danzo has pride on his face and disdain for Sarutobi Hiruzen. He thinks he is the most suitable to be the Naruto. Then the negotiation will be left to the old man. Please reply first. The location is set in the country of grass. If Onaki agrees, the old man will go to the country of grass to negotiate with them. Now that Sand Shinobi is pressing so urgently, there may be war at any time. You can't leave the village casually. After Danzo thought about it again, he felt that he would do it by himself. Maybe he could get Onaki to help him and help him go to Hokage. Now he has a good relationship. Anyway, if he doesn't control the power now, he won't suffer. Chapter 6. Then leave it to you. Although he was dissatisfied that Danzo made his own decision and exceeded his authority, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also helpless. Now there are still a group of people outside staring at Konoha. He really can't go. As for why he went to the country of grass, that's because the country of grass is sandwiched between the country of fire and the country of earth. Although Danzo feels that he has figured out Onaki's plan, he does not dare to ask for a big one. If someone makes a trap, wait for you to pass. What if I kill you? Danzo is not stupid. The death of his teacher second Hokage Senju Tobirama was still vivid, so the location was set in the grassland in the middle. In this way, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly replied to Onaki, and then Onaki. Reply again. Once and again, this month passed, and the two sides finally reached an agreement to meet in the country of grass. This time, Onaki went personally. The flying ninja is the most difficult to provoke, and both parties brought enough people and horses, so they are not afraid of being pitted. As for Jinyang, he didn't go. One was that he didn't want to go, and the other was that he was too dazzling. If it was daytime, wouldn't that kind of movement be equivalent to exposure in advance? So Oyemu didn't bring Jinyang. The two sides finally met in the country of grass. It is not a secret thing for them to meet. As soon as Onaki moved, the spies from other villages have passed the news back, but this is not the information age after all. The most convenient way is to use the summoning beast. But even so, there is a delay in information. Whether it is Rock Shinobi or Konoha, there is no intention to conceal the slightest. Konoha is already in the worst situation and is not afraid at all. Onaki has a Jinyang who is invincible during the day and is not afraid. It's been a long time, Shimura Danzo, so the old man won't be oblivious. Let's talk about it. What are the conditions? As long as you agree, Rock Shinobi and Konoha will be allied. You know Konoha's situation, too. Onaki is preemptive, but Danzo has a calm expression on his face. Your Excellency Onaki, I have basically understood your plan. Your main goal is not Konoha. The reason for your alliance with Konoha is to get a benefit from Konoha. Once the war is won, then you can get a sum of resources from the defeated countries. We all know your plan. There is no need to circumscribe it. Danzo felt that he had mastered Onaki's careful thoughts, so he simply said it directly. This time, he was not for Konoha and Rock Shinobi's alliance. It was only part of the goal. His main goal was to obtain Rock Shinobi's support and help yourself to seize Konoha's power in the future. Read more at fictionzone.net. Contemplation. After Danzo finished these words, Onaki was in a daze. He was thinking, when did he plan to do this? Their purpose is obviously to dig the corner of Konoha, but why would Danzo say it? Also, why is his heart moving now? Danzo seems to be unacceptable. At this moment, Oyemu is shocked to be a human being. This Danzo is also a strange thing. He even thought about how to reap the benefits for himself. What kind of player is this? He has been Ōtsutsuki for so many years, and he has never seen such a help to the enemy. Even if they are thinking of Konoha now, and Danzo hasn't found the real purpose, then forget it. Why did he find himself a good goal? It's literally. At this moment, Onaki's face changed a bit quickly, because he couldn't understand Danzo, and Danzo thought that his words had already pierced Onaki's careful thoughts, so he planned to continue talking while the iron was hot. Your Excellency Onaki, I don't want to take care of those things. There are some things that we can only talk about. Can you temporarily let your guard retreat? Because of the negotiation, both sides bring guards. Of course, the guards are the same whether they are brought or not. As a shadow, they have absolute combat power, just to embellish the shadow, otherwise you will find in the end. To rescue the guards in turn. You go out first. Onaki simply followed Danzo's words. Danzo gave himself such a gift, why didn't he continue? After everyone on both sides went out, Danzo finally revealed his true purpose. As for the supplies this time, I can help your Excellency Onaki to get more, and I have only one condition. In the future, to cooperate with me and support me to become the next Naruto, Konoha will always have a good relationship with Rock Shinobi. Danzo finally revealed his ambitions, and Oyemu was also shocked. Everyone knows Danzo's thoughts, and everyone with a discerning eye can see it, but telling him so clearly shows that this guy can't wait. Help you become Hokage? It's not impossible, but you also know that third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen is not so easy to solve, and there are not enough benefits. You also know that this is impossible. Onaki remembered his previous plan with Jinyang, and when necessary, he would use Danzo to do things to achieve his goal. Now, Danzo came to the door. Onaki was naturally happy, but he had to take the opportunity to bite off a piece of meat. Now Rock Shinobi's approach perfectly explains what it means to eat yours and drink yours. You have to thank me in turn. Onaki felt that Konoha had a thing like Danzo. It hadn't been done for a long time. It was already extremely lucky and strong enough. This product is completely dead and pitted to his own people. But Onaki is very happy. With the current line, it will be much easier for them to operate afterwards. Super God assists, Shimura Danzo. Now Onaki looks at Danzo's eyes a lot better. This is a real self what? But Onaki is also a human spirit, so he didn't directly agree, but kept tapping sideways, giving Danzo the illusion that he wanted to tap more from the opponent's mouth. In fact, Onamo is eager to cooperate with him, and he dare not say that Konoha can be hollowed out by several digging plans, but Danzo is the internal response. How can he dig out several larger families at that time? In the end, a lot of benefits were gained from Danzo. Onaki agreed to cooperate with Danzo. Danzo was also relieved to persuade him. It would be easier to get Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future. After the negotiation, the two parties left. Onaki hurriedly went back to discuss the next move with Jinyang. Not surprisingly, the Senju family was the first to do it. As for other families, wait first. Now dig Uchiha. It's better to wait until later. Konoha shinobi can't help but dig. At that time, the price will be much smaller. The most important thing is that they need to experience the severe beating of the society first, otherwise they dig. Come over to a bunch of uncles, Jinyang won't find a guilt for himself. Chapter 7. In fact, strictly speaking, Jinyang is not very interested in the Uchiha clan, because this clan, for now, besides Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who are still a little bit worthy, Jinyang is not cold to other people. Digging Uchiha is also preparing for the digging of the Hyuga clan. Uchiha and Senju, the creators of the two villages, were dug up by him. Then, with some things he has mastered, it won't be a big problem to dig out the Hyuga clan, so the Uchiha clan is just incidental. He really cares. They belong to the Hyuga clan. After Danzo returned to Konoha, he promised to give Oniki a bad deal, but he didn't want to pay for it himself, so he simply left it to Sarutobi Hiruzen to do it himself. The reason why Danzo is so confident is because Sand Shinobi has already started. The invasion of Fire Nation has become a border, so he can gain more benefits for Oniki. Danzo swears not to stop until he achieves his goal. For Hokage's position, he can forcibly consume Konoha's old ground, whether it is Konoha's future combat power or the already formed combat power, he can get rid of them one by one. He has absolute self-confidence in himself. He thinks that as long as he thinks about it, he can definitely lead Konoha to prosperity. No matter how he persecuted the people in the village before, it was for Konoha's good, and he could make up for it in the future. The way to brainwash it. So he did whatever it was, completely unaware that he was getting further and further away from his true goal, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little angry, because the resource he was about to pay was more than what Oniki had said before. Danzo gave him the reason that Sand Shinobi acted too fast, and Oniki temporarily opened his mouth. This is the lowest point he can suppress. It is estimated that Oniki will turn his face directly and directly draw Sarutobi Hiruzen's hatred to Ohiki. Past. Therefore, these people in the ninja world are not simple. They are all face to face and a set behind. Oniki Jinyang and the others calculate Konoha. Danzo will also throw the pot. Don't think he is the first pot of Hokage. Wang, but as the king of the pot, there is also a way of throwing the pot, which transferred the hatred value from his body. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he would never have thought that Danzo would unite with Oniki for Hokage's position. In his opinion, this kind of thing can only be done by stupid people, but Danzo, who is extremely conceited, can do it. What a surprise, Danzo seems to be pretty good as long as he is not his own. After learning about this from Ono Mukao, Jinyang laughed. Danzo seemed to only cheat himself most of the time. Read more at fictionzone.net. According to the current situation, Konoha should let us help them hold the guise of Cloud Shinobi. Oniki also felt that Danzo was good, and then began his analysis. According to what he thought, the land is close to the country of fire and the country of wind. If he joins forces with the country of fire, then the best opponent is undoubtedly the country of wind. One is the strength dishes of the Wind Kingdom, and the other is close, but the war that the Wind Kingdom started first, and Konoha, so they are not suitable for participating in this war. This is their own business, just like it is a person who collects debts, no matter whether there is a debt relationship or not, but you can't just get into it. But when others are collecting debts, another wave of unrelated people intends to do something, they can participate. The country of immovable wind, then the only one closer to them is the country of thunder. Although there are several small Shinobu villages separated by them, it is also their only enemy now. It's normal. Sand Shinobi has just taken the post of 4th Kazekage. In the name of seeking justice for 3rd Kazekage, on the one hand, he will consolidate his rights, and on the other hand, he intends to use other villages to start a war. Konoha fights Sand Shinobi if it's unpleasant, and then follows the fight. The grandson is as simple as it is, and this time the old man, if you eat such a large piece of meat from Konoha, they will definitely not let it go. Let's help them deal with Cloud Shinobi, the country of thunder. The probability is the greatest. Others are unrealistic. Old man, you can contact Danzo. Even if we are allies, it is impossible to directly help them withstand a village. We have to send some people over to let Danzo send the Senju family as much as possible. We are going to start working hard. Just say that we can help him kill the Senju clan, let this clan disappear in this world, and stabilize his power afterwards. He certainly doesn't want to see the Senju clan rise again. After discussing for a while with Onamu, Jinyang directly sent a letter to Danzo. As long as he helped Danzo, whatever he wanted was fine. This is Danzo, cruel enough and vicious enough, but Jinyang is the best. Favorite character. Regarding Jinyang's plan, Oyemu has always felt that this is a little monster, too cruel. This is the rhythm of selling people and letting people help themselves count money. Onaki also quickly used the special summoning beast to deliver specific information to Danzo. This way of delivering information is convenient and fast, and there is no need to worry about any problems that may lead to information leakage. If it is for people to go, it is impossible without 10 days and a half months. After the message was delivered to Root, Danzo grinned when he saw the information on it, but his smile was very gloomy. Oh Hinoki, he is actually interested in the blood of the Senju clan, but as long as I clean up the Senju clan, what can it be for you? Danzo has a look of disdain. He directly digs the grave of first generation, and the Senju clan. He hasn't done anything wrong, but he hasn't even researched a fart. He doesn't believe Onaki can't learn from these wood style what kind of stuff came out of the guy. It just so happens that he wants to clean up the Senju clan. It takes a little effort. Since Onaki is willing to help, he will naturally not refuse. At this moment, he thinks that it is the most suitable for him to cooperate with Onaki, and both sides will get what they need. But he can never imagine that Jinyang intends to dig out their true roots of Konoha. After burning the information in his hand, Danzo retransmitted his consent to Onoji in a letter, and then he began to exert his strength on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Like him, Sarutobi Hiruzen actually didn't want to see the Senju clan reappearing, so when Danzo cleaned up the Senju clan in the original work, he opened one eye and closed one eye. Now Danzo is starting to do things, so he naturally did. I agreed directly. It can only be said that second generation's ability to teach apprentices is indeed a little worse. The strength of these two is there, but this ambition is also the most uncontrollable. Chapter 8. Time continues to pass, and Konoha is already in full swing with Sand Shinobi. Sand Shinobi is coming fiercely, and Konoha is not given any opportunity to explain. Anyway, if third Kazekage was killed, Konoha was engulfed, and it seems that this neighborhood only Konoha can do this. How could they have thought that Sasori was so powerful that he would kill the shadow of the village directly? As soon as Sand Shinobi exerted his force, other villages could not sit still. Although they could wait until Konoha and Sand Shinobi were dead to a certain extent, Sand Shinobi was still too weak. In addition, Feng Ying just changed one, everyone knows. Sand Shinobi vegetable chicken. Instead of waiting for Konoha to clean up Sand Shinobi and come back to the defense, he might as well take the opportunity to engage in a wave of things. Maybe he can beat Konoha to death with one punch. This is the best thing, so Sand Shinobi launched an attack. After that, Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi also started to exert their strength. After sensing the movement of the two sides, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately sent people to resist the attack of the Nation of Water, and Cloud Shinobi was handed over to Rock Shinobi, and also sent the Senju clan to be the vanguard, bringing hundreds of civilian ninjas. A bit. It's ruthless. It's clear that I'm going to kill my own people, and by the way, I sent hundreds of cannon fodder to death. The Senju clan is also stupid, still staying under the aura of first Hokage and second Hokage, and I don't know that disaster is imminent. Jinyang is also a bit funny about these guys who live in the aura of the seniors and can't see the reality completely. He doesn't know that he is imminent. He also thinks that third generation as a disciple of second generation will take care of his family, but he doesn't know that this is going to happen. Pit them dead. Master, keep the things Danzo gave you. At that time, you will have to rely on him to flick Senju Tsunade over. The Senju family does not have wood style, and it is no big deal. You don't need to say that I will keep it, but will that little girl be fooled by then? We are not clean. I said, old man, you are usually smart, why are you confused now? Konoha intends to kill the Senju clan. We accepted them and cooperated with Danzo. What happened? If she can't accept this, she will be blind to her. The strong, no, she will compare herself, a village that completely abandons them, and a village that can accept the good to them. If you change to the old man, you will choose the latter directly. The biggest sorrow is nothing more than death. She will know how to choose. Well, you guys can figure it out by yourself. Don't play it off then, but it doesn't seem to be a big deal even if you play off. By the way, this war requires your efforts, but you can't help it in this situation. Follow the troops. Oyemu has become accustomed to Jinyang's control of human nature, but for his isolation, he has a bit of toothache. It's okay. Just let some umbu follow me. I rushed over alone, and the big army went by myself. Although I can play the war alone, they must also participate in the war. Otherwise, they will just rely on my strength, rock shinobis. The development is going to lag far behind. I can only use it as a whole card to ensure that rock shinobi will not lose. As for the rest, it's up to them. Jinyang doesn't want the people in his village to become a group of princes because they rely too much on their own power. They should go to the battlefield or go to the battlefield, read more at fictionzone.net. It's just that some umbu can't. I will let the old Zi follow you, at least to ensure that you will be safe at night. Old Zi? Are you sure you can move him? He and you are notoriously at odds. Jinyang was a little surprised. Now it is a war period, and the old man can't control him at other times, but in the war period, everyone is for the village. He must participate in the war if he does not participate in the war. This is not what he said. Oyemu's complexion is not very good. After all, Lao Zi and his philosophy are completely two extremes. One is constantly conspiring, likes to play yin, unscrupulous, and the other doesn't know if it's affected by four tails, so I don't know if it's affected by four tails. The method is very uncomfortable. Now Lao Zi is in his 30s and often quarrels with Onaki. But Jinyang also had to sigh, Oyemu's tolerance for Jinchuriki is really high. After the old Ziwan book broke up with Oyemu, he left immediately, leaving the village. Oyemu can let him go. Switch to Sand Shinobi and Konoha. You can go and try to change Jinchuriki directly. Similarly, Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are very tolerant to Jinchuriki. Yagura became Mizukage, Killer Bee, and the others are heroic characters, while Konoha and Sand Shinobi are killing their own Jinchuriki, which is hard to understand. Do they have pitfalls in their heads or what to say? According to the agreement between Onaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Rock Shinobi people will go to the border of the Fire Country, and then go to the border of the Thunder Country with the Senju clan. This is the most convenient, otherwise it will be a little troublesome to cross several small countries. The large troop is assisted by Ōtsutsuki. As for Onaki, it is not directly dispatched. The shadows of these villages, except Sand Shinobi, are not dispatched directly. They are the last bottom line of the village. Once they move, it means that the Gizhu donkey skills are poor. Has reached the limit, so at the beginning of the war, basically no trace of them can be seen. After the Rock Shinobi force was dispatched, Jinyang and Lao Zi and others also met here. You are the apprentice of that fellow Onaki? What did that fellow think? Let me act with you, a kid. After seeing Jinyang, Lao Zi is now in his 30s, and he is also arrogant. He doesn't treat Oyemu himself very much, and even more so to his apprentices. The reason Oyemu gave him was that Jinyang was the key to this war is the key to victory, but Lao Zi sneered at it. Ninja World War, the key to victory in a village, how could it be for a child? It seems that Senior Zi is very dissatisfied with me and my teacher. Even the name of the team Ōtsutsuki is by his first name. Yes, that guy Oyemu is too trivial. If it weren't for the village, I would have come to accept his order. He would be good enough to his disciple and matched his disciple with a Jinchuriki. Lao Ziyi has a very straight personality, and he directly expressed his dissatisfaction. Jinyang is also speechless, knowing that they can't get along, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. It is estimated that after the end of this war, Lao Ziyi will choose to leave people. But for Jinyang, this is not desirable. Lao Ziyi needs education, and Jinyang will not be used to him. Since Senior Ziyi is so dissatisfied with me, let's wait until dawn. After dawn, let's fight. Jinyang intends to fist education directly after dawn. Anyway, his fist is big enough now. He was isolated once in the village in the past. He was quarantined by Oyemu. The news has never been spread. Lao Ziyi and Oyemu are at odds, and even more so. Knowing the horror of Jinyang, so after dawn, Lao Ziyi will taste the beating from the society. In fact, Jinyang also intends to experiment. In addition to his own practice, he can also increase the percentage by fighting with the enemy, but he must be the enemy, so even if he has studied with Onaki, he has not made any progress. Lao Ziyi's current state is full of dissatisfaction and hostility towards him, so is this a person or an enemy? If it is the enemy, couldn't that help Jinyang control his own power? Chapter 9. The so-called Love House and Wu, and Lao Ziyi because he hates Oyemu, so he hates Jinyang along with him, and he doesn't know the details of Jinyang. He thinks Oyemu is using power for personal gain, and he doesn't have much to say during the war, but it is impossible to give Jinyang saves face. He directly agreed to what Jinyang said about a fight. He hadn't had the opportunity to teach this junior, but now he has. Dayemu's disciples are so arrogant, if you don't like it, he will naturally have to help Dayemu educate him. Because of this incident, their departure time was delayed, but Oyemu didn't care about it after he knew about it. Just Jinyang's explosive combat power during the day, it's useless if Oyemu went, and the front line didn't simply collapse. Just as Jinyang said, you can't rely on Jinyang alone for everything, these ninjas also need to be exercised. The time flies, one night's time has passed, and the second Tenten has just turned on. Jinyang has already stood in opposition to Lao Ziyi. Don't say that I bully you are a junior. I don't use the power of Jinchuriki, or even lava style. I only use earth style and physical skills to fight you. You can be favored by Onaki. It shows that you are also unique. Come on, let you do it first. Looking at Lao Ziyi's self-confidence, to be honest, Jinyang is embarrassed to hit him, but Lao Ziyi is better to accept it. As for the Ten Tails plan, he doesn't bother to care. If Lao Ziyi is accepted by him, who dares to move a try? Since Senior Ziyi said so, then I'm not welcome. Because the sun has begun to rise, Jinyang's power has begun to be replenished, and the surrounding Umbu Onaki did not let them leave. This time Jinyang went to the battlefield and would expose his combat power 100%, so there is no need to hide these things. However, Jinyang and Lao Ziyi did their work, and he came over too, and he would be very happy to see Lao Ziyi deflated. Because of the sun, Jinyang's muscles began to swell. Jinyang was actually a little helpless about this, but fortunately, these tricks would not burn off his clothes. Of course, it would be different if it was broken. After the sun came out, his muscles began to skyrocket. A normal 10-year-old kid suddenly jumped a bit, but his clothes changed along with it. Onaki helped to find some special materials. It's not so simple to be broken directly, and Lao Ziyi couldn't help being stunned when he saw Jinyang's changes, but Jinyang's next movements made him completely blinded. Read more at fictionzone.net. I saw Jinyang made a running posture, then stepped on the ground, and the ground was suddenly broken into a big hole, and his body rushed to Lao Ziyi at a terrifying speed. At this moment, Jinyang's the head was already over Lao Ziyi, and he slammed his fist towards Lao Ziyi's body. Suddenly seeing Jinyang rush to him directly across such a long distance, he was so frightened that Lao Ziyi immediately blocked him with his hands. Boom! Immediately after Jinyang's fist arrived, Lao Ziyi's body turned into one and ran away, and then shot away, instantly smashing a deep mark on the ground, and then the whole person slammed on the mountain before stopping. Puff. Under the impact of such a huge force, Lao Ziyi only felt a sharp pain in his hands and a burning sensation in his back. Fortunately, Jinchuriki has a strong resilience and good physical fitness, so he will not be seriously injured, but he is old. The blood still squirted out. Really, others don't provoke, but provoke this little monster. You think everyone is as good-tempered as me? Dayemu is so proud. Lao Ziyi is dying. During the day and fighting with Jinyang, with the passage of time, Lao Ziyi will feel deep despair. When he thinks of this, Dayemu can't help but show her yin. With a compassionate smile, he can see that he is still very careful and holding a grudge, while the umbus next to him are a bit stunned. Sure enough, Ōtsutsuki is terrible. Old Ziyi, I'll give you a piece of advice, no matter what you think of my teacher, but my teacher is still not as good as Ōtsutsuki for personal gain, so you'd better show some real skills. Prejudice is quite a thing. Deadly. Just after Lao Ziyi finally got over, Jinyang appeared in front of him again and said such a sentence, which also made Lao Ziyi a little embarrassed, but he was still more angry now. I admit, your kid is very powerful, since you have said so, then I will be serious. While talking, Lao Ziyi burst out with a burst of red chakra, wrapped his body in, and entered the tail beast explosion mode. The tail beast explosion is divided into several levels, and now Lao Ziyi has entered the first state. Jinyang's eyes are also bright, and it's just dawn. He just couldn't find anyone practicing hands before, so Lao Ziyi waited to be his sandbag. The two collided once again, and the huge force caused the air to oscillate into a ripple and disperse toward the surroundings. The ground was directly shattered under the footsteps of the two. You know, this is where Jinyang lives. The bottom is not mud, but solid rock, but even so, it is directly broken. Is it blocked? Sure enough, the tail beast is still quite bug. Jinyang grinned, then his fists rushed towards Lao Ziyi frantically. A punch was heavier than a punch, and a punch was harder than a punch. Lao Ziyi didn't have time to react, so he was pressed and beaten by Jinyang, even hard to fight back. Finally caught an opportunity, blocked Jinyang's attack with his tail, a pair of paws grabbed it directly, and finally left a little wound on Jinyang's body, very shallow, like a few scratches caught by a cat. Hiss, what kind of defense is this? I'm in a state of tail beastization, and I just scratched his skin. Lao Ziyi took a breath, is it so scary? But at this moment the sun has begun to slowly rise. After a burst of golden energy flashed from the wound that had just been caught by Lao Ziyi, the wound began to heal quickly. Although it would not disappear directly, it was also fading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Take me another punch. Jinyang's body became stronger. With this punch, Lao Ziyi found that he had been evenly matched, but now he flew out again. Jinyang's strength skyrocketed a lot in an instant. Now that the sun is completely out, Jinyang wants to become stronger again, so he needs to wait for an hour or two to slowly rise up, but the more he goes back, the more terrifying his strength, and Lao Ziyi becomes Jin again. The sandbag in Yang's hand was brutally beaten by the society, it was a miserable one. Chapter 10. It's really a little monster. It seems that Oyemu didn't talk nonsense, but it's too early to beat me. Let's go back and practice for a few years. As Lao Ziyi said, he entered the second state directly. At this moment, instead of wearing a red bubble coat, he became a small beast, just like the state of Naruto Four Tails. The same is true for Lao Ziyi. There are also four tails. But he can retain his sanity, or he can be completely tailed beastly. Of course, his complete tail beastization is not yet complete, and he can't fully erupt the fighting power of four tails. After entering the second state, all aspects of Lao Ziyi's attributes skyrocketed again, and were equal to the current Jinyang, and there was a vaguely dominant sign between them, and the two were now half a catty. And every attack of lava style is accompanied by lava style, but Jinyang doesn't care. How does lava style compare with his son? It is directly crushed, so lava style can't bring him even the slightest damage. Time should be almost up. In this way, after almost an hour of fierce fighting, Oyemu also glanced at the sun in the sky. At this moment, Jinyang in the field, his combat power skyrocketed again, and even his body began to emit some golden light. The second round is over, the unmerciful sun. In front of Jinyang, a fireball that looked like a small sun suddenly appeared. The temperature of the flame caused the surrounding air to be distorted, and the rock was burnt and cracked. Jinyang did not hesitate, and threw the sun out. The merciless sun can barely be used now, but as time goes by, using this trick again, the power will become stronger and stronger. This sun instantly hits Lao Zi's body and directly touches Lao Zi's body. Blasted into the lake where Jinyang lived. Arrogantly burst. With a pinch of his right hand, the little sun exploded in an instant, and a huge golden ball of light burst out of the lake. The surrounding water was directly evaporated, and there was also Lao Zi's screams, but this kind of screams it didn't last long before a huge monster rushed out of the golden ball of light. The Lao Zi at this moment has completely turned into the state of four tails. Read more at fictionzone.net. What kind of monster did you provoke? If it hadn't been completely tailed just in time, even if you were immortal, you would have peeled off. At this moment, in Lao Zi's inner world, Four Tails was also a little shocked. That kind of attack was indeed too strong, almost cold. It's Oyemu's apprentice. This kid is really a monster. In that state, it's still getting stronger, and it's forced me to be completely beast. Where did Oyemu find such a little monster? Lao Zi was also in a cold sweat at the moment. If he hadn't reacted quickly just now, he was indeed immortal and seriously injured, which was really terrifying. Are you completely beastly tailed? Let's go on, the unmerciful sun. X10. 10 little suns appeared around Jinyang this time, rushing towards the huge Four Tails. Lao Zi and Four Tails who saw this scene almost didn't stare at them. Lava-style Huguoshan. In a hurry, Lao Zi started the Huguo mountain, and a huge lava appeared at his feet. It spewed wildly into the sky and detonated the small sun released by Jinyang. In an instant, an explosion that was 10 times more violent than before appeared. And Lao Zi also took this opportunity to leave her position abruptly. Watching the 10 small suns bursting out, Lao Zi felt that her calves were a little weak at the moment. This kind of attack was enough for one attack, but she let it out in one breath. 10 times, it's not called people. Old Zi, stop, you are not Jinyang's opponent. Jinyang, you should leave here as soon as possible, and come back after noon. On seeing this scene, Oyemu came over in time to stop, and there was no need to continue the fight. Although neither side had reached the limit, but no matter how far he went, Jinyang continued to grow stronger, so Lao Zi would not have to play. I see, it's really meaningless at all, I'm leaving now. After Jinyang used his feet to leave a big hole on the ground again, people pierced the sky like a sharp arrow and disappeared into everyone's sight. The current time, calculated by the hour, has just passed almost 9 o'clock. After seeing Jinyang leave, Lao Zi, who was relieved, returned to his human form, but the cold sweat on his head had not completely faded. What the hell is going on with this kid? What happened just now? Lao Zi asked in a cold sweat, but he still didn't mean to respect Oyemu, just asking about it. On this, Oyemu was too lazy to say anything and got used to it. That kid's power was awakened a few years ago. It changes with the change of the sun. The stronger it is at noon, but it can't be controlled after noon, and it is even more terrifying at noon. So the old man, after he broke out for the first time, he was quarantined and his students were accepted as old husbands. According to the current time, even if you fully explode the power of Four Tails, you will last for a while at most. The old man is not his opponent. I have seen that power at noon, even if he keeps on restriction, control, but the old man will feel a sense of fear at a glance, so now you know why the old man says he is the key to winning. Lao Zi is his own person and a high-level person, so Oyemu didn't mean to hide it, but Lao Zi just swallowed his saliva. How long did he hold it? Now it's a long time before noon, it's really noon, then it's okay. With such power, why let me follow him? It is really dangerous, maybe he is protecting me. Lao Zi felt terrified and didn't understand Oyemu's decision. It would be great if it was that simple. It changes with time. It is invincible during the day, but it is indeed weak at night. His strength at night is just a Chunin level who is more proficient in illusion, so you need your protection. Oyemu turned over a big Byakugan directly. Jinyang didn't have much fighting power at night, and Jinyang only practiced physique and illusion. He was speechless, but the strongest illusion family was not in Rock Shinobi, but Jinyang said it was for noon. It's time for hypnosis to let yourself fall asleep. If it's someone else, maybe it will be burned to death by his power if it gets closer. So Oyemu didn't say much. It was indeed a big problem. After hearing this, Lao Ziyi was also full of speechlessness. Feelings. This is a limited and invincible strong man. At night, he is equal to a weak chicken. I finally know why Jinyang said yesterday that he would wait until this morning to learn from each other. It turned out to be here waiting for him. Chapter 11. Little monster, do you really have no fighting power at night? In the evening, Jinyang came back, and his body had recovered to the state where he had just begun to explode, and his breath was still weakening. After night fell, his body had completely turned into the weak scum form of the night. Of course, there is a price for a powerful force. You can get such a powerful force without any price. Do you believe it? Do you think it is reasonable? Once Jinyang turned Byakugan, why didn't he believe it? But at this moment, although Jinyang looks extremely speechless on the outside, he is very happy in his heart. After a fight with Lao Ziyi just now, she did not expect to actually judge Lao Ziyi as an enemy because of his great hostility. So his power control has changed from 1% to 2%. Although the increase was small, Jinyang was quite satisfied. It took him a few years to master that 1%, and now he has mastered 2%. This 2% of combat power is also sufficient. Let him explode in the night the kind of combat power that the sun has just shown, that is, the kind of combat power of Lao Ziyi's first state. However, Jinyang still decided to keep one hand, not to use this power at night as a last resort. He is now looking forward to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, whether it is Killer Bee or the future 4th Raikage or the current 3rd Raikage and Raikage assistants, each of them is strong, and he will not be polite with these people. Of course he has not forgotten his purpose, the Senju family, but he can't speak yet. When the Senju family is desperate, and during this period, he still needs to brush up on the Senju family's favorability and dig slowly. Even if I have experienced it myself, I still can't believe it, but why don't you hurry during the day? Isn't it faster during the day? Lao Ziyi asked somewhat puzzledly. During the day? I can, but can you keep up? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang looked at Lao Ziyi with a foolish expression. If it was daytime, he would catch up with a burst, but Lao Ziyi couldn't keep up with him at all, and even if they could barely catch up, once it was noon, what's up? So it's better to go on the road at night. He needs to rest during the day. In a resting state, the power of the sun will not be too strong. After hearing Jinyang's answer, Lao Ziyi twitched the corners of her mouth and didn't say anything in the end. Similarly, Four Tails in Lao Ziyi's body was also wondering where did this extremely terrifying guy jump from? Where does this power come from? They have known about the strongest power in the world, Sage of Six Paths and his mother, 10 Tails, and so on. But if you really follow Onaki's words, then does it mean that Jinyang can be the same as before when it enters noon? Does Sage of Six Paths contend? This is the real horror. In the end, Four Tails can only attribute Jinyang's power to the power of this world. Before Ōtsutsuki Kagaya came, Sage Art already existed. At that time, natural energy was natural energy, not natural chakra, but it was changed later. Even Sage of Six Paths took advantage of this power and his brother's power to finally seal Ōtsutsuki Kagaya. So he couldn't figure out where this power came from, he could only attribute it to natural energy, but he wouldn't tell Lao Ziyi about these things. This was the secret of their tail beast. In this way, Jinyang and others lived the day and night, catching up with the large troops in front of them all the way. After all, a large force is a large number of ninjas acting together, but Jinyang and the others are acting in a small group, with stronger mobility. This time Onaki was also a little moved after listening to Danzo's words. Defeating Cloud Shinobi was another large sum of money. He also had an alliance with Konoha. Later, he could get some resources from the defeated countries. Why not? And he also followed Jinyang's suggestion and sent tens of thousands of ninjas to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield. Only some troops were left in the village just in case, but as far as Rock Shinobi is located, no one can separate it. Large-scale troops came to attack Rock Shinobi. Konoha was busy fighting in many ways, and he certainly didn't dare to attack his allies. Sand Shinobi's fight against Konoha is extremely difficult. No force can attack Rock Shinobi. Cloud Shinobi's force is also limited to the main battlefield. Therefore, the rear of Rock Shinobi can be said to sit back and relax, as long as it is to prevent being out of food. After the army came to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield and set up camp, the leader of the Senju clan met with Ōtsutsuki's assistant Iwagaku's Ōtsutsuki's assistant, and his strength reached the shadow level, but he is not too young, and he is the same as Onaki. Generation. That's why Rock Shinobi can say that there are a lot of problems. After the generation of Onaki, there is no way to get it. In the later generation, almost no film level is reached. At most, it is the elite Jonin, and there is almost no Yuzening. In the later period and Sand Shinobi is incomparable. Now the older generation can still carry some, but not everyone is as strong as Onaki, and it's hard to come up with talents, such as Deidara, whose explosion is art. As a result, this product is still a lunatic. The explosion is all day long. Art, and then another fault appeared in the middle, which made Rock Shinobi unable to explode in the later stage. Your Excellency Iwaga, our opponent is Cloud Shinobi. Although Cloud Shinobi is not in third Raikage, there are 8 tails Jinchuriki and Raikage to assist these powerful players, and the son of third Raikage is also very strong, but we don't seem to be opponents. I don't know. Where did Lord Zi from your village go? At this moment, the person in charge of the Senju clan is also a bit speechless. Although Rock Shinobi has tens of thousands of people in one breath, he feels that it is not bad, but what about the high-end combat power? Just a movie-class powerhouse, and another 5 tails Jinchuriki who is still a kid? How to play this? How old is the current class? 10-something children, even Jinchuriki, can have the power of Jonin or even the elite Jonin, but they have more high-end combat power. You don't have to worry too much, Lao Zi and the others have their own missions, and we don't want to be defeated. After all, there is no benefit to a defeated country, so you don't have to worry. In this battle, Rock Shinobi still has mine. Iwaya is also Ōtsutsuki's assistant anyway. Onaki told him about Jinyang, but Jinyang is only responsible for dealing with high-end combat power. Old Zi will act with Jinyang. Of course, he also knows the plan of digging the wall. Onaki's order to him was to protect the Senju family as much as possible. Onaki continued to communicate with Danzo. Then he would get a little more evidence for them to see and take them directly. Chapter 12. Not to mention Rock Shinobi and Konoha, but Cloud Shinobi on the other side is extremely puzzled. Does this Onaki eat too much to support it? What good is it for us to start him? He even formed an alliance with Konoha. The future 4th Raikage AI looked puzzled. He was originally a violent temper. After learning that Rock Shinobi had become Konoha's ally, and blocked the way of his own and others, he broke out and felt that Onaki was just one. Neurosis. Now everyone's goal is Konoha. Only Onaki directly joined forces with Konoha, and completely blocked them Cloud Shinobi. It's hard to get in from one village to another without accident. They face Rock Shinobi didn't dare to say that he could win. Especially once Ōhike takes a shot by himself, Chen Dun is a bug in a bug. The defense they are proud of is useless at all. Only speed and attack can be used as a starting point, but Ōhike flies in the sky to zoom in on the move, so this is even more uncomfortable. Onoji is smarter than anyone. Since he made this decision, it means he must have some confidence. This time it seems that the possibility of wanting to win Rock Shinobi quickly is not high. I hope Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi can resist Konoha's pressure. Raikage's assistant is also depressed, but no matter how depressed, there is no way. Who said Onaki is teaming up with Konoha? In the past, Onaki would not be the first to do it, but every time he took advantage of it, Konoha was the happiest, but this time he swept away the previous state and directly joined hands with Konoha. It made Cloud Shinobi's executives almost depressed. Of course, the depressed people are not only the executives of Cloud Shinobi, but also the executives of Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi. If Konoha hits 4, he is definitely not an opponent, but 1 hits 3. It should still be reluctant. As for 1 on 2, it's really hard to say. Sand Shinobi's strength is weak. Although there is still Mist Shinobi against Konoha, 2-line combat, but Konoha's hard strength lies here, so it's very tricky to say. In fact, they should be fortunate that the summoning sacred place like Mount Myaboku will not participate in this kind of war. The most is that Jiraiya can use a few of them with 1 word, but if you want the real combat power of Mount Myaboku to help, you can say no. Realistic. Otherwise, the 3 holy sites will intervene and Konoha can easily win the war with 1 pick. Of course, among the villages at this moment, Sand Shinobi is the most anxious. Luo Sha thought he would be the first to fight, and he could attract other villages to fight Konoha directly. After all, Konoha itself is the strongest, and the geographical location also allows the characters to spear. Just caught in the midst of everyone, who wouldn't you hit? Read more at fictionzone.net. Both Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi acted on Konoha as he thought, but Rock Shinobi also suddenly got into an alliance with Konoha, which made Luasha's scalp numb. The situation of the original large size was so affected by Onaki. Once mixed, it becomes messy, and the advantages become disadvantages. How is the situation now? Luo Sha looked at the people in the tent with a headache and asked. I'm not very optimistic. Although my poison can work, and Konoha's Katsuya girl is not there, Orochimaru is also a master of poison and it is difficult to deal with. After Rock Shinobi and Konoha alliance, Konoha's offensive the more ferocious, and if this continues, even if we can delay for a few years, we will undoubtedly lose. Cho and Ilau are also Sand Shinobi's main combat power at the moment, but they are good at using poisons, and it is difficult to encounter Orochimaru, because Orochimaru is also good at using poisons, and has a lot of research on poisons, so even without Tsunade, the poison is also difficult to play a big role. Moreover, Orochimaru is one of the 3 ninjas with strong strength. Since the war with Sand Shinobi broke out first, Namikaze Minato is also here. Namikaze Minato in this period is also a real movie-level powerhouse. With Flying Thunder God, it can be said that Minato alone can pick 3 of them, plus an Orochimaru, and the cooperation of Konoha's major families, Sand Shinobi can be said to be a bit miserable to be suppressed. If it weren't for Mist Shinobi's attack, causing Jiraiya to be separated, they might be crushed directly, but even so, the situation is quite bad. That BD Onaki, hold on for now and send someone to Rock Shinobi to persuade Onaki to counterattack Konoha. There was no other way for Luasha. There was originally a Jinchuriki, but Konoha also had it, and it was also from 9 Tails, and their Jinchuriki was so old that he couldn't even participate in the battle, so he called it unhappy. There is almost no usable combat power, and one person can pick a few of them. If it weren't for things like war that could not be played by one person, they would have lost directly. Now Luasha can only rely on Onaki to change his mind and act on Konoha, so that they will have a chance of life. It is estimated that even Ōhige and Jinyang did not expect that an alliance with Konoha would involve so many things. Now Rock Shinobi has become the target of everyone, and it has become the key point of the Third Ninja War. At the same time, in a dark cave, this is the hiding place of Uchiha Madara. The little devil in Libra has some brains. It turned out to be the key to victory in the Third Ninja World War, but these are not important. How did I let you do things? Uchiha Madara asked, and then White Zetsu slowly emerged from the ground. There is no way, Lord Madara, the news of the Uchiha clan is good, but Rock Shinobi, whoever is close to White Zetsu, is dead, so there is no information. That guy can detect ours. Exist. So far, we can only grasp that he is very strong, but there is no specific information at all. White Zetsu is also very desperate. They are all over the ninja world. Uchiha Madara relies on them to master everything, but when the sun bursts, Jinyang can clearly perceive the malicious surroundings and kill White Zetsu. And although White Zetsu can approach at night, it will be wiped out by Jinyang as soon as the day comes, and there is no chance to pass the information back. The changes of Jinyang and Rock Shinobi are what Uchiha Madara pays most attention to, especially Jinyang. The more unable to grasp, the more curious Uchiha Madara is, but he has no way of doing anything, and he cannot act on his own. Awkward. So he has always wanted to investigate Jinyang's intelligence, but like other villages, he has been caught blindly. Chapter 13. There is no way, just stare at the battlefield. Now that the ninja war has broken out, this kind of information will soon flow out. You continue to pay attention to the Uchiha clan now. I need someone who replaces me to complete the plan. Although Uchiha Madara was curious and doubtful, he knew nothing about it when it was useless, so he simply diverted his attention, stared at his family, and found a spokesperson. On the other side, on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, the war has already begun, but this is not the kind of simple two people on both sides. One charge is over, there are not many ninjas, and the total number of people on both sides is only more than 20,000. But once more than 20,000 fights, it will be much more terrifying than millions of ordinary people. The ninjas' war is even more straightforward. For example, directly intercepting people's food, sneak attacks, etc. It is almost impossible to play a confrontation between the two armies. Although Konoha has few people, they can't stay out of the matter, so they too need to perform tasks. Jinyang just stared at this point and let people follow them. When they are in danger, they help to get a wave of favorability, and then tell them Danzo's plan against them. By the way, let Danzo work hard behind them. It's totally okay. They don't want it. It should be the easiest to pit and then conquer. However, after Cloud Shinobi arrived here, there was no movement at all, and there was no intention to fight. Instead, an envoy was sent to Rock Shinobi to negotiate and plan to counterattack with Rock Shinobi. Konoha. Regarding this, Jinyang said that these muscular men are not brainless, but rather brainy. Don't look at each of them as muscular, but they have real and authentic tactics in their minds. However, Hyuga refused directly, or in front of the Senju family. In this regard, the people of Cloud Shinobi were very helpless. It is now a thankless stage, but there is no other choice, so that it can only be played, and now it belongs to the arrow on the string to have to send it. At this moment, the two sides used their own means. In the next month, they were assassinated and attacked. Anyway, they did everything, and both sides had casualties. The Senju clan is the same. They are sent as Konoha. Of course, they also have to contribute, but wars cannot be without casualties. After several collisions, the Senju family simply shrank. Their number was too small, and they are now uncomfortable to death, but in order not to light up themselves, they can only retract back and ask for help in the village, but the village, because of Danzo, it was impossible to send reinforcements. Almost, this time is enough. Senior Zi, please send a letter to Senior Yunya. The old man's letters have been passed over, and some of our forgeries are enough to make them desperate. Yes, by the way, the people sent by Danzo have already arrived. You can use this guy appropriately. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang couldn't help but smiled and said, this wave can almost be dug directly. Danzo sent people over just in case, and these people will be the key point. Lao Ziyi also knew what Jinyang and the others were planning to do. To be honest, he still felt a little unbelievable. He never thought that these guys were actually planning to dig the corner of Konoha, or dig the veteran level. But this was the decision of Onaki and Jinyang, and he didn't bother to care, and passed the news directly to Hyuga. That night, Yunya directly approached the current person in charge of the Senju clan. Is there anything wrong with Ōtsutsuki's assistant, who came to see me so late? At night, Hyuga suddenly found him, and there was no battle plan. This made the head of the Senju clan a little trapped. He is one of the few remaining elite jonin of the Senju clan, Senju Shugwang. There is a reason for coming to see you so late, please take a look at these things. Speaking of Hyuga, I handed Danzo's letter to Onaki to Senju Shugwang, and the content of Onaki's involvement in this incident was removed. They were all evidence that Danzo planned to act on the Senju clan. How is it possible that the BD Danzo dared to do something to the Senju clan? No, it is impossible. He is a disciple of Master second generation, how could he do something to us? This is the conspiracy of your rock shinobi. At this moment, Senju Shugwang was frightened and angry. He didn't believe that Danzo would do anything to them. Instead, he felt that this was rock shinobi's conspiracy. Since I have handed these things to you, I will definitely prove that this is Danzo's conspiracy. You Senju people are too arrogant, so you can't see the situation completely. I think you should be interested in these things. As I said, Iwega took out some more things. These things show that Danzo dug the graves of first generation and second generation. Senju Iwega before the Senju clan was also a ghost of Danzo. The same thing was placed in front of them. These things are only written in writing, so you don't believe us and we don't have much to say. You Senju are still in the village. You can send someone back to see the tomb of first Hokage, but you'd better be careful. One point, after all, Danzo will not let you investigate. Whether it is Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they plan to do it on you. Otherwise, you won't be sent here. You should have thought about it yourself. You guys, sent here, even if you die, it's our rock shinobi who has the final say. They know they will send you back. Why is this? Anyway, I put it here. You can figure it out. If you want to investigate or something, you can do it yourself. I just want to say that Konoha doesn't want to see another strong man from your Senju clan, but we at Rock Shinobi are different. We at Rock Shinobi like talents, and we are not as dark as Konoha. I will stop here today. Even if you want to leave, there is no problem. Rock Shinobi can send someone to escort you back to Konoha, and you can even call for help at any time. After speaking, Jinyang left, and all these things stayed here. It is not easy to dig the foot of the wall. Jinyang also knows that it is impossible to convince the other party in a few words, so there are some things that must be done slowly. Now I told them these things, which made them feel suspicious about their village, and this thought will continue to enlarge over time, because these things are not made by Rock Shinobi, but real things. In this way, no matter how stupid the Senju family is, they will react a little bit, and they will be able to absorb it slowly. Chapter 14. One night, after Iwega left, Senju Shugwang has been in a state of anxiety. He is now very doubtful whether Konoha really intends to abandon them. One night, he thought about a lot of things. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen came to power, Senju the life of the family seems to be difficult indeed, and they seem to be at the forefront in every battle. And Senju Shugwang also discovered one thing, that is, the mission records over the years. It seems that the missions performed by the Senju clan have the highest mortality rate. When he thinks about this, he can't help but feel excited. Damn, if it's true, Shimura Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen are going to destroy our Senju clan. No, you must tell Master Tsunade about this. Senju Shugwang's face is getting more and more ugly now. He needs some information, such as the mission records of the Senju family over the years. These things are all in the village. In addition, he needs to determine whether the body of first generation has really been stolen. If all this is true, then he thinks Rock Shinobi's words should be inseparable. Thinking of this, Senju Shugwang quickly left his tent and found Iwaya. In the materials from yesterday, there are some explanations that Danzo's people are here now, monitoring them, so he can only ask for Iwaya's help. He is also taking a gamble now, he can't leave, and even no one of his clan can leave openly, so he can only ask Iwaya for help. If Rock Shinobi really intends to befriend them, then this time it can also be seen. And as Yunya said, there is no need to pit them at all. Their current situation is a real dead end. It is a hell if hundreds of people can run away in front of tens of thousands of people. In desperation, Senju Shugwang could only make the last choice and gamble. He found Iwaya and told Iwaya of his thoughts. He needed to send someone to leave here, but after leaving here, this person it can't be found. Although shadow clone can be used, it will be easily seen through. We can only ask Rock Shinobi for help, and let Rock Shinobi pass his message to Tsunade. This is a big bet, but it is also the last way. Iwega agreed to this in one bite, and then sent someone to deliver the things to the place where Tsunade was. Although Tsunade left Konoha, her whereabouts have never been. Not a secret. Even said it is quite transparent. After a while, Rock Shinobi's Jonin finally found Tsunade, but at this moment Tsunade is alone, without Shizune by his side. Konoha who died in World War II and Tsunade left because of this, but Shizune became Chunin at the age of 13. After leaving Konoha, it is impossible to be promoted to Chunin casually, so Shizune should be taken away by Tsunade later. Personal opinion, just to explain, so as not to be misunderstood by others, saying that I scribbled or something. After meeting Rock Shinobi's people, Tsunade was also a little confused, but after Rock Shinobi's Jonin handed the letter to Tsunade, Tsunade's face changed. Read more at fictionzone.net. After meditation for a while. Summoning technique. Tsunade directly summoned a small Katsuyu, and gave the small Katsuyu to this Jonin from Rock Shinobi. Although he has panspermia, he can hold it a little bit, just use the technique. But even so, her face was pale for a while, and this fear was indeed terrible. Thank you for giving this Katsuyu to Senju Shugwang. It is impossible for Tsunade to trust Rock Shinobi directly, so he gave this Katsuyu. On the one hand, it is convenient to contact, on the other hand, it is to confirm the authenticity of this letter, and Katsuyu cannot deceive Tsunade. As for the loose Rock Shinobi ninja, although he doesn't know what the high-level guys are going to do, he will do it as soon as he has a task. This is the most basic point of a ninja, so he also brought Katsuyu back directly. There is a lot of time. This period of time was nothing short of torture for Senju. Until he saw this little Katsuyu, he was relieved, and then he told Tsunade everything he knew. At this moment, Tsunade was also dull after hearing these words. If Rock Shinobi didn't talk nonsense, then her grandfather's tomb should have been dug up by now, and even the corpse was taken directly for experimentation. So Tsunade's face is also extremely ugly. He needs to go back to make sure that the truth of the matter, if it is true, she really does not know how to face third generation. At the same time, Tsunade and Shugwang's decision were made clear by Rock Shinobi. Then there will be a good show. The character of Tsunade, after confirming that the Senju family has been targeted and his grandfather's grave has been dug up, he will definitely find trouble with Danzo, but the third generation will definitely mess in the middle, and Danzo too. I won't let go of it. Tsunade with phobia, almost I should leave too. Jinyang asked Onaki to dispatch some ninjas and made some disguise. He removed all the Rock Shinobi marks on his body, dressed like Naniwa, and dispatched to Konoha. Danzo's character, because Tsunade was almost abandoned before, and because of the fear of Blood Ninja who played with a woolen ninja, and his own teacher, he didn't do anything to Tsunade, but Tsunade touched a thunder, he would definitely do it. At that time, Jinyang will give another wave of support, and Tsunade will be able to dig up 80%, let alone the Senju clan. All of this is in his calculations at will. Now he is waiting for information. If necessary, he feels that he can send out ones to wipe out Danzo's people. Danzo doesn't know who did it, and then let him the Senju clan on the battlefield suspended animation once. What a simple technique. The old man only hated Onaki, but now the old man hates you too. Lao Ziai, who knew everything had gone through, was also a little bit shy. He played Konoha as a monkey. Jinyang didn't want to be too perverted, and not only this brain, but also the strength. He was not afraid of strength. He was just a rash, but the long-brained man is the most terrifying, so he is also a little bit timid now. Jinyang is too terrifying. You can't hate it, it's all for the sake of the village, and it's useless if you hate it. Jinyang flipped a Byakugan. No matter how old Zi hates it, it's useless. They are all for the village. When this one is put out, Lao Zi said it's useless to break the big sky. This is just standing on the righteousness. That's why I hate you two more. Lao Zi said helplessly again. He really didn't like this pair of masters and disciples. One was more insidious than the other, and the other was shameless by the means, but it happened that people were all for the sake of the village. He really had a toothache. Jinyang didn't care about this at all. Lao Ziyi told the truth that it was dispensable, and he didn't care either. After all, his fighting power lies here, but let a Jinchuriki leave the village, he thinks it's better to forget it, it's unnecessary. Chapter 15. Jinyang sent people to stare at Konoha's movements. Strictly speaking, there is no need to send people there. After all, there are no other village spies in any village, but just in case, they still sent more. People can't make mistakes in the past. Although he has also gone, what he needs is other people's intelligence to determine the location of Tsunade at the first time. Tsunade is the key to digging the wall this time. On the other side, after Tsunade had communicated with Senju Shugwang, he returned to Konoha very simply. Originally, it should be a good thing for her to return to Konoha, but after Tsunade returned, he gave his grandfather's grave directly to him. After digging, I found that it was empty inside, and even no one else meant to pretend. In fact, Danzo would not have thought that Tsunade, the granddaughter of first generation, would plan his grandfather's grave, so there is no pretense at all. The real thing inside is empty, even the grave of second generation is empty. Of first generation dug them, and second generation is no exception. Danzo is ruthless enough that even the Senju clan intends to exterminate them, let alone dig his own teacher's grave, and he is truly the most angry with his own teacher. His own teacher gave the position of Hokage to Sarutobi Hiruzen instead of him. Although he did have a problem at that time, in his opinion, this shouldn't happen. So when I dug my teacher's grave, I didn't feel any guilt at all. And Tsunade, who found that his two grandfathers' graves were empty, was also extremely angry, and then checked the mission records. It turned out that the casualty rate of the Senju clan was even higher than that of civilian ninjas, not just some high-risk tasks, even some simple tasks will kill people. This bloody record stimulated Tsunade's nerves, and her final sanity was directly cut off. So Tsunade broke into Sarutobi Hiruzen's office very simply, and smashed the third-generation office directly without giving face. "Tsunade? What are you doing?" I knew that after Tsunade came back, I was going to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen of Tsunade. I saw that Tsunade directly hammered his door so shamelessly, it was worth it. "Stop talking nonsense and explain to me, where are the corpses of my grandfather and second grandfather? What's wrong with this one?" Tsunade directly smashed the task record in her hand on the table of third generation. She also knew that it was definitely not only Danzo, but also the trace of her own teacher. So now she was angry that she didn't even call the teacher. After hearing Tsunade's words, third generation felt a bit in his heart. He knew a little bit about this matter, but he didn't take care of it. As long as it was not exposed, he would not care. How could he think of what Tsunade was going crazy? When he came back, he digs out the graves of his ancestors, and in his heart he scolded Danzo to death. Read more at fictionzone.net. "You calm down first and tell me what is going on first." Third generation said something that he thought was ridiculous. How could he not know this kind of thing? Still playing stupid. What's a joke? My grandfather's and second grandfather's tombs are all sealed with powerful sealing technique, and besides the sealing technique, there are also pre-warning techniques. Now they are all gone. You told me you didn't know? You? He really is my good teacher. Tsunade, who originally had some hope in his heart, is now completely disappointed with third generation. It is like the grave of Uchiha Madara's dummy, with seals everywhere, and the same is true for the corpses of first generation and second generation. So if third generation says I don't know, it's pure nonsense. How do you deal with this matter? Konoha, only Danzo can do this kind of thing, and is capable of doing this kind of thing. You must give us an explanation for the Senju clan. Tsunade growled angrily. I will give you an explanation for the Senju clan, but now the third ninja war has broken out, Konoha is in a disadvantaged state, and after this war is over, I will give you an explanation. Third generation can only use a procrastination tactic, procrastinate, and then slowly solve it. What a war, teacher, this is the last time I call you teacher, this village is really disgusting. Tsunade also slammed the door straight out. He was already extremely disappointed with Konoha, and even had an idea of leaving the village directly. He wanted to find Danzo to get the body back, but she couldn't do it. She has phobias and went to Danzo. There was no hope at all, so she could only put hope on her companions, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Now only these two people can give her some help. As for waiting until the war is over, she is not an idiot. When the war is over, they will give her 2 bones and say that these are the first generation and second generation. What can she say? Can the Senju family survive that time? Don't be annihilated at that time. Disappointed, Tsunade did not forget another purpose of her this time, to find her last relative, Shizune, and then take him away. The time has not yet reached the time of Naruto's birth, so Shizune is still a genin. She was taken away by Tsunade, who was not even Chunin, because Shizune had something to do with Tsunade. Otherwise, she would have been a cannon fodder on the battlefield. After all, Shizune's talent was a little worse than others. But Tsunade has been in trouble for so long, the old fox Danzo already knew about it. Where did this woman get the news? Suddenly dug the graves of her ancestors, but a strong man with fear of blood, then he is not a strong man. Danzo naturally knows about Tsunade's panasemia. People in other villages cannot get such information, but Danzo in the same village can easily grasp such information. After knowing that Tsunade had left Konoha, he sent someone to follow Tsunade directly. Tsunade is now a bit ruining his plan, so he would not be polite and send someone to intercept Tsunade on the road. As long as he sees blood, Tsunade can't beat even a child. Danzo is also cruel, not even letting go of his teacher's granddaughter, and Tsunade just left with Shizune and was overtaken by Danzo's people. Tsunade didn't expect Danzo to be so cruel, so he sent someone to assassinate him. It's really for my own purposes, by all means. Damn Danzo! Looking at the ninjas surrounding him and Shizune, Tsunade's teeth were about to be broken, and he really dared to do it. He was extremely disappointed with Konoha, and now he has directly given up his mind, even she will not let it go. What future is there in this village? Tsun. Master Tsunade, what shall we do now? As a genin, Shizune has experienced such an impact, how far out of the village, he was attacked. Chapter 16. With such a few people wanting to kill me, Danzo is really getting better and better. Although Tsunade didn't admit defeat at all, she was anxious in her heart. She had panic attacks. Once she started, she would have to kneel down in minutes. She is also bravado and intends to frighten these people away. But then Tsunade's pupils shrank, because the people who surrounded them collectively took out small bottles one by one, and then poured them on themselves. They were filled with blood, and the blood was dripping on them, making Tsunade instantly terrified. At the extreme, he just sat on the ground, couldn't beat the slightest energy, and trembled all over. Sure enough, the old boy Danzo didn't let me down, and it's not in vain for me to make a special trip. At this moment, Jinyang is also watching this scene. Although it is already afternoon, he still has no problem dealing with some jonin. It is not easy to kill in seconds. He is also just in case. Tsunade is the most critical link. If there is any problem in this link, it won't work, so Jinyang felt a little unsafe after sending some people over, so it was better to take a trip by himself. Be safe, and not be exposed. After all, he wants to dig not only the Senju family, but also other families, so he can't just fall out with Konoha directly. Even after the solicitation, the Senju family must hide it. A good way is to hide such a small number of people in the form of suspended animation. It shouldn't be a big problem. Anyway, Danzo would never have thought that Rock Shinobi cooperated with him entirely to hollow out Konoha's old bottom, and he is still immersed in his own Naruto dream. After seeing that Tsunade thought that the blood had caused the total loss of combat effectiveness, Jinyang also knew that it was his turn to take action, and that he would take action early, and now his combat effectiveness will continue to weaken as time goes by. With a loud noise, smashed the ground under his feet, Jinyang rushed into the sky, and then, like a huge fireball, it slammed directly in front of the group of people. Above the ground, a huge pothole was smashed out by Jinyang, filled with smoke. What the hell happened? The group of root organizations surrounding Tsunade were all startled by such a big movement, and they all looked at the smoky place in front of them vigilantly. Don't worry about what it is, finish the task in front of you before talking. Another Umbu rushed towards Tsunade, and the other Umbu also rushed past. They are now task-oriented. You guys, anyhow, I also played in this way, so it seems bad for you to ignore me like this. As soon as the roots started their hands, a full of breath came into their ears, and then an Umbu turned into a cannonball and disappeared in everyone's eyes, and the forest on the other side appeared to be a huge one. I don't know how far the traces spread, read more at fictionzone.net. Home run. At this moment, Jinyang has appeared in front of Tsunade and Shizun. Although Jinyang is only 10 years old, he thinks that because of the power of the sun, he is now more than 2 meters tall. He is a purely muscular man. Looking at Umbu who was blasted directly by himself, Jinyang was also quite satisfied. Before the other Umbu recovered, Jinyang took a fist and cleaned out most of the Umbu. Now Jinyang is a humanoid beast, with more terrifying power than Tsunade. No, go. Seeing such a scene, where the remaining 2 or 3 members of the organization dare to stay and run desperately, Jinyang will not give them this opportunity. The power of the sun forms 3 golden flame spears, 1 spear and 1 spear. Directly nailed to death. Get the job done. In less than half a minute, a group of ninjas besieging Tsunade were completely wiped out by Jinyang. Senju Tsunade, one of the 3 dignified ninjas, will get a weird disease like phobia, which is really speechless, but this is not a place to talk, let's go. Jinyang directly hugged one in one hand, moved his feet, rushed into the sky again, and shot towards the distance. After leaving the bloody environment, Tsunade finally recovered. As for Shizun, he was already shocked by Jinyang's horror. Who on earth are you? Tsunade looked at Jinyang with a complicated expression. He was rescued by a stranger. The most ridiculous thing was that he was besieged by people in his own village and then saved by others. Is there anything more ironic than this? It's not easy to explain for the time being. I don't have much time left, so in the meantime, stay away from here as much as possible. Jinyang was already standing on his own little sun at this moment. After rushing to the sky, he released a little sun, blazing towards the distance at an incredible speed, but in order to take into account what he was holding these 2, so the speed has slowed down a lot. Otherwise, at the speed of his movement under his full strength, that would be truly terrifying. And Tsunade was a little confused. What Jinyang said about time is running out, she didn't understand until Jinyang had run for a few hours when the sun had completely set. When I first met Jinyang's horrible muscles and momentum could be overwhelming, but now Jinyang is not much different from a 10-year-old kid, and looks normal. The height also retracted. Tsunade, who looked at it, was stunned. Introduce myself. My name is Jinyang. I come from Rock Shinobi. I am a disciple of Ōtsutsuki. I know everything about the Cloud Shinobi battlefield before. So just in case, I just walked there, but I didn't expect it to be dignified. One of Tsunade still has the symptom of fear of blood. Are you really a medical ninja? Although Jinyang knew a lot about things, it was impossible to tell them directly. Ōtsutsuki's apprentice? I don't need you to take care of my affairs, but how old are you? And that kind of power just now? Tsunade was very puzzled. After knowing that Jinyang was Rock Shinobi's person, she didn't know why she breathed a sigh of relief, as if Rock Shinobi was no longer an enemy. It's about 10 years old. As for the strength just now, if you choose to join us Rock Shinobi, you will naturally tell you, but if you don't join us, then there is nothing to say. Let's give the answer now. Do you want to join us Rock Shinobi? Our sincerity has been enough. Jinyang asked, the purpose is to dig the Senju clan, now is the best time. What exactly do you Rock Shinobi want to do? Do you really want our Senju clan to join? You are not afraid of offending Konoha for this. Tsunade has gone through this time, and she no longer regards herself as Konoha. She also knows that even if she finds Jiraiya and the others, except to bring Jiraiya and the others into this whirlpool, nothing else can be done, but she is still wondering, is it really okay to offend Konoha for the sake of a Senju clan? This sale, no matter how you look at it, is not a good deal. Regarding this, Jinyang grinned. Tsunade didn't refuse for the first time, it means there is a play, so it depends on how he plays. Ask everyone for your opinion. Regarding Kushina, do you want to dig it? If you want to dig it, you must set it up. Minato and Kushina are not completely good yet, but they are just a stage of good feelings. Anyway, everyone can give an opinion in the book review area, otherwise, I don't know what to do once. Chapter 17. Any ninja village can be eager for talents, and so is Rock Shinobi. Konoha is famous for being dark. He has always put his own people to death. For example, Konoha's White Teeth is a miserable person. A shadow-level powerhouse, the enemy killed on the battlefield was frightened, and he was killed by a fishing boat, and the reason was only because of a failed mission. Since Konoha doesn't cherish the talents of his village, then we can help them. It is impossible for your Senju clan to survive in Konoha. As long as you still exist, it is a hidden danger. Fear of blood, no one cares about you. A shadow-level powerhouse who has problems with blood is not as good as a genin. It's also because you are no longer threatening, so those guys didn't do anything to you, but now Danzo can no longer tolerate your existence. We hope that you will join, and you have given enough sincerity, and in Konoha, there is also the Senju family. People, you don't want to see the innocent people of the Konoha Senju clan being set on fire by Danzo. Jinyang said the last point. The Senju clan in the village who are not ninjas are now the most troublesome and there is almost no way to save them. Tsunade can only make a decision as soon as possible. When Tsunade heard Jinyang's words, she felt a little bit in her heart. She had no doubt that those of the Senju clan who were not ninjas would definitely be attacked. Danzo even attacked her, not to mention the people in the village, as long as the Senju clan still exists. That is a huge hidden danger. Help me rescue all the Senju clan in the village. Our Senju clan can join you Rock Shinobi, but the premise is that our Senju clan's freedom must be guaranteed. Tsunade didn't want to be the time when his Senju clan had just left the wolf den and entered the tiger den. Yes, but your thoughts are superfluous. We really want to do it to you. It's too easy. But now those people in your village are a trouble. It's not easy to take them along the road. Jinyang still has a little headache. How to get the Senju family out of Konoha? If he directly impacts Konoha, he can easily bring Konoha's people out directly, and no matter who is chasing him, he can directly kill him. But with such a play, the plan of digging the wall behind will become more difficult, and the most important thing is to tear up the skin with Danzo. It's not a good idea to tear your face with Danzo now. In Jinyang's series of plans, whether it is Sarutobi Hiruzen or Danzo is an important point, especially Danzo. Jinyang also needs him to help the people in his village. The significance of the existence of Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a series of analysis, Jinyang basically came to a conclusion, that is, to force Konoha's strength down. Still not speaking, read more at fictionzone.net. Together, these two people reduced Konoha's combat power crazily, and then was on the same level as other Shinobu villages. In fact, problems have already occurred since Senju Hashirama's generation. That guy is almost like when he was fighting a landlord, he called a landlord, holding a pile of bombs in his hand, and then he didn't play cards in every round until the others were done. It's hard to understand. Anyway, these Hokage, Jinyang is indeed quite speechless. But soon, Jinyang thought of a way. I almost know how to do it, but I'll talk to you first. After you are rescued by the Senju clan, at least during the ninja war, you can't appear in everyone's sight again, at least until after the ninja war is over. Jinyang felt that he had to say yes first, not that he couldn't tear his face, but during the Ninja World War it was a good opportunity to brush up on good feelings, so the Senju family should not be exposed for the time being. Of course, such a big family will be exposed sooner or later. During this period, Jinyang also intends to make more use of Danzo, so he will either wait until after the Ninja World War to be exposed, or wait until he is discovered. In short, the Senju family cannot be exposed. I can agree to this condition. Although Tsunade didn't quite understand why Jinyang wanted to do this, she still agreed. By the way, you haven't answered me, how can you help us rescue people? It's very simple. Take advantage of Danzo. Danzo has worked with us before, and the purpose is to kill your Senju clan. When the time comes, the Senju clan on the battlefield can use the missions to make them suspended animation and get out of everyone's sight. As for those in Konoha village, we also need Danzo's help. Let him open a passage for us. Jinyang grinned, Danzo is the key. Anyway, these Senju people are going to die, so Rock Shinobi will simply make up a reason to take these people to study and so on. In short, Danzo will be very happy, and he won't need him to do anything. Send the people out, directly ask Danzo to open a hole, and let the people of Rock Shinobi take away the people of the Senju clan and it's done. Anyway, they did this kind of thing in the original work. When dealing with the Uchiha clan, Akatsuki was also involved. Anyway, there was only one purpose, to destroy the Uchiha clan. It was as simple as that, no matter what the means. After Jinyang said this, Tsunade realized that there is still this kind of technique. I have to say that the guy Danzo is really willing to do this. Not only does this do not spill the dirty water on him, but he can also use Rock Shinobi to help. He removed most of the obstacles. Uchiha, Hyuga, etc. are all obstacles in front of him, and Rock Shinobi is so happy to help, he will naturally agree to it happily. Tsunade at this moment has a complex look. Although Rock Shinobi must have been planning for a long time, Tsunade is more willing to believe in Rock Shinobi than Konoha, and now, other ways to survive have been completely blocked, and there is only one way left. If you can go, you will survive, and if you don't, you will wait for death. So even if she knew this, Tsunade didn't say it. Now there is indeed only one way to go, and if Rock Shinobi is good to the Senju clan, then she won't say much. The big deal is to change the village instead of in it is better to directly transfer to other Shinobu villages to make a living carefully in that disgusting village. Okay, I'm almost resting. Let's go. After Tenten is on, I can't hurry. I can only wait until the afternoon. So let's hurry. Rest and wait until the middle of the night and tomorrow morning. After that, Jinyang said something that Tsunade couldn't understand. Why did he go on his way at night? Anyway, she was confused now. As for Shizune, she was still in a coma. Chapter 18. Why are you on the way at night? Can't you wait until tomorrow morning? Of course not, you'll know it until tomorrow morning. Anyway, you don't want to believe it. Now that you have joined Rock Shinobi, then this is not a secret, but let's wait until tomorrow to explain it. In this way, Tsunade hugged Shizune, and the two hurried on the road. While on the way, Tsunade began to wonder again. The horror of the fighting power that Jinyang broke out before was incredible, but now Jinyang's ability is that nothing more than a Chunin. Even Tsunade felt that he could get rid of Jinyang completely faster. In this way, after midnight, they stopped to rest. Shizune was already awake at this time. After that, Tsunade gave her some vaccinations. Although Shizune still felt a little dazed, he immediately defected. Her only support now is Tsunade, and it is impossible for Tsunade to let her go back, otherwise she will die, so Shizune can be regarded as joining Rock Shinobi. In this way, the latter half of the night passed, and the sun began to rise slowly, and Jinyang's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes after the sun rose, returning to the state that Tsunade saw yesterday afternoon. This is... Tsunade couldn't help but froze for a while, looking at Jinyang with a confused expression. Now it can be explained. Simply put, you treat this thing as a blood inheritance limit, but it is not under my control. It will become very strong during the day and completely invalid at night. Jinyang briefly explained it, but Tsunade felt a little weird. Although there were indeed a lot of blood inheritance limits she had seen before, it was the first time she had seen such a strange blood inheritance as Jinyang. Of course, the real shocking has not yet come. As time goes by, the aura that erupted from Jinyang has become even more terrifying, and it even made Tsunade a little breathless. As for Shizune, he was already covered. Trembling. You'd better stay away from me, my power will change with the sun, and the most terrifying state is at noon, so if you don't want to die, it's better to leave first. Read more at fictionzone.net. After Jinyang said, he heard Tsunade whisper a monster, and then took Shizune away from Jinyang quickly, while Jinyang went to sleep directly. At this time, even if someone attacks him, he will not break the defense. So he simply went to bed. Sleeping can effectively suppress his power, but no matter how you suppress it, this power is also terrifying. Soon it was noon. At this moment, Tsunade felt the horror aura rushing over his face like a mountain, and he retreated again and again. Jinyang's state of horror was simply terrifying to the extreme. Monster, how can there be such a bloodline limit in this world? Even the aura that my grandfather showed when he was angry is completely incomparable to him, it's weird. Tsunade was puzzled at the moment. The aura alone was more terrifying than anyone she had ever seen. She was someone who had seen her grandfather's aura, completely erupted in that horror, but with Jinyang can't compare either. Soon, after noon, Jinyang's momentum began to weaken rapidly and entered a period of weakening. After another hour or two, Jinyang appeared in front of the two of them. Jinyang at this moment is already yesterday. The state that Tsunade saw. Let's go, we have to hurry, your speed is still a little too slow, so I will come. After Jinyang didn't give them time to react, he picked up one in one hand and rushed into the sky, stepping on the little sun and rushing crazy towards the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, without sending Tsunade to Rock Shinobi. Mainly the people of the Senju clan need Tsunade to persuade them, otherwise they are not easy to say, even if there is Katsuyu, it is not as convincing as Tsunade. Furthermore, Jinyang said that it is also pleasing to have two girls around. On the other side, among Konoha, because all the people who came to attack Tsunade were dead, Danzo knew that when it happened, the people were gone, and he didn't even know who moved the hands. He could only suffer a dark loss. Jinyang did not leave any obvious traces, nothing more than the broken ground and messy corpses. He didn't use ninjutsu, so Danzo couldn't find out who used hands from such a place. Send someone to investigate around. Jinyang flew away from the sky, leaving no traces. Danzo who got him was very uncomfortable. This Tsunade ran away and was rescued by someone, but who was the one who saved him? He didn't even know. There is no clue at all. Danzo can only suffer a dumb loss in this matter. On the other side, after a period of rushing, Jinyang finally came to the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, during which he had passed the news to Oyemu, and Oyemu also directly changed hands and gave the information to Danzo. This fellow Onaki, isn't the Senju clan in the war leader enough? But it's okay, I don't need to do it myself. Just as Jinyang thought, Danzo was eager for Onaki to take action against ordinary people of the Senju clan. Although he could send someone to assassinate him, he might still have a handle on him. So Rock Shinobi was willing to do it, and they would naturally not refuse. In this way, on the Rock Shinobi side, Onaki sent part of the power left in the village to Konoha, and began to work on the ordinary people of the Senju clan, taking these people away on the battlefield. Because Tsunade had contacted Senju Shugwang, therefore, the Senju clan no longer flinched. Instead, Iwaya was sent out to do a task at random. In order to do it thoroughly, Onaki asked Danzo to put pressure on them. After all, the people sent by Konoha can't just avoid doing things, and Danzo is also happy, so they are crazy to pressure these people. Rock Shinobi also made a kind of "we want to destroy the Senju clan." That kind of attitude made Danzo feel that his cooperation with Onaki was too right, and Onaki can be said to be very hard-working to help him deal with the Senju family. As for the members of the root organization he sent, they also saw the Senju clan being smashed to death, but how did they know that these people who should have been smashed to death had already been slowly taken over by Rock Shinobi? These Senju clan members, knowing that they had been pitted by the village, were even more angry than Tsunade, and all of them said that they would not be Konoha ninjas. As for the other part of the Senju clan, those who were fished out from Konoha, they are all hidden in a secret base, which is a research base to the outside world. In fact, it is just an ordinary residential area, but it is hidden deep. Chapter 19. There were fewer and fewer Senju clan members on the battlefield. After a few months, the remaining members were taken away in one go. At this moment, in Konoha, the so-called Senju clan no longer exists, and during the period, Jinyang also let the old Zi took these Senju people back to the village first, and then hid in the secret base. The base was very secret. Jinyang felt that no one except White Zetsu could infiltrate. The guards there, but all of them are confidants of Onaki. Since then, the first step of the plan of digging the foot of the wall has been completely completed. The Senju clan obtained it directly, and even now that they have digged the Senju family, Danzo has to thank them very much. This is the highest level of digging the foot of the wall. As for Tsunade, he was also repatriated directly by Jinyang. As for the reason, it is very simple. Now that the first step has been completed, Tsunade stays here, the probability of exposure is too high, and she is a panic, and she can't even use transformation. Technique acts as a medical ninja. Jinyang has already said that he wants to stay and help, at least get his fear of blood disease. So simply sent Tsunade to Rock Shinobi's secret base. Now what Rock Shinobi has to do is to smash the Cloud Shinobi in front of him in an upright manner, and then go to support a wave of Konoha Shinobi in the other two battlefields. While catching a wave of benefits, you can get in touch with the Uchiha and Hyuga clan. Jinyang has already thought about it. The Uchiha clan had better wait until the night of extermination or before the night of extermination, and let these guys experience what despair is. As for the Hyuga clan, it is better to start with the branch house, which is engraved with the branch house of Caged Bird. What they desire most is to get out of the control of the clan, but if they want to release Caged Bird, Jinyang feels that he should take a trip to the moon. Since Caged Bird is a man-made thing, it must also have the ability to dissolve it. Maybe on the moon. After all, there must be a lot of things left by the Ōtsutsuki clan, and they have been completely abandoned. In short, there are still a lot of useful things. The digging plan that took about half a year to complete can temporarily come to an end. As for the other Konoha Shinobi, they are basically finished in this process. As for the roots, they have also been withdrawn. Now it is Rock Shinobi. Take control. So Jinyang took Lao Ziyi to find Yunya without any fear. Unexpectedly, your plan actually succeeded. The old man still thinks it is incredible now that I think about it. If Konoha's guys knew about this, I don't know what the expression would be. Yunya said with a smile on his face. He could see that he was very happy. After all, seeing the prosperity of his village, nothing could be better than this. It's human beings. If you don't do it, how can you know that you can't do it? But now is the time to get rid of these guys, and I have other plans after that. Since Cloud Shinobi has no effect, let them get out of the game as soon as possible. Read more at fictionzone.net. There was a purpose to keep Cloud Shinobi before, but now that the purpose is achieved, Cloud Shinobi has no value at all. How to deal with it? The old man listens to you. Although your kid is not very old, your mind is more terrifying than us old guys. Rock Shinobi didn't think that there was anything wrong with listening to a junior. Rock Shinobi didn't pick it up. Not only Onaki panicked, but he panicked too. Now it's hard to see a talent, how can he suppress it? Senior Iwaya is absurd. In fact, my idea is very simple. Tomorrow morning, I will directly attack Cloud Shinobi's base camp. Not to mention taking them at once. At least they have to fight back. They can force the third Hokage out the most. Not bad. Jinyang's method is simple and rude. It will be done by rushing directly during the day. During the day, no one can stop him. As for the third Hokage, one day he will send the technique. Once he receives the news, if a strong enemy appears, third Hokage will definitely do it. Come out. To be honest, Rock Shinobi has suffered a bit during the past 6 months. After all, there is a gap between the number of strong players and the opposite. Killer Bee is also known as the most perfect Jinchuriki. Even if Lao Ziyi keeps up, it is not the opponent of Eight Tails. AI's strength is also terrifying. Although it is not as good as third Hokage, the combat power is already considerable. With a Hokage assistant, to be honest, Iwata feels a little frustrated, but for the sake of planning, he still resisted the pressure. Now Jinyang intends to take them in one wave. Yunya of course agreed with both hands. Just as Jinyang said before, the village is protected by the village during the day and the village by the village at night. Now is the best time to implement it. In this way, the night passed quietly. Rock Shinobi was actually not at peace, because Iwega gave the command of the total attack at night, making Rock Shinobi's ninjas bewildered and speechless. and they turned on the total attack directly, and it was not sneak attacks at night, but they have to wait until the day when it is easy to be exposed. They are all covered. But the military order is like a mountain, so they can only bite the bullet, but what they don't know is that this time, they are not the main force, there is only one main force, and that is Jinyang. The reason why they are called is actually not what Jinyang meant, but the meaning of Onaki and Iwaya. As the next Ōtsutsuki, Jinyang must show up. So this is the best opportunity to gain prestige. After Jinyang makes any decision, he doesn't need to rely on Ohimu and Iwado. No one will complain if he orders it directly. What's the matter with Rock Shinobi? They dare to launch a general attack? Did they have a problem with their brains? Or is third Ōtsutsuki participating in the battle? It's natural that Cloud Shinobi didn't know about such a big movement, but they were also wondering how Rock Shinobi was suddenly hit with blood. It shouldn't be, and attacking them inexplicably, there is a problem with their brains. As for whether Onaki is here, they are not worried. One day they will send the technique to the battlefield. Third Hokage can rush to the battlefield as soon as possible. It is useless if Ohiki is here. Although the dust is horrible, they can't prevent it, but you have to. Only if you can hit it. Although the power of dust escape is huge, the consumption is also not small, and the speed cannot be said to be fast. Compared with Hokage, which is known for its speed, it is indeed difficult to concentrate on the opponent. In the original work, after third Hokage was cut off from his family, he was besieged by Ono Kisei for 3 days and 3 nights before he died from exhaustion. It can be seen that Chen Dun was completely incapable of such a speed player. The son without mercy. It's Jinyang who's talking about Jinyang. When he meets, he loses the little son, and he doesn't give the other person time to talk. This is ninja war, not the kind of 3 kingdoms period. The Lord will fight first when he meets. Jinyang has never been constrained by form, so he is a big mess when he comes up. Chapter 20. No, what is this? Block this thing. Cloud Shinobi, who hadn't come to remember to speak, saw a little son rushing over, and they were shocked. After AI's exclaim, Killer Bee went directly to the second state of the tail beast, and then he and Jinyang the released little son collided together. Arrogantly burst. Jinyang saw the right time and directly detonated his trick, and instantly the explosion enveloped Killer Bee, as did some ninjas around him, but Killer Bee wouldn't cause trouble, but how could they resist such tricks with flesh and blood? This wave of explosion directly exploded a vacuum zone in Cloud Shinobi's position. If the old man is Cloud Shinobi's person, this should be PD off. It's really informal. Iwaya and others at the back almost laughed to death, and they made a big mess when they met. No one has ever used this kind of gameplay. This situation is like Senju Hashirama, after meeting you, a wooden golem, Uchiha Madara directly, just don't go too far with a muddle-headed face. Tailed Beast Bomb. Since the genius has only been bright for a while now, this kind of explosion seems to be very powerful, but the damage to the Killer Bee in the second state is not very high, and Killer Bee also has a mouth at the moment, and loses a small tailed beast bomb. He was also beaten up in an instant. Now that I think about it, I feel very angry. He simply learns Jinyang's operation and throws it back with a tailed beast bomb. However, in the next second, Jinyang's operation is to put on the battlefield. Everyone stared. I saw Jinyang's big hand directly grabbed, and squeezed the tailed beast bomb that came from the blast in his hand, and then slammed back. The tailed beast bomb rushed back at a faster speed. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi's powerhouses are all green, and Rock Shinobi also has a dumb face. He took the tailed beast bomb and threw it back. I'm afraid that only Susanoo and Wooden Golem can do it, but don't say anything. Jinyang is gone, Susanoo and Wooden Golem have never seen them either. But Jinyang has done this directly with the flesh and blood body, of course, it is not without any cost, that is, his hand has also been bruised. It's always too early, otherwise this kind of attack won't be able to break my defense at all. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang couldn't help but shook his head. It was too early and the power of the sun was released too little, so his hand was injured by the tailed beast bomb. At this moment, the tailed beast bomb exploded directly in the opposite position. Although the attack was Killer Bee played it, but after the tailed beast bomb played it, it was not up to them to say who it was, so this counter-attack made everyone on both sides collectively confused. Don't fight long distance with him, join hands with me. AI put on the lightning-style chakra coat as he said, this kind of technique that simulates the tail beast coat, after practicing to the extreme, it is indeed not weaker than the tail beast, and Killer Bee, who is quite compatible with AI itself, heard this. After speaking, it turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Jinyang. The two figures, one red and one blue, pulled out a series of after-images because they moved too fast. It's not sensible at all to fight close combat. Jinyang almost didn't laugh. His strongest is melee. Killer Bee and AI attacked Jinyang from left to right, while Jinyang used both hands to block and directly blocked the two attacks. Blocked, but was also beaten back for a certain distance. His legs were like plowing two long traces on the ground. The two teamed up, and for a while, Jinyang fell directly into the disadvantage, and the beaten back steadily retreated. However, the offensive and defensive battle between them still dazzled everyone, and they couldn't even see how the two sides acted. They saw a series of terrorist explosions and heard a roar, and the ground was also 3 people. During the fierce battle, one after another huge potholes continued to appear. Originally, the people on both sides shouldn't just look at it like this, but these few attack powers are too strong, they don't dare to lean on it at all. Every time Killer Bee waved its claws and hit the ground it was an explosion, a shock wave. AI's fist also had the same effect. As for Jinyang, it was even more terrifying. He directly produced 2 little suns and squeezed them in his hands and smashed them on the 2 people. The real sun hit the face and hit the 2 for a while. Fear, if the 2 hadn't joined forces, I really didn't know how to deal with this monster. My lord, shall we not help? Some elite jonin can't stand it anymore, and want to break this deadlock, that is, let the powerful ninja participate in the battle, and now they have a 4-tails Jinchuriki and a Ōtsutsuki assistant. You don't need to be involved, you just need to remember that he is a disciple of Ōtsutsuki, and will not accidentally take over as the 4th Ōtsutsuki. This time, you are not here to fight, but to observe. Now it's almost time, everyone. Retreat a bit. Yunya didn't let other people participate in the battle, but glanced at the slowly rising sun, and then ordered everyone to retreat temporarily. The next step was Jinyang's rhythm. Although it was impossible to completely suppress the opponent in a short time, the more after delaying time, Jinyang becomes more terrified. When Cloud Shinobi recovers, Jinyang is estimated to have reached the level of invincibility. It makes people retreat because they don't want to be affected by Jinyang. When Jinyang really bursts out of power, the range of that kind of influence is too large. Why did Rock Shinobi retreat? What's the situation? Don't you want to be the strong man in your own village? The Raikage assistant on the opposite side looked at the slowly retreating Rock Shinobi army with a puzzled look. At this moment, Jinyang in the field suddenly jumped up a bit, directly piercing 2 meters, and his muscles became more terrifying. The little sun, both in size and power, has become bigger. The 2 little suns directly hit the 2 of them, and the little sun pushed them back for a bit, and then exploded directly. 2 huge golden energy balls appeared in the center of the battlefield. After the 2 explosions dissipated, Killer Bee and AI also rushed out, but now they look a little embarrassed. It's not that they can't stop Jinyang's attack, but because Jinyang's strength increased too abruptly, it was too late for them to parry. That guy still hides his strength, so he will be completely beast. I have to use the full form. This is an out-and-out monster. How did Rock Shinobi cultivate such a monster? The tail beast is even more terrifying. At this moment, Jinyang is already a monster among the monsters in AI and Killer Bee's eyes. He resisted the training attacks of the 2 of them. You know, these 2 are not simple things. They are not weak in the shadow level strong. Not to mention practicing hands. But Jinyang can still suppress them and fight, isn't it a monster? It can be called a human-shaped tail beast. No, it seems that the human-shaped tail beast looks down on others. Chapter 21. I know, big brother. After Killer Bee replied, his body soared. In less than 3 seconds, he changed from a small beast to a big monster with a bull-headed octopus. At this moment, Killer Bee has become a complete 8 tails state. The lightning on 4th Raikage has also become more terrifying, the hair has been fully erected, AI has also entered the limit state of lightning-style chakram mode. This state is claimed to be second only to Flying Thunder God in terms of speed. The sun without mercy. X10. 10 small suns rushed towards the 2 in a row. This scene caused everyone's eyelids to start beating quickly. Just 1 or 2 was scary enough. This time, 10 of them were just fine. And the old ZI on Rock Shinobi's mouth is constantly twitching. It seems that the person who took this trick last time is him. At that time, he also used Hyuga to detonate Jinyang's tricks in advance, and Ohimya stopped, otherwise it is estimated that he will become a huge ball and be blasted. Tailed Beast Bomb. However, the strength of 8 tails is always stronger than 4 tails. A rapidly accumulating tailed beast bomb suddenly formed a huge shock wave, blasted to 10 small suns, and 2 huge energy bursts, triggering terrifying hurricanes in all directions. Blowing away, the weaker ones were directly unsteady, and even the aftermath of the explosion had spread to the front of Cloud Shinobi. After seeing this scene, Raikage's assistant finally knew why Rock Shinobi had to withdraw just now. He also ordered immediately, but compared to Rock Shinobi's slow legs, they are more like bereavement dogs, while the opposite Rock Shinobi are almost a bit close. Laugh to death. 2 huge bursts of energy continued for more than 10 seconds, and finally dissipated. At this moment, the 3 strong on the field, Jinyang's clothes have also become tattered, and Killer Bee is also a little embarrassed, but the beast is always a tail beast, and even Jinyang has no way to compare its self-healing ability. After all, this force from the sun is almost always in battle, and self-healing is also available, but it is not strong. As for AI, he was directly blocked by 8 tails' huge body, so he didn't seem to be embarrassed by the other 2 at this moment. There is not enough time. Sure enough, let's delay it. The next outbreak will almost completely suppress them. Although embarrassed, Jinyang doesn't care at all. He just needs to drag on for a while now. After the 3 of them fight again and form a group, Jinyang's power has become stronger and stronger, even directly grasping 8 tails. The tail rounded the opponent's huge body directly, and smashed it to the ground fiercely, and Little Sun didn't want money to throw it away. Read more at fictionzone.net. Keep going back, it is estimated that the next stage will be reached soon. At this moment, Jinyang's height is more than just 2 meters. He has rushed to about 2 meters and 5 meters. He has become a little giant, and the golden flames have started to burn on him. Very good, now the next round is on. Jinyang's strength skyrocketed once again, and he flew the Ike hammer in burst mode for thousands of meters with one punch. The huge body of Killer Bee was also directly stepped on the ground by Jinyang with a kick, and a round shape was formed. Giant pit. How can it be? Whether it was Killer Bee or AI, such a thought erupted in their hearts. Unbelievably, Jinyang's strength has become stronger and stronger, and even surpassed the 2 of them in an instant. He is completely a monster. This guy is too strong, you and the other kid are not rivals, so quickly let someone notify 3rd Raikage, otherwise you won't even be able to escape. In Killer Bee's spiritual world, 8 tails also looked terrified. It was the first time he had seen such a human being. Sage of 6 Paths was not so reckless. Sage of 6 Paths may be stronger, but Jinyang, this kind of purely physical, reckless existence, he really has never seen it. Their tail beasts and the 3rd Raikage he admires are not so reckless. I know, but this kind of thing shouldn't require me to notify others, and I can't get out of it. Killer Bee is also in a cold sweat. As he said, the 2 are not opponents when they join forces. After seeing Jinyang's strength skyrocketing again, Raikage's assistant has already asked 3rd Raikage to notify 3rd Raikage. Dish. Even though he is also a strong shadow rank, but these 3, each of them is extremely reckless, his strength, it is estimated that he will be destroyed, including Rock Shinobi's Rock Tooth. The shadow rank is strong. It is also divided into quality. Because of the existence of Tiansong technique, the information was sent to Cloud Shinobi Village in an instant. After seeing the news, 3rd Hokage, apart from anything else, directly took the Tiansong technique and rushed to the battlefield. With this kind of technique, other people will not die and will be seriously injured, but he can rely on his own body and chakra to resist this kind of attack. It can only be said to be Cloud Shinobi, a reckless man. At this moment, 3rd Hokage, who came to the battlefield, was almost not shocked by the scenes on the battlefield. He thought he actually saw 8 tails being pulled back and forth by a person on the ground constantly. It was called a miserable, and his son Ai was even rushing. It was hammered up 2 or 3 times, and as for Hokage's assistants, he was already lying next to him. During the time he arrived, Hokage's assistants saw the 2 of them being violently beaten by Jinyang and couldn't stand it anymore, so he left the game and felt that he could start from the start, but after going up, he was divided by Jinyang 3 times and 5 times. Second, he was beaten to death. Daddy hasn't come yet? Will be over if this continues. Ai is bleeding all over at this moment, and several ribs have been broken. Even his lightning-style chakra can't resist Jinyang's attack, and this is because Jinyang's most of his attention is on 8 tails. The tails of 8 tails were all removed by Jinyang. In short, they are a tragic word shining brightly now. Ai, you guys step back. Just when Ai felt desperate, a figure rushed past him at a speed faster than him, and then took the form of a hand knife in his palm, stabbed Jinyang straight, and stabbed Jinyang directly. But in the next second, 3rd Hokage was also blinded. Hell burst into 4 gang hands. This is his signature skill. Although it is only 4 gang hands, the power is also terrifying. Even Jinyang's defense can't be penetrated. What the hell is this? 3rd Hokage? When did you like sneak attacks so much? After throwing away the 8 tails in his hand, Jinyang slammed 3rd Hokage directly into the head, like a grand slam, directly blasting 3rd Hokage into the ground. It's a hard defense. Compared to your son, your defense is indeed stronger. Jinyang was also a little surprised to find that his attack hadn't blasted the defense of 3rd Hokage. Chapter 22. Ai, take everyone and retreat, and leave quickly. Although the defense has not been blasted off directly, 3rd Hokage has also seen Jinyang's terrorist power. If this continues, he can't hold it much. His defense is related to chakra, and he wants to resist such a terrorist attack. It is also costly. Jinyang gave him the feeling that it was even more terrifying than the 8 tails who had gone violently before. With that kind of aura and oppression, he felt that his cold sweat was about to shed. Now he can only let other people go quickly, drag the monster himself, and then find a chance to get out. Father. Hearing this, Ai couldn't calm down. He was not the kind of companion who likes to abandon himself, let alone his father. Leave quickly, the old man will find time to get away, you will only cause me trouble here. 3rd Hokage let out an angry roar, and Ai finally took the others and left quickly. My lord, don't we chase it? The people on Rock Shinobi's side started to feel restless after seeing this scene. This was an opportunity to beat the dog in the water. Chasing? You tell me how to chase so far? Also, there are 2 of them blocking the way? You can rush to me and I have no opinion. Looking at the more violent fluctuations than before, Jinyang is speechless. He wants to chase after him, but can he catch up now? Because Jinyang and the others are making too much noise, both of them have moved far back, which is not practical at all. And the elite Jonin who opened his mouth saw that the center and 3rd Hokage shook their heads abruptly after they hit Jinyang. How can they chase? From here, I'm afraid it's not going to die. As for the detour, it's not practical. When I go around, the other side will be gone, so in the end they can only give up. It's really great to stay behind, but have you ever thought that you might die? Jinyang suddenly raised a finger, and in 3rd Hokage's somewhat puzzled eyes, he instantly created a huge sun with a diameter of 3 meters. Read more at fictionzone.net. Let me see how strong your defenses are. The merciless sun. The sun went down. This time, it was not just an explosion, but the power of a nuclear explosion directly. A huge golden red ball rose up, accompanied by a mushroom cloud, and energy fluctuations moved in all directions. Breakout. 3. Is third Hokage still alive? Seeing the power of the explosion, Lao Zi was embarrassed. Before, he thought that a small sun with 10 bursts was enough, but this big sun seemed even more terrifying. Maybe, this kid is really scary. It seems that there is still a long time before noon. It is already so scary now. How strong should this be at noon? Looking at the sun in the sky, Jinyang couldn't understand it. Before, I just felt terrified, but now it's a bit too terrifying, too exaggerated, but he also believes what Hokage said. During the day, Jinyang can keep it alone. A village. After the explosion dissipated, there was already a huge pit with a diameter of more than a kilometer on the ground at this moment, and Jinyang was still standing in the field with a golden flame. As for the third Hokage, it had been scorched to black. Isn't it dead? What a tenacious vitality! Looking at third Hokage who hadn't died but was seriously injured, Jinyang was a little surprised. It really deserves to be third Hokage. It's no wonder that Naruto's operation was as fierce as a tiger, but he found that he could not break the defense. This defense was indeed terrifying. Strange, monster, old man. Even if the old man dies here, it will hold you back. Although third Hokage's body was scorched, his right hand turned into a hand knife again, and then suddenly put away the other fingers, leaving only one, and burst out the strongest spear, a consistent hand. This move, Jinyang also knew that he had cut off the 8 tails of 8 tails in an instant, and used the attack to the extreme. It was also the peak level existence of the non-Ōtsutsuki clan. The strongest spear, I should be able to use this trick now, third Hokage, you can also taste my trick, although it can't exert the strongest power, it is even reluctant to use it, but it can be used. Used. Holy Spear. As the strength skyrocketed again, Jinyang stretched out a finger again, but on this finger, all the strength of his body was gathered. This trick itself is the Holy Spear Ace Kano used by Ace Kano in that minute of self-domination, but Jinyang does not have the narcissism that Ace Kano becomes stronger, so this trick is simply called the Holy Spear did not bear his own name. Jinyang didn't have much emotional changes. Although the area will change a little bit and become more cold, it will not become as arrogant as Ace Kano to the extreme. The Holy Spear condensed at one point, and poked towards the consistent hand that third Hokage poked, and then in the incredible expression on third Hokage's face, he directly broke his consistent hand, and then a burst of golden energy formed a line. The shock wave submerged the third Hokage directly, and the golden energy rushed back dozens of kilometers, leaving a huge shock mark on the ground before disappearing. At this moment, the third Hokage, there is no more scum that has been poked by Jinyang. After playing this trick, terrifying temperatures continued to rise on the ground, and the surrounding air was burnt and distorted, but although Jinyang used this trick, the terror energy on his body was not weakened at all, but it became more terrifying. The burning range directly rushed to a radius of 100 meters, forming a huge vacuum zone, filled with golden flames. There is no way to continue pursuing. The first time I use the power to this level, I will almost run away if I continue. There is no suppression by the artifact. Just the power that bursts out at this time is difficult to control. If it is noon when you try your best, it is estimated that the energy will be completely gone. Although the system produced will not burn itself like Ace Kano, it is still very troublesome if it is not completely controlled. At this moment, according to the time, it should be almost 10:30. It is difficult for Jinyang to suppress this force. If it is used at noon, Jinyang can't imagine what will happen. The faster the change, even changing by minute. Senior Jinyang, take the others away first, I will rest here for a while. After screaming at Jinyang, Jinyang sat cross-legged on the ground, but the golden flame on his body still didn't converge. Let's go, now we have nothing to do, it's really scary, it's still a while away from noon. After Iwado finished speaking, he took the others and left. At this moment, everyone in Rock Shinobi knew that a strong man in his own village was so powerful that he directly stabbed third Hokage with a finger, and the title of the strongest spear was also it changed hands directly. Chapter 23. After Rock Shinobi retreats, Iwaya thought for a while or let Lao Zi take some umbu around to watch, just in case, although I know Jinyang is terrifying, the reason why accidents are called accidents, it was because it was abrupt, so he didn't dare to gamble. But the Laozi and these umbus that were left behind have not only retreated over time, because this terrifying pressure is getting stronger and stronger, almost as if the sun is falling on the ground, incomprehensible and unimaginable. They even think they are not. How could there be such a terrifying power after being caught in the illusion? Finally, after the noon time passed, this coercion began to quickly retract. After a few more hours, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the terrifying coercion finally disappeared completely, and Jinyang's height at the moment was maintained at 2 meters. I almost can't control it. Before I took full control, although this force wouldn't hurt me, the stronger the force I used, the harder it was to control. It was really troublesome. It's almost the limit now. Fortunately, I didn't do it this time. Useless work. Jinyang took a look at the percentage progress, killed third Hokage, and defeated several shadow-level powerhouses. The power he can control has reached 7%. Although this number is not very much, it can be used at night, and it can also be used during the day. He can control this part of the power perfectly. He now knows it, and he only needs to find the strong to fight, defeat, and kill the opponent, and he will rise. Otherwise, I use my own power to control it, and it has only risen by 1% in a few years. No wonder Ace Kano has been unable to control this power for so long since he was a child, and he always thought it was too strong. Old Zi Senior? Why are you still here? After leaving the devastated battlefield, Jinyang saw Lao Zi and some umbu, and asked in surprise. It's not because of you. To ensure your safety, Senior Yunya let us wait for you, but it seems that you won't have any problems. It's really hard to imagine. At that point in time, you can play that level. Strength. Fortunately, I didn't continue to fight with you, otherwise it would be miserable. Lao Zi kept feeling that Jinyang was too strong, and he was desperate if he was strong. Perhaps, who knows? You are not the enemy of other villages. Why should I be cruel to you? Go back first. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang said indifferently, and then led everyone back to Rock Shinobi camp. After returning to Rock Shinobi's camp, Jinyang felt a lot of admiration and even looked with fear. Jinyang didn't care about this. When he took a few more shots, these people naturally knew that his power was controllable. Even if it was difficult to control, it wouldn't hurt him. The reason why Jinchuriki is terrible is because they can't fully grasp the power of the tail beast, so they often run violently, but Jinyang will not. He will leave when the time is up, and will not cause too much trouble to others. So now the people who fear him are only a small part, but most of them are worshippers. If there is such a strong person, it is really scary to kill the strong person of third Hokage as Ōtsutsuki. This is really scary. Who does not want his own village is the strong man a bit better. Because of this, most people admire Jinyang quite a bit. After countless such gazes, Jinyang came to the camp. At this moment, Iwaya and several elite jonin were already waiting here. Master Jinyang, Master Zi. After Jinyang and Lao Zi came in, these elite jonin stood up collectively and said hello. This is the benefit of having strength. Faced with the terrifying power of Jinyang, these elite jonin know it, as long as Jinyang can't get out. The question is, fourth Ōtsutsuki's position will be his in the future, so he didn't run away, so there is nothing wrong with being respectful. You are finally back, sit down, we are discussing how to deal with the next thing. Although third Hokage is dead, but the large group of Cloud Shinobi has not lost too much, so there is still the possibility of continuing to fight with us. Yunya opened his mouth and said about his own analysis. The death of third Hokage may have extinguished this war, but it is also more likely to inspire the others' desperate thoughts. After all, third Hokage is Ai's father. Once third Hokage dies, Ai will be in power, killing his father's hatred. This is not easy to remove. Fight hard, give Cloud Shinobi a word, either surrender or die, choose one of the two. Jinyang wouldn't get used to them. He killed the third Hokage. These guys are not funny. He doesn't mind killing two more. As for the plot or something, go to hell, he is planning to hollow out Konoha's corner. What is the plot to speak of? Just waiting for your words, the old man will let someone send the news. Yan Ya smiled, and now I'm waiting for Jinyang, a man with invincible combat power, to speak, otherwise, to be honest, he would also be frightened by Jinyang's power and dare not drive Jinyang casually. This is the advantage of having absolute power. After that, Yan Ya asked people to send the letter with the Earth clone. He didn't want his person to be killed by others. Although the messenger should not be killed, but the family is getting angry, Yan Ya will not let the people in his village go to die in vain. Although it retreated a long way and separated from the border, it was impossible for Cloud Shinobi to go back directly. In this war, he was reconciled to lose, especially the third Raikage was sacrificed. This information was lost. Umbu, who remained behind, saw it and sent it back. Among the entire Cloud Shinobi troops, only Ai and others knew the news and directly blocked it. Otherwise, the hearts of the people would collapse in an instant. A hole, damn rock Shinobi, who wants us to surrender, or die if we don't surrender, Lao Zi can't spare them. At this moment, Ai, who was holding the letter in his hand, had anger burning in his eyes, and the letters in his hand had been torn to pieces. The enemy of killing his father, the other side even asked them to surrender. Is it possible? Brother, calm down, we have no chance of winning if we don't calm down. Killer B is calmer, after all, he and Ai are just brothers and not real brothers, so the death of third Raikage Killer B does not have such feelings as Ai. Hi. I know, then, I'll be calm, that monster, I don't believe that there is no way to stop him. Contact the village and ask them to send the 6 ninjas, this is the only one of us hope. Killer B is still very useful. Although he is not a real brother, AIK regards Killer B as his own brother. The brotherhood in this world is indeed a bit strange, giving people a very philosophical atmosphere, especially Cloud. These guys Shinobi are all good materials for philosophy. Chapter 24. 6 ninjas? It seems to be feasible, so I will send someone to tell the village to send things over. After hearing Ai's words, Killer B's eyes lit up. 6 ninjas are a good thing. Even 8 tails can be easily sealed. Jinyang should also be unfavorable. This is the ninja used by Sage of 6 Paths. Do you really think this kind of thing is useful? In the spiritual world of Killer B, 8 tails asked a little uncertainly, is this kind of thing really useful? In other words, can it really be used? The feeling Jinyang gave him was almost the same as when he faced Sage of 6 Paths back then. The 6 Paths ninja is good, but it is not invincible. After all, this is something made by the 6 Paths. These ninjas also have an upper limit, so 8 tails believes that this is not very hopeful. Whether it is possible or not, I can only do this now. Although the eldest brother seems to have calmed down, he is still angry. All we can do now is to do what he wants. After the big deal, we will surrender. Killer B said indifferently, he was not the one who made the decision, even if he was not very confident, but he said nothing. Everything is dominated by AI. After listening to Killer B, 8 tails no longer speaking, there is really nothing to say. He only hopes that Jinyang will not be reluctant, at least leave them a way to survive, and if they are killed, he can only run away with Killer B as much as possible. In short, he thinks that Cloud Shinobi will. It was a bet once. Jinyang at this moment does not know Cloud Shinobi's plan against him, and he won't care if he knows it. Perhaps these 6 ninjas will have an effect on his starting point, but once it's noon, any seal is useless. He just needs to think, even the planetary devastation that made the moon could not contain him in this world. Unless these guys can simulate the night like Demon Chandler, even the seal is of no use, let alone the current Jinyang can use 7% of the power in the dark state. In conjunction with the illusion, even if it is at night, Jinyang is also invincible, so it is completely worthwhile. Early the next morning, Rock Shinobi once again crushed the situation, but to their surprise, the other party didn't even have the intention of running away. Instead, they met them, but the sharp-eyed people still saw those very special things. Ninja. It's 6 ninjas. These things are rumored to be ninjas used by Sage of 6 Paths. It looks like they plan to use these ninjas against you. Iwata's eyes are sharp, and he can recognize it at a glance. After all, powerful ninjas are not common in Naruto World. Basically, everyone relies on their strength to eat. There are very few powerful ninjas, 10-punch sword, Uchiha group fan, and 6 ninjas. Box of Bliss, these things are also very rare, not everyone can get it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Don't worry, if it is genuine, I will turn my head and leave, but these fakes are a lot of rubbish. Jinyang didn't care at all, but his words made the people next to him look dumbfounded. What is a genuine product and what is a fake? Isn't this stuff like 6 ninjas? They really didn't understand what Jinyang said. Although they don't understand, Jinyang won't explain it. The original manga author made reference to the things in Journey to the West. Although the effect is good, the imitations are imitations, which are really in myths. In that case, Jinyang is really going to kneel, but these imitations are not yet a threat to him. Monster, come out for a fight. AI and Killer Bee walked out with a few ninjas. Jinyang is also true. He intends to give each other this opportunity, mainly because they have a set of this kind of things in their hands, and the amber purifying bottle only needs to respond to each other's words. Will be sucked in. As for the other things, they all have the conditions to activate, and once they are entangled, it will be troublesome to death. Jinyang can't guarantee that he can resist such things, so simply give them the opportunity to use it. Then it will be truly desperate. Beginning. Give you a chance, surrender now, we can ask for a little less. If you wait until you use these things and then surrender, we won't give you a chance to go back. Jinyang simply threatened, but AI who heard Jinyang's words was furious, and directly activated the 6 ninjas. After seeing AI's situation, Jinyang shook his head. If you can't tell, don't blame him. Don't give face, surrender and be defeated, these are two concepts, the former can pay less, but the latter, Jinyang will not give them face. So after AI activated the amber purifying bottle, Jinyang responded to him without hesitation, and then the person was sucked in and sealed, and the thing was just like a jar. After the successful launch of Ninja, the people on both sides couldn't help but froze, because it was too weird and unbelievable. AI and Killer Bee had already completed 4 battles to seal each other's consciousness. They even made up the brain for many battles, but each time the brain made up was basically a scene where people can be sealed after 9 deaths, but now, the facts have proved that daydreaming is not good. Jinyang took the initiative to let them in. What is this operation? Haven't seen it before, shouldn't it be so simple? So at this moment, the battlefield of tens of thousands of people has become deadly silent. Everyone is staring at the amber purifying bottle in front of AI. Is it so easy to use? Is this sealed in? Killer Bee felt untrue. He almost beat them to death yesterday. Although he is healed now, AI's ribs are not repaired so easily. Looking at the amber bottle at this moment, whether it is him, AI or 8 Tails all feel unreal. Ha 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 ha, great, the arrogant monster actually took the initiative to recruit, Rock Shinobi, I see how you will fight us this time, this monster is gone. AI couldn't help laughing. After the seal was over, just wait for the monster to be wiped away slowly in the seal. It was not too comfortable. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I hope that kid won't play off, otherwise trying to get him out of it is not a simple thing. Yunya is also a bit speechless. Knowing Jinyang's plan, he dare not say that he must be able to hold it when several kinds of endurance tools are present. It is estimated that he will be sucked in by the amber net bottle if he is not sucked in by the gourd. But Jinyang didn't resist. It was too arrogant to respond directly to the other party so simply, but Jinyang also told them in advance, so they didn't make any mistakes, they could only wait and see the situation. Chapter 25. Boom. Just when AI laughed wildly and planned to attack Rock Shinobi directly, he suddenly heard a dull sound, like someone knocking on the wall through the wall. The sound was not small. Under doubt, AI looking at Killer Bee, it seems that only Killer Bee can make a sound here. And Killer Bee also had a look of doubt. He thought it was the voice from his own brother, but after both sides looked at each other in doubt, suddenly there was a bad feeling, both of them seeped in their foreheads. The sweat bead, then turned to look at the amber clean bottle that sealed Jinyang just now. Boom! Just at this moment, the amber Jing bottle made another dull sound, and even shook it a few times. Fake it, isn't it? Is that guy still attacking the amber purifying bottle inside? I was shocked. Both Killer Bee and AI were shocked. After this special was sealed in, it still kept attacking the seal, even shaking the bottle of amber. What kind of player is this? Is it so excessive? Boom boom boom. Just as AI and Killer Bee watched this scene with great horror, the amber bottle started to rattle crazily again, the sound became faster and denser, and even fell directly on the ground and rolled all over the floor. This weird scene made the Cloud Shinobi ninjas who had cheered like fire ducks caught in their necks, making a hoarse hiss, while the originally depressed Rock Shinobi ninjas became hopeful again. The teams of close to 20,000 people on both sides just stared straight at the amber bottle that kept rolling around in the field. This was the key to this war. Now this scene is very weird, think about it carefully, the two sides on the battlefield are staring at a chaotic pot in the center without any action. Isn't this weird? In short, the scene fell into a weird atmosphere for a while, and everyone didn't even dare to breathe too loudly, but soon the bottle stopped directly. Read more at fictionzone.net. This is, give up. After seeing the bottle not moving and making no sound, both AI and Killer Bee in a cold sweat came up with this idea, but they obviously thought too much. This was not because Jinyang gave up, but because the time had just arrived. It became stronger again, so he interrupted his attack frequency. Just as AI and Killer Bee breathed a sigh of relief, a louder muffled noise came. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear on the top of the amber net bottle, and golden light burst out of it. Boom! In the end, there was a loud noise, and the amber bottle was directly exploded to pieces, and Jinyang appeared on the battlefield again. Although it is a fake, the quality is still quite good. It has withstood my attacks so many times, but the fake is always a fake and can't be put on the table. Looking at the fragments on the ground, Jinyang said with disdain, AI and Killer Bee almost vomited blood, but their village has always regarded this thing as a treasure. Okay, now it is worthless to be devalued by Jinyang. This is too much, but they happened to have nothing to refute Jinyang. After all, the amber purifying bottle had become fragments in one place. We surrendered. Facing Jinyang, this humanoid fierce beast, they were already powerless to resist, and even the amber bottle was directly broken. What else did they play with? They couldn't play it anymore. I gave you the opportunity just now, but unfortunately you did not cherish it. Of course, I am a very democratic person. I am not suitable for negotiation or something. Someone will talk to you later, but now give me these things in your hands. Hand it over. Jinyang said, surrender, it's okay. I don't bother to continue playing, but first leave the good things in my hand before talking. Although he doesn't use it, other people at Rock Shinobi will use it. It's a good thing. As a member of Rock Shinobi, I naturally want to improve the combat power of my village, so good things cannot be let go. Impossible, this is a ninja that has been handed down from the age of Sage of Six Paths. How could AI directly hand it over, and said a lot of things, but the meaning was very clear, which means that this thing is our heirloom, and it is impossible to want it. Die or leave something, choose one by yourself. I said just now, once I defeat you, then you don't want to be kind. Regardless of what AI said, Jinyang was a light-hearted sentence. Either die or leave something behind. Suddenly AI was dumbfounded. It was a very sad and angry person. If he was alone, he would choose to fight Jinyang to the end. It didn't matter if he died, but now there was still a village waiting for him to lead him, so in the end, AI compromised. Isn't it nice to be so early? I have to be squeaky and crooked, waste time. Jinyang jumped out again, and AI really couldn't hold it this time. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, looking at Jinyang angrily, but there was no way to speak and he could only be dingy. Killer Bee took him and ran back. Things are okay, Senior Yunya, please keep them. In addition, the negotiation is up to you. Remember to have more things. Anyway, they have no way to fight us now. They are the ones who want to fight. They will die. They can open as much as they can. If you don't agree, fight until you take it. Jinyang said rightly and simply, and Yan Ya and the others gave Jinyang a thumbs up with a smile, simple, straightforward, and efficient. Although it really shocked them just now, but fortunately there is no danger. Yan Ya swears that this is the most simple war he has ever participated in, and he has never seen such a simple war. In fact, Jinyang said that he can do more simply. If he really needs it, he can directly hit the other people's base camp to convince the opponent directly. This half a year is considered to be a lot of ink. If it weren't for the purpose of digging out the Senju clan, he would be one of them. The war can be ended in just a week. How can there be so much nonsense? Let's leave it to us next. We are all prepared for the defeat agreement. It just so happens that third Hokage is dead. I should take over as fourth Hokage. You don't need to wait for others to sign the agreement. Just negotiate here. Like you said, no matter what the conditions are, you can fight if you don't agree. Iwata said that it's never been so straightforward. The next negotiation is even simpler. If you don't agree, he will fight. Of course, he will control a good degree. At least he will not let Cloud Shinobi jump over the wall, but it will make them feel bad. There will definitely be. Chapter 26. Ha 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 ha, this kid is really amazing. He killed third Hokage directly, and also defeated Cloud Shinobi by the way. Summoning was used to send the information back to the village. Onaki, who learned the news, was a happy one. This is a person sitting at home, happily coming from the sky. Since Rock Shinobi's failure to pick up the blue and yellow, he has been worried to death. His son Huang too. It is cultivated as the next generation of Ōtsutsuki, but the strength of Lois is not up to the standard, even the brains are not up to the standard. Although it has the strength of the elite Jonin, it is already at the limit. It is impossible to move forward and reach the limit. In addition, it is the Elmwood head, and Oyemu is dying of anxiety. The appearance of Jinyang gives him hope. A few years ago, when Jinyang proposed a new theory, he started to implement it, and got a lot of sweetness from it. Now it is Jinyang alone who suppresses the entire Cloud Shinobi not daring to move. This kind of terrorist ability, I met Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But Onaki also had to admire Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. These two people showed a direct fault-like growth at the beginning, and other people who were overwhelmed could not breathe. Onaki felt that his village was finished at the time. But one of the two hands was holding Wang Zhan, and the other holding the four twos. They actually started fighting each other. It was like fighting against the landlord when the three peasants did not aim at the landlord. Instead, they were fighting each other. The landlord looked dumbfounded. At that time, other ninja villages were like this. Senju Hashirama could conquer the entire ninja world with one hand, but this product did not invade, but wanted to play sustainable development and live together peacefully. At that time, it shocked a lot of people's eyes. Then Senju Hashirama had a fight with Uchiha Madara inexplicably, and then both died. He didn't know Konoha's situation at the time, but he only knew one thing, that is, their entire Rock Shinobi was stunned by this god's operation. It is said that Konoha has talents. This is indeed correct. Such talents are really not found with a lantern. Now Jinyang seems to have become a new god of the ninja world, of course he only thinks so. As for other villages, it takes time to prove it. Anyway, he thinks the hat of the god of the ninja world on Jinyang's head will wear it securely. Even third Hokage was beheaded? It really makes people speechless. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, in Ōtsutsuki's office, besides Onaki, there is another strange woman. This woman is naturally Tsunade who uses transformation technique. Jinyang is familiar with Tsunade's personality, so she directly asked her to beat Ohiki. After all, this is the future 5th Hokage, which is still very powerful in this area, and the reason for doing this is to stabilize Tsunade and the others, letting them know that Rock Shinobi is not lying to them, but really needs them. Let Tsunade enter the Ōtsutsuki office directly. Is there anything more sincere than this? So Jinyang's control of people's hearts and the courage of this method even admire Oyemu. To be honest, if Jinyang hadn't convinced him, he wouldn't let Tsunade enter his office if he was killed, let alone let Tsunade interfere. A lot of rock shinobi develops the above things. However, Jinyang did this because of his strength and understanding of the plot. Otherwise, he would not have these two things. He would not dare to let Tsunade intervene in the development of rock shinobi. Everything was based on his strength and familiarity with the plot. Of course, Onaki is also very satisfied with Tsunade's performance. He found that Tsunade saw some things more thoroughly than him. Although he has rich experience, both of them have their own specialties, so this allows him to be better. The village has been developed, and now he regards Jinyang as a treasure. This is a super treasure, not only can dig people's corners, but also has unparalleled combat power. This kid is quite scary. Even the old man has only experienced the strongest aura, but how is your fear? It is not a wise move to keep such a weakness. Onaki looked at Tsunade and asked, knowing that Tsunade had panic attacks, he almost stared out his eyes. Who is Tsunade? After Konoha implemented the medical ninjas directly into the team, other villages followed suit. Facts have proved that equipping medical ninjas is indeed more beneficial to development. But it is such a person with unparalleled medical ability, that he will suffer from panasemia. This is the most speechless. I can resist part of it for the time being. Give me a while and there should be no problem. Tsunade's complexion became even more complicated when she said that. She also gave up on Konoha, after which Jinyang forcibly rushed into her life, and Jinyang directly asked her to perform violent poison therapy. This kind of therapy is very simple. Take a period of time every day and show me the blood to fight poison with poison. You can use whatever you fear to stimulate. Jinyang said that he can't play the original Naruto gameplay, but he can change it to another one. Method. Plus Tsunade figured out some things, so he started to recover slowly. Tsunade is very satisfied with Rock Shinobi's life. The members of their family are here and will not be persecuted. Although they cannot show up for the time being, people who can transform into transformation technique can wander around in Iwagakure without any restrictions. And he changed directly and became one of Rock Shinobi's high-level staff. Tsunade also had to admire that Rock Shinobi's people are really thirsty for talents. If she still runs away, it would be really unpopular. Compared to Konoha's extreme decay, the more Tsunade compares, the more she feels that she has to throw away the goods, but she also knows that it will be a little troublesome in the follow-up, but Jinyang's current explosive power makes her completely lost worries. It is estimated that Jinyang is not enough to fight, but he has suppressed a person from Shinobu village alone, or he has suppressed the opponent with force. It is simple and rude. If you refuse to accept it, you will fight, and you will be convinced by the fight. Now Rock Shinobi is prosperous up and down, and it is developing towards the good side. But when this kid spreads to other Shinobi villages, the other Shinobi villages feel uncomfortable. Konoha is better. This time, Rock Shinobi is an ally, but Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi are tragic. Because they did not join Cloud Shinobi and Rock Shinobi, Konoha was a little bit autistic when playing 1-on-2. Especially on Sand Shinobi's side, the strength was inherently weak. Minato, a flying thunder god, would let all the movie-class powerhouses. They were all held back, and Jinchuriki couldn't move out. It was a tragedy. Now that the bad news comes, it is even more deadly. Once Rock Shinobi comes to support Konoha again, Sand Shinobi is still playing a fart and can directly surrender. Chapter 27. Master Madara, the information that Rock Shinobi has been unable to detect has been obtained, and you will definitely be interested. Some of Jinyang's information has been spread to the entire ninja world, and White Zetsu already knows. Before White Zetsu was close to Jinyang, a day must die during the day, so the news did not have time to come back, and now, Jinyang's information is finally leaked. 10 years old? Killed third Raikage. At this moment, Uchiha Madara's face has become a little exciting. What was he doing when he was 10 years old? Whether it is him or Senju Hashirama, both of them have emerged in the later stage. Even if the combat power is strong before, it is a normal stage. But Jinyang has now directly refreshed his 3 views, and immediately destroyed the third Raikage at the age of 10. Even the 6 ninjas have exploded. This is an excellent blood succession limit. Although it is very strong, it is not worthy of attention. In the face of the power of the 6 Daos, these are not problems. Uchiha Madara is a self-reliant person. Basically, he has the feeling that he knows some great secret, and then he talks to Senju Hashirama about the extreme in the second and then runs away. Yes, by the way, Senju Hashirama caught a wave. Then he carried out a series of plans, which gave people the feeling that the second male protagonist knew something more than others, and then felt that he was the son of destiny and started his savior plan. Uchiha Madara is like this. All chakras started from Sage of 6 Paths mother Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and he also knew that his blood originated from Sage of 6 Paths, so he felt that everything except Ōtsutsuki blood, no matter what it was, blood succession boundary is rubbish. Even if Jinyang can kill 3rd Raikage at the age of 10, he doesn't care. Continue to pay attention to the Uchiha clan. I need to find someone who executes the plan among the Uchiha clan. As for the rock shinobi people, there is no need to continue to pay attention. No matter how strong, he can't go beyond the limit. The so-called limit of Uchiha Madara is the existence of the Ōtsutsuki clan. They are the ancestors of chakra, and the boundary of blood inheritance evolved slowly from other people. To put it bluntly, what you play is left over from other people's play. What is the comparability? Read more at fictionzone.net. I see, Lord Madara, he has decided on a person, but he is still too weak, but he is very suitable for your requirements, and possesses a bond that other Uchiha clan members hardly possess. After White Zetsu finished talking about Jinyang, he began to tell Uchiha Madara about Uchiha Obito. According to Uchiha Madara's request, a member of the Uchiha clan was needed, and he could not be too deep in his mind, and he needed to have enough bonds. With these few conditions, White Zetsu focused on Uchiha Obito, who had enough bonds, was weak, and was second, simple, which all met Uchiha Madara's requirements. This child, maybe, but there are still some things to do. Think of a way to make him suspended animation once, and then bring people back. After Uchiha Madara finished speaking, he continued to close his eyes, and left the rest to White Zetsu to handle it himself. As White Zetsu plunged into the ground again, the cave fell into a dead silence again. If Jinyang heard Uchiha Madara, he would laugh to death. The reason Uchiha Madara would think so was not because his vision stayed in this world. As for Jinyang, the grace of the sun in his body has completely exploded, and he can sweep the whole world without mastering him. He has to kneel down in front of him with the 6 levels, let alone master this power, and besides mastering this power, after he fully grasps this power, he can also obtain other powers. The power of Naruto World is not weak in countless worlds, but it is not strong, but Uchiha Madara certainly does not know these things. Jinyang has no thoughts about Uchiha Madara. His only goal is to dig Konoha. Corner of the wall. So now his goal is placed on Konoha's other 2 big families, Uchiha and Hyuga. After the Uchiha clan thinks over and over again, Jinyang feels that it can be recruited, but it must be subdued and tamed, but this is very difficult, so he decided now, even if you want to dig the Uchiha clan, you must abandon some rotten guys when necessary. It just so happens that Uchiha Fugaku is indeed a person who can dig. As the patriarch, he sees more thoroughly than others, and he is also very normal, so you can dig people from Uchiha Fugaku's line, and others will let them go. It's dead. As for the Hyuga clan, the starting point is the 2 brothers Hiashi and Hisashi. First of all, Hisashi is definitely not reconciled to his son being controlled by Caged Bird, but no matter how fate is like this, he has nothing to do, but Jinyang can mix it up. In this way, Hisashi's favorability is basically brushed up, and if Jinyang remembers correctly, the people of Cloud Shinobi will find a way to hijack Hinata when Hinata is a child, and then the Shit clan members of the Hyuga clan will let Hisashi replace Hiashi. To die. At that time, he came forward, enough to dig up the Hyuga clan, and by the way, he could use a wave of Danzo. Of course, those are all things to follow. Now Jinyang's plan is much simpler. First, go to the battlefield to support these 2 families, gain a wave of favorability, and then talk about it. First make friends and then dig the wall, this is the kingly way. So after taking Cloud Shinobi, Jinyang directly asked Onaki to form a support force to support Konoha's army. Of course, he also needs to have enough comfort for his own people, otherwise it will not be good for people to die all the time, even in the ninja war. There will be grievances. So Onaki gave a very good treatment. As the so-called wealth is moving, Rock Shinobi's warlike heart was once aroused. It was just a fight. Fight hard. In the past, there was no such good treatment in the ninja war, and it is still gives so many benefits. Onaki, who gave the benefits, did not feel distressed at all. These things were bitten from Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, especially Cloud Shinobi. This bite not only caused Cloud Shinobi's meat, but also directly caused them to grieve. Bone. But at that time, Yunya was just a sentence, either hit or give something, no matter how suffocated, he had to hold back, because they were not Jinyang's opponents, so AI was vomiting blood again. With rewards and mobilization, these rock shinobi ninjas will naturally have no complaints. They are divided into 2 batches and sent directly to the 2 battlefields. The battlefield that Jinyang pays most attention to is the Mist Shinobi battlefield, in order to deal with the secret method of Mist Shinobi. Super ninjas, most of the ninjas of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan were sent here. Although the conflict between the 2 families is not small, during the Ninja World War, no matter how big the contradiction is, Jiraiya is the person in charge. Chapter 28. Jinyang followed the large army to the Mist Shinobi battlefield, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed wrong. To start with the remaining 2 families, some preparations were needed, so Jinyang aimed his gaze on the moon. There are a lot of things he needs on the moon. He doesn't need the huge Tensagan, but there should be a record of caged bird on it with a high probability, and there is a way to cancel it. Even if it is not, there must be a record, and it is left by the descendants of Hamura. Yes, it can be said that there is another way out, which is equivalent to a complete inheritance, and good things should not be missed. Just about to pass through the country of fire, so Jinyang simply turned to the moon for a while and got the things inside the moon. As long as he got these things, even if there was no clear way to solve the spell, he could ask Rock Shinobi's people to help. In addition, if Jinyang remembers correctly, there is still phosphorus on the grassroots side, but it seems that the time is too early. The current phosphorus has not been born yet. She should be the first generation of Naruto 2 pillars, so this plan is for the time being stranded. Still continue to wait. Jinyang didn't plan to let go of these talents. He was not only satisfied with digging Konoha's corners, but at present, Konoha's corners are the best to dig. Fortunately, people have looked for the entrance to this passage before, otherwise, although I have a clue, it would be troublesome to find it. Jinyang quickly came to his destination. Before that, he asked Rock Shinobi's ninja to find this channel. In fact, this channel is not difficult to find. Jinyang, who has seen the original plot, knows that this is at a certain waterfall. Next to it, although the country of fire is large, there are not many waterfalls, so it is easier to find it. Many rock shinobi searched together and found the position within a short time, but Jinyang was still in charge of the Senju family on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, so he couldn't get away. Entering the cave, I jumped directly into the so-called pool water, and then all the way forward, I quickly found the entrance of the passage, which contains many spheres that look like small planets. It should be Hamura who made this passage. I have to say, he is indeed very powerful. Tensagan and Hamura are not mainly portrayed, but they can see they're extraordinary. Especially for Hamura, the moon should still be emigrated after this product. Look at people, they all emigrated to the moon, but there seems to be something wrong with education, and the ninja hasn't finished playing. As a result, people on the moon. It's almost extinct. In fact, Jinyang has always been very curious. Whether it is Sage of Six Paths or Hamura, they seem to be the descendants of their own desperate pits. Sage of Six Paths directly dropped a stone steel, but it was changed by Black Zetsu. Uchiha Madara. This series of things appeared, read more at fictionzone.net. And Hamura is even more straightforward. I don't know what kind of last words he left. He was misinterpreted by later generations as the world created by Sage of Six Paths was a failure, and then he was going to destroy the world. What these guys said is ambiguous. How big is it? And Jinyang doesn't want to complain about these so-called Ōtsutsuki clan. The world made by Sage of Six Paths is better than you no matter how it fails. You are almost extinct, but people are still developing prosperously. Although the war continues, but at least the survival of humans is better than their immediate destruction. By the way, if my solar power goes to the moon, will it change? This is interesting. Jinyang suddenly remembered, if it is the moon, it seems to be different from the earth, so how to calculate the day and night? After passing through this passage, Jinyang just came out and found that there was a large pliers on his head, and he blasted it down towards him. Subconsciously, he directly blocked with his hands, allowing the pliers to stay directly above his head. The power hasn't weakened, and it doesn't seem to have changed much. Sure enough, this ability is not affected by the so-called geographical location, or it should be regarded as a completely fixed time. Jinyang felt the power in his body, and found that there was no change, and it was still strengthening. Just in case, he chose to come in early in the morning, so this power is like a set time, every 12 hours. The same thing means that no matter what position he is in, what planet, what world, this ability is the same. Alright, if this changes over time, wouldn't it be a waste of time to run to Yanjai? But it is not a problem for my power to continue to master it. Is this crab a guardian beast? Just attack. At this moment, Jinyang remembered that there is still a big crab in front of him. The strength of this big crab is the most powerful summoning beast type. However, Jinyang didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and punched the crab directly. The carapace was shattered, and the huge crab directly exploded all over the place. It's a pity, if you replace such a large seafood, I must find a way to eat you at other times, but there are still things to do today, it's a pity. After looking at the body of this big crab, Jinyang left directly. He remembered that before he crossed, because he was in an inland location and not close to the sea, the price of crabs was very expensive, let alone some very huge ones. This can be said to be super huge, but now he has no time to eat, it is important to do things first. The time he came up was destined to have not yet been born, but the huge Tensagen should already be in the stage of completion, even if it is not completed, at most a few pairs of Byakugan will be done. Now on the moon, there are at most 3 kittens left. Only. As soon as he entered, Jinyang began to look around. He had to find these guys during the day. Otherwise, at night, only 7% of his combat power remained. If those guys could temporarily control this huge Tensagen, he would be in danger, so he must get it done during the day. However, Jinyang seemed to be worrying too much. I don't know if these guys put any perception marks at the entrance. Before Jinyang could find them, he saw some strange puppets rushing towards him. There was also a bird-like puppet on which stood a weird guy with a little white skin. Sand Shinobi's people will cry if they see this, but the eyes are still there. At this moment, Jinyang doesn't know the above person, but he guesses it should be a character like the father of the family. The Byakugan is still there, not Tensagen. Of course, Jinyang doesn't care about this. Others come to him. That's the best, saving him time to find these guys, but the guy above seems to eat him. Chapter 29. Unexpectedly, some outsiders discovered the passage. Since they have come in, don't go back. The person standing on the puppet looked at Jinyang calmly, as if he was watching a dead person. He also felt quite surprised that someone could discover the passage to the moon, although it is not the first time in so many years, but this situation rarely happens. Do you think you've taken me down? Rely on these things. Jinyang scratched his head in embarrassment. Now in his state, if it is a huge Tensagen, it might cause him some trouble, but with these rubbish puppets, is it a bit too despised for him? Arrogant guy, go to hell. The people of the Ōtsutsuki clan in the sky are obviously not talking nonsense with Jinyang, and a large number of puppets are spreading over in a few ways. The bells and whistles. Jinyang threw a punch, and the puppet in front of him was directly blasted out of a huge hollow area. There were almost hundreds of puppets surrounding him, but the punch passed and swept away hundreds of them. I'm curious, how do you control this thing? With Byakugan? No, there shouldn't be such a big power, it should be controlled by that huge Tensagen. A few more punches directly smashed the surrounding puppets, and looked at the Ōtsutsuki clan members with interest in the sky, but this guy was obviously shocked at this moment. Jinyang showed a bit of intrepid combat power. Too much. If such a fist banged on him, he could hardly imagine what he would become. Under extreme fear, he could not care about the face, and directly controlled the bird puppet to leave, not daring to approach Jinyang. Man, why are you running so fast? Keep talking, how about taking me to your base camp? I thought that I could escape by relying on the ability to fly, but suddenly the devilish voice appeared in his ears again. When he turned his head, he was shocked to find that Jinyang was stepping on this little son at this moment, just following him. Almost scared to death, read more at fictionzone.net. However, Jinyang at this moment would not give him a chance to resist, and directly squeezed his neck and lifted him up. Take me to where you live, or you will die, now show me the way. Jinyang just mentioned this guy, and this guy was so scared that he immediately pointed the way. Damn guy, there is such a powerful existence in the ninja world. Wait, when the destination is reached, I can launch the giant Tensagen and kill you monster directly. At this moment, the Ōtsutsuki people held by Jinyang are constantly thinking about how to use Tensagen to kill Jinyang. They can indeed control Tensagen, but this control is not very simple and has many restrictions. For example, the puppet just now can be controlled from a long distance, but if you want to use the huge Tensagen to attack directly, you must get close, at least within the visible range, otherwise he can't help it, so Jinyang has to go over now, that's best but. At Jinyang's speed, the two quickly came to the place where the Ōtsutsuki family lived. It was a good place, like a luxurious palace. From here, you could see the tomb of Ōtsutsuki Hamura. Jinyang thought about it. Will there be good things, should I dig a wave? By the way, I almost forgot to have you. Sorry, you can die when you get to the place. Jinyang wouldn't let a threat exist stupidly, so he broke the other's neck without hesitation, but Jinyang also knew that there was not only one threat, there should be at least one person in it, after all, this one is one. No one can give birth to Ōtsutsuki, so there must be people in there. Just when Jinyang was about to go in and find out the people inside, a huge golden laser rushed towards him. With this laser, Jinyang felt a huge pressure from above. So I did not choose to hardwire, but jumped directly to avoid the attack. This golden light shot directly through the place where Jinyang was just now, and then rested all the way down and hit the ground, blasting the ground directly into a huge hole. Jinyang was set to see the scene outside the moon. It's so powerful, is it Tensagen? Jinyang was a little surprised. In fact, to be honest, the moon in this world is also a little funny. There is air outside, but it is right to think about it. The moon is always artificial, not a planet that exists by itself, but the attack just now is indeed ruthless enough, it directly opened a hole on the surface of the moon. After Jinyang looked in the direction of the attack, he saw a woman standing in front of a huge Tensagen. As for this Tensagen, it seemed to be in a complete stage. At least Jinyang didn't think this thing was incompatible with what's the difference in the original plot is a huge golden Tensagen. The sun without mercy. Jinyang didn't mean nonsense either. A little sun was lost, and after the little sun rushed past, the woman next to him started Tensagen again, and a huge golden shock wave appeared again, hitting Jinyang's little sun. Directly the little sun released by Jinyang exploded, and then lost towards the outside. Sure enough, wait, you will die if you rush over. Jinyang didn't dare to approach casually. He planned to delay his time until he could completely ignore this attack power, otherwise it would be too dangerous. This huge Tensagen could drag the moon directly. The power was too great, Jinyang didn't dare to pick it up casually, and the thing was killed. Then there was no place to cry. At this distance, he could easily avoid such an attack. And the woman inside seemed to be mad and launched a golden shock wave to attack Jinyang. Jinyang was almost certain about this. He pinched the one to death just now, it should be the other husband's right. But so far, he hasn't seen anyone else. It is estimated that there are only these two people left on the moon. Now, if the man is killed by him, there is no possibility that Jiren will be born. For the next hour, Jinyang stepped on the little sun to avoid attacks, but the frequency of this attack gradually slowed down a lot. It seemed that launching this thing was not without cost. Almost. After the strength in his body skyrocketed again, Jinyang was already able to avoid such an attack at close range at this moment, and there was also a prelude to the other party's launch. He was even more unafraid, and rushed directly, although the golden shock wave struck again, but they were all easily avoided by Jinyang. Chapter 30. Jinyang, who rushed in front of Tensagen, did not give the other party any chance to speak at all. He directly blasted the other party with a punch, and then looked at the huge Tensagen in front of him. After trying to put his hand on, Jinyang's head was full. Quite a few things came out. Does this thing come with its own manual? But there are a lot of functions. I don't know how this thing affects the seal. Can it directly use this pupil force to break through the restrictions of caged bird? Jinyang looked at the huge Tensagen in front of him and sighed. In fact, this thing is not very important to him, because chakra is needed to activate. Although the bloodline must be the Ōtsutsuki clan or the Hyuga clan, but chakra is Jinyang the most weak ability. To put it bluntly, there is only one Chunin's combat power now. In terms of chakra, Jinyang did not deliberately practice. With cheat, he did not study carefully, but instead learned some miscellaneous things. This is the most stupid. Therefore, besides paying attention to some illusions that are helpful to him, I didn't pay attention to it, didn't go to contact, it was already a long time ago, Jinyang who is now rashly to the end. In addition, Jinyang also discovered that this huge Tensagen also has a God view ability, which is not bad, so Jinyang probed this place somehow, and found that the two people just now were the last two remaining. This time it is really annihilated, but unfortunately this thing can't be absorbed, so I can only put it here temporarily. Jinyang shook his head. This thing is always just a foreign object, so let's continue to stay here. For the time being, he doesn't want to bring this thing back to the village unless he controls his own amount to about 30%. Can withstand the impact of this huge Tensagen, otherwise Jinyang would not dare to move this thing back. But afterwards, you can bring people from the Hyuga clan to try. Can you really eliminate the caged bird? Now Jinyang is looking for good things here. As the last remaining clan, basically there is a bit of value in the moon. They moved here, so it's much easier for Jinyang to investigate. But there are too many things here. Jinyang searched for a few days before finding what he needed. It turns out that only the sealed scroll has not been unsealed. Is it so simple? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang found a way to cast Caged Bird's curse, but did not find a way to solve the curse. This is a pain, but he still put all the contents away, and after taking it back, let people study it, and then find it, put a curse on this thing and bring it back to try if it can be unsealed. This thing is a sealing technique. Jinyang can't learn it in a short time, he can only wait and talk later. However, he has emptied everything that can be used at a price. There are still many techniques developed by Hamura's line. These techniques are a complete inheritance, so Jinyang has no reason to stay and bring it back to Rock Shinobi. After leaving, Jinyang rushed directly to Rock Shinobi. Even if he was alone, it took some time to return to Rock Shinobi. You kid, did you rob a ninja village? How come there are so many things? No, even a ninja village doesn't have so many things. There are some secret techniques of the Hyuga clan. Where did you get it from? Both Onaki and Tsunade looked shocked at the scrolls piled up in front of the hills. Some of these techniques are really unheard of, unseen, but some are still known, such as the most famous Gentle Fist of the Hyuga clan, Revolving Heaven and the like have even been improved, and Onogi and the others were stunned. This thing, do you remember what I asked the ninjas of the village to search for? I saw some records about the moon in an ancient book I got by chance, so I made people look for it with the mentality of trying. After that, I found it. After following the large army, I went to investigate and found these things. Jinyang talked about Sage of Six Paths, Hamura and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya, and Onaki and Tsunade were stunned. The legend of Sage of Six Paths alone is enough nonsense. Everyone think of it as a legend. Now it is Ryudeo that his brother and his mother have come out, and they are the ancestors of Chakra, and even Tsunade did not expect that his Senju and Uchiha clan are actually the same ancestor. What is this? Before Konoha was established in the past, Senju and Uchiha had to fight each other when they met, wishing for the company to each other. It wasn't until Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara joined forces that they stopped fighting, but the two sides are always feuds, so depending on whether the other is pleasing to the eye, there are still a lot of open and secret fights. Jinyang took advantage of this opportunity to expose everything except Uchiha Madara's history. The ancestor of Chakra was still sealed in the moon. This moon was artificially made, and there are even other people living on it. This is really incredible. How powerful is this to create such a moon? Looking at the floating moon in the sky, Oyemu had a very unreal feeling. Jinyang did not deny this, and the 6 levels had already entered a terrifying posture. In terms of mystery alone, Jinyang is inferior to the opponent. Even if his solar grace is played to its extreme, there is no way to directly erase the moon in the sky. Of course, he can directly erase the core. If the core is erased, the moon will naturally be abolished. As it is, the mystery is that he can't match the opponent, but any tricks are of no use to him. In front of these special forces, the existence of these 6 levels is indeed very strong. But in terms of combat effectiveness, he is invincible. Truth-seeking ball can be used as a table tennis player. With 6 levels of planetary devastation, he can instantly bomb the core. He can't blow up an entire moon, but he can kill 6 levels at will. Regardless of how powerful the Golden Wheel reincarnation is, it can cut a planet, but it can't break the defense of Naruto, who has not completely entered the state of 9 tails, which is equivalent to continuously dispersing the attack power. If Jinyang can disperse the ultimate attack power, his attack is not just as simple as cutting the moon, but can directly destroy a planet, but in Jinyang's view, this is not cost-effective. That kind of scattered attack power is basically useless except for a larger damage range. Jinyang can easily block it and pinch the opponent to death. So in terms of quality, Jinyang is still better than everyone in this world. Chapter 31. Don't sigh with the history, even if Ōtsutsuki Kagaya can run out, isn't there still me? I haven't been afraid of anyone in the fight. Jinyang said that this is not a problem. Of course, he can kill these guys, but these guys are still incapable of using weird tricks. For example, Ōtsutsuki Kagaya's heavenly palace. Once pulled in, he might be trapped to death in it, so he also looked forward to after the power of the sun was mastered, would he be able to draw a good ability with a higher degree of mystery. The fighting power is unparalleled, but the mystery is almost zero. The grace of the sun can't do it through space or something, but that is what will happen afterwards. Jinyang doesn't believe that in the past 10 years or so, he hasn't been able to control the sun. The power is completely mastered, and the big deal is a kind of existence like the cheeky and crazy brush of the Xiao organization. How could he be able to increase his strength to the extreme? In addition, although the 2 men on the moon were a little weaker, they seemed to have given him 1% of the progress because of the huge Tensagen, and now they are 8%. As long as there are enough strong enemies to brush him, he can quickly reach the peak, thereby extracting new power. Yes, there is your kid here, and if your kid is not an opponent, no matter how much we prepare, it won't be of any use. Oyemu nodded. Jinyang was the strongest among them, so Jinyang couldn't help but they could just give up. Then I will leave first, caged bird, let people learn, I need to do experiments, and let people study caged bird's curse relieving method. Jinyang reminded Oyemu, this is the key to the next step of digging the wall. Caged bird? Are you going to attack the Hyuga clan? Tsunade froze for a moment, studying caged bird, and also studying the method of cursing. This must be done against the Hyuga clan. Yes, is there a problem? Didn't you, the Senju clan, dig it up? We are adhering to the philosophy of digging for talents. Since Konoha doesn't cherish it, we can help them. It's not like digging it. What a big deal, okay. Jinyang said that there is no problem, but when Jinyang said so, Tsunade realized that she is no longer Konoha. She likes Konoha, but only for Konoha controlled by her grandfather and second grandfather. What is the difference between Konoha and trash now? If Jinyang can dig these people into rock shinobi, Tsunade will agree. Read more at fictionzone.net. One is that there is no benefit for these families to stay in Konoha, and the other is that it is not easy to find some existences in the same position as the Senju clan. Although they are considered to have joined rock shinobi, this is also a good thing to say, but they are traitors. So if there are other families who can come and accompany the Senju family, it is naturally good. This is the typical mentality of pulling people into the sea. I have fallen into it myself, but I can't fall into it alone, so I have to pull a few with me. Together. Tsunade has such a mentality now. I know, so if you need my help, just speak up. I'm also a member of Rock Shinobi now. Tsunade has completely taken the role of Rock Shinobi, so he doesn't care what identity he used to be, it's already like this, and Rock Shinobi trusts her very much, she knows all these secrets, and what else is unsatisfactory. Then thank you very much, I will leave the village to you, I will go to the battlefield first. Jinyang left after speaking, and didn't mean to stay much. He just came to deliver something. In fact, Jinyang is busy going to Mist Shinobi to see if he can deliver some good things from Mist Shinobi. When you get it, those ninja swords, and people like Terumi Mei, then Uchiha Madara and Obito will give him a big assist. Maybe he can take advantage of this assist, and dig a lot of people from Mist Shinobi. Even if they can't dig it, they can get some benefits at that time. After leaving Rock Shinobi, Jinyang continued on the way as he was before, flying on the small sun, which was the fastest, but in the next few days, when passing through the country of fire, he was met by Jinyang. Here comes a very surprising thing. Is it a coincidence that I came too early? It made me encounter something like this. Jinyang's eyes lit up at this moment. At this moment, he saw Konoha's Chunin being chased by a group of people, and this group of people is naturally the Ninja 7, and the people being chased are also Guy and the group. It's just a coincidence. Of course, Jinyang cares about their ninja, not for digging Guy. In fact, it's best if you can dig Guy, but this hope is almost zero. Guy and his dad might wear 2 people, that's the true Konoha is diehard. Jinyang is not afraid that the other party is smart, because smart people will know how to ignore the tense, and then know how to make enough profits. This kind of talent can impress the other party, and the most troublesome Jinyang are those so-called passionate ninjas. Naruto, Guy, Might Die, and Xiaoli, there is no possibility of digging them. The most afraid of encountering is this kind of hot-blooded fool with a lack of roots in his head. The possibility of digging away is almost zero. But now the 7 ninja swords are here anyway, and they are always useful when they are obtained. As for Guy's last kick, Jinyang is really not afraid. He has nothing to do with those weird abilities, but he is the best at dealing with Guy like him. On recklessness, no one in this world can be as reckless as Jinyang. Almost without even thinking about it, Jinyang fell directly from the sky, blocking the middle of the people on both sides. Who? Konoha's reinforcements. Because of Jinyang's abrupt appearance, the crowd of 7 was also taken aback, and Guy and the others also stopped. Don't you know me? Then you should have heard my name is Jinyang from Rock Shinobi. Jinyang smiled as he spoke, but these words made people on both sides stunned. Jinyang? The Jinyang that Cloud Shinobi dared not resist, who was hit by one person. The 7 people have naturally heard of Jinyang's name. Jinyang's name has spread throughout the ninja realm. At this moment, the 7 people have a guilty conscience. If the 7 of them work together, they can indeed just pass the shadow level. The strong might even kill the opponent, but a person who killed the 3rd Raikage and the power of one person made Cloud Shinobi afraid to raise his head, it was terrifying. On the contrary, unlike their guilty conscience, Guy and the others behind are a surprise, because Rock Shinobi is now their allies, so they are more relaxed than the crowd of 7, and finally there is a rescue, although not from the village, but also an ally anyhow. Chapter 32. Jin, Senior Jinyang, please be careful, all 7 of them are very powerful. Before Jinyang started, Guy at the back couldn't help but yelled. These words made Jinyang, the crowd of 7 on the opposite side, and the few companions around him couldn't help being stunned. At this moment, everyone's hearts are basically their own thoughts. A few of Guy's companions, what they think at the moment is that this kid is really fat, and even at this time, they still have the mind to remind others to be careful, but they don't even dare to say anything. The idea of the 7 people is more straightforward. They want to say, "Are you sure you should remind this one who defeated Cloud Shinobi? They should be careful." As for Jinyang, it is a bit funny. Guy is older than him, and even though he is an ally, Guy is unexpectedly simple. Those strong men who replaced Konoha might hope that Jinyang will be here with Chi. Let everyone die together. Well, it always feels weird to ask you to call me seniors, but you should remind them that they are right. The ones who should really be careful, in fact, are the ones who are right. Before the words fell, the ground suddenly shattered. Jinyang had already appeared in front of the person closest to him, and this person was a wild bait man, a very strange name. The knife in his hand was dull knife, quite a weird weapon. Seeing Jinyang suddenly appear in front of him, the savage bait man was also taken aback, and then the giant axe in his hand slashed over subconsciously, but it was directly pinched by Jinyang with his fingers easily. To be honest, although a few of these ninja swords are useful, they are a bit too tasteless. Jinyang looked at this thing speechlessly. The special thing about this knife is that it slashed with an axe, and then it can be hammered behind the axe with a sledgehammer at the back to achieve the effect of increasing the attack power, but in Jinyang's view, it is simply the tasteless ones are not all stars. The grassy bait man who came back to his senses looked at this scene with horror, and then slammed behind the giant axe with a hammer from the back, but what horrified him was that he could have soared his attack power and broke directly. The enemy's attack was unable to break through the limitation of Jinyang's fingers, and he couldn't knock at all. On the contrary, his hands were numb due to the shock. "What are you still looking at?" the horrified wild bait man shouted, and the other 7 people recovered. The shinobi in his hand slashed towards Jinyang. It was thunder and lightning, and it exploded. In short, the 8 immortals crossed the sea and showed their magical powers. Right. Boom. 7 people attacked together, causing a huge explosion. Read more at fictionzone.net. No matter how strong it is, you will definitely be seriously injured in the face of the attacks of these 7 people. No matter it was Guy or a few other people, they all watched this scene with horror. They saw with their own eyes that these attacks really slashed Jinyang's body without any defense. "Tisk Tusk, it seems that your strength is not enough, you can't even open my defenses, what are you fighting against me, and my clothes are very expensive." Jinyang opened his mouth and blew, the smoke dissipated, and then the crowd of 7 saw a scene that made them horrified. 7 ninja knives, except for the dull knives, which were pinched by Jinyang by hand, the other ninja knives did not have anything. A hand that can break Jinyang's defense, at best, opens the defense of his clothes. The clothes on Jinyang's body were blasted to a mess and torn, but his body was not injured at all. Fake it, why can't you cut it in?" The 7 people stared wide-eyed and watched this scene incredibly. "Impossible. My same hata can absorb chakra. Even Hokage cannot rely on my body to resist my attack without using chakra." Compared with other people, the most frightening thing at this moment is undoubtedly the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost. As he said, the physical body of Naruto World, except for some special people, is actually very weak. The reason why it looks very strong is that because of chakra. Hokage also relies on the lightning-style chakra outerwear, which is the ultimate defense, but once chakra's defense is gone, their defense is stronger than the average strong at best. As for same hata, the thing that swallows is chakra. Once chakra is gone, everyone is the same. Although everyone does not say that they are standing on the same starting line, they are almost the same, but now this trick is useless for Jinyang. This also means that Jinyang's physical defense is enough to defend against all ninja sword attacks. Absorbed, my chakra was directly absorbed by this thing, after all, there is only such a small amount of chakra. Jinyang is also quite helpless. Even the chakra of 8 tails can't hold the same hata to absorb several times, let alone the small rubbish of Jinyang, a chakra of Chunin who has no blood inheritance. It is estimated that Samehada is very puzzled about what he has absorbed. Well, too little. Jinyang's chakra was taken out directly, but he still has the grace of the sun. Everyone, you can leave the field, but before that, leave these weapons. Jinyang simply turned his hands into phantoms, and after taking away their weapons at an extremely strange speed, he punched them one by one, and blasted all the 7 people into the air. The 7 people flew in several directions and flew away by the way. Several huge plow marks were left on the ground. Seeing such a scene, Jinyang couldn't help scratching his head. This should be the legendary 7-member A who went up, and then the 7-man played GG. The gap is too big. Jinyang's fist is not so easy to pick up. However, these people were basically not dead. They were seriously injured with strong physique, and they were almost dead. The group of 7 was killed by Jinyang's easy move. Samehada, exchange my chakra back, or I will ruin you. Jinyang knocked Samehada with his hand, and said something threatening. All of the Chunin behind him almost squirted out a mouthful of old blood. They threatened a knife and asked him to return chakra. You think this knife is alive? Yet. They complained crazy inside, but in the next second, they discovered that Samehada really moved, and then returned chakra very well, which refreshed their 3 views. In this regard, Jinyang is also funny. Samehada, this knife, that is a famous 25 sun, it has no morals, whoever has better chakra, who is stronger, and whose chakra is more in line with the taste, it will follow whom. Didn't you see this guy betrayed when facing Killer Bee? Just because 8 Tails chakra is more delicious, and now it knows how to depend on the situation, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghosts are all seconds off, and there is no dignity to speak of, and they decisively recognize it. Chapter 33. Am I really dreaming? Guy and the others still think it's not true. Just now they chased the 7 people who looked like bereaved dogs. It was so simple and easy to deal with them. They didn't even see how Jinyang made the move. They only saw 7 people. The crowd slashed over with their weapons, and then they didn't break their defenses, and then the people just disappeared. At this moment, Guy and the others are in a trance, but Jinyang doesn't care about this. Now that chakra has been brought back, he naturally sealed all other weapons into the scroll directly. As for Samehada, this thing seems to depend on Jin. Yang is now, and they are alive. It seems that they can't use the storage scroll unless it is the seal scroll. But Jinyang doesn't know how to seal, so he just carried Samehada on his body temporarily. This thing is barely useful. Of course, it's just barely. When he really broke out, this thing would be rubbish. It is estimated that he would use it once. Will be scrapped directly. The weapons in this world, Jinyang feels that he can withstand his full use. It seems that he doesn't have it. The truth-seeking ball weapon may be possible, but he can't make that stuff, so it's better to use his fists. Just when Jinyang collected the things and planned to end these 7 people, a figure with a green light on his body lost from a distance. This person, Jinyang saw clearly, might Guy's father, might where, in the original book, it should be that he confronted the group of 7, and then opened the 8 gate to kill 4 of the group of 7. Guy, are you all right? After seeing his son, Might wore a smile on his face, and then rushed to the front of Guy and the others. Dad? Why are you here? Looking at his dad, Guy looked dazed. They thought about Konoha's reinforcements before, but Konoha's people didn't wait. Instead, they waited for their ally Rock Shinobi's reinforcements. As for Might, he can wear it. Never thought that my dad would come back to rescue myself. Others can't get out, so I'm here, but isn't the enemy 7? What about people? Might Dai was a little stunned when he saw Jinyang alone in the scene. He came to support because someone ran back first, otherwise he wouldn't know that the prophet knew that the 7 had touched him. But what made him disdain is that the guys in the camp, after hearing that the enemy was the 7, gave up rescue. Anyway, it was only a few Chunin who died. The 7s claimed to be able to work together to dry the shadow class existence. They just send food when they come, read more at fictionzone.net. Therefore, Might Dai had no choice but to come by himself. 7 people have been defeated by Senior Jinyang. By the way, Senior Jinyang is from Rock Shinobi, our ally. I was afraid that his father would go up and play GG as confused as the seven, so he felt that he had to make it clear. Jinyang? Rock Shinobi? Ally? So, the crisis is over. Might Dai's face is a little weird. This time he came with the determination to die. The 8 inner gates have already opened to the 6th gate, but now the words of Guy make him very speechless, this kind of hug. I was determined to die, but found that everyone had solved the problem, and the gap in my heart was too great. But since he was an ally, Might Dai didn't have the need to continue to maintain the 8 inner gates. He was relieved directly, but after it was relieved, the sequelae came. He is not Guy. Even in the late stage, the 6th gate can't be harmless, and the physical fitness is much weaker than that of Guy in the late stage. Might wear, I don't know how much. After the 6th gate is closed, his breath becomes very sluggish and he is very standing. It's difficult. You should have used some kind of special secret technique just now. It is a very good secret technique for forcibly increasing your combat power. But unfortunately, the sequelae are too strong and your basic strength is also weaker. However, with such a basic ability, the practice of the secret technique to this level is indeed very powerful. To be honest, Jinyang does admire these two fathers and sons. How difficult is 8 inner gates to practice? You know, Xiaoli reached 5th gate in less than a year, and then spent a few years in the 4th World War. To open 6th gate. The later it takes more time, and Might Dai, who usually only has genin strength, spent 20 years practicing this trick to the extreme. It can be seen that his perseverance is terrifying, and this kind of person, to be honest, can dig. Jinyang will certainly not be polite, but Might Wear's such a passionate person, it is too difficult to dig. Want to poach him, unless everyone in Konoha betrayed him, but this probability is too small, so it is almost impossible. After talking with Might Dai a few words, Jinyang found the 7-man group, but at this moment, several of the 7-man group were dead, and some of them were a little stronger and still alive, but they were all divided by Jinyang. It was destroyed directly. Not surprisingly, there shouldn't be any new 7-man crowd in the future, unless Mist Shinobi can create a new 7 special ninja, but think about it, it should not be possible, otherwise the 7-man crowd cannot be called 7. The crowd has long since become a crowd of hundreds. Is it because of the kill? These 7 people actually pushed the percentage to 10%. Jinyang's expression is a bit wonderful, the 7 people teamed up to have the strength of the shadow level, but maybe it was because of the kill, so it was improved. It seems that killing Jonin is also experienced, but the experience is a bit less. Thinking of this, Jinyang shook his head again, thinking that it was impossible. When he was on the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, there were many Jonin killed, but there was no increase in the percentage. Sure enough, he must be a talented person with outstanding strength and reputation. Fine. After almost figuring out this mechanism, Jinyang also focused on Mist Shinobi at this moment, and he could make a wave with 10% combat power. He is now also a super master at night. I dare not say too much, but at night, when the shadow level powerhouse meets him, he also comes to send food, and can be easily killed. After solving the 7 people, Jinyang did not take away their bodies. There was no need. He didn't need such credit, and no one would rob him of his credit. After that, Jinyang went to Konoha with Might Dai and others. In the camp, Rock Shinobi is right next to Konoha. After the Cloud Shinobi incident, Konoha trusted Rock Shinobi to the extreme. How can you still doubt it? And after Rock Shinobi arrived here, it also helped Konoha relieve the pressure. To be honest, the pressure on Jiraiya's side is much greater than that on Sand Shinobi's side. Sand Shinobi's side is almost always crushed, and Jiraiya's side is strong. Not many people, Minato, and none of them were there, which made him quite uncomfortable. Even with 2 big families, he was a little passive. The arrival of Rock Shinobi helped him a lot. Chapter 34. Although Jinyang didn't take care of the corpse, Guy and the others simply collected the 7 people. Jinyang seemed to be too lazy to take care of everything, but they had to take care of them. After all, they saved their lives. After that, everyone hurried back to Konoha camp and learned that all 7 had died, and they were killed by the legendary Jinyang, Rock Shinobi's current number 1. Everyone was shocked. Jinyang's name has spread throughout the entire ninja world. After all, a single person conquered a village. At the beginning, only Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had done such a thing. Others, facing the siege of the ninja army, they either ran away, either be besieged. The arrival of Jinyang quickly spread to the ears of the big families in the Konoha camp. All the important characters here came out. As mentioned before, Jinyang is almost certainly the next generation of Ōtsutsuki. Coupled with tyrannical strength, and still an ally, it is natural to come and mix that familiar face. Jinyang. Your Excellency, welcome to our Konoha camp. Soon Jinyang saw Jiraiya and others, but when Jiraiya called Jinyang, his face was a little weird. No wonder he became so weird. The main reason is that Jinyang is really weird. Yes, Konoha can't find Jin information about Yang's abilities, but general information can still be found. But after finding out, they collectively stunned, because Jinyang is only over 10 years old, almost 11 years old, but how does this age have such terrifying strength? Is Kakashi a genius? Talented enough, graduated at 5, Chunin at 6, and Jonin at 12. This record basically crushed all records in the entire ninja world, but what about Jinyang? They were less than 11 years old and killed 3rd Raikage. Cloud Shinobi, who was hit by himself, didn't dare to speak, so he had to surrender and return to his hometown in a desperate manner. Now he even killed Mist Shinobi's Ninja 7. In short, Jiraiya doubted his eyes. At this moment, Jinyang is 2 meters tall and in an explosive state. He is much taller than Jiraiya. Like a little giant. Jiraiya is like a spit. Is this 10 years old? What do 10-year-olds now grow up eating? How can it grow like this? Jinyang is considered a junior to him, so when he calls Jinyang now, it is a little weird. You're welcome, Uncle Jiraiya, it's okay to call you that way. Jinyang grinned, his age called Jiraiya the uncle is indeed no problem, but Jiraiya was stunned for a while, but Jiraiya soon recovered. Of course no problem, then I will call you Jinyang, after all, your age. Jiraiya said that, after holding it back for a while, he squeezed out a reason, and simply gave up. It is unbelievable that a 10-year-old has grown up like this. It's not an intelligence error, right? Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, Hyuga Hisashi, the patriarch of many families, couldn't help but squeeze out such a sentence, it was too weird. Hisashi, don't talk about others behind your back, it's always bad to be heard, after all, we are allies now. Hyuga Hayashi also wanted to vomit, but as a patriarch of a big family, he was unable to vomit. Sure enough, he was suffocating. Although he was also puzzled, of course others were also puzzled. Go inside the camp first, this is never a place to talk. Jiraiya invited Jinyang to talk in the camp, but Jinyang's size suddenly dropped a bit at this time. Jinyang was on the road in the afternoon, so it was past noon when he met the 7. Now his strength is in a weakening stage, but the sudden drop of his size is also irritating. It seems that there is no more talk this time, so can you tell me the direction of Rock Shinobi camp? Jinyang glanced at the sky, it was not early, the sun had already slanted west, and it would soon set, and his strength had come to the most debilitating stage. It's just north, but you... Jiraiya wanted to inquire about Jinyang's situation, but suddenly remembered that this didn't seem to be from her own village, so she shut up decisively. Thank you, then let's talk again when we have a chance. After Jinyang finished speaking, he moved his feet directly into the sky and disappeared into the sight of everyone. Is it also a blood inheritance limit? Or is it a secret technique? Otherwise, how could this change so much? At this moment, Jiraiya's heart is constantly thinking about Jinyang's situation, which is a bit too weird. Go and get all the information about Jinyang from the battle to the present. After Jiraiya finished talking, he left. He planned to explore Jinyang's secrets. In fact, Jinyang didn't think it was a big deal for them to discover their secrets. His secrets weren't hidden. Most people at Rock Shinobi knew about it. Jinyang will become tall and handsome during the day, and will return to the way it was before at night. Most people think that this was caused by Jinyang's activation of the blood succession boundary during the battle. But a small group of people who are interested, they will also guess the specific situation of Jinyang. For example, this blood inheritance limit is related to time. After all, this world will never lack the kind of people who go back to find out the real situation. And after knowing his own promotion mechanism, Jinyang would even deliberately expose his weakness in front of the enemy. Konoha is just a temporary ally. Sooner or later, Jinyang will turn his face. So Jinyang will also deliberately expose his weakness to the enemy. Exposed to them, he needs the strong to help him improve. Although he is not invincible at night, it is not much different from invincible, so this time he deliberately exposed his weakness in front of Jiraiya and others. The purpose is to let these people send food in the future. He was not hostile, he was defeated and did not improve, and it was the same for retreating without a fight, so he did it. Otherwise he just asked directly about the way to Rock Shinobi camp, and there is no need to expose it in front of Konoha. Own weakness. Still the same sentence, Jinyang takes his life very much, he does everything with purpose. After leaving Konoha, Jinyang came to the Rock Shinobi camp before his power was exhausted. He did not use the power of the night. This was his hidden hole card. When others determined that he had no power to attack at night, Jinyang suddenly broke out. That is definitely a surprise among surprises. So Jinyang doesn't mean to use this power now. This is the whole card, it is the whole card. Naturally, it should be used when it is useful. On the Jiraiya side, he has already obtained a lot of Jinyang's information, and then started his own analysis journey. Chapter 35. After Konoha's continuous investigation, Jinyang's basic information has been almost mastered, but no one cared about it before, but felt that Jinyang was special, so he was cultivated by Onaki alone to become a super existence. But this time, Jiraiya, who saw Jinyang weakening in front of him, studied Jinyang's information from beginning to end again, and in the end he did find some clues. When I was a child, the outbreak seemed to be uncontrollable, and when fighting with Hokage and others, I seemed to slowly increase my strength, and it was like this twice in a row. So, this blood succession is possible. It's about time. There was a brainstorming in Jiraiya's brain, but the information was always too little, and he needed more, so he also sent people to explore Rock Shinobi for various reasons these days, for example, to discuss the battle plan. I went there myself, sent someone there, and let people bring some things in the past for condolences and so on. In short, just find any reason for whatever reason. It's not that Jiraiya is despicable. He must find out Jinyang's weaknesses. Whether this is an ally or not, Jiraiya is actually very smart. He knows that the least valuable thing is a covenant. Didn't they and San Shinobi still have a covenant before? However, they killed Konoha and killed Third Hokage, without any evidence, and they tore up the covenant and started the fight. Jiraiya knows very well that in the face of interests, this kind of thing is not much different from a piece of waste paper. Even the people in his own village cannot be completely trusted, let alone other villages, so he must also figure out the situation of Rock Shinobi. After various sets of intelligence for a period of time, Jiraiya obtained several key pieces of information, that is, Jinyang will become a normal person at night, not much different from a 10-year-old person. But in the morning, Jinyang's body will change. After 9 o'clock, Jinyang will often disappear, and then reappear at 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. This situation makes Jiraiya feel very strange. However, Jinyang left in the morning because he moved too fast, so he couldn't keep up at all. However, if he couldn't keep up with Jiraiya, he could determine the direction of the other party's departure, and then send someone to investigate. Read more at fictionzone.net. In the end, I got 2 more important news. One is that during the day, Jinyang will explode with terrifying power when he arrives at his destination. Even the powerful Hyuga clan hidden in the distance will be terrified, but this power will disappeared after noon, and it was like this for several days in a row, and they would continue to approach and explore after Jinyang left. As a result, it was discovered that Jinyang's previous location had become a piece of scorched earth. Even at night, the super high temperature had not completely dissipated, as if flames were constantly burning the earth. Based on the information in hand and the information collected, Jiraiya concluded a rule, that is, Jinyang's power changes with time, from morning to noon, it will become stronger, and from noon to evening, weakened, although I don't know if Jinyang really has no combat power at night, but Jiraiya can be sure that Jinyang must be in the weakest state at that time. It turns out that there is such a weird blood inheritance boundary in this world. That guy Oyemu is tight enough to hide it. No wonder no spy can bring back useful news in the past. If this is the case, when it is daylight, who will pass by? It's all in vain. Jiraiya understands it. No wonder the people who were sent to beat the dogs with meat buns and never returned. This is the reason for this for a long time. What else can this do besides delivering food to others? Jiraiya feels that he has discovered the big secret, and Jinyang is also a bit funny. With his improved strength, his perception is almost full. Even White Zetsu can't hide him from him, let alone a member of the Hyuga clan. He knows Jiraiya's careful thoughts. However, he is very satisfied with Jiraiya's operation. It depends on Jiraiya to send the news back to the village. As long as Jiraiya sends the news back, Sarutobi Hiruzen will know it, and Danzo will know it naturally. Danzo is not a safe master. Konoha can do things by himself, let alone Rock Shinobi. Rock Shinobi is now a bit stronger, and Jinyang is a powerful guy, Danzo will definitely do things. He really needs Ohimu's help, but this is not necessary, so Jinyang Danzo will not let it go. In this way, Jinyang will have a steady stream of experience packages delivered to his door, but the only pity is that he needs some famous ones, otherwise no matter how many he comes, he will be a gift. Just as Jinyang thought, after investigating these news and getting this conjecture, Jiraiya verified it again for a while, and then he found that this was indeed similar to what he thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt reasonable, so Jiraiya the news was quickly passed back to Konoha. Ha 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 ha, this kid Jiraiya did a good job and discovered the biggest secret of Jinyang. If he really doesn't have much combat power at night, it would be much easier to deal with. After Sarutobi Hiruzen got this information, it was a happy one. After Jinyang defeated Cloud Shinobi before, Sarutobi Hiruzen started to have a headache. Rock Shinobi has such a super talent, how can they play Konoha? I'm afraid it's not because I'm going to bow to Chen Chen in the future, so I've been thinking about finding a way to kill Jinyang. But there was no clue. Even Third Raikage was killed and the 6 ninjas were broken. He really couldn't find another way, but Jiraiya showed him hope again. After that, Sarutobi Hiruzen sent this information to Danzo. This kind of sneaky thing is not suitable for him to do. It is handed over to Danzo to do it. Anyway, Danzo is also responsible for this. After obtaining this information, Danzo, although he was very disdainful of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he did show a dark smile. Put this news out, remember, I want the entire ninja world to know. Danzo is not a fool, Jinyang has enemies, such as Cloud Shinobi, as well as Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi who hate Rock Shinobi the most. He doesn't need to do it himself, he just needs to spread the news and be behind the scenes. Just watch the show. Cloud Shinobi has been defeated, and Sand Shinobi is coming soon. At this time, Rock Shinobi's combat power is weakened. He thinks it is appropriate. Danzo thinks that Konoha is better in the end. As for the other villages, let it go. Chapter 36. With the help of Danzo, the news spread throughout the ninja world, and Uchiha Madara who got the news was even more disdainful. Originally, he thought Jinyang was nothing great, and now he knows that Jinyang is a weak chicken at night. Dismissed it. At this moment, Cloud Shinobi convened a meeting as soon as he got the news. AI was already a 4th Raikage, and no one refuted it. After all, he inherited his father's business and has this ability, and the cohesion of Cloud Shinobi it is indeed very strong. Brother, is the source of this news reliable? You have also seen the strength of that monster. If the news is false, if we run into it again, it won't be the end. Killer Bee said hesitantly. They ran into it at this time. If it was right, it would be nice to say that Jinyang could be killed, but what about it wrong? At that time, Cloud Shinobi didn't know how it ended. This time the Ninja World War was the first to lose, and it was so miserable. The daimyo of Thunder Country was also very disappointed with Cloud Shinobi and directly reduced the funding. They all had to tighten their belts to live a life. It was miserable. Don't worry, I don't know the source of this news, nor do I know whether it's true or false, but now someone will help us to test it. Mist Shinobi's 7 people have been folded into the hands of that monster, and that monster is left alone. Mist Shinobi will it's undoubtedly defeated, we just need to watch and let Mist Shinobi help us try out the truth of this news. AI is not an idiot. If Jinyang really has such a weakness, then the whole Rock Shinobi people will spare no effort to save Jinyang's life at night, so Mist Shinobi wants to take Jinyang all at once. It is not simple the way to do this, and now this news is spread everywhere. If it is true, Rock Shinobi should be on guard. After Mist Shinobi tested the waters, Cloud Shinobi acted again. At best, they couldn't repay the hatred. They didn't suffer anyway. After AI finished speaking, Killer Bee and the others also nodded. Now it is enough to wait and see, and they don't need to worry about other things. On the other side, Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi both got the news, and they were suddenly surprised. Jinyang appeared like a mudslide, devastated everywhere. They could not take Konoha, and now they are even more miserable. So if you can get rid of Jinyang, the pressure will be much less. Even if you lose, you won't lose too badly, but Sand Shinobi is still the same, there is no power to target Jinyang, only Mist Shinobi of it. Read more at fictionzone.net. And these 3 villages knew the news, and Ōtsutsuki naturally knew too. How did this kid's secrets be exposed? The cold sweat on Dayemu's head is what I am most afraid of. Although Jinyang said at the beginning, the village protects the village during the day and the village protects the village at night. He said so, but in case of an accident, wouldn't it be gone? So he panicked. The panicked Ōtsutsuki immediately used the summoning beast to send a message to the battlefield, letting Iwaya be responsible for protecting Jinyang. He was wondering at this moment, whether he wanted to go out or not. After all, there is Tsunade in the village, and Tsunade is learning and improving. Soon, the control of a village became more and more handy. To be honest, Ōtsutsuki believes that if Tsunade was Rock Shinobi's player from the beginning, he would probably not hesitate to give Tsunade the position of Tsunade, but after all, Tsunade joined halfway, so it would be good for Tsunade to enter the high level. How could it be possible to throw this position out? But after seeing Jinyang's reply, Oyemu couldn't help being blinded, because Jinyang's reply was clearly written on it. He was deliberate, and he had already mastered a small part of his power at night, even if it was only a small amount of power. A small part is not something that everyone can handle. This brat, he secretly mastered this power without telling the old man. He is a little BD. When he saw this news, Oyemu was also relieved. Although he didn't know what Jinyang planned to do, he completely trusted Jinyang. After all, Jinyang was more terrifying than him in planning. At the same time, Jinyang, who was far away on the battlefield of Mist Shinobi, couldn't help but smile when he saw the news from Ōtsutsuki. As expected, there was no one who misunderstood Konoha. In terms of darkness, Konoha is still the first class in the first class. Just waiting for the experience package to be delivered. After burning the information in his hand, Jinyang simply went to rest. In fact, he took the initiative to expose this weakness, mainly targeting Konoha. Now Konoha is an ally, and what he needs is Konoha's attack, and Cloud Shinobi. As for Mist Shinobi, he can hit it himself. Anyway, things are going according to his expectations, so that's not a problem. Of course, Jiraiya still knows about this. At this moment, Jiraiya is full of awkwardness. He has found out the news himself, and he is sure that he should be the first to find out the secret. But why did it spread everywhere in a blink of an eye? He didn't remember that he gave this information to other people. In the end, Jiraiya could only look into the village. Jiraiya did detect this secret to guard against Jinyang, but they are still allies now. With a character like Jiraiya, he will not take the initiative to betray anyone unless someone betrays him first. Now that Jinyang's news was leaked by him, it made him very uncomfortable. He felt that he had betrayed his allies first, but he couldn't admit it, otherwise Rock Shinobi would go to war directly with Konoha. So this is called a depression. Of course, he doesn't know about Tsunade, otherwise he will be even more depressed. In fact, Jinyang plans to quickly end Mist Shinobi's affair, showing a very anxious look, letting people make sure that his secret has been exposed, and then after solving Mist Shinobi, he heads directly to Sand Shinobi. He also plans to dig Orochimaru. Orochimaru is also the key point. Jinyang said that digging Orochimaru is definitely easier than digging anyone. Orochimaru pursues longevity and pursues knowledge research. Although Jinyang doesn't have much specific things in his mind, but there is still a general direction, enough to attract Orochimaru to the past. Therefore, Jinyang has asked Iwado to inform Jiraiya, ready to launch a general attack on Mist Shinobi, and directly take down Mist Shinobi. After learning about Rock Shinobi's decision, Jiraiya felt even more guilty. He didn't expect that he had been used as a gun by Jinyang, but he still felt guilty now. Jiraiya's performance is typical of being sold and helping to count the money. Jinyang took advantage of it and felt that he was sorry for Jinyang. That's why I said that my brain is dirty. Chapter 37. In fact, Jinyang asked Konoha to notify Konoha, and it was just a notice. At dawn, Jinyang went directly to Mist Shinobi alone and brought a bunch of people. It turned out that it was of no use at all, except for shouting at the back. 666 outside. So Jinyang didn't bring anyone this time, and rushed to Mist Shinobi's camp alone. Well, is there an extra sun in the sky? At the Mist Shinobi camp, after Jinyang came over, a ninja found that there seemed to be a sun in the sky. No, it's the enemy, it's Jinyang from Rock Shinobi. Another ninja was taken aback when he saw this scene, and immediately sounded an alarm. The entire Mist Shinobi camp was alarmed, and Jinyang in the sky saw this scene, and immediately sent a small shot. The sun blasted down from the sky. Water-style Great Waterfall Technique. After seeing this scene, some jonin of Mist Shinobi, where can they be calm? Jinyang's tricks are already well known, but they Mist Shinobi feel that they actually have a bit of advantage. After all, if the amount of flame and water are similar, the flame must have suffered. But Jinyang's flame is more than just a flame. After the little sun fell and was blocked by the water made by the Great Waterfall Technique, it exploded suddenly. The whole Mist Shinobi camp was covered by heavy water and turned into a storm. This guy hit the door directly. Is it really anxious? So, the news should be true. Right now, 4th Mizukage Yagura was also there. In order to give Konoha a head-on blow, he didn't care about his own face, just like Sand Shinobi's 4th Kazekage Rosa, he participated in the war from the beginning. However, the enemy is too perverted. Even if they have many strong shadow-level players, they can't hold Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Although Jiraiya can't use Mount Miyaboku's power to fight wars, he can use Sage Mode himself. As long as Wen is too protective of him, he can take a while to enter Sage Mode, and he does not need to stay in place to enter Sage Mode, he can run around, and the most irritating thing is that this guy can make prints with his feet. So others have nothing to do with him, and once he enters Sage Mode, even Yagura's explosive power is not Jiraiya's opponent, plus the Uchiha and Hyuga clan and Konoha's other racial support, so it is deadlocked. Now Jinyang came directly, which made Yagura almost 80% sure that Jinyang would indeed become weaker at night, so now Jinyang would look at Mist Shinobi's camp directly, thinking this war must be ended early. Read more at fictionzone.net. Listen well, everyone, we are good at water style, restrain him, as long as drag it until the evening is enough. Yagura has not experienced the horror of Jinyang. He feels that he is all water style ninjas here. Tianqi Jinyang is a firefighter, so he wants to delay the time. Yagura doesn't believe it. He has tens of thousands of people. Not until night arrives. Hold me, you are really fascinated and confident, if you can, then try it out. One after another, the little sun kept dropping, triggering horrific explosions again and again, and the chakra of these ninjas was reduced because of the continuous use of water style, but Jinyang's power was indeed constantly increasing. One person can hold tens of thousands of passive defenses, which is what Jinyang's perverted combat power has done. Jinyang kept throwing big moves. Soon, Jiraiya, Yunya and others arrived. Seeing Jinyang's horrible attack that was almost overwhelming, Jiraiya couldn't help taking a breath, too. It's horrible. With the passage of time, Jinyang's attack rating and attack power became stronger and stronger. Soon, the little sun in Jinyang's hands turned directly into a big sun. After seeing this scene, Yunya and others decisively ran away. But Jinyang directly used this trick to blow up Third Raikage for half his life. Strongly holding the last breath and lost a big move, so they didn't dare to stay. With the setting of the big sun, Mist Shinobi's water curtain defense finally broke down directly. This force was too powerful and powerful. They all used water style to resist Jinyang's attack in batches. At this moment, Jinyang, whose attack power soared, directly blasted the defense of tens of thousands of people. Not good, water style Isofa waterfall. Yagura directly entered the tail beast mode. A huge chakra-controlled water flow directly filled the gap, blocking the flames and explosions outside again, and the other Mist Shinobi ninjas quickly reached the top after they recovered. Dare to let Jinyang's attack fall. Master Yagura, it's still a while before noon. If we continue this way, we won't be able to drag it until dark and we will be killed by him. Mizukage assistant said with a look of horror, never expected that they felt that they had looked at Jinyang high enough, but found that they still underestimated too much. The water style of tens of thousands of people can't stand the attack of the other party. This is tens of thousands of people, all of them are ninjas, it's too exaggerated. When facing Cloud Shinobi, although Jinyang looked terrifying, he did not directly fight against tens of thousands of people. Instead, he conquered Cloud Shinobi by defeating the strong. But now, one person suppresses tens of thousands of bombings. What's seen? Can Mist Shinobi really hold it? Jiraiya, who had stepped back for a certain distance, was even more shocked. He found that Jinyang's energy was almost endless. He kept throwing big moves like this, and he couldn't handle the consumption under Sage mode, but Jinyang just managed to do this. The big move doesn't need money, just like chakra doesn't need money. No matter what, if you can't hold it now, you must hold it. Tell others that you don't need to save soldiers and grains, eat as much as you want, and restore chakra as soon as possible. I don't believe that an entire ninja village can't stop this monster. Yagura, who has already transformed into three tails, feels that Jinyang cannot continue to grow stronger no matter how awesome it is. It's just a guess when he grows stronger over time. Anyone who has seen such an unreasonable person thinks it's dawn, and then you just from a small trash to an existence that transcends the super shadow. Does this make sense? But Jinyang is just this unreasonable. The next second, two big suns set. This time, even if three tails joined, the defense was directly broken. It is worthy of tens of thousands of people, it has dragged me so long, even more difficult than Third Raikage. Jinyang is already more than 3 meters tall, and his body is burning with golden flames. He looks like a flame demon. The defense of these guys is indeed strong enough. Without two big moves, Jinyang also took two big suns to completely break this defense. Chapter 38. Ahem, damn monster, it shattered the defense of tens of thousands of people. Yagura has already withdrawn from the Three Tails state. Of course, it was not he who quit on the initiative, but Three Tails himself counseled. There is no way, facing Jinyang at this moment, the strength gap is too big, Three Tails has been beaten and shut down. Yagura and others were also wounded. These two big suns not only pierced the tens of thousands of defenses, but also wiped out the weakest thousands of people, and none of the others were intact, with many wounds on their bodies. Yagura, die or surrender, choose one. Jinyang has fallen in front of Yagura at this moment, and Yagura is facing this existence like a demon god. The flames on Jinyang's high temperature and the terrifying aura give him a feeling of suffocation, let alone it's noon now. Yagura suddenly felt that his behavior was a little ridiculous without even touching the side at noon. He even wanted to postpone noon. What a ridiculous idea, let alone noon, it was already killing him. Voted, surrendered, we missed Shinobi surrendered. In the end Yagura can only make this decision, otherwise he has no doubt that all the people in Mist Shinobi will die here. Once these people die here, the entire Mist Shinobi will be abandoned, even the small villages above, let alone the 5 major villages. It is estimated that by then the entire Mist Shinobi will be eaten up by other villages, and there will be no Mist Shinobi in the world. It's still a sense of current affairs. After Jinyang squinted his eyes, he stepped on his feet, and the person disappeared into the sky. Now he needs to find a place to put out the fire. After all, he used a lot of power this time, but it was better than when he dealt with third Hokage. It's much better, because he has 10% of the power he can control by himself, and after defeating the entire Mist Shinobi, he has improved a lot. In fact, Jinyang had several ideas for leaving Yagura. First, he wanted to see if Yagura would dare to gamble. He came to attack him at night, and the second was to keep his experience, so Yagura stayed. Now it depends on whether Yagura dare to gamble. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, Jinyang can control 20% of the power. This is supported by the entire Mist Shinobi. Jinyang is a little helpless at this moment. I knew this. I should have beaten all Cloud Shinobi people to the ground. It will not only get the power provided by a few shadow-level powerhouses, but now it is 20%, which is enough for him to use. Just a Mist Shinobi is 10%. If you hit Konoha from start to finish, you will get at least 20–30%. Jinyang now has an urge to fight with Konoha, but forget it after thinking about it. It's not cost-effective. Just keep the experience of several other villages, and give 10% once, then twice? 3 times? Moreover, this time and space is not good. The big deal is to go to other time and space to clean up. There is always enough to improve himself, so he doesn't panic at all. Keeping these people not to kill is also to clean up a few times. Once he is full of the percentage, once you have mastered it 100%, and new power comes in, that is truly invincible. Of course, Jinyang actually has an idea. Since Guy, who opened the 8th gate, can use his ultimatum to distort the space, what about his full power? When he used the Holy Spear before, he seemed to see that the space was distorted by himself, which meant that the space of this world was not very strong. If he fully grasped this power, he might be able to break it open with strength. Space. To achieve the ultimate with strength, if he can really do this step, he will not be afraid of what the Heavenly Imperial Court, and he will be worthy of fighting him frontally, even if it is the truth-seeking ball, he will not take it seriously. The most what's afraid is that others trap him to death with spatial tricks. This is very troublesome, and the tricks of Heaven's Imperial Palace don't need to touch you, but within a certain range, it can be transformed directly. This is the most troublesome point. In this way, Jinyang is constantly thinking, noon has passed, and in the afternoon, Jinyang will also go back. And what he did made almost everyone sure, that is, Jinyang, he really didn't have much fighting power at night, so this time he would be anxious. Because his weaknesses were exposed, he was very anxious to win this war to prevent accidents. This created illusion plus the brain supplements of these people directly pushed this illusion to a high point. At night, Jinyang found out that Yagura didn't send anyone over. It seemed that it was because he was more ruthless during the day, which caused the other party to shut down. It is estimated that if no one else fanned the flames, Yagura would not dare to be at night. When he did it to himself, Jinyang also sighed and could only wait. He didn't believe that Cloud Shinobi's people could bear it. After all, he killed the current Hokage dad. The hatred of killing his father is not shared. He just waits for Cloud Shinobi to exert his strength. Then other people will follow him directly. Jinyang can hit the door by himself. Go with. But this way, it is inevitable that the teacher will have nowhere to go, which is not conducive to his later stage, so the best way is to let others take the initiative to provoke him, and then he can make efforts to get the opponent. Mist Shinobi has already surrendered. At night, Konoha and Rock Shinobi held a banquet together, but although it was a banquet, the senior leaders of both sides still had some precautions. During the banquet, Jinyang focused on Uchiha Fugaku. If he wanted to dig Uchiha, he could only start from Uchiha Fugaku, and only he was worthy of Jinyang. Other Uchiha people, to be honest, he didn't think so. Now, Uchiha Itachi doesn't know what the situation is, whether Uchiha Shisui has been biased, and how old they are, so Uchiha Fugaku is the target. Quietly stuffed a small note to Uchiha Fugaku. After all, there were so many people here, so he didn't dare to talk to Uchiha Fugaku directly, so he stuffed a small note and asked Uchiha Fugaku to come out to talk at night. Have a chat. The banquet didn't last long. The main reason was that the people in charge of both sides watched their own people have some defensiveness against each other, so the people on both sides soon dispersed. When it was still in the middle of the night, a figure quietly sprang out of the Konoha camp, and then disappeared into the night. This person is Uchiha Fugaku, but it is not the real Uchiha Fugaku, but Uchiha Fugaku's shadow clone. Shadow clone can pass back the things experienced by the clone, and using shadow clone is also the safest. At this moment, Uchiha Fugaku is actually calm at all. The reason is the note that Jinyang handed him. Chapter 39. After Uchiha Fugaku returned to his camp, he opened the small note, and the content on the note was not very much, only a little content, but this little content made Uchiha Fugaku flustered. The above briefly described the Uchiha family, the conflict with Konoha, and a little bit of news about Mangekyo. Uchiha Fugaku had already activated Mangekyo, but it was also activated during this war. Only a few of his confidants knew that he had activated Mangekyo. So when this question was raised, Uchiha Fugaku panicked. Once Konoha knows this kind of secret, Konoha will definitely take action against them. They will not let the Uchiha clan reappear some strong people. This is Konoha's style. It can be said that in the eyes of the high-level Konoha, the Uchiha clan it is bound to die. So after night fell, Uchiha Fugaku let his shadow clone leave. Anyway, part of the patrols in the camp belonged to the Uchiha clan, so it was easy to spread, and he also knew where the dead spots were. Soon, Uchiha Fugaku, shadow clone, came to the agreed place. At this time, Iwa Ya and Jinyang had been waiting here for a long time. Jinyang wanted to come by alone, but I am not relieved when Iwa Ya was killed. Come along. Huh? It turned out to be shadow clone. It seems that Uchiha Fugaku is not stupid. After Iwega saw Uchiha Fugaku, he knew it was a shadow clone, which he could still see as a shadow-level powerhouse. What exactly do you rock shinobi want to do? And, what do you know? Although Uchiha Fugaku is a little flustered, he can only talk honestly now. It looks like you're a little panicked by Chief Fugaku, but don't panic. It's actually a good thing for you to find you this time. You should be very clear about your position in Konoha, especially now that you are still once Mangekyo Sharinan is turned on, once Konoha knows about it, you Uchiha clan don't want it. Jinyang said with a smile, as if he were a fox, while Uchiha Fugaku's face was getting more and more ugly. Read more at fictionzone.net. What the hell do you want to do? Uchiha Fugaku stared at Jinyang fiercely. He couldn't figure out how his secrets were leaked. Could it be his confidants? But it is impossible. It's very simple, Konoha can't accommodate you Uchiha clan, but we rock shinobi can, we rock shinobi welcome talents, so you should understand what we plan to do. It's impossible for the Uchiha clan to leave Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help taking a breath after listening to Jinyang's words. He thought about digging them into the Uchiha clan. To be honest, he was so embarrassed, but he didn't know the specific situation of the other party. Are you planning to kill them? When the time comes, the Uchiha clan will not only bear the name of a traitor, but will also be wiped out all at once, which is worse than Konoha. The Fugaku clan does not need to be so guarded. I know you Uchiha clan very well. I know better than you. I also know what Konoha intends to do against you. Whether it is Danzo or Sarutobi Hiruzen, they will not let it go. You guys. Since Senju Tobirama, because of the hatred of Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan has been madly suppressed. As the clan leader, you know you are very helpless, right? You divided the Uchiha clan to the edge of the village and separated you from others. In addition, I will give you the Uchiha clan a security team position, and you Uchiha clan, I only look at a few people, one of them is you are a bit sane, unlike the others, those guys still rely on the light of your ancestors, but I didn't know that I pushed myself down the abyss step by step. You must be very tired as the patriarch. I don't expect to persuade you directly. I will give you a way to contact us. Not surprisingly, in a few years at most, Konoha's people will treat you Uchiha clan. Do it, wipe out your Uchiha clan. At that time, you can ask our rock shinobi for help, and the door of our rock shinobi will always be open to you. You came to Shadow Clone tonight. I will send someone to give it to you later. You are a smart person. You know what to do later. I don't need to say anything, right? Jinyang said a lot basically, he said that Uchiha Fugaku's heart is gone, and Jinyang's meaning is also very clear, he does not need the current Uchiha clan, you guard me, it's okay, I don't care, I wait until you have to come and beg me, then you will have no initiative at all. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, you Uchiha clan, I only like sane people. As for the kind of arrogant, old-fashioned, and brain-disabled guy, I don't need it. You'd better identify this part after you go back. I only accept sensible people. I don't need a mad dog here. Also, you'd better keep your son and Uchiha Shisui away from getting too close. I'll talk more about what is different about Uchiha Shisui, so you better be careful. Don't let your son be brainwashed by others. That way, you can go back. After Jinyang left the last two sentences, he left with Iwaya, while Uchiha Fugaku's complexion was constantly changing, and finally turned into a smog and disappeared. At this moment, Uchiha is lying in the camp with his eyes closed and rested. Fugaku's body suddenly opened his eyes. It's so deceptive, as well as the control of the situation, as if some are pinched in his hands. If that day is really reached, maybe I can only make this choice. After Uchiha Fugaku digested the information brought back by Shadow Clone, his face changed several times, and then he laughed helplessly. Few people in his clan could see his status clearly, but an outsider analyzed the situation like this clearly, it is a bit too weird. But he is indeed moved. Uchiha Fugaku has made a decision at this moment. Now it depends on Konoha's choice. If Konoha really intends to destroy them, or the Uchiha clan is really hopeless, he will choose the ones that are still saved. As for his son, he couldn't help but feel excited when he thought of this. He knows what Uchiha Shisui is. He is close to the Konoha faction. If this guy really brainwashes his son, he might cause a mess, so Uchiha Fugaku felt that he had to take care of it. Chapter 40. Should we leave the Hyuga clan? On the way, Iwaya looked at Jinyang and asked, what happened to the Senju clan proves Jinyang's ability, and the Uchiha clan is estimated to be under his command later, what about the Hyuga clan? The Hyuga clan is more troublesome. It's not time yet. I need to get Caged Bird out of the village for me first, and then I will try again. If it is really done, then there will be bargaining chips at that time, and the time has not yet arrived. Jinyang shook his head. Before, in front of Iwaya, he said a lot of secret things, such as Uchiha Fugaku's Mangekyo, but he didn't care. Iwaya was also very smart, he would not ask, and Jinyang was the master enough. Now Jinyang represents the entire rock shinobi, and even Ohiki and his Iwaya and others are the support points behind. The entire rock shinobi revolves around Jinyang, so he will not ask about these things. As for the Hyuga clan, one is that Caged Bird's curse solution has not yet been obtained, and the other is that Jinyang is waiting for an opportunity, when Cloud Shinobi will take Hinata's shot, then go to dig, plus Caged Bird's curse solution, Jinyang was almost 100% sure to dig people over, and the Hyuga clan, he didn't need too many people. Once you help the people in the branch house to unlock the Caged Bird, the other party can treat you as the savior. It doesn't need to think about it. The people in the clan family can only see the line of Hyuga Hayashi. Other people, get out. He doesn't need these arrogant and very uncontrollable guys to exist. Of course, maybe he can give them a game with the next Caged Bird. After chatting with Iwaya for a while, Jinyang went to rest. It was basically certain that Konoha's 3 major families had already arrived, and Jinyang was almost done with what he had to do, then it's his turn next. Others, people like Orochimaru, are also one of the targets. Jiraiya will definitely not be able to dig, unless Sarutobi Hiruzen is dead and Danzo is the dominant family. In this case, Jiraiya can dig, but before Sarutobi Hiruzen's death, Jiraiya and the Might family father and son are like the BD who eats the weight and the hard-hearted Konoha, you can't convince the existence at all. One night passed quickly. Even if Uchiha Fugaku figured out these things, he couldn't fall asleep, so he suffered from insomnia all night, while Jinyang was slumbering, which was called a comfortable one. Now that Mist Shinobi has lost, Jinyang handed over the negotiation to Jiraiya and others. After all, the main battlefield is theirs, but Rock Shinobi has exerted such a great effort this time, so the resources must be Rock Shinobi's. Read more at fictionzone.net. In order to prevent Sand Shinobi from being taken down by Konoha so quickly, Jinyang asked Iwado to take the people directly to the Sand Shinobi battlefield. Sand Shinobi is too weak, Jinyang has no doubt that they will be taken down soon, so every minute must be raced against each other. One is that these guys are experience packs, and the other is that he has to dig Orochimaru. If they are defeated directly, then he can only look for opportunities later. So Rock Shinobi's large forces moved forward and passed in the direction of Sand Shinobi, but Jinyang didn't worry that Sand Shinobi would surrender directly. They wouldn't. They probably would go to other shinobi to deal with Jinyang. Jinyang is now the key to victory. The defeated Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi did not hurt their muscles and bones. Once Jinyang is taken down, they still have a chance to come back. Jinyang feels that with Luoxia's personality, it should not be directly affected. Scared to surrender. And the news that he defeated Mist Shinobi soon spread to the entire ninja world. In this world, intelligence is always faster than people. I cleaned up Mist Shinobi directly the next day after the news arrived. It looks like this, at least most of this thing is true, even if he doesn't completely lose combat power at night, he won't be strong enough to go anywhere. Send people to Mist Shinobi, win over the Mist Shinobi alliance, let them send all the strong, and contact Sand Shinobi to let them resist. No matter what, as long as the time comes, we will join forces to kill the monster Jinyang, then all battles will be reversed. After AI looked at the information on his desk, he immediately sent people to contact the two parties, planning to jointly target Jinyang and kill Jinyang. The 3 of them were the final winners. Before the defeat, Cloud Shinobi had some connections with Mist Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, so it is very convenient to communicate now, and Yagura is also very reluctant to lose. He has not forgotten what Jinyang showed, so he also thinks Jinyang doesn't have any combat power at night, otherwise he won't be able to bring a large army to Sand Shinobi. The large army is responsible for escorting him. If Jinyang has combat power at night, then other Rock Shinobi troops are actually a burden, but no matter where Jinyang goes, Rock Shinobi's troops follow wherever they go, and besides following behind and shouting 666, they also do. Have you ever had other things? Rock Shinobi's fault, except for the fight in the Cloud Shinobi battlefield, was almost a prince. Okay, with these people, it was not to protect Jinyang, and I didn't believe it when I killed Yagura. So Yagura surrendered on the face, but he directly united with 4th Raikage AI and sent the masters from the village to the battlefield of Sand Shinobi. At the same time, Sand Shinobi's Luo Sha once wanted to give up after knowing that Jinyang had brought someone over, but he was not reconciled, and once he gave up, he started this war. It is okay to give up, but when the time comes his regime will be shaken. Maybe he will become the shortest wind shadow in Sand Shinobi's history, and that's when he will laugh out loud. But just when he wanted to give up but was not reconciled, the news of 4th Raikage came, which gave him greater confidence. Now he just needs to hold it back, and drag these people over and kill Jinyang. This monster, sending troops later, can completely reverse the current disadvantage. Feng Ying, what should we do now? Although Raikage has already given the news, Jinyang will definitely come before them. When the monster comes over, it is a question of whether we can last a day. Ilao Zhang and Cho are a little helpless, although there is hope, but they are very difficult to resist. If you can't hold it, we will retreat. Even if Konoha's people can break into our Sand Shinobi, it will be no hesitate. In addition, to bring the guy out of the blessing, it is his turn to do his best, even if he will run away. Luo Xia was betting his last bit of bargaining chips, and even the uncontrollable points of blessings were brought out. The current points of blessings are going to run away at any time, but Luo Xia is already unscrupulous for his own victory. Chapter 41. Not to mention the actions between several villages, just as Cho and others said, Jinyang and others did come to Sand Shinobi first, and when Jinyang arrived, Luoxia retreated without saying anything. Anyway, I would not admit defeat. I do not surrender, I just drag. However, Jinyang and others are always working together, so even if they come first, it will not be much faster. The information that Luo Xia received requires him to hold on for 2 days, and the masters of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi have arrived. It is not a problem to kill Jinyang while taking advantage of the night. Everyone at Rock Shinobi, welcome to you. After everyone met, Orochimaru brought people out to greet Rock Shinobi's people. Orochimaru's appearance at this moment is not as crazy as after. Although the skin is a little too white, it even looks a little weird, but it doesn't have the weirdness of the later stage. Now he hasn't completely fallen into that crazy stage. Jinyang anyway laughed after seeing Orochimaru, so after entering Konoha camp, Jinyang also used the previous trick to deal with Uchiha Fugaku, and directly stuffed Orochimaru with a small note, except for the time and place. In addition, there are only 2 words, longevity, which Orochimaru has been pursuing. Orochimaru can't resist the temptation from Changsheng, and after the war is over, Minato will be in power, then there will be nothing about Orochimaru, plus Danzo will sell a wave of Orochimaru. Even if Orochimaru can't be poached now, wait until Orochimaru defect, it can also be easily dug away. As for whether Jinyang has mastered longevity in his hands, he hasn't mastered it, but he has experience. The Ōtsutsuki clan is longevity. Although Sage of 6 Paths can only achieve an alternative version of longevity, but with Orochimaru's knowledge and wisdom, it's not a big problem to get him a Ōtsutsuki clan for research after a big deal. In short, he still has a lot of chips that Orochimaru is interested in, so he is not afraid that Orochimaru will not be tempted. The arrival of Rock Shinobi can only be regarded as the icing on the cake for Konoha. After everyone chatted for a while, Jinyang and others left and returned to their camp. However, after returning, Jinyang got a copy from Onaki's intelligence. This piece of information is about the Vortex country and the Vortex Kushina. Jinyang wants to dig the 4th generation couple, but the 4th generation does not seem to be able to dig it unless he knows about Naruto later, but if the 4th generation knows about it, if you are still alive, it is meaningless, and if a dead person is recruited, it is meaningless. So Jinyang simply put his gaze on the Vortex Kushina. Of course, whether to dig or not depends on the situation. Just like now, the information he got was about the Vortex country, and the destruction of the Vortex country was tricky. Read more at fictionzone.net. According to the truth, the Uzumaki kingdom was besieged by many countries and forces and led to its destruction. The reason was that the Uzumaki kingdom's sealing technique was too horrible, but now the piece sent by Onaki is tricky. After the demise of the Uzumaki kingdom, there is even Konoha's shadow. Both Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen participated, but they did not do it clearly, but chose to be a pusher behind them. They even made the siege of Uzumaki kingdom. Sure enough, it is Konoha's person. How dark is this heart to do such a thing? In addition to this item, there is another item about Kushina being robbed as a child. In fact, Jinyang has always been wondering whether the people at Cloud Shinobi have a problem with their brains, or what should I say. Even if you send someone to catch Kushina, is this person's strength a bit too scumbag? At that time, Kushina was the container of 9 tails. In that case, there was no Ambu staring at him, but the person Minato went to save. Minato was able to bring Kushina back. What was the enemy's strength? Are the people at Cloud Shinobi an idiot? Send a group of scum ninjas to rob people. So no matter how you think about it, there is something tricky in it, just like Naruto can steal the sealed book. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's acquiescence, a village's whole card was stolen if it was stolen. Isn't this a nonsense? So Jinyang asked Ohimyu to check these things, and the result is now really found. This is really a pleasant surprise, and Jinyang checked the situation of Kushina and Minato in this period. They are not together yet, but there must be a good impression. Of. Really give me a chance, Iwata Sr., let Tsunade come over. I need her help for the next thing. Just relying on the two things in her hand, not to mention the fact that Kushina's affection for Konoha can be directly reduced to the freezing point, but how can she be grudged with Konoha, and now she needs Tsunade's help. Let Tsunade talk about what happened to him, and Kushina can no longer trust Konoha in an instant. At that time, it was easy to dig a lot. As for the Prince Naruto, Jinyang felt that even if he poached Kushina, Namikaze Minato will also find other people. Even if they don't find other people, at this time, Ashura's chakra will be reincarnated on other people. Indefinitely, it will be reincarnated in the hands of Rock Shinobi's current Senju clan, so this is even more convenient. As long as they are descendants of the Six Paths, they may become the reincarnation of both, one in Uchiha and the other in Senju and Vortex. Jinyang is not an idiot if he has this opportunity to not dig anyway, but it is mainly Orochimaru's side now. If Orochimaru is done here, plus those things that Orochimaru controls Danzo, the possibility of digging Kushina is even greater. So Jinyang is full of confidence now, waiting for Orochimaru to come out to chat tonight. On Rock Shinobi's side, it's a busy camp, but the ninjas are very mobile, and these people are Rock Shinobi's ninjas who are proficient in earth style and have been trained, so it's too easy to set up. If it weren't for the unrenovated house, Jinyang and the others wouldn't even need to live in the tent anymore. Soon night fell, and Jinyang also knew that it was time to set off on his own. He still took Yunya to the east, and the old man, Yunya, was about to become his attendant. After arriving at the agreed place, Jinyang found that he underestimated the attraction of eternal life to Orochimaru, the current Orochimaru, but came here the first time, much faster than them. After seeing this scene, Jinyang has already determined that Orochimaru basically hasn't run away. Even if he can't convince now, when Hokage is selected, Orochimaru will win 100%. Your Excellency Orochimaru, it's quite early. Jinyang looked at Orochimaru with a smile and said. Chapter 42. It's also because the news you gave me is too uncomfortable, but I am very curious, how do you know about me? I am indeed pursuing longevity, but I haven't disclosed it to others. Orochimaru was also quite puzzled. After seeing the note Jinyang gave him, he could no longer control his desire for longevity, and what surprised him was that this secret was always buried in him. In my heart, but Jinyang knows. I don't care about this, Lord Orochimaru, I naturally have my own method, but since Lord Orochimaru came out, then it means Lord Orochimaru is very interested, right? Yes, I am very interested. So what do you want? Orochimaru is quite obsessed with Changsheng, but he is curious what Rock Shinobi intends to do. It's very simple, our Rock Shinobi has only one purpose, to invite Your Excellency Orochimaru to join our Rock Shinobi. Jinyang said his purpose, but Orochimaru was lost in thought, even a little bit unbelievable. He had seen him digging the foot of the wall, but the shadow-level powerhouse who digs in other people's villages is a bit too much. Do you think you can recruit me with a longevity I haven't seen yet? You know my position in Konoha, and I have the confidence to find a way to live long. Why should I give up Konoha and join Rock Shinobi? Suddenly, Orochimaru spoke. He had absolute confidence in himself. He could find the key to longevity by himself. Since Rock Shinobi has found it, then why Onaki still looks like this is not practical? No, Your Excellency Orochimaru doesn't seem to have a clear view of the situation. Let alone Changsheng, do you think you can be this Naruto? Jinyang didn't panic at all, Orochimaru's reaction was already in his expectation. Why not? Now Konoha can become Naruto only me, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato, Danzo, but Jiraiya disdains to be Naruto, Namikaze Minato's qualifications are too low, Danzo, he can't beat me. So Naruto's position is only it could be mine. Orochimaru felt that Hokage's position must be his own, after all, he has been famous for a long time, read more at fictionzone.net. Well said, although I don't want to hit you, but I still tell you that the least likely to become Hokage is you. Even if Danzo becomes Hokage, you can't be this Hokage. What do you mean? Orochimaru's face changed after hearing Jinyang's words. Don't worry, I'll tell you slowly. Let's not talk about the many dirty things you did behind Konoha. Do you think Danzo, who has been prying at Hokage for a long time, will let you go? You and Danzo are, but there are some deals, and you don't have a team like Danzo. He can tell third generation what you are doing at any time. With this, let alone Hokage, you wait to go to jail. As for the possibility of Danzo yen you behind, I don't need to say more, you should know it yourself, and if this one is removed, neither Danzo nor third generation will allow you to become Naruto, because they control it. No more. For the position of Naruto, Danzo can even kill Konoha with White Fang. What's more, among you, he can't compete for the position of Naruto, but he can kill others for his own position. No one is suitable to be this Hokage, so he is the only one left. So even if he can't be in the top position himself, the high-level person must be someone who is easy to control and can break down at any time. On this condition, only Namikaze Minato is suitable. So no matter whether Danzo can be the Hokage or not, you definitely have no such possibility. Danzo has your evidence of crime. Even if you want to destroy the place now, Danzo can kill you before you. Do you still think you can be this Naruto now? Jinyang's words caused Orochimaru to fall into contemplation. The Hokage position he had already received in his pocket suddenly began to become a little erratic. He wanted to refute, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. As a Hokage, he must reduce his own negative information to zero, not to mention that it is completely cleared, but it is not too obvious, but his Orochimaru is different. In order to pursue immortality, he has done a lot of human experiments with first Hokage cells. And this kind of evidence is still in Danzo's hands. Danzo is like someone holding his only life-saving straw. He can choke him to death at any time and become Naruto. With his understanding of Danzo, Danzo will do it 100%. So after thinking about it, Orochimaru discovered that the possibility of becoming Hokage is not close to zero, but zero at all. There is no possibility of becoming Hokage. There is no possibility of becoming Hokage, and there are only two roads left in front of you, the prisoner and the bereaved dog. Although third generation is not a good thing, but he should not directly kill you as an apprentice. So you don't have to worry about death, but if you become a prisoner, your longevity dream may be broken, so your only way is to become a betrayer and a bereaved dog. I believe you can find a way to live forever. You really have incomparable talent, otherwise I would not come to recruit you, but your efforts alone are not as good as the support of a whole village, and even we have mastered it. There are many secrets about this world, even Konoha has no secrets that anyone knows, so I can reveal a little bit to you. In this world, there are still some immortal people, it depends on how you choose. Jinyang said that he threw a scroll to Orochimaru, which recorded some things about Ōtsutsuki Kagaya and the six brothers. It even recorded that Ōtsutsuki Kagaya was sealed for thousands of years and stayed in the moon. In fact, Jinyang would be regarded as an empty-glove white wolf. This kind of news will also be exposed by Uchiha Madara in the future. Then it will not be too secretive, he just took it out in advance. So if Orochimaru is really recruited, it will be a real empty-glove white wolf. These things. Orochimaru's face changed as he watched it, and it was almost a Sichuan opera. Jinyang is a face like I am not in a hurry. You look at it slowly and stay by the side. As for Yanya, he is very confused, Jinyang said. He also waited to hear and analyze the things he said, but he was still a little confused. But he probably sorted out some things he understood. Anyway, Orochimaru must become a betrayal in the end and could not bear to run away. Chapter 43. I admit that you do have a good eloquence, and you succeeded in making me tempted. You can join you, but I need to see the substance of longevity, not just these words. After closing the scroll, Orochimaru made the final decision and continued to stay in Konoha. He could only be a bereavement dog, but after joining Rock Shinobi, he has not only strength support but also various data resources, so he is very good at counting this. An account. Now that he has started to experiment with the people in the village, he has already broken through his bottom line, and for the sake of longevity, he can see everything. There was a Hokage dream before, but this dream has now been Jinyang broke off directly, so he only had the last one to pursue. In this case, Orochimaru will also make a trade-off, and joining Rock Shinobi is the best choice. A wise choice. As for the things of longevity, I came to you for longevity. I almost have a general direction. Although it is not specific, it is better than your general. I also want to live long, so I need help. Ro. Of course, saying this will inevitably give you the feeling that I am playing with you. After the Sand Shinobi War is over, I will show you a good thing. Then you can judge the authenticity of what I said. Before that, this scroll is for you. In addition, this period of time, I need to do something and need you to help me. Speaking of Jinyang, he threw out another scroll. In this scroll, there were some things about clones, cells, etc. Although Jinyang didn't know the specific things, he had seen some general things, so he changed these general things. Something tells Orochimaru himself will push in this direction. Jinyang didn't doubt this at all. After all, Orochimaru was really a pioneer in the science of ninja world in the later stage. I hope you don't let me down. Holding the scroll, Orochimaru left soon. Are you so relieved of this guy? According to what you said, this guy is not a peaceful person, and about longevity, is this kind of thing really achievable? Yunya was also a little confused at this moment. Who doesn't want something like longevity? If life is comfortable and beautiful, no one would want to die so soon, so he is also very eager for longevity. I don't know, I'm not in charge of this kind of thing. I'm looking for Orochimaru for this. It's just to increase the probability. Without Orochimaru, basically we can't even research a hair through our own research. That's basically better, and I am not very clear about the specifics. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang shook his head. Orochimaru in the original book achieved a different kind of immortality, but Jinyang doesn't know if it is true immortality, but he doesn't panic, because he can also draw other powers, maybe he will draw one. Longevity. This kind of ability is still precious to the Naruto world, but in many worlds, it is really not very valuable, not to mention worthless, but it can be regarded as all over the street, such as the worlds of the fantasy world and the prehistoric Zyuxian. If he draws something inside, Jinyang won't worry about his lifespan. Of course, he doesn't need a long life for one person, so he needs Orochimaru's help and walks several roads together, just in case. Now Orochimaru basically can't run. After that, Jinyang will take him to the moon. Other people Jinyang dare not take it there. But Orochimaru is different. This kind of people will never betray as long as they have interests, so Jinyang knowing Orochimaru, I dare to play like this. Both parties returned to their camp at this moment. After returning, Orochimaru began to study the scroll that Jinyang gave him. In this scroll, he saw a lot of rough and general things, but with his thinking about it in my head, it seems that there is indeed a certain degree of feasibility. From this, he saw the hope of longevity. If it can be achieved, it may be possible to achieve longevity. Now Orochimaru has 90% of his faith in Jinyang. Even if Jinyang couldn't bring out other things in the follow-up, he would cooperate with Jinyang, because the things in Jinyang's brain were what he needed, so the whole night passed. Early the next morning, Rock Shinobi's guys started the call directly. The purpose is very simple. Hit Sand Shinobi. Jinyang also hopes to get a wave of percentages. The introduction of Sand Shinobi is much higher than Mist Shinobi, so if you win Sand Shinobi, Jinyang has no doubt that he can get a higher percentage. After all, the percentage is not entirely specified by strength. When Rock Shinobi moved, Konoha naturally followed, so the power of the two great shinobi villages chased Sand Shinobi directly. Luo Sha's face turned green in an instant after receiving this news, and now he can only retreat temporarily. In short, a drag formula cannot go to war with Rock Shinobi and Konoha, so the whole Sand Shinobi retreats without a fight. Even if they ran away, Sand Shinobi's people are really timid, and they can do things like retreating without a fight. Yunya said that he was shocked, This man is indeed very strange, and he ran away. People are also smart, Senior Yunya, if you were you and the people from 2 villages besieged, would you still fight each other? Especially because there is still me inside. Although Jinyang didn't want to boast, he was indeed an invincible representative. Luo She running away was a very clear choice. It would be impossible to make him fight with Jinyang. He had no other choice except to lose. Haha, yes, if the opponent is your kid, I don't even bother to run, so I just surrender. For you, running is not feasible at all, and I still run away with the army. It is ridiculous to think about it. Yan Ya showed a smile. Jinyang was so terrifying, but running away was said to be undesirable for Jinyang, because of Jinyang's speed. Now that Jinyang has chased him, he would naturally not let go of these experience packs. Yes, escaping is of no use to me, so I plan to end this war before Tsunade arrives. After Jinyang finished speaking, he jumped directly into the sky, stepped on the little sun, and disappeared from the sight of everyone. What an enviable strength, Minato, can you lead us to chase it? After Orochimaru took a look, he looked at Namikaze Minato next to him and asked, Namikaze Minato's flying thunder god is very useful, and after hearing Orochimaru's words, Namikaze Minato was also taken aback, and then nodded. It was trivial to take a few people with his flying thunder god, so he immediately disappeared with a few masters. Chapter 44. Master Feng Ying, someone is chasing over, the speed is very fast, and we will be chasing us soon. Sand Shinobi's perception ninja can perceive the existence of Jinyang. After all, Jinyang also has something like chakra in his body, so he will inevitably be discovered when he gets closer. Have you caught up so soon? Feng Ying, what shall we do now? Cho and the others looked at Luosha. They did not have their own ideas, but now Luosha is still there. It is difficult for them to go beyond Luosha and directly implement their own decisions, and any wrong decision made is Luosha's pot. They are not. We'll go back. It's fast enough. Divide the army into 10 branches and retreat immediately. Besides, keep the divided blessings. We can resist as soon as we can resist for a while. Luo Sha was also fierce. He didn't even want the tail beasts in his own village. However, he had already made such a decision to bring Fen Fu out of the prison. Let's talk about the follow-up matters. Now, let's solve the current ferry first. Feng Ying, you have to think about it. Once the tail beast is lost, our village will lose its weapon to deter other villages. Qiande, Hai Laozang and others couldn't help but feel a little horrified. Luo Sha's decision was indeed very special. At least they didn't dare to play like this. Once the tail beast was lost, it would be a tragedy. Don't worry, the big deal is to divide the blessings and die. The tail beast can still recover, and Xiaozhiru will only recover in our Sand Shinobi territory. If this time we win the bet, we will not get the benefit of a tail beast. Comparable. And the character of the blessing, even if it is dead, it will not let the tail beast fall into the hands of other people. Luo Sha shook her head. The big deal is to let Xiaoerhe die once. Xiaoerhe has always had Sand Shinobi. Even when Senju Hashirama distributed the tail beast, Sand Shinobi already had a tail beast, so it was not too big. The problem. Moreover, the tail beast is also sealed by humans. The most important thing is that the power of the tail beast cannot be used for the benefit of the old and immortal, so just temporarily abandon it and capture it again later. Now the most important thing is to drag it. People from the other 2 villages came over. After this decision was made, it was quickly implemented. Sand Shinobi's people were divided into 10 groups and fled in different directions. After all, this is the Kingdom of Wind. They can go wherever they go, but the distribution of blessings is lost. Come down. Divide the blessings and see what your village has done. Just throw you here and wait for death. Do you want to protect such a village? Just let me out, I can save your life. At this moment, although the remaining part of the blessing is helpless, it has become a habit, because the slag of Sand Shinobi's sealing technique can be said to be abnormal, and the Shao crane in the part of the blessing is also often doing things. However, after becoming Jinchuriki, Gaara has been living a life of imprisonment. Gaara is better. Although he was targeted by her father and targeted by others, she still met a partner in the later period, and she did not live in prison. Read more at fictionzone.net. But Daifu is different. He has always been in custody. If you can use it, let him go out to fight, and then shut it back when you don't need it. However, Daifu is also compliant. No matter how others treat him, he always treats the village as usual. It is good. Even Xiao'erhe was so tempered by him. You will definitely retaliate against the village after you come out, so forget it. The old man should do his best one last time, and the old man should not be able to hold it after this time. Although you will not completely die, the old man must also apologize first. Daifu is already old, but he will not release the Shao crane. Once the Shao crane is released, it is estimated that the first time is not to fight the enemy, but the people of the village. As for whether the power of Xiao'erhe can be resisted after the explosion, it is not something that can be considered. After the fight, even if Xiao'erhe takes control of the body, it is impossible to be good. The pedantic old man. Xiao'erhe could only curse. He really had no choice. Although he recognized the old man, it did not mean that she recognized the old man's resignation to the village. In short, he was very irritable at the moment. It can be said that the tail beasts are indeed very unlucky. They are used by others. If they are replaced by Jinyang, he doesn't know what will happen to him, but I must blame them for their powerful strength, and they are not humans. There is nothing to use. Soon, Jinyang had chased him, and the blessing at this moment was a slap with both palms, and a yellow sand rose up into the sky, directly blocking Jinyang's path. Part of the blessing? One-tail Jinchuriki? Luo Sha is bold enough to leave Jinchuriki. Jinyang is also speechless. I don't know what to say about Luo Sha. Is it stupid? Still courageous? But Jinyang thinks it should be the former. Jinyang thinks that he can dig past the guard crane. Although Xiao'erhe has that kind of almost insoluble hatred for humans, Jinyang also has a whole card, Sage of Six Paths. He knows those secrets, and naturally it can be useful to Xiao'erhe. Jinyang estimated that Luo Sha was left as cannon fodder by dividing the blessings. He was not interested in dividing the blessings, but he could completely defeat the divided blessings and then bring them back so that the seal would be lifted. After that, there would be a tail beast. As for the possibility of Xiao'erhe's own separation, it is almost impossible. Don't think about it. If Xiao'erhe wants to come out, sharing the blessing will not be allowed. He will only die with him. So unless there is external help, Xiao'erhe will not be able to leave. Come. Your opponent is old. After stopping Jinyang, Fanfu also knew the horror of the other party, so he also knew that he might not survive this time, but even if he tried desperately, he would stop Jinyang. Part of the blessing. I am not interested in you, let the Xiao'erhe in your body come out and speak. Jinyang doesn't care about dividing the blessing at all, he just needs to guard the crane. It's not working for the time being, the old will not let you pass. While talking, a large amount of yellow sand was surging, almost completely burying Jinyang. Old man, you don't seem to understand what I said, let's get some sleep. After Jinyang finished speaking, he cut a hand knife on the back of Fanfu's neck, and Fanfu itself was too old. He didn't see how Jinyang ran in front of him. Fainted directly. Xiao'erhe, come out and talk, you don't want to stay in this guy's body forever. After Jinyang finished speaking, Fanfu's body quickly began to be enveloped by yellow sand, and then became a giant. Although it came out temporarily, Shao Crane could not completely break through the seal, Sand Shinobi's seal scum, but Shao Crane could not directly break through, so once the consciousness of dividing blessing returns, Shao Crane will be sealed back in time. Chapter 45. Boy, what do you want to do with me? Shao He looked at Jinyang with some wonder. When Fanfu passed out just now, he didn't come out directly. He also heard Luo Sha and others tell Fanfu Jinyang's description of strength. One person overturned 2 Shinobu villages. 8 tails and 3 tails are both played as balls. Although he is good at Xiao'erhe, his strength lies in special abilities, such as sealing ability, rather than pure combat. So in the face of Jinyang, Xiao'erhe's idea is actually not coming out, let Jinyang trouble Sand Shinobi in the past, he doesn't need to be Sand Shinobi's shield, but now it seems that Jinyang doesn't plan to let him go. It's time for another Jinchuriki. I guess Luo Sha couldn't think of it. In fact, according to the idea of dividing blessings, Xiao He will not fall into the hands of other villages, so he will definitely pull Xiao He to die together and will not hand it over. This is where Luo Sha's confidence lies, otherwise it's a beast. But now Jinyang is knocked out by Jinyang. They are like giving away a tail beast for nothing. If Luo Sha knows about this, she will definitely cry. The loss of tail beast does not matter, but giving it away is a big problem. I don't want to do anything, I just want to ask you, do you want freedom? Jinyang asked with a smile. Freedom is very important to the tail beast. Freedom? Kid, are you kidding me? With the mind of you ninjas, you probably want to change to a Jinchuriki. What freedom do you mean? Xiao He said disdainfully. He had already seen the human nature clearly, so he was too lazy to say anything. No, the freedom I am talking about is to return you completely, not as Jinchuriki, but true freedom. I know something about you. In my memory, there is something about your tail beast, that inside the screen. Jinyang talked about the scenes in the anime. The 6 old men told Xiao to wait for someone who can change them, and this person should be Naruto, but now, Jinyang can't help but say this. He didn't believe it anymore. When Sage of 6 Paths split them out, only their few tail beasts and Sage of 6 Paths knew about it. Although their tail beasts disagreed with each other, they were very clear about each other's character and couldn't pass the news. Get out. So now Jinyang said something like this. Xiao He's whole cat is dumbfounded, and subconsciously he thinks he waits until that person, otherwise, how could he know what the 6-day-old man said? If it is said that some historical records have been obtained, how can there be such a clear picture description? So there is only one possibility, that is, there is indeed this memory in Jinyang's head. If this is the case, then Xiao He can indeed trust Jinyang. Boy, is this really the memory in your mind? Read more at fictionzone.net. Although it was almost 100% certain, Xiao He felt that it would be better to ask clearly. Yes, there is indeed this picture. Jinyang said that this picture is correct, and it is also correct in his memory, but he sees it from the animation, he feels that there is no need to say it. Okay, then I will believe you once, but what is your purpose? Although Xiao He basically believed it, he didn't think it was free. Actually, it's very simple for you. I need you to join us in Rock Shinobi, don't cause any harm to Rock Shinobi, and become our guardian of Rock Shinobi, and we will treat you as a companion instead of being sealed in other people's bodies. A Jinchuriki. Jinyang said his purpose. The general summoning beasts he doesn't like, and he can hardly use them, but he can sign a contract with Xiao He, just like Uchiha Madara uses 9 tails as summoning beasts. He can use summoning beasts. Crane. After Jinyang finished speaking, Xiao He thought for a while. It seemed okay, no big deal, no need to seal into Jinchuriki's body, which is very good, and it is protected by Rock Shinobi. He is eager, otherwise he is a tail beast. There are probably a lot of people staring wherever they go. They will find a way to catch Xiao He back and make a new Jinchuriki. Well, boy, as long as you do what you say, I will keep my promise. Xiao He nodded, indicating that he agreed. That's good, now you go back for the time being. I will take you to Rock Shinobi. I basically don't know how to seal it. Jinyang was also helpless. He wanted to learn these things in the Shinobi world, but it was difficult to learn, and he was not a peerless genius, so he was also desperate. He was invincible by relying on cheat, instead of relying on talent. After listening to Jinyang's words, Xiao He glanced at Jinyang speechlessly, and then retracted, and Jinyang stopped chasing Sand Shinobi at this moment, and let them run away. Anyway, how can this experienced pack run? If you can run, the monk can't run to the temple. Looking at the comatose Fenfu, Jinyang originally planned to take this guy back first, but suddenly a golden light flashed in front of him, and several people appeared in front of him. Space ninjutsu is indeed a very powerful thing. I just need your help. The person over there is from the Vortex clan. Can you please help me untie the seal on this old man? After seeing the people coming, Jinyang focused on Kushina, the whirlpool family, the ancestor who played the seal technique, but because the strength was too weak, the seal technique was powerful, but the combat power was not that great. The restriction was too great. He held it in his hand. It's no wonder if it's not destroyed. This is one-tail Jinchuriki of Sand Shinobi? What are you doing to unlock his seal? Orochimaru naturally recognized it at a glance, and looked at Jinyang with a look of confusion. Although the people here are not afraid of the tail beast, what does it mean to let it out? Shouldn't it be taken back for transfer? Create a new Jinchuriki? Of course it's useful. I naturally have my own ideas when I do this. Will you help? Don't help me go back to my village and try it. Jinyang asked again, and Orochimaru also gave Kushina a positive look, and then Kushina came to Fenfu. The dead was too simple for war, but she was a little curious now. Why did Jinyang release Xiao'erhe? Of course, she didn't feel good looking at the death of the blessing. After all, she was Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Once the tail beast escaped, Jinchuriki would die. But since her boss said to do it, she naturally wouldn't refuse. Sand Shinobi's sealing technique, in front of the Whirlpool clan, was rubbish in the trash, and the seal was released in an instant. Boy, you didn't lie to me, Lao Zi finally came out, ha ha ha. After Xiao'erhe came out, he began to laugh wildly. Chapter 46. Know that you are excited, but don't forget what you promised me. Jinyang couldn't help but dig out his ears. Xiao'erhe's voice itself was not as sharp as his body shape, and as a result, he yelled so loudly, which made his ears a little uncomfortable, and the whole noise pollution. What I promised will naturally not break the contract. On the contrary, it is you humans. Are there few examples of backlash? But your kid has temporarily gone to my trust, but if you break the contract one day, don't blame Lao Zi for being polite. After Xiao'erhe said a few words, the others finally came back to their senses. Xiao'erhe is something like an agreement with Jinyang, so now these two are actually cooperating, human and tail beast are cooperating. Apart from seeing it on Jinchuriki, let alone cooperating with other people, the tail beast will tear it apart as soon as it comes out. Huh? Chakra of that stinky fox, ha 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 ha, stinky fox, see it, the uncle has already come out, you are still locked inside, you will always miss this uncle by a lot. Xiao'erhe suddenly sensed the nine tails in Kushina's body, and started a crazy taunt mode. Xiao'erhe and Nine Tails did not deal with each other, and they often fought each other. Moreover, Xiao'erhe is also a strange thing. However, what Xiaozhiru is proficient in is not fighting, but sealing. Of course, he is also using his own characteristics to seal. He is also a novice in unblocking, otherwise he would not have been sealed by Sand Shinobi's garbage seal for so long. Damn civet cat, little girl, let the uncle go out, and the uncle must teach that BD well. At this moment, Nine Tails inside Kushina can see the situation outside, so I was angry, but Kushina is not Naruto, Kushina is a family of whirlpools, proficient in sealing, so he has no loopholes, unlike Naruto. It's a bit of a shame, and I don't know the slightest seal technique. You two are tail beasts, is it possible that you still have enemies? Kushina looked at the two-headed beasts scolding across her body with a black line, a little speechless. Is she air? You scolded each other in the air. Although you know that Xiao'erhe is not spraying herself, Kushina will inevitably be a little speechless. Your Excellency Jinyang is a good method, has even Xiao'erhe subdued it? Orochimaru's pupils also shrank. In such a short period of time, how did Jinyang conquer the Xiao'erhe? The relationship between these tail beasts and humans is almost a mortal enemy. Jinyang can actually chase the Xiao'erhe in such a short time. To subdue, it is simply terrifying to the extreme, which makes Orochimaru can't help but think of the scene when he was moved by Jinyang. What to accept? This uncle just made a deal with him. Kid, where's the summoning beast scroll? Take it out and sign it with Lao Zi. After hearing Orochimaru's words, Xiao'erhe was unhappy, but he didn't go crazy either, but looked at Jinyang again. Read more at fictionzone.net. How can I have a blank summoning beast scroll on my body when I am idle, and wait until I go back? By the way, Xiaojuru, are you interested in revenge for San Shinobi who has sealed you for so long? Jinyang smiled suddenly, but this smile was full of murderous intent. Ha 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 ha, I really like your character, let's go, kid. After hearing Jinyang's words, Xiaohe inevitably froze for a while, and then sent Jinyang directly to him with sand without saying anything, and then set off. After being locked up by San Shinobi for so long, he of course wanted to retaliate. Wave up! In the face of dividing the blessing, San Shinobi will not be wiped out, but revenge is indispensable. After all, San Shinobi has enslaved him for so many years. Why do I suddenly feel that San Shinobi is very pitiful? Looking at the blessings on the ground and Xiaohe and Jinyang who had run away, Namikaze Minato suddenly felt a pitiful feeling for San Shinobi. As far as the current situation is concerned, San Shinobi is indeed very pitiful. Who would have thought that Xiaohe would be persuaded in a short period of time? I also feel incredible to change it. Let's go back. There is nothing for us today. Orochimaru and the others left after speaking. It's useless to stay. Now they are still full of figures of Xiaohe and Jinyang, especially Kushina. As a Jinchuriki, she has always pressed nine tails. It's dying, not tossing at all, but after seeing Jinyang and Xiaohe getting along, Kushina suddenly felt that maybe she should change. But she was very interested in how Jinyang and Xiaohe reached the agreement, but she didn't ask too much. After returning, Kushina began to immerse herself in her consciousness space and chatted with Nine Tails. Since Jinyang can, why can't she? She also heard about other Jinchuriki, many of them get along well with the tail beasts, so she went to Nine Tails. But Nine Tails is always the kind that is not easy to tame, even Xiaohe is the same. If Jinyang hadn't read the original and knew some secrets, he would have no way to guard the crane, so Kushina basically has a long way to go. At the same time, Jinyang and Xiaohe have caught up with one of San Shinobi's teams. Xiaohe? How could it be possible? Isn't Xiaohe in the body of Fenfu? San Shinobi's ninja who was running for his life saw this scene and was shocked. Xiaojuru is the tail beast of their own village, but how could he appear here now? Assholes of San Shinobi, my uncle is back, seal my debt for so many years, and return it to my uncle. Wind-style air refining bomb. One after another huge air cannons bombarded San Shinobi's important task. San Shinobi is good at wind style, and they have no power to resist against Xiaohe's air refining bombs. The main reason is that the attack came too suddenly, and they San Shinobi's people are also not good at defense, so they are miserable now, and they are blown up by Xiaohe. Let me blend in too. The unmerciful sun. Jinyang aimed at the ninjas who took the lead. Although he didn't know him well, San Shinobi had a lot of roles in general. It didn't matter if he couldn't remember, just belittle the net. 1% increase is linked to strength and the other is linked to the plot, so no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. San Shinobi's people are definitely worth more than mist shinobi's. A golden sun exploded, and some jonin who took the lead were blown to pieces by Jinyang. Boy, what kind of power are you? Xiaohe asked with some lingering fears. The sun that Jinyang threw out was too powerful, and the terrifying power emanating from Jinyang at the moment made his heart palpitations, and now he even feels that Jinyang is the son of destiny, otherwise what is this power? Chapter 47. It's almost Xiaohe, we should go now. Jinyang looked at the sky, and after feeling the strength in his body, he said, it has already been 10 o'clock, and the strength will be difficult to control afterwards. Of course, it is mainly because he wants to keep the experience pack, don't brush it all at once. Gone. After he killed the points of blessing, the percentage rose to 22%. In fact, even if he broke out with all his strength now, he could still last until about 11 o'clock. In the future, the constant use of power would also cause the power to run away, which means that he cannot fully control the tension. Disadvantages of power. Originally wanted to continue chasing San Shinobi's Xiaohe after listening to Jinyang's words, he was also very curious about Jinyang's power, so I just let San Shinobi go for the time being. Anyway, this time the revenge is good enough. But when Jinyang started to burst out at noon, the terrifying power almost shocked Xiao He's jaw. It was the first time he had seen such a terrifying human being. This power was stronger than the sage he had ever seen. Of 6 paths is still tyrannical. As expected to be the son of destiny, this must be the person, the old man said. If this kind of power is completely controlled, the old man is not an opponent, it is really a terrifying power. Xiao He was also talking to himself while watching this scene. It was not until afternoon that Jinyang's strength was reduced, and they left here and went back to Rock Shinobi. Jinyang still had to sign a contract with Xiao He. But this contract is a bit embarrassing because his chakra is a little bit less. Summoning Xiao He is fine, but it can't let summoning's Xiao He exist for too long. This is the most embarrassing place, and this is still in the case of Samehada. Now Samehada's role comes out, although it can't be used to fight, but it can help him supplement chakra, which is not bad. However, he contracted to guard the crane, just in case, if one day the guard crane runs out of the waves and is surrounded by others, at least he can be taken out by reverse summoning, so that he will not be caught by others and sealed. As for him to use the power of Xiao He, it is almost impossible, unless he wants to seal someone. It is estimated that Xiao He will be used at that time. As for using it to fight, without even thinking about it, his combat effectiveness is much stronger than Xiao He. After Xiao He and Jinyang left, the remaining ninjas of this small team finally rushed to the gathering place desperately along the way, and reported the situation to Luosha. When Luosha and others heard the news, their faces suddenly it's green. Read more at fictionzone.net. What are you talking about? Xiao He attacked you? No, the distribution of blessings? Where did the distribution of blessings go? Luosha is going crazy. He knows how to divide the blessings. Even if he died, he would never release the Shao Crane, but now that Shao Crane has come out, it means that the distribution of blessings is dead. What is the situation? He always feels that his brain is messed up. It was originally intended to temporarily lose the tail beast, but now the tail beast has been taken away by others. According to these ninjas who fled back, Jinyang still stood on Xiao He and attacked them, feeling Xiao He and Jinyang left. Going together, right? All in all, this statement made Luosha feel incredible. In such a short period of time, if Fenfa was defeated, unlocking the seal would indeed allow Xiao He to come out, but how did Jinyang get together with Xiao He? In that short period of time, shouldn't Xiao He be stunned when he saw people? How can you still mix with Jinyang? This is obviously impossible. Did these two guys know each other before? But as soon as this idea came out, Luosha was choked off. What a joke, Fenfa has always been imprisoned in San Shinobi, where Jinyang went to meet with Xiao He. In any case, he can't even think of how Jinyang and Xiao He got together now. Damn, this monster's strength is obviously scary enough. What method did he use to convince Xiao He? They don't have Sharinon, and even if they have Sharinon, they can only be controlled for a short time. Luosha is really going crazy, and the other strong faces are not very good. They are dragging time now. The strong ones who dragged to the other two ninja villages have arrived. At that time, they can carry out a wave of counterattack. Kill Jinyang at night. But now the time is holding back, but there is another Xiao He beside Jinyang, and Xiao He can hold the two shadow-level powerhouses, plus other rock shinobi and Konoha masters and tail beasts. Suddenly I think the plan for the attack this night seems a bit unrealistic, so let's not play with it like this. Of course, although they are also helpless and uncomfortable, they are not the same as Luosha. Luosha has obviously begun to have problems this time. It depends on the final blow, and the final blow is completed. Then there is nothing wrong with Luosha. Sand can still sit firmly in Feng Ying's position, but once the problem is eliminated, Luosha Feng Ying can't even sit down, and she can't even hold her foot in the top of San Shinobi. At that time Luosha can only become a senior fighter. At this moment, Luosha is almost regretful for his intestines, but regret is useless. He can only prepare for the last attack as soon as possible, and on the other side, Jinyang has signed a contract with Xiao He and has found Orochimaru. These materials Are you planning to do something on Kushina? You are really greedy. Looking at the information in his hand, Orochimaru licked his lips. Watching Jinyang's expression obviously became a bit more powerful, although Orochimaru had decided to quit Konoha and join Rock Shinobi at that time. But he still has to wait until the war is over to go back. A lot of his materials and things are there, it won't work if you don't take them away, and the materials Jinyang gives him now are about the original Uzumaki kingdom and Uzumaki Kushina. This piece of information alone is enough for Kushina to create an indelible ravine against Konoha. Jinyang originally planned to hand it over to Kushina by himself, but now there are more suitable candidates. As Konoha, Orochimaru is more credible than the Rock Shinobi people. Even if Orochimaru rebelled and joined Rock Shinobi in the later period, Orochimaru is still a real Konoha, and Orochimaru is a high-level person, so he is more with credibility. It is much better than their Rock Shinobi people to give this piece of information in person. No one will have too many talents. Konoha is not good enough to cherish. Of course we have to dig. I personally think that as long as the hoe is swung well, there is no wall that cannot be digged. You are right. This sentence is good, and it is in line with what you did. I have to admit that your hoe is indeed very good. If possible, I would like to see how many people you can dig out. Orochimaru couldn't help but laugh. Jinyang was even more funny about this. Wait, when you see Tsunade, I guess Orochimaru's expression will be wonderful. Chapter 48. With the information, Orochimaru went back, and then called Kushina over. Orochimaru-sama, what do you want me to do? Kushina was a little puzzled. Orochimaru looked for herself alone, which was surprising. She was a little puzzled. I got something by chance. I think you might be interested. Take a look. Orochimaru didn't need to be circumspect, nor did he need to circumscribe the corners, and directly handed over the information scroll in his hand to Kushina, and Kushina's face became ugly after seeing the contents inside. She knew about the Uzumaki kingdom. After all, she was one of the last remaining members of the Uzumaki clan, but the things recorded in it now really shocked her. The things recorded on it are clearly written, the real reason for the destruction of the Vortex clan. The destruction of the Vortex clan is indeed because of the terrifying sealing technique, so it has attracted the prying of many Ninimura, but Kushina never thought of this. The driving hand behind it turned out to be Konoha. This. Orochimaru-sama, where did you get these things? And is it true? Now Kushina's mind is very confused, she is a little unsure of what is going on. Orochimaru, as Konoha's high level, would give such things that slander Konoha's high level. How could she not shock her? I suggest you talk about it after reading it. As for whether it is true or not, I think you should know it yourself. Although Rock Shinobi won the war against Cloud Shinobi, the Senju clan is gone. When Orochimaru talked about this, Kushina's pupils couldn't help but shrank. The Senju clan was indeed gone, and most importantly, after the Senju clan was gone, Tsunade didn't even ask. It seemed that he had gone back to the village once before. Then it disappeared without a trace. In fact, the matter of Tsunade's planing of the graves of his two grandfathers in the village has been suppressed by third generation. At most they only knew that Tsunade had gone back once, and then the people were gone. As for the specific reasons and circumstances, nothing is clear. But Kushina knows Tsunade very well. When she first came to Konoha, she lived in the Senju family, and she was also familiar with Tsunade, the big sister. Read more at fictionzone.net. Konoha of the Senju clan dared to start, let alone the Whirlpool clan holding the baby, and the Whirlpool clan was extinct, and the biggest beneficiary was Konoha, because the people of the Whirlpool clan sent the seal scroll to Konoha. Therefore, whether it is Minato, third generation, or Danzo, they are all good at playing seal art, all because of the Vortex family. With doubts, Kushina continued to look back, and what is recorded later is about her being kidnapped in the past. After she was kidnapped, she was rescued by Minato, but they had just graduated. Minato had just studied with Jiraiya. There are very few studies on Flying Thunder God, and Rei's Nan is even missing. At that time, Minato, how strong can it be? But at that time, Minato directly rescued Kushina from Cloud Shinobi's hands. Cloud Shinobi's people are not fools. How could they send a few rubbish to deal with Konoha's people? And Kushina also saw from this information that Cloud Shinobi's people are not stupid. There are masters among the people they dispatched, but the masters were cleaned up by Konoha's people. Those who robbed her afterwards were very weak, but the reason why she was able to rob her was also a means by Konoha's senior management. Just like Naruto can steal a sealed book of the lifeblood of a village, Konoha needs to find a bond for Naruto, and the same is true for Kushina, and Kushina itself is an outsider, so find a bond that is enough to lock her. This bond was Minato at the time. Minato didn't know that he was a pawn, but he was treated as a pawn. So I did this by accident. Under the various manipulations of Konoha's senior management, Minato became Kushina's fetters. Now, all the doubts in the scroll were analyzed clearly, and Kushina was instantly exposed to Minato's goodwill has almost gone to zero. Even if she knew that Minato was impossible to do such a thing, it should have been taken advantage of by Konoha's senior management, but she was treated as a puppet. Once a premeditated hero saved the beauty, in short, she suddenly couldn't mention the favor of Minato. How do you feel? Are you suddenly frightened by the darkness of Konoha? Orochimaru said with a smile, just like a big villain. Master Orochimaru, why on earth are you showing me these things? Kushina is not stupid either, looking at Orochimaru with scorching eyes. Orochimaru showed herself this kind of thing for no reason. She didn't think it was kind, but she thought it was a ghost. Orochimaru's behavior was too abnormal. You are very clever, but Konoha is jealous of such cleverness. Now that you can see it, then I won't hide anything. No accident. After this war, I will quit Konoha. Even this place is it's because I don't dare to stay too much. To show you these things is the last thing to do. I hope you can survive in Konoha. This place completely shrouded in darkness is much more complicated than you think. Orochimaru didn't directly expose Rock Shinobi, but just found an excuse to skip this topic. Kushina is not stupid, and naturally knows Orochimaru must have done this for a reason, but she is now shocked by Orochimaru about to leave Konoha. Master Orochimaru? Are you trying to defect? Kushina couldn't help taking a breath. One of the three ninjas, Orochimaru, wanted to defect. She was shocked by this inexplicable defect, and Orochimaru told her so blatantly. Yeah, Konoha can't tolerate me. Danzo won't allow me to be the new Naruto. The new Naruto is basically Minato, but I'm not sure how long he will live. Danzo will think about it. At first, everything threatened him to sit in the Hokage position, and Minato was among them. I dare not wait for this kind of place. Orochimaru shook his head and saw him off. I have to say that he is also a clever man and deliberately disclosed this information. Then Kushina's suspicion of Konoha will become deeper and deeper, and he is not worried that Kushina will betray him. He has come up with such important information, and even if it is said, how can it be? He is backed by Rock Shinobi now, and he will be over if he asks for help, and he is also a real movie-level powerhouse, and he doesn't have such a dish. As for Kushina, it feels uncomfortable after I go back. There are some things that the more I think about it, the more uncertain it is. Just like a prejudice, if you have a prejudice against a person, then this concept will become more ingrained over time. Kushina is also a human, so she will only become more and more suspicious of Konoha. Chapter 49. As Luo Shat and others retreated, Konoha's people and Rock Shinobi's people were speechless. I have never seen such a shock. Moreover, the road is divided into several runs. Jinyang can only chase one side when he goes after it. Jinyang has gained a bit of hard work in the past few days. The percentage has reached 25%. He can control a quarter of his power at night, as well as during the day, but there are still more than half of his power that cannot be controlled. At the same time, Luo Shat, who has dragged on for several days, has been somewhat awkward. Finally got the good news, the powerhouses of Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have arrived one after another. Cloud Shinobi's AI and Killer Bee, as well as Raikage's assistants, and a part of the elite Jonin, also Mist Shinobi is also a gathering of strong men. The strong men of the three villages are gathered together, and there are nearly 10 movie-level strong men. As for the elite Jonin from various villages, it is also a gathering. At this moment, the 3 villages gather, and the strong gather. You are finally here, if you drag it for 2 more days, I might just surrender. After Rasha saw these people, she also seemed to see the last straw. The terrifying pressure on him was indeed a bit too large and excessive, almost overwhelming him, and because of the news from other Shinobu villages, he couldn't give it. The people below know, so he has been questioned by a large number of ninjas in the village during this period of time. Don't worry Feng Ying, as long as the monster Jinyang dies, we will send troops immediately, and Konoha and Rock Shinobi will be useless by then. Ai disdains Luoxia's actions, but in order to appease Luoxia, she still has to say something. Yes, that monster is the key to the battle. As for the problem of Xiao'erhe, it is not a big problem. They don't know our plan. As long as we are surprised, we will kill Jinyang as quickly as possible, and Rock Shinobi will also unable to stop it. When Konoha reacts, our plan is estimated to have been successful by then. Yagura also nodded. This time, they were all willing to do it. If there were any problems, it would be really shameless to face Jiangdong's elders. By then, the 3 ninja villages would also become the laughingstock of the entire ninja world. Let's do it, but let's discuss the battle plan first. I already know the location of Rock Shinobi camp, but Jinyang is definitely in the center, so it's not easy to rush in directly. Luoxia took out a map. The location marked on the map is the location of Rock Shinobi camp. Jinyang is the most important to Rock Shinobi, and the spies they planted in Rock Shinobi can also pass on these non-secret things. Therefore, Luoxia and others are more certain that Jinyang has no combat effectiveness at night, otherwise why are they wrapped so tightly? Almost all the strong are around the place where Jinyang lives, enclosing him with 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Read more at fictionzone.net. But how did they know that this was also the smoke bomb that Jinyang deliberately emitted, just waiting for these guys to be recruited? The most central location, Fengying, this requires your people to work hard. We surrounded and avoided the line of sight, so we brought all the elites, can only fight against the core area, and the periphery depends on your people. Ai pointed to the camp, and Luoxia's face turned dark, but he did nothing. Although he knew that the other party deliberately let him send Shinobi's people as cannon fodder, what else could he say? After all, their reasons are unassailable. If you bring more people, let alone the slowness of your arrival, you will easily expose yourself, so you will only bring some elites, not many people. He can only recognize this, and now there is no condition other than agreeing to them. There are other ways. Then our Sand Shinobi people will be responsible for the periphery. After that, the elites of the 3 villages will block the people inside. We will kill Jinyang as much as possible. If Xiao'erhe and Yanyalaozi appear, no matter it is whoever is on the line, I will hold the opponent, and I must do a one-shot kill, otherwise the next time Rock Shinobi estimates that even Onaki will come out, we won't have any chance. Yagura warned everyone understands the truth, but the truth is the truth, and it is necessary to emphasize. Then proceed according to our plan, because they are chasing very tightly, and they are not far away from us. One night is enough. Remember not to delay until dawn, otherwise everyone will flee for their own lives. After Luoxia finished speaking, everyone also went to prepare. As for the ninja below, Luoxia was going to make a temporary notice. There were not many spies from other people's houses in any village, so this kind of battle was carried out. It can only be notified temporarily, not in advance. In this way, the sun slowly set from the west. Before the last gleam of light disappeared, Luoxia directly ordered the troops to pull out. Although the ninja below looked stunned, Luoxia was still the shadow of the wind, so they could not disobey Luoxia. The meaning of I could only bite the bullet, and the whole ninja of Sand Shinobi moved out and rushed towards Rock Shinobi. In fact, Rock Shinobi's people also noticed such a big movement, but it was a bit late. When they found each other, they had already rushed in front of them. It's finally here. It's really making me wait. The sensing ninja is responsible for perceiving and determining how many strong opponents have come over. Jinyang, who got the news, didn't panic at all, on the contrary, he was very excited. These are all experience packs. Maybe this wave will increase him by dozens of percentage points. After that, the sensing ninja that had been prepared for a long time immediately sensed, and everyone was a little stunned at the information given afterwards. This was close to 10 shadow-level powerhouses, and it was clear that several villages had joined forces. No wonder Luosha and the others retreat without fighting or surrendering. You really guessed it. The other 2 villages have also joined in. They have already gotten into the set you set. Yan Ya and Lao Ziyi glanced at Jinyang in a complicated way. It seemed that this was an accident, but they knew clearly that this was a set deliberately set by Jinyang, and these people really dropped directly into this set. If it's me, I will also go in this kind of set. They are all the shadows of a famous village. How could it be so simple to suffer? But this time, be prepared for the lion to speak up. Last time they ate a piece of their meat, this time at least they have to break a few bones directly. It's impossible to kill experience packs, but if you don't kill them, it doesn't mean you lose. Jinyang can get a percentage by defeating them. After that, they can get a lot of benefits from them with the help of war. No matter what the calculation is, they won't lose. That said, but we can almost do it. After all, the ninjas of the village can't just die in their hands. Yanya didn't want to see the soldiers of his village make senseless sacrifices. Chapter 50. Yes, anyhow, they are also the soldiers of the village. Since this is a set, there is no need to make unnecessary sacrifices. Jinyang also nodded. Now that he has been in the set, there is no need to continue to pretend. After a few people left the camp, they saw a scene of extremely chaotic surroundings. Senior Yanya, please let the people in the village withdraw directly. You don't need to stop these guys. Next is my home court. After taking a look, Jinyang said, and Yan Ya and Lao Ziyi also nodded. They trusted Jinyang completely, so they didn't have any intention to stay, but went straight to evacuate others. At the same time, the 3 strong men from Shinobi village and a group of Jinyang have directly rushed into the inner circle, but at this moment, they are at a loss. The rock Shinobi elites who should have resisted them desperately were evacuated by Lao Ziyi. Just let go of a hole for them to enter. This kind of scene also made them a little uncertain, and it was neither a retreat nor a retreat. Everyone, this may be a method they deliberately came up with, just to make us doubt, and then retreat. Since we are all here, it is impossible to retreat safely tonight. Let's do it. AI started the final mobilization loudly. If there is still an empty city plan in this world, it is estimated that he will use the empty city plan and the suspicious plan to speak, but his statement does make other people who are a little shaken become firm again. Papa Papa! At this moment, bursts of applause sounded, and then Jinyang walked out directly from behind the crowd. Awesome, awesome, AI, your rendering ability is indeed very strong, but you, as a defeated country, are now attacking us rock shinobi so blatantly. Your courage is really fat enough. If you lose again this time, you will have the consequences. Can you afford it? Jinyang clapped his hands and looked at AI and the others with a smile. Jinyang controls these people very well. They are not the kind of people who would admit defeat casually, so there is a chance to make a wave of them absolutely will not be soft. Jinyang. Sure enough, when you are the weakest at night, I have never seen this attitude before. After seeing a few things, AI's eyes brightened. Jinyang at this moment is not in the daytime state. They have only seen Jinyang in the daytime state, and now, Jinyang is a real 11-year-old kid. There is no such horrible posture during the day. In the daytime, Jinyang's basic height starts at 2 meters, and then it has continued to soar rapidly, which can be said to be extremely terrifying. Read more at fictionzone.net. Why do you talk so much nonsense with him? Take advantage of the night to kill them. At this moment, Yagura is not too lazy to talk nonsense. Although he is like a child, Mist Shinobi is a very cruel shinobi even if it is not in the blood fog era. At this moment, he rushed up without hesitation, but rushed up. The moment he went up, he noticed Jinyang's disdainful and playful eyes. Boom! The moment he approached Jinyang, the terrifying flames on Jinyang spewed out again, and his body quickly expanded. Because he mastered less than a quarter of his power, his height instantly rushed to about 3 meters, and it changed. Become a little giant. It seems that I can only temporarily become a muscular monster before I fully grasp it. Jinyang is also a little speechless about his situation. What is this? It can't get through with muscles, but who calls this grace is such a weird thing. Originally, this thing was the grace that bestowed the 4 angel wings, Jinai, and only Jinai had mastered it. If it weren't for the production of the system, it is estimated that Jinyang has already embarked on the path of Ace Kano. The body of a mortal could not bear such grace, which led to Ace Kano using the power of the sun to wipe out the ashes he burned. But Jinyang wouldn't, but before he fully grasped it, it was obviously impossible for him to not explode his muscle form when using his abilities. What? How come? Isn't this guy in a weak state at night? At this moment, several powerful men in Ninja Village were in a collective heart. As for Yagura, Jinyang had already kicked it back. I was in a state of powerlessness at night? Who said this? Have I ever said something like this? It's nothing more than something that you made up in your own mind. When did I admit it? I gave it up at night. Jinyang looked at these guys in front of him with a look of disdain. He hasn't reacted yet, but it's right, he can't react too much. Impossible, how can you have power at night? I don't believe it. At this moment, AI's brain was making a mess of paste. No matter what happened, the incident that Yakang was kicked back just now seemed to have been forgotten by her, and at this moment, she didn't care about anything, and rushed directly to Jinyang. But unfortunately, his power is nothing in front of Jinyang. Even if he has entered the chakra explosive state of Zukyang, the chakra of the lightning style attribute has been activated to a degree of horror, and even people have turned into one. Lightning was over, but after rushing in front of Jinyang, Jinyang squeezed his fist very simply. As a defeated country, it is not good to stay in your own village, and even run out to make waves. I think you have enough to live. As soon as Jinyang said these words, the terrifying flames almost irradiated the entire campsite into golden yellow, as if a small sun appeared in the campsite. As for AI, Jinyang hit her abdomen directly. With this punch, Jinyang used AI to withstand the ultimate blow, directly blasting off 10 of AI's ribs, shifting his 5 internal organs, and burning his appearance with the flames. It can be said that if it is not treated in time, there is no doubt that this product will be dead. It is also that Jinyang does not intend to kill him. After all, the experience pack has to be kept for repeated brushing. This punch hit AI's body. AI's body was like a golden laser, blazing out, directly rushing out of Rock Shinobi's camp, and disappearing into everyone's sight. Big brother! At this moment, Killer Bee couldn't help but screamed, and Cloud Shinobi's Raikage assisted him, planning to chase after him, but at this time, Jinyang had already come to them. Come as you want, leave as you want, where do you think Rock Shinobi is? Raikage's assistant was directly bombed by Jinyang without a trace. As for Killer Bee, Jinyang stepped directly on the bottom of his feet, and directly exploded a huge hollow in the ground, and Killer Bee also squirted out a mouthful of blood. Even Jinchuriki is so weak now. Chapter 51. After Jinyang severely injured Killer Bee with his foot, the chakra of the tail beast began to appear in Killer Bee's body. 8 Tails was helping, but Jinyang would not give him this opportunity. If you dare to come out, I'll just kill him, you make your own decision. Looking at the tail beast chakra pouring out of Killer Bee's body, Jinyang stopped the tail beast chakra with a single sentence and retracted directly. At this moment, 8 Tails did not dare to bet. Once the bet was lost, he not only had to follow. When it was over, Killer Bee would be over. Faced with this monster, 8 Tails didn't dare to make a fuss at all, and it was useless for him to come out. Jinyang's strength is enough to completely crush him, and killing him is not a big problem, so he lurks obediently. Since Jinyang has said so, he shouldn't kill Killer Bee. Very well, pretty smart, Senior Zi, this guy will leave it to you, and then ask Cloud Shinobi how much ransom is paid. Jinyang did not leave the other two, because the other two are not as important as the tail beasts, but the tail beasts are quite valuable. He has a guardian, and there is no need to have more other tail beasts, and the most important thing is that there is no hostility. It's not an experience pack, so it's a must to put it back, Dig it all around you, then who else will you use to gain experience? Akatsuki? After finishing Killer Bee, Cloud Shinobi's top 3 tails powerhouse was scrapped by Jinyang. It can be said that it was in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the remaining Sand Shinobi and Mist Shinobi film-level powerhouses are also just come back to life. The previous scene can be said to be an electric flint, a punch flew the 4th Raikage, a little sun-shot Raikage assisted and disappeared, and then stomped Killer Bee with 1 foot so that he could not take care of himself. The 3 film-level powerhouses were directly caught by Jin. Yang has a second. Not just one move, but something that happened within a few seconds. At this moment, they realized how big a gap exists between them and Jinyang. This gap is just like a moat, humans and ants. The difference. Go! Luo Sha slapped the ground, and a terrifying sand gold spewed out from under the ground, forming a huge barrier. Read more at fictionzone.net. I am embarrassed to show this kind of thing. Why do you think this kind of thing can block me? When Luosha released the sand gold and blocked everyone from planning to run, Jinyang's arm went straight through the sand gold barrier, and he squeezed Luosha's head. That's right, instead of pinching his neck, he pinched his head. Jinyang's height is just like a little giant. It is too easy to pinch Luosha's head. On the contrary, pinching his neck is a bit inconvenient. I wonder if you misappropriated your Sand Shinobi's public funds. You got all the gold in the sand gold. It's probably a lot. Where did you get so much gold, even though you know what you used? It's magnet style, but is it so luxurious? Isn't it possible to use iron sand? The 3rd Kaze cage is all iron sand. When you come to you, it becomes sand gold. Jinyang has always been curious. In Gaara's original book, Luosha's sand gold was manipulated, and there was still a lot of gold from it. So why is Luosha so extravagant? If he remembers correctly, Sand Shinobi is very poor. In a few Shinobi villages, the others are okay. This Sand Shinobi is the poorest, but they are not blamed. They are mainly in the desert, but Luo Sha still plays sand gold. I am afraid that it is not really embezzling public funds. Of course, there is another possibility. Luosha can detect the underground veins, but if this can be done, it is estimated that the entire Sand Shinobi is the richest village. Anyway, no matter how you look at it, this product seems to have embezzled public funds. Right. At the same time, Zhou and Ilao Zhang, who heard Jinyang's nonsensical spit, were a little stunned. What do you mean? Did Luo Sha really embezzle public funds? It seems something is wrong. Where did so much Shaijin come from? Of course, this idea was extinguished by them after it came out. Now it is not a matter of public funds, but a matter of real life. The life will soon be lost. The 3 treasures are sucked. Cho directly took out his old bottom, nearly 10 people. Cho is a master of puppets and poisons, but in front of Jinyang, she just happened to be restrained to death. She still has some advantages against others, but facing Jinyang, properly restrained. Jinyang's sun flame can burn some poison out, so the poison is useless for him. As for the puppets, to be honest, although the 10 songs are pretty good, they can be combined with some peculiar techniques, but compared to other people's moon at Ōtsutsuki clan a puppet, it's not a star and a half. People's puppet is called a real puppet. As for the 10 people near song, Jinyang is too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly pinched Luosha as a weapon and smashed them towards the puppets that released the 3 treasures. At this moment, Luosha's face was green, and he pinched Luosha. He is a weapon, too much. But this time it was a real hit. Jinyang suspected that Qiande had a problem with his head, and even used the trick of the 3 treasures to smash him to deal with him. Isn't it just killing him? So Jinyang is not soft at all when he starts. Rosa became a humanoid weapon and smashed directly with the puppet. The huge force caused the puppet to be smashed directly, and Rosa was very clever to protect her body with sand. Although he was pinched by Jinyang in his hand, he could still control the sand, so he was not directly smashed to death this time, but he was seriously injured and vomited blood. It's worthy of being the weakest wind shadow in the past. Let's go. Taking a look at Luo Sha, who was seriously injured by himself, Jinyang spit out Luo Sha as a hidden weapon and threw it at Yagura and the others who were planning to run. Then, he 3 punches and 2 feet approached the crowd. As for the 1,000 generations, only 1 punch was gone. Although Ilao Zhang was also a puppet player, the 10 people in the Song dynasty were all kneeling, and the scum puppet he pressed out was even more useless, with a punch. 1. He didn't leave Sand Shinobi's people, they were worthless, so they were half dead. Now the second ninja village Sand Shinobi was easily destroyed by him, so the goal is only the last one. Everyone of Mist Shinobi, I really didn't expect it to meet again at this time, don't rush away, stay and chat with me. Jinyang smiled and looked at the Yagura and others in front of him. In fact, Yagura and the others had already ran out for a while, but the humanoid shell of Belisa was immediately messed up. After that, Jinyang's speed was not comparable to them. So Jinyang immediately caught up. Chapter 52. Surrendered, our Mist Shinobi surrendered. After seeing the tragic situation of Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi, Yagura and the people he brought over were pale, and they surrendered directly without worrying about the dignity of the strong and the superior. In this case, although resistance won't die, it's still too miserable. Surrender? It's beautiful to think, kill me rock shinobi so many people, even if it's okay. Jinyang gave Yagura a kick again and kicked Yagura directly into a ground gourd, but this kick was not very strong. Although he injured Yagura, it was not severely injured, and Yagura was also angry. It directly becomes the 3 tails form. He also knew that Jinyang didn't plan to let them go today, and he couldn't just forget it if he replaced him, so it became the 3 tails mode, and the 3 powerful men in the ninja village who were still next to Jinyang did it directly. The fight has started, and since surrender is not accepted, then there is only a fight. Go away. Jinyang burst into golden flames all over his body, and the whole humanoid bomb, the powerhouses of the Shinobu village around him, were directly blown up into a meteor shower and flew in all directions. Tailed Beast Bomb. Although it was only a momentary effort, the Tailed Beast Bomb of 3 tails has already taken shape. In a hurry, I can't release it fully, but even if it fails to release its power, the Tailed Beast Bomb is still amazing. It's Tailed Beast Bomb again. Can't you use better tricks? Jinyang grabbed the Tailed Beast Bomb with his right hand and directly blocked the Tailed Beast Bomb, which was as big as a man. Then, with his right hand, his 5 fingers were like eagle claws and directly pierced into the Tailed Beast Bomb, but he did not directly squeeze the Tailed Beast Bomb. This is a return, let me see how hard your tortoise shell is. Holding the Tailed Beast Bomb, Jinyang also felt that the Tailed Beast Bomb was about to explode, and simply rushed to the sky above 3 tails. The Tailed Beast Bomb was pressed down fiercely, and a mushroom cloud just rose directly. However, after the first explosion, another louder explosion sounded. This is another explosion made by Jinyang using the merciless sun after blasting the Tailed Beast Bomb. After the smoke cleared, when everyone saw Jinyang again, they saw Jinyang carrying the already charred Yagura, as if carrying a chicken, and throwing it directly on the ground. Read more at fictionzone.net. After leaving Yagura, Jinyang flashed again and came to the sky above Sand Shinobi's troops. Because of Iwato's timely retreat, the people did not mix together, but there were still some people fighting outside. And Jinyang directly suppressed the power under the smallest sun. After a solid solar rain, the ground has become riddled with holes. As for Sand Shinobi's people, at least 1/3 of them were emptied. Mainly it's because people are too scattered, and there are still people there, so Jinyang is not easy to make big moves, otherwise it will not be cleared out of 1/3, at least 2/3 of it will be cleared. Sand Shinobi's people listened and surrendered immediately. Your Feng Ying has already lost. If you dare to do anything, you will die immediately. Jinyang didn't talk nonsense, and shouted out a word. At this moment, the people of Sand Shinobi were all shivered by Jinyang's sun and rain. Where there was still the thought of resistance, the collective knelt directly. In this battle, Rock Shinobi all victory, and this is all the credit of Jinyang. Senior Yunya, the rest of the matter is left to you. As for those who died in the battle, we must take care of them. I don't want our own people to be chilled. Jinyang opened his mouth and said, he didn't have too much guilt when he arrived. If these dead own people, without him, in the war with Konoha and Cloud Shinobi, it would be good to be able to keep half of them, so he no guilt. But your own people are your own people. If you are not good to your own people, then who will work hard for you, so at least let them feel that their hard work is worthwhile, not to waste their lives in vain. Don't worry, you don't need to worry about this kind of thing, Rock Shinobi won't let yourself down yet. Yan Yan nodded, he knew what Jinyang meant, and he knew what he wanted to do, and he didn't need Jinyang to remind him. After that, Yanya ordered the crowd to clean the battlefield and announced a series of comfort policies. This doesn't require Onaki's promise. The current Rock Shinobi has grown to a level of horror. Of course it's not in strength, but in economics. In addition to the wealth accumulated after the reform of the village, there are also some bites from various shinobi villages. Meet. This time, the 3 shinobi villages teamed up to lose again in Jinyang's hands. They didn't let them break a few bones. How could Rock Shinobi let it go, so the policy was naturally much better. After a series of policies were announced by Iwa Ya, at this moment, whether it was injured or uninjured, or a companion or family member who died in battle, they were all excited, and even cried with joy. They at least knew that it was worth fighting for the village. These policies are sufficient for their families to live a good life in the future without any major problems. This is a life-saving exchange. At this moment, they feel that their life is worth giving up. On Rock Shinobi's side, after the battlefield was cleaned up, there was a burst of cheers, which also made Jinyang smile. He is also a person, living in groups, not a machine with no emotions at all, so his family is happy. He will naturally be happy. At this time, the battlefield has been cleaned up in Rock Shinobi, and Konoha's talents are long overdue. It's too exaggerated. Rock Shinobi has directly taken the other 3 strong men from the ninja village. There is also a ninja from the ninja village. He didn't even have much casualties. How did this happen? Minato couldn't help being shocked, this scene was too exaggerated. Look at the rumor that Jinyang can't use his power at night in the ninja world like that is false, and it really keeps surprises people. Orochimaru almost guessed it too, but he also thought it was a little weird. Does such a terrifying force, the terrifying blood succession boundary, have no restrictions? But thinking of this, he shook his head. There must be restrictions. At least during the day, Jinyang will avoid other people, so the power will be out of control. This is indeed true. As for the night, it is a joke. These things were only analyzed by outsiders. Orochimaru had to admire Jinyang. He didn't say anything, but let the enemy send himself in front of him, and directly got into the set by Jinyang. It can only be said that everything is based on Jinyang's power, which is too incomprehensible. How can this incomprehensible power not make people desperate? It seems that we are coming a bit late, let's go, we are all here, at least we have to say hello. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he took Minato Kushina and a group of clan chiefs and high-level officials in, and the 3 clan chiefs of Zuladi were all inside. Chapter 53. Ha 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 ha, it was posted, this time it is really posted, I really have to thank these guys well. Jinyang is a happy one at the moment. Last night, a group of film-level powerhouses directly contributed about 10% to him, and the elites of each village they brought, plus all the troops of Sand Shinobi, just let him. Jinyang's percentage has risen a lot. At this moment, Jinyang's percentage has exceeded 50%, reaching a level of 52%. How could Jinyang be unhappy? Here to explain, in addition to the shadow-level powerhouses, the elites of all villages are there, so it leads to the tone gets so much, there are so many elite jonin from 3 villages, plus a whole ninja village and a group of movie-class powerhouses. 50%, now he can control his power and stay in a crowded place except for 1 minute at noon, and he cannot control his need to leave. There is no need to worry about the power going away. However, Jinyang is also speechless. The crucial minute represents at least 50% of his power. Sure enough, that minute is a minute of opening and hanging. It is no wonder that this state of Ace Kano is called the solitaire mode of the world, and it is really true. Enough. Just when Jinyang was excited, the system that hadn't moved at all after extracting the grace of the sun finally had some movement, and a message was directly passed into Jinyang's mind. The equipment subsystem was turned on after the power was mastered over 50%? Is it so weird? Jinyang was a little speechless after receiving this message. This message tells him that the equipment subsystem is turned on, and the equipment subsystem, as the name suggests, is for equipment, but it must be done when each power reaches 50%. Will turn on. And if this power is not equipped, it will simply not be turned on. This makes a few things a bit speechless. This system is the coldest he has ever seen, and there is almost no movement, and if this subsystem extracts this power, there is no source, or no equipment, then this subsystem is useless. But Jinyang has now got the set of Ace Kanyo's equipment, armor, and magic axe Rita, although the armor is not as good as the artifact, but the armor can change according to the change of body shape, it is very fit, somewhat similar to Sun's fighting the suit. Even if the size skyrocketed, it won't break, it's a convenient thing, and its defense is also good. Of course the most important thing is Rita. Jinyang hasn't had a weapon that can be used up to now. It's not because he doesn't like it, but because he really can't use it. Just like Samehada, he took it out. It was used at noon, and Samehada was useless, so he was helpless. Read more at fictionzone.net. The weapons of this world can't be used by him, but now with the magic axe Rita, it's completely different. It can withstand his terrorist attacks. This thing is a real artifact. Ace Kanyo's pretending artifact appears. Flower, I always feel that there is something missing without this stuff, so I just added this stuff in. Jinyang did not hesitate and took out the two things directly. Although explaining the source is a problem, does he need to explain? With absolute power, both Onaki and Iwata trusted him unconditionally. As for the other high-level managers, they have long been suppressed by the two and dare not move, so Jinyang is the only one in the family. He does not need to explain the source of things to anyone, and no one can control him. At most when others are curious to ask, he just gave a reason and passed. After the two things were taken out, there was no problem with the armor, but the magic axe Rita hit the ground directly when Jinyang hadn't recovered, smashing a huge hole in the ground. Damn, it's worthy of Ace Kanyo's artifact, it's really heavy. Jinyang glanced at the magic axe Rita that hit the ground with some speechlessness. It wasn't that he couldn't hold it, but that he didn't notice the weight of the thing just now, so he hit the ground directly. This thing is something that even one of the 10 commandments, Jialan, can't pick up. Even the leader of the 7 deadly sins, Meliodas, thinks that it can only be dragged away. This shows the terrifying weight of this thing. It is estimated that in that world, the entire human race can only be picked up by Ace Kanyo alone. After all, this thing itself is an artifact created by the goddess race, not a human being. This thing is in the Naruto world, relying on brute force. It is estimated that only people of the level of 6 can handle it. Jinyang is a little bit emotional, he deserves to be a forceful artifact. With this weight alone, the shadow level powerhouse can be smashed to death. As for the super shadow level, the Nagato and others can rely on Rinnegan's power to use the huge repulsion to move this god axe, but relying on brute force, absolutely no one can do it. The shadow level powerhouse who enters Sage mode may be able to barely move, but it is still too heavy. It is estimated that a mountain is not as heavy as this thing. And the most important point is that Rita can absorb the power he releases during the day. In this case, plus this part of the power he controls, he doesn't need to escape even in the minute at noon, he can directly mixed in the crowd. Of course, this body shape is always a flaw before it is fully mastered. At that minute and a period of time before and after, his body shape will soar to nearly 4 meters even if he does not use power. If he uses power, it is estimated to be rise to about 5 meters. So calling him a monster is not too big a problem. This thing seems to have the effect of Thor's hammer. Jinyang put the magic axe Rita aside, and then stretched out his hand, and then the magic axe Rita flew directly into his hand, with its own navigation system, so you don't have to worry about losing it directly, as long as he stays in any place. The call will come back. And part of the power stored in it can be released. This function might be useful if it was given to Jinyang before, but now it is useless at all. He can use 52% of his power completely, so he doesn't need the power stored in the magic axe Rita, but he usually takes it on his body and absorbs his own power. This is a good limiter before he fully grasps the power. Not bad. After Jinyang tried a few times, he carried this very shameless magic axe Rita on his back. It is already daytime. This thing can help him control his power, so he should carry it with him. As for the armor, some puja bags will be worn later when they are pretending to be forced, and put them on first. After Jinyang carried the magic axe Rita on his back, Jinyang and the others came directly. After all Konoha's people arrived, Jinyang had to come forward. When Jinyang left the camp, his height had already risen again. It was 2 meters, but it didn't emit a slight wave of power, just like an ordinary brawny, but the magic axe Rita behind it was more sloppy, and the people who watched Rock Shinobi were stunned. Chapter 54. Boy, you are finally here. Wait, who is behind you? After Jinyang and the others came over, they saw Jinyang directly greeted him, but when they saw the magic axe behind Jinyang, Jinyang and others were stunned. Well, how about my weapon? Isn't it great? Jinyang pointed to the god axe behind him and asked. After he spoke, everyone came back to their senses, and then everyone's complexion became a little weird. Can the weapon used by Jinyang really exist? For a time, Jinyang and others thought it was a little weird. Jinyang's power is very terrifying. Just raising hands and feet is destroying the world. He can resist the weapons he uses. To be honest, they are really curious about what kind of terrorist weapons can withstand such power. Shock. It's an exaggerated axe, but the style is also a bit strange. Looking at the axe on Jinyang, Lao Ziyi couldn't help but whispered a word, but after hearing these words by others, he couldn't help but nodded. It was very irritating. Don't underestimate my weapon can suppress my power burst, that is to say, as long as I don't use the power casually, I don't need to leave at noon. Jinyang said indifferently. As for the things that his power needs to leave, he himself wouldn't care. Everyone knows it anyway, and Jinyang and the others were shocked to the heavens when they heard this. This axe can suppress your power? What is the situation? Jinyang was a little surprised at this moment. He did not feel the high temperature and burning sensation from Jinyang that he could feel as long as he approached him. At this moment, Jinyang is just like a very ordinary muscular man, with no power to exude the way it came out. This axe can absorb my power to form a suppression effect, and the absorbed power can explode, but as long as it is taken off, there is no way. Speaking, Jinyang gently put the god axe Rita on the ground. After that, the terrifying power on his body began to radiate again, which made everyone quite uncomfortable. Read more at fictionzone.net. Wait, if you say that, this axe can release your power if someone else gets it. Lao Ziyi was very surprised. This kind of thing is too exaggerated. Not only can it absorb the power that suppresses Jinyang, but it can also explode. Doesn't that mean that getting this axe is equivalent to getting the same power as Jinyang? It's as simple as that, just give it a try and you'll know it. Jinyang said indifferently, let's not say that this thing has already recognized the master, you have no idea how to use it, and the weight of this thing is enough to directly persuade countless people. Under doubt, Lao Ziyi could only take the axe as Jinyang said, but he touched it and lifted it up, it didn't move, he didn't move at all. How can it be? Lao Ziyi exerted force again with a dazed expression, but still did not move, then grabbed the force with both hands, still did not move, took out all the strength to suckle, still did not move, and instantly Lao Ziyi's face was bad. A Jinchuriki, or a shadow-level powerhouse, can't handle this axe, it's too much. What a heavy axe, what's the matter? I can't hold it under my full strength, I don't believe it anymore. Lao Ziyi entered the first state of the tail beast directly. The red bubble-tailed beast chakra coat wrapped his body, but continued to hold the magic axe Rita, and shook it hard, but still did not pick it up. Immediately afterwards, Lao Ziyi, who did not believe in evil, entered the second form, and then barely lifted the axe from the ground, but the ground also directly pressed a hollow hole due to the huge weight. Boom! Then in the next second, Lao Ziyi just wanted to walk, but because the axe was too powerful, he immediately lost his balance. The axe hit the ground again with another loud noise, and the axe almost completely buried in the ground. In it, if it weren't for Lao Zi's grasping, it might have been completely submerged in the earth. This axe has a terrifying weight, and has its own consciousness, just like the same Hada type, and there will be no betrayal after it recognizes me as the master, so let's not say whether you can hold it or not, even if you can move it, and you can't use the power inside unless you get my permission. Jinyang stepped forward, squeezed the magic axe Rita, and then put his back on his back again. The people in the Naruto world were always too weak in physical strength. Under normal conditions, in fact, their physical fitness was not strong, so they used chakra. Strengthen, just be tougher. It is indeed incomparable compared with the physical strength of the 7 deadly sins, so even Lao Zi's tail beastization in the second state can barely handle this axe. It's really exaggerated to the extreme weight, but only this kind of thing can allow you to exert your own strength. Even if you are a shadow-level powerhouse, you don't need your burst of power. This axe directly slashes over, which is basically dead. Up. Lao Zi has already withdrawn from the tail beast state. He now thinks of the blunt knife, which is similar in nature to the magic axe Rita. It depends on weight to eat, but the blunt knife is the same as the magic axe in Jinyang's hands. The tower is not comparable at all. Both Lao Zi and Yanya are curious about how the axe in Jinyang's hand was made, and where did the terrifying weight pop out. It was a bit exaggerated. By the way, I almost forgot to do business. Konoha's people are here. Now the third ninja war is basically over, we also need to discuss what to do next. Yanya's face suddenly turned straight. He was attracted by the axe just now. Now I remembered that they had other things to do. After Jinyang crushed the 3 Shinobu villages and joined forces, the war had already been won. And Iwata dare to say that as long as Jinyang is in one day, no one in this ninja world will dare to attack Rock Shinobi, unless it is impatient to live. After all, Jinyang's power is too incomprehensible. What needs to be discussed now is what happened after the war. Why are you looking for me for this kind of thing? I generally don't care about these things, compensation and the like, you can just find those villages directly. As the defeated countries, especially Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi, you have lost twice in a row. As long as the lion opens his mouth, it can be a little bit more. Killer Bee and Yagura are still in our hands. Jinyang was a little speechless. He didn't care about these things before. He was in charge of giving directions, dry racking and digging wall feet. Now that the dry racking process is over, then only digging wall feet is left. Those guys attacked too much. Come on, Tsunade hasn't arrived yet. Chapter 55. Didn't Konoha's people also come here except for these things? But they didn't come to discuss, but came to help after receiving information after our attack, but because you moved too fast, they came late. When Yanya said this, he couldn't help but glance at Jinyang with the look of a monster. Although he was used to shock, the speed last night was really too fast. Basically, those shadow-level powerhouses are in Jinyang's hands. It took less than 10 seconds to complete the game, and even several of them were immediately dropped by seconds. It can be said to be quite miserable. The entire battle was settled in just a few minutes. It's too fast to look at it. The previous ninja wars were fought for several years. As a result, when Jinyang came this time, he still counted the time spent digging the Senju clan before, and then most of the time was in the process of marching. I think about it. Terror. I see. By the way, when will Tsunade arrive? Jinyang asked a very important question again. If you want to dig Kushina, Orochimaru has already laid the foundation, then only Tsunade will be left to burn a fire, and then Kushina will be taken away, and it's over. Of course, it still depends on Kushina. Decision. But this is already the case, it is estimated that it can be won with a high probability. No accident should be there today. Iwaya said, ninja is still a strong shadow class, and that kind of mobility is super strong. Well, let's go meet Konoha's side. It just so happens that Orochimaru's help is needed next. Jinyang nodded, and then went to meet Konoha's people. Strictly speaking, besides Minato Jinyang can't dig, Orochimaru is already his own. As for Kushina, just go the smoothness is also his own. So this time when the top executives met, they were almost all of them. After meeting, the two parties also said something casually. Afterwards, Orochimaru directly met with Iwaya and others alone on the grounds of discussing the next thing with Rock Shinobi, without bringing other people. Unexpectedly, the news from Jiraiya turned out to be false, that guy was completely used as a gun by you. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, Orochimaru smiled. The more invincible Jinyang is, the more correct his decision is. Of course, after all, he wants to dig my secret, so let him dig it up, but the news was made up by his own brain. I have never admitted it. Let's expose this matter. I will see you in the evening. Things need your help. Jinyang directly stated his purpose, and this time, he did not hide it. Orochimaru had completely decided to join, and Tsunade was here afterwards, so Jinyang also told Orochimaru about the Tsunade and Senju clan. The Senju clan, has even the fellow Tsunade joined Rock Shinobi? How did you do it? This time Orochimaru felt a little confused. Who is Tsunade? The granddaughter of first generation, second generation, the apprentice of third generation, one of Konoha's Sunin. Jinyang even dug out Tsunade. What kind of operation is this? He didn't know it before, but after knowing it, he was completely blinded. He felt that he still looked down on Jinyang a little. How did this manage to dig directly past the elders of a village? This is also thanks to Konoha's help, especially Danzo. If it weren't for his crazy persecution of the Senju family behind him, we Rock Shinobi wouldn't have this chance at all, do you know? When I rescued Tsunade, she was being Danzo is an old man who chased him down. Danzo can even kill his teacher's granddaughter. I have to say that he is really frantic. Jinyang directly told Danzo, this guy is a natural assist player, don't use it for nothing. Sure enough, the root of everything is Danzo. This guy is really unscrupulous for Hokage's position. I suddenly sympathize with Minato. Once he becomes Hokage, Danzo will never let him go. Orochimaru suddenly felt that the position of Hokage was a cheating position. Whoever dared to be in position, even if it was possible, would be targeted by Danzo, and then persecuted to death or defected. Thinking about it was enough. Today Tsunade will come over, and I need you to take Tsunade to meet Kushina in the evening. Jinyang revealed his plan, and Orochimaru smiled gloomily this time. Of course, your methods are as simple and useful as always. Orochimaru smiled and said, isn't he just locked up by a long life? As for Kushina, Orochimaru already felt that he couldn't run away. This time Tsunade came over and that was the general's move. In short, Kushina couldn't run away anymore. Give you a signal at night. You are responsible for taking Tsunade to see Kushina. Now you should discuss what will happen after the Genin World War. After Jinyang finished speaking, he left altogether. He was too lazy to mix things up afterwards. As for Yunya and others, they just chatted for a while and then broke up. After all, this kind of thing depends on the shadows of various Shinobu villages, as the winner of Rock Shinobi and Konoha, Onaki and Sarutobi Hiruzen are the ones who really make the decision. Others can only suggest. Time flies and it arrives in the afternoon. Although Jinyang's body shape is constantly changing throughout the process, his strength has not exploded. Even at the noon minute, a loss was emitted, but it is not a big problem. It passed in a blink of an eye, and Tsunade arrived in the afternoon. And Jinyang told Tsunade about the next plan, which made Tsunade's complexion. Unexpectedly, even Orochimaru was dug over, and the next step was to dug Kushina, which made Tsunade a little speechless. She somewhat doubted whether Jinyang could hollow out the entire Konoha. This technique of digging the wall foot was a bit too slippery. Of course, with emotion, Tsunade is now also from Rock Shinobi. Kushina lived in her house at the beginning, so she and Kushina are also sisters. She can't help her sister to escape the extremely gloomy village. So I discussed with Jinyang how to face Kushina in the evening, and then set off directly. At night, Jinyang contacted Orochimaru, and after Orochimaru knew about this, he asked him to go directly to Kushina. At this moment, Kushina knew that Orochimaru was looking for her Her face was very complicated, because she knew Orochimaru must be looking for her for some reason, but she didn't know the specifics. But after having the last experience, she also knew that she must not what would be too normal. After all, Orochimaru is a person who intends to defect. Chapter 56. Orochimaru-sama, what do you want me to do? After entering Orochimaru's camp, Kushina greeted her politely. You are here, go out with me. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, but an old acquaintance of yours needs to meet you, so please come to me. I believe that after seeing her, you will be very happy. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left the camp directly. Although Kushina was a little confused, after remembering the previous events, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow. Soon, the two of them avoided other sights and left the camp. Tsun, Sister Tsunade. Soon, outside the camp, Kushina saw an old acquaintance, Tsunade. After seeing Tsunade, Kushina also screamed. Fortunately, it was not inside the Konoha camp, otherwise it would really be exposed. It's been a long time, Kushina. Tsunade looked at Kushina somewhat complicatedly, and then the two of them chatted directly, making Orochimaru speechless for a while. Should you talk about business matters? If you want to talk about these things, there will be opportunities in the future. Orochimaru, with a black line, couldn't help but remind the two of them. Oh, yes, I almost forgot the purpose of this time. Tsunade couldn't help but patted his palm. He was a little happy to see Kushina, and suddenly forgot his purpose. Kushina, I know you are a little confused now, but you have to listen carefully to what I have to say next. Tsunade's face became serious, and she told Kushina about the Senju family, her two grandpas, and her being chased, and even the fact that she had joined Rock Shinobi. After these words, Kushina was completely blinded. She never expected that Konoha could be so dark. Read more at fictionzone.net. How is this possible? Isn't Danzo a disciple of Master's second generation? Why did they do this? Because of the so-called rights? Ambition. Kushina once again felt that her three views had been severely impacted. This time the impact was much stronger than the previous one. What happened to Tsunade was already incredible, but she could see that this Tsunade, it's not pretending, it's not being controlled by someone, and it's not lying. Yes, because of these things, the peaceful and sunny side you see is nothing more than what Konoha needs you to see, and the purpose is only because you are Nine Tails Jinchuriki, otherwise you may be lying in Danzo. It's in the lab, and now they have the bond of Minato to lock you down. Once the bond of Minato can't lock you, it's not a gentle policy at that time. They are not stupid, you are Jinchuriki, and you are a self-aware Jinchuriki. You can work hard for Konoha when you are bound, but after that, for the sake of a higher level of insurance, they will definitely take you down. Some peculiar spell seals, no, it should be said that they directly brainwashed you. After all, you are proficient in sealing art, and curse seals are of little use to you. Orochimaru licked his lips and said the most shocking thing, but it was also the most true thing. That's right, the existence of the Senju clan has damaged their interests, so they will not allow the Senju clan to reappear as a strong one. And because I had a panacemia before and left Konoha, no one moved me. But after I went back to the village and dug up the graves of the two grandfathers, Danzo couldn't tolerate me anymore. You might not believe that Rock Shinobi treats us Senju clan better than Konoha to us, even I joined the top of Rock Shinobi and learned a lot of things that only Ōtsutsuki can understand. Most of the information and some decisions are handled by me, which means that I can even check Rock Shinobi's sealed book. Do you know what this is? Tsunade's expression is even more complicated when he talks about it. It's kind to them, it can be regarded as just an illusion, but let her know so many things, then it can't be an illusion. Tisk tisk, Rock Shinobi's handwriting is really big, that can only show one thing, they really need our talents, otherwise they won't pay so much. This is a bit beyond my imagination. There are also some doubts whether they are just using our power to divide Konoha, but now this doubt has been directly dispelled. Orochimaru suddenly laughed. If Tsunade doesn't come, he will still have a lot of vigilance towards Rock Shinobi. After all, Shinobi is really dark and dark. If he is really so white, he might have been not long ago. There are no bones left. However, the news that Tsunade brought did let him dispel his last doubts. Need it? Just Jinyang has the same strength as a monster. He alone can destroy all the ninja villages in the entire ninja world except Rock Shinobi. He needs to use us to divide Konoha. Tsunade said with a look that you are teasing me. It's really not necessary. That kind of invincible power is no longer necessary to use these conspiracies and tricks. Violent crushing is enough, but are we a little off topic? Kushina, what is your decision? Orochimaru suddenly realized that this time, it seemed that they were here to dig Kushina. Why did they suddenly digress? Yeah, Kushina, what is your decision? Tsunade was also taken aback, and then the two turned to look at Kushina, who was somewhat at a loss. No. I don't know, I am confused now. Although I am completely disappointed with Konoha, I still need some time to think about it. Kushina spoke. That's right, that's right. After all, you really can't be too anxious about this kind of thing. If it wasn't for the BD Danzo who sent someone to chase me down, I guess I wouldn't join Rock Shinobi directly. However, Kushina, your time is running out. I can't follow you back to the village. Orochimaru will go back, but Orochimaru will pack up his information and leave, so Kushina, you have to make a decision before that. By the way, you remember that each of you will make me a reverse summoning scroll. Although it may not happen too much, it is better to take precautions just in case. Tsunade opened his mouth again and said, reverse summoning scroll. This thing can be used not only by summoning beasts and people, but also between people and people. It's just a bit more complicated. If you don't sign a contract, you must make a reverse summoning scroll. It's like Naruto's shadow clone was summoned to Konoha to replenish his natural energy, and the second pillar used 10,000 snakes to avoid Deidara's explosion, and was then sent out to summoning by Shuyu. In short, the summoning technique was reversed, absolutely. The life-saving thing of Panacea. Chapter 57. Reverse Summoning Scroll? This is indeed a life-saving thing, but it shouldn't be your idea. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with a weird expression, and Tsunade couldn't help but blush. It was indeed not what she thought of, but Jinyang. This kind of thing is indeed quite a life-saving trick, but because of the constraints, it is used. Not many people. One is that it is very cumbersome to make. It is difficult for people who are not proficient in this way to make it, so it takes a lot of effort, and it is also necessary to find someone who is completely trustworthy. You need to have special information transmission ability for this thing, otherwise others will not at all. Knowing that you are in danger, if you don't know how to use the reverse summoning technique. In the battle, life and death are instantaneous, so this thing is tasteless, but Tsunade and Orochimaru are different. Tsunade's Katsuya can transmit signals at will, which is much more convenient than Shadow Clone, so it's okay to have Katsuya in there. It is very convenient to transfer messages, which is very convenient, and also makes the reverse summoning technique feasible. It won't be possible to make this thing in a short while, it's better that I will deliver it to you later. Orochimaru nodded, and then Tsunade left two little Katsuya to hide them, then let Orochimaru take Kushina back. Everything went smoothly, but Kushina's head had become a mess. These things that I know today are much more shocking than what I knew about the Whirlpool family before. Before the Whirlpool family, they were never Konoha. Even if they were good friends with Konoha, they belonged to outsiders. So Konoha's people are understandable, a greedy word. Kushina has almost understood it, but this time the incident is the real huge impact. She was covered by what happened to Tsunade. Konoha was so dark, even first Hokage's granddaughter will not let it go. The most important thing, third Hokage, Tsunade's teacher, even ignored Danzo's hands. What kind of operation is this? Anyway, Kushina couldn't imagine how dark Konoha looked so peaceful on the surface. And Orochimaru also gave her some other information, some information about Konoha Beito, which also clearly recorded the death of Konoha Beito. She actually had some doubts. Why Konoha White Fang could directly bury all his past credits after failing a mission, or even kill people directly, it was a joke to say it, and she finally understood it now. Read more at fictionzone.net. The more she thought about these things, the more disappointed she was in Konoha. The love for Konoha gradually turned into a disgust, and the idea of leaving Konoha was born. What Tsunade said, Rock Shinobi, to them Senju Kushina is looking forward to the kindness of the family and her kindness, but she is still a little hesitant. Kushina, what are you thinking? Why do you look weird these days? At this time, Minato happened to see Kushina and asked curiously. Minato? I have a question I want to ask you. Kushina, who was planning to leave directly, didn't know what happened, so she suddenly planned to ask Minato. Of course, she didn't tell Minato what she knew, but told some things in a storytelling way. To Minato, this is just equivalent to telling a story. Well, if you were the protagonist in the story, what choice would you make? After telling the story, Kushina asked again. This is really not a good story, but if the people in this place are really so dark, and the people in another place are really so good, I might choose to leave directly. After all, this is not a betrayal. It can only be said to protect yourself. Such a dark place is not worthy of allegiance at all. Minato scratched his head and said that his natural bright personality didn't make him think about it at all. He can only say that this is Minato. If Kushina is replaced by another person, it is estimated that it may be exposed now. But Minato, the person who has reached the extreme, doesn't think so. Throughout the story, Minato will have nothing but being upright, and Minato will never think that Tsunade and Orochimaru will be poached. When this situation is unexpected, it is unrealistic to connect the story told by Kushina with reality. I see, thank you Minato, I almost figured out this story too. Kushina is also Zyubi, so her face changed, she no longer had the hesitation before, she changed back to the little pepper before, and after seeing her friend changed back to the original, Minato also smiled and nodded. He did not expect that he had become the straw that crushed the camel and helped Kushina make the final decision. After that, Kushina went to find Orochimaru and told Orochimaru of his decision, but just in case. For example, she is going to go back with Orochimaru, and she also has some things to clean up. Although Konoha has obtained the seal technique of the Vortex clan, she, as a Vortex clan, also keeps a copy, so she must take away the things. Even if she is proficient in the sealing technique, she will not be able to use the Vortex clan. All the sealing techniques have been learned, so things must also be taken away. At least I can't let Konoha live so comfortably. After Minato's last words wanted to pass, Kushina no longer regarded herself as Konoha's person at all. After that, Orochimaru spent some time and handed the made reverse summoning scroll to Jinyang and others. It was considered as a final guarantee. If Orochimaru escaped directly with Kushina, there would be no need to use this thing. If not, then this stuff is useful. In this way, after the matter was settled, Jinyang and others returned to Rock Shinobi and Orochimaru and others also returned to Konoha. However, since the foreign enemies have been cleaned up, the internal troubles naturally started again. Danzo likes to do things even during the war, let alone the fight is over now. Orochimaru and Jiraiya have done their jobs. Danzo knows that Jiraiya will not pose too much threat to him, but Orochimaru is different. Jiraiya didn't even participate in the selection of Naruto, but only recommended his disciple Minato, and he and Orochimaru both participated. Now that the foreign enemies are eliminated, after Orochimaru and others returned to the village, Danzo started to do things. Chapter 58. After Konoha's people returned to the village, Orochimaru went straight back to his laboratory to pack up. Now that he has made a decision, don't hesitate too much, but he does have a lot of things, so pack up. It's also more troublesome. At the same time, Danzo found that Orochimaru returned to his secret laboratory, and finally couldn't bear it. Orochimaru was a big threat, so he had to get rid of Orochimaru. Apart from anything else, Danzo called the elders directly. A group of people hurried to the third-generation office with their information. Danzo, why are you here and so are you guys, what's the matter? After third generation saw Danzo and others, they started to feel headaches. As soon as these guys appeared, there was no good thing, so when third generation saw Danzo, they got headaches. Sarutobi, there are some things you better take a look at. Speaking of Danzo, he threw all the materials he prepared in front of third generation, and third generation picked up all these materials with a look of confusion. but as he looked through the process, his pupils continued to change. What Orochimaru did, he really didn't know as Naruto, of course not, he still knew some, but because Danzo had cooperated with Orochimaru before, Danzo blocked most of the news, and third generation knew about it. It's just some of the most basic, but in this Danzo report, there are also various research things done by Orochimaru. This made third generation couldn't help being shocked, and it was not this that shocked third generation more, but the speed at which Danzo started. Orochimaru just came back, Danzo started, why not just before Orochimaru came back, want to let him beat Orochimaru to death with one hammer, so he couldn't help but sigh with the cruelty of this old man. But third generation is nothing right now. If he only knows about it, he can still discuss with Danzo, or threaten Danzo. After all, Orochimaru is the most allowed to do such a thing, but he is a real person in his line. This time Danzo is not only clearing his opponent in fact, but also weakening the power of third generation in disguise. Sarutobi, this thing cannot be tolerated. Once this kind of thing is known to others, and we don't care about it, there may be disturbances in the village and, so let's order, Orochimaru can't stay. The other elders also began to urge, which is clearly forcing third generation to make a decision. Damn, I didn't expect things to have reached this point, Danzo, you are, a good move. Third generation's hands holding the file were a little too hard, which caused the file to be deformed. He didn't know that most of the pots in it were Danzo's. There are not many people under Orochimaru who can be trusted, but Danzo is different. Most of the test materials in Orochimaru's hands were provided by Danzo, but he didn't know how to use Danzo, which was uncomfortable. Finally, in desperation, third generation only arrested Orochimaru, and even dispatched itself. After all, the strength of Orochimaru, few people in Konoha can control it. Read more at fictionzone.net. At the same time, Orochimaru has returned to his home and is still cleaning up. At this moment, there is another person in his family. His student, Mitarashi Anko, is similar to Jinyang, but this age has already graduated from school. During the war, no one would let the students in the school stay until 12. Teacher, what are you doing? Seeing Orochimaru keep packing things, Anko asked a little. Orochimaru should have defected later, but now, because of the incitement of Jinyang, the butterfly wings, the plot is early. I almost forgot about you. Then Anko, ask you a question, do you want to leave with me? Orochimaru suddenly asked, this is his student, and he will take it away if he can. Teacher, what task are you going to perform, then take me with you. Suddenly, Anko said with some excitement, to perform tasks or something, or to talk to her teacher. She was naturally happy. It's not a mission. I plan to leave Konoha. Konoha can't tolerate me anymore. Do you want to leave with the teacher? To be honest, Konoha is really full of endless darkness. Orochimaru asked, and Anko was stunned at this time. Orochimaru was going to defecting, what is this operation? Anyway, she was scared, others defected. It's good to say that Master Orochimaru, as one of the three ninjas, also wanted to defect. She was stunned by what operation was this. Teacher, why are you leaving Konoha? What happened? Anko looked at Orochimaru in front of him with surprise. You don't need to know, you just need to tell me, do you want to leave with me? Orochimaru was too lazy to talk nonsense, but asked again. She also felt a little owed to Anko, a student, but in fact, she didn't teach Anko a lot. Wait. Teacher, can't we think of other ways? There must be other ways. Anko was messed up, and Orochimaru who saw this scene almost knew Anko's choice. It looks like I didn't intend to leave 370 with me, but it is not a good thing to keep some things in your mind, so these memories will be temporarily sealed. Orochimaru shook his head. He is not the kind of, the cold-blooded person. He imprinted the curse of heaven on Anko, yes, but he sealed this part of the memory of Anko and him. I don't know if it was deliberate or accidental. But he still does it now. At least Anko doesn't have much to do with him afterwards, unless Anko retrieves the memory himself. As in the original book, after leaving Anko with an incomplete imprint of the heaven's curse, Orochimaru quickly packed his things, and at the same time, he posted a lot of sight outside his home. As a strong shadow rank and a snake player, his perception is not weak at all. Are you staring at me so soon? It's really that everything is taken care of by that guy, Katsuyu. Tell Kushina and Tsunade that I'm ready here. Orochimaru shook his head. He even saw his own teacher and Danzo and others. With this kind of lineup, he wouldn't be unable to escape, but the risk was too great, so let's honestly use reverse summoning. Little Katsuyu, who was ordered by Orochimaru, quickly passed the news to the other clones. Chapter 59. Orochimaru, come out and tell me what these things are. At this moment, third generation has come to Orochimaru, and through the messy documents that he had pinched to Orochimaru. Although third generation and Danzo are both conspirators, third generation is not so extinct as Danzo. He is right. You can still do it yourself, only Danzo is cruel enough to anyone, including yourself. Danzo, your speed is really fast enough. You started working on me so quickly. Let me guess who you will do Minato next time. It's almost the same. After all, when I have a problem, he is the only one you are. Competitor. Orochimaru saw that piece of information. You don't need to look at it to know what's going on, but Danzo at the moment doesn't care. No matter what you say, you have no evidence to prove that most of the things in it were done by me. What can you do with me? This is Danzo's confidence. Everything must pay attention to a piece of evidence, and he has evidence in his hand, and he came here to ensure that Orochimaru can be killed. Orochimaru died, then his own business. There is no proof. Stop talking nonsense, I'm still thinking about separation. Sarutobi, do it, take this guy down. Danzo opened his mouth and said that he didn't care about Orochimaru's words at all, his skin was already thick to a certain extent. Master Orochimaru, the news has been sent, and the operation will be launched soon. Please be prepared. At this time, little Katsuya crawled out and told Orochimaru the news. In this scene, it was not hidden, but appeared in front of everyone. The moment they saw this Katsuyu, everyone was stunned. Who is Katsuyu about Tsunade? The third generation at this moment is also a bit daunting. He doesn't know much about Tsunade. He only knows that Tsunade has come back and he seems to have disappeared afterwards. As for Danzo secretly playing black hands, he didn't even think about it. Yes, he probably wouldn't have thought of it. Danzo would be so frantic that he wouldn't even let Tsunade go. Tsunade's phobia made the third generation too lazy to pay attention, and it's okay to leave Konoha, but now that Katsuyu appears, it shows that there is a certain connection between Orochimaru and Tsunade. At this moment, his whole head is not sober. I don't understand what is going on. Danzo's eyes widened. The people he sent to hunt Tsunade were all killed, and no clues were left. Tsunade also disappeared. He sent people to investigate and couldn't find any of Tsunade. Intelligence is still depressed. But Katsuyu appeared on Orochimaru, so they had to think deeply about what happened to the two of them. It's ready. Fortunately, I have left a whole card. Then the teacher, and Danzo, this decaying village will be left to you. From today on, I am not Konoha's person. I hope to see you next time. You won't be too surprised when you are. Read more at fictionzone.net. Orochimaru smiled gloomily after speaking. According to the progress, there are those planning, not to mention hollowing out Konoha, but hollowing out most of it can still be done. So he is very Konoha's high-level people will have a look. When the largest village in the ninja world became the last one and even not as good as Sand Shinobi, it was funny. No, this guy is going to run, do it now. Danzo was shocked. He was still pretty good about Katsuyu's words just now. Although he didn't know what technique was activated, it must be against them. He gave an order, and the surrounding roots, the group rushed up, but he was not close to Orochimaru. I saw Orochimaru's bang turned into a smoke and disappeared. What's the matter, where are people? Danzo is a little mad. He is a little panicked now. He thought that even if Tsunade ran away, he would not be able to overcome any storms, but now Orochimaru has joined in, then the next situation will be very unfavorable for him, and he is a little panicked. Summoning technique, no, reverse summoning technique, has Orochimaru already expected this scene? Seeing the scene in front of me, how could the third generation as a doctor of ninjutsu still not know what happened, the escape trick, the reverse summoning technique, is considered an alternative weakened version of Flying Thunder God technique, but because it is difficult to operate, it is basically no one uses it, but Tsunade's Katsuya directly makes up for this shortcoming. Third generation is also very emotional now. Orochimaru knew Danzo would do him a long time ago, so third generation looked at Danzo's face also changed, and Orochimaru's thoughts of this guy have been very thoroughly touched by Orochimaru. Of course, third generation didn't say much. Orochimaru was his apprentice anyway, and he was relieved to be able to run away. You know, Orochimaru in the original book, but he personally let it go, otherwise there will be no Orochimaru in the later period. Damn it, who is behind, Tsunade? Sarutobi, how to deal with this matter? If Tsunade is mixed with Orochimaru, then Tsunade is undoubtedly a traitor. Danzo said with a look of anger, the duck to his mouth still flew directly. Can he not be angry? As for the Tsunade he said is also rebellious, so many people watching, third generation can't refute it, and can only recognize it. In desperation, third generation could only get a wanted order, so Konoha had 2 consecutive levels of rebels fresh out, but this is not over. Almost a day later, another news came, that is Kushina it was also missing. This was reported by Minato. Orochimaru's matter was not small, but Kushina is the most important thing. As a result, Kushina also disappeared. There is no Umbu watching Kushina. After all, Kushina is not Naruto. But Kushina is a real vortex family, with a sense of heaven-defying. They will let Umbu watch unless they find it uncomfortable. And Minato, who discovered this, was also because he went to Kushina halfway, but didn't find anyone, and thought it was just going out. Yes, but Orochimaru's thing is so big. After Orochimaru and Tsunade's wanted warrants came out, he went to find Kushina again, but there was still no movement at all. Minato, who felt wrong, could only enter Kushina's house, and found that many things inside were taken away, and there was no Kushina at all. Traces. Minato panicked immediately. The news was told to third generation and others, and third generation also quickly found people to search in the village. As a result, there was no gain, and Kushina seemed to have evaporated. This made Konoha's entire senior management bewildered. Chapter 60. After reporting to Minato, and after Konoha's constant search, it was finally determined that Kushina was missing, and the time of disappearance happened to be matched with Orochimaru, and some key things in the family were gone, and there was no trace of battle. Kushina's strength, if someone wants to forcibly kidnap her, how could she not resist? Minato also realized the story that Kushina told him before. No matter how slow Minato was, he finally knew it, but Minato did not directly tell third generation about this story. Go out, then Kushina is just missing, and once you say it, then Kushina has defected. Defection is such a thing. Once it is determined that Kushina is captured and returned, Jinchuriki will definitely change, so he dare not say that even if the high levels are now inclined to Kushina to leave by themselves. After all, there is no trace of fighting. But I didn't dare to be 100% sure, so Minato didn't dare to say anything. Suddenly, Konoha Sunin and 2 defected, and Nine-Tails Jinchuriki disappeared. Konoha's top executives were going crazy. At the same time, there is also Jiraiya who is going crazy. What the hell is going on? Tsunade and Orochimaru will defect. Old man, you must give me an explanation. The previous action did not call Jiraiya from 370. When Jiraiya knew about it, the wanted order had been issued. At this moment, Jiraiya was also extremely angry and felt incredible. Orochimaru defected, he thought it was incredible, but what happened to Tsunade? In this village, Jiraiya felt that apart from Hokage, Tsunade was the least likely to defect. Well, it turned out that Tsunade defected and ruined. 3 views. You ask me, who am I asking? Orochimaru's defection, please look at the information for yourself. As for Tsunade, Katsuya only has Tsunade signed the contract, which is her signature. Orochimaru has Katsuya on her body. It means that there is a problem with the 2 of them. This kind of thing, even if the old man does not. I dare to believe it, but the facts are right in front of me. What more can the old man say? Third generation is also full of melancholy. Konoha Sunin is actually the 3/3 shadow level powerhouses, and there are no 2 in one breath. More importantly, Nine Tails Jinchuriki, and the noise before it is too big. It is estimated that the news is early it spread out, and other villages knew it was going to happen very quickly, and Konoha was about to become the laughingstock of the shinobi world. Although Konoha won the ninja battle this time, most of the credit is due to Rock Shinobi, who is the main battle force, and everyone else is supporting. So, if you count, Konoha is simply, the problem is big. Extremely, even if the selection of the third generation of Naruto is not delayed, this matter is so big. How to choose the next generation of Naruto, read more at fictionzone.net. At the same time, spies from various villages also sent some news back to the village. The wanted order is not a big deal, but the disappearance of Nine Tails Jinchuriki is not a conceptual matter at all. The tail beast is the deterrent power of each village to other villages. Once it is gone, it is a huge problem. Now Sand Shinobi's tail beast is directly taken away by Jinyang. Once Konoha's strongest Nine Tails is gone, plus 2 the movie class powerhouse is gone. At this moment, other villages are starting to move again, but they are afraid of Rock Shinobi, afraid that Rock Shinobi will suddenly come out and do something, so they are still in a wait-and-see state. And now they have a bitter hatred of Konoha, and they can't release their power at night. As long as you check this kind of news carefully, you can find Konoha, and then basically guess Konoha's ghost. Therefore, Jiraiya also caused a big trouble to his village, and the biggest black pot was Danzo. At this moment, the other villages felt that this was Konoha's trick, so they transferred their hatred of Jinyang to Konoha. The reason for doing so was also because they were not Jinyang opponents. When they thought of Jinyang's monster-like combat power, I feel terrified. The persimmon has to be soft, so I can't blame him when there is a dark cloud on Konoha's side. Jinyang and others are happy, everyone has dug it up. Say it first, you are fine at home now, but if you go out, it's better to do some disguise and use transformation technique to change your appearance, and then I will put your changed appearance in the file, no problem. Jinyang looked at Orochimaru and Kushina in front of him and asked. Of course, I don't have any problems, but I am still more interested in longevity. Orochimaru said, if he can keep studying, he can even guarantee that he will never go out. As for Kushina, she and Jinyang don't have much communication, so she just nodded and agreed. For Kushina, Jinyang doesn't need it. Don't worry, Tsunade will help. Of course, Kushina has joined, so it can't be wasted. Kushina, can I trouble you one thing? Study this thing, and try if you can help me find a way to solve the curse. Jinyang handed the curse mark, caged bird scroll of the Hyuga clan to Kushina. This is curse mark of the Hyuga clan, caged bird, you plan to do something against the Hyuga clan. Kushina couldn't help but stared at it, she felt incredible that both the Senju family and Tsunade had rebelled, and then the last hope was shattered. In addition, Orochimaru was directly targeted, so she also fled Konoha directly. But I didn't expect Jinyang to stare at the Hyuga clan again. Is this the old bottom of Konoha who is trying to hollow out Konoha? This kind of thing is not a secret, anyway. Konoha is not good to his own people, so I help. What's wrong with receiving is not a big problem, right? Jinyang said it for granted, and Tsunade was used to it. Needless to say, the other two people, Kushina, even Orochimaru's mouth Kakuzu couldn't help but smoke, and he would really say, dig the foot of the wall, just dig the foot of the wall. It's the same as fighting against evil forces, anyway, even Orochimaru has seen Jinyang's thick skin. But Jinyang doesn't care about other people's opinions, thick skin is not a big problem, thick skin can eat well, so thick skin is not bad, at least he doesn't think there is anything wrong with it. By the way, Kushina, you still can't use the power of Nine Tails. Jinyang asked. The guy from Nine Tails estimates that Kushina can only do a seal now, and can't release the power of Nine Tails. Since he is already on one side, he doesn't mind helping Kushina. Yes, what's the matter? Kushina asked with some doubts. She really couldn't use the power of Nine Tails, the temper of Nine Tails, let alone using power. It would be good if she didn't swallow her. Chapter 61. I see, are you interested in letting me enter the seal in your body? I can try to help you persuade Nine Tails, maybe it can make you get along with Nine Tails slowly. Jinyang asked. You have a way to convince Nine Tails. Kushina couldn't help being stunned. For so many years, she has been trying to convince Nine Tails, but the guy at Nine Tails is, the oil and salt don't get in, so she doesn't know what to do, she can only keep going. Seal. You forget about Xiao'erhe, Xiao'erhe is still there, we are staying around our village. Jinyang suddenly said. Kushina also remembered at this time, Jinyang directly persuaded Xiao'erhe in such a short time, and signed a contract. This is indeed a very incredible thing, as far as the tail beast is concerned, it was promised to release him, but it is almost impossible to get the other party to sign a contract willingly with you. Then try it. Kushina didn't want to be an enemy with Nine Tails, but afterwards she was worried about how to let Jinyang meet Nine Tails. Meeting with the tail beast is not too difficult. Xiao'erhe gave me some of his chakra before. The tail beast's chakra has the power to attract, enough to bring my consciousness to the seal of Nine Tails. This is what Jinyang asked Xiao'erhe before. Since he wants to dig Kushina, it is natural to give more benefits, so he should be prepared long ago, and his consciousness sank into Kushina's body in an instant. Kushina's consciousness space is not Naruto's sewers. Naruto's, the sewers are, it really proves how gloomy he has been over the years, but Kushina is different here, at least she has not experienced Naruto's childhood. Here is a golden space, a little dazzling, and in the center, there is a huge cage, inside the cage is Nine Tails, and Jinyang is not alone at the moment, there is a reduced version of Xiao'erhe on his shoulder. Kushina is also there. This is the seal of the Stinky Fox, it's really gorgeous. And those of Sand Shinobi, the seals are not comparable at all. Looking at the huge cage that sealed Nine Tails with many golden chains, Xiao'erhe felt that Nine Tails was pitiful, and it was really sad. Nicky Cat, and the human over there, what little girl did you come in for? You brought other people in. Read more at fictionzone.net. At this moment, Nine Tails looked at Kushina with a grim look. Kushina was also a little at a loss. Nine Tails couldn't speak well at all. Basically, it was a barrel of explosives, which would explode at one point. Karama, don't be so excited, I'm here to chat with you. Jinyang looked at Nine Tails with a smile, and the hideousness of Nine Tails was completely different. Well, how did you know my name? Civet Cat, is your mouth too big? Nine Tails was also taken aback when he heard his name. Except for these tails, everyone else shouldn't know his name, right? So subconsciously he looked at Smelly Fox. My uncle has no intention of revealing your unpleasant name. This kid has the scene of the old man talking to us in his mind, and our details are clear. This uncle thinks he is, the old man said. Anyway, now this uncle has a very comfortable life. Xiao'erhe said disdainfully, if it weren't for Jinyang, he would come and fight with this stinky fox. What kind of proof? The old man said is true. Nine Tails looked at Xiao'erhe with a puzzled look. He knew Xiao'erhe's character, although he was at odds with him, but he wouldn't be nonsense about this matter, and Xiao'erhe also talked about Jinyang after meeting him. Again. There are even some things that even the tail beasts don't know, so at this moment, Nine Tails is looking at Jinyang with a look of uncertainty. Jinyang has mastered a lot of their secrets, and they know too many things. It seems that only the person mentioned by Lu Dao is possible, otherwise the scene where these things are known from their tail beasts will not leak out. My uncle has said everything that should be said, anyway, my uncle believes it. As for you stinky fox, you can figure it out by yourself. After Xiao'erhe finished speaking, he stopped talking, and Nine Tails was lost in thought. Well, trust you for the time being, kid, you came in to find me just to talk about these things. What's your purpose? Nine Tails finally made a compromise. After persuading one tail beast, with the help of other tail beasts, it is much easier to convince, and once it comes to Sage of Six Paths, it can be said that directly poke the dead hole of the middle-tailed beast. Zero Jinyang said, these, even if the tail beast's favorability is negative, it will instantly skyrocket a lot. Of course I am here to be a peacemaker. At the beginning, you were controlled by Uchiha Madara, and then sealed by Uzumaki Mito, and now you are sealed in Kushina's body. Your resentment must be great, and it can even be said that it is an innocent disaster. But I will tell you one thing clearly. The guy Uchiha Madara is still alive and just planning something about 10 tails. These are some things I have seen from memory, although I don't know how to respond. Thing. But you know how serious things are about 10 tails. My purpose is very simple. It's not a solution for you to stand in a stalemate with Kushina, and once someone comes to you and just love are now, tied together. Something happened to her. It's okay to die. You won't die forever, but once you are taken to Fusion 10 Tails, you know the consequences, so now I hope you two can cooperate. I let Kushina let go, to you her seal, and you are responsible for helping her grow, no matter. What do you think? This is the best way now, and you don't want to tie your own safety to others. 9 Tails is difficult to convince, but Jinyang also has a way. If 10 Tails moves out, you must either agree to it or wait for it to be used as 10 Tails' fusion material. Anyway, the thing is, such a thing. And 9 Tails did not immediately refute this time. Although he was very unwilling, he still had to admit that if someone really planned to fusion 10 Tails, then there would be a big problem. Regarding the record of 10 Tails, 9 Tails can be sure that it is impossible to find it from the history books. Combined with what He said before, he basically believes in Jinyang. I can believe what you said, you really convinced me, but now, it depends on whether this little girl dared to let go. Sealed, if you dare, then you can help her. If you dare, there is no need to say more about this kind of thing. 9 Tails suddenly looked at Kushina and said that it is not easy to be his partner. Chapter 62. How, Kushina, your choice. Jinyang didn't remind Kushina too much. Will 9 Tails lie? Yes, and he can say it, but in some promises, 9 Tails still has its own pride and persistence, especially in the face of Sage of 6 Paths. Well, I will believe you once. If you really want to harm me, there is no need, so much trouble. At this moment, Kushina, who was previously restrained, went offline, and the hot red pepper went online again. Kushina's character is like a hot girl, but because she was confused, she ran to rock Shinobi, so she has not let go before. But now her temper is coming up again, so in an instant, Kushina removed the King Kong blockade, and immediately opened the cage that sealed 9 Tails directly. This scene is considered 370. It was Jinyang who was a little emotional. He had to admire Kushina, who was bold and replaced with Jinyang himself. Without knowing the original plot, he estimated that the possibility of opening the seal was almost zero. Ha ha ha, okay, little girl, I will admit you for the time being, but it is only temporarily. If I feel unsatisfied someday, your body will still belong to me. Now, you have been here long enough. Come on, get out of here. After 9 Tails was released, they even kicked out Jinyang and Kushina's consciousness directly. Sure enough, it is 9 Tails, the super arrogant tail beast. Then Kushina, congratulations, as long as you get along with this guy from now on. This guy is a little bit arrogant, but he is still a good companion. Jinyang said jokingly, he still doesn't understand 9 Tails' character. It's just that. Tsundere was overdone, and after Jinyang said this, 9 Tails' chakra also radiated a little, as if he was reprimanding Jinyang's words. Thank you so much, I actually never thought one day I could master 9 Tails, no, Kurama's power, my body is like a time bomb, this time thank you so much. No matter what, Jinyang's contribution this time needn't be said much, so Kushina has nothing to say and can only thank. Thank you. Have you ever heard a sentence that promises to be like? Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang suddenly showed a weird smile, and Kushina blushed immediately, and then the veins on his forehead burst. Don't think that you are Rock Shinobi's strongest existence, and I dare not beat you up. Why don't you promise me, get out of here? Kushina's shame was directly detonated, and instantly changed back to the previous, flaming red pepper. Right. How good it is to keep your true colors, only when facing 9 Tails. At this time, Jinyang gave his thumbs up. In fact, he was also a little ashamed. How did Minato survive? When Kushina's nature broke out, even dared to beat it, it is difficult to imagine life in Minato. It's really interesting, it looks like the matter has been resolved. Tsunade, do you think they look like a couple like this? Seeing Jinyang and Kushina's big smile, he felt that he was really good to follow Jinyang. Jinyang supported their respective ideals. This is enough. Such a boss, compared to facing those guys in Konoha in terms of, Orochimaru feels that he has made a lot of money. Maybe. For some reason, Tsunade suddenly felt a little uncomfortable in her heart, but she didn't show it at all. After seeing Kushina fully recovered, Jinyang didn't say much anymore. Now the plan of digging the foot of the wall is going very smoothly. Konoha has already been dug away by many people. At this time, Obito can't run to Konoha. Up. Without 9 tails to contain others, Obito has Kamui, but in the face of 4th generation's combat power, it is difficult for him to get away with Kamui. Especially if the next mark is on his body, it is estimated that Obito will sleep in Kamui at night. It's only in the space, otherwise I don't know when it will be cut by 4th generation. Without the restraint of 9 tails, Obito should not dare to attack Konoha. Of course, with Danzo as a super god assisting, it is completely hard to say. In case Danzo plays a black hand behind him, it is not a big problem to kill Minato. Well, Minato will not be too guarded against his own people, his character is, so if you are really shamed by Danzo, it is not incomprehensible. Anyway. Danzo will never let it go. Water, otherwise he can survive until the 3rd generation retires, but he will definitely not survive the day when 4th generation abdicates, and can only let 4th generation abdicate early, but Jinyang can only guess that he will do it. As for how to do it, that's not clear. Now Jinyang is still busy dealing with Caged Bird. This is a crucial point for recruiting the Hyuga clan. After Kushina and others joined Rock Shinobi, Konoha and Rock Shinobi were also busy biting other villages with big mouths. This time Rock Shinobi can be said to have made a lot of money, but Jinyang still recommends Onaki to take a part. It was distributed to the families of those who died in battle. After a series of good policies, naturally some people will work hard for the village. Because of such good policies, there is a ninja craze in the village, no matter whether it is some families or common people, they all hope that their children can enter the ninja school. So for a while, the school was not enough, but for Rock Shinobi, who has become an infrastructure madman, this is not a problem. The school was expanded the next day. This made Oyemu almost wake up with a smile when he went to bed at night. There are some geniuses among the civilians, and such a wide cast net will easily lead to a few geniuses, so how can he be unhappy? However, Jinyang can be regarded as seeing the real weakness of Rock Shinobi. No wonder the generation of leg shadows will become so weak in the later stage 3. 1. It is not tolerable. Compared with other shinobi villages, the real scum is to the extreme. The Konoha family depends on the genius of the bloodline family to support, and Cloud Shinobi relies on the opening and hanging. In the later period, even the chakra cannon was moved out. Although Mist Shinobi there was a blood mist once, but there were many limits of blood in the ninja world. Sand Shinobi also has a Gara, the protagonist party you can't afford. Only Rock Shinobi, the dust of Onoji is good, but the blood succession is more exaggerated than the general blood succession limit, and it is persuaded to dissuade it. I don't know how many people are. The genius Deidara also left, and even Jinchuriki left the village, which made the village not weak. But now everything has changed. As for Konoha, there will always be a few geniuses in the net, plus the dug from Konoha, enough for Rock Shinobi to slowly develop into the strongest village. As for Konoha, wait. Cry well. Chapter 63. In the next month, due to the rapid development of the village, the manpower in the village was not enough. Even Orochimaru had to temporarily put aside the dream of longevity and participate in the work. As for Kushina, he was responsible for researching Curse Mark, Caged Bird. Knowing the method, Kushina basically mastered Caged Bird in just one day, but this also requires a way to solve the spell, so after a period of time, Kushina has some running in with 9 tails. They are constantly researching Caged Bird's curse-relieving methods. But even for Kushina, in a month's time, she just researched some clues. Jinyang is, I don't feel surprised, if this is so easy to relieve, for so many years, the Hyuga clan has already solved this thing. The people in the branch house are not idiots. Who wants to be constantly manipulated in life, but most of the things in the village are done with the efforts of Onoji, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, and Iwado. This also allowed Onaki to keep looking for Jinyang, and asked him to quickly proceed with the next step of digging the wall. With the help of Tsunade and Orochimaru, he was very handy in handling things, and these two people also because Rock Shinobi has most of the secrets right. They opened up. Tsunade didn't say much, and had a relationship with Rock Shinobi a long time ago, and Orochimaru also slowly integrated in. As for his experiment, Jinyang also said that it is okay to do experiments, but you can't use people from your own village, death row prisoners and rebels, as many as you want. As for people in your own village, you can't move, this is the limit. Orochimaru didn't say much about this. When he was in Konoha, the experiments he did were all Danzo provided him with materials, so Orochimaru didn't actually carry much of this pot. Most of them are on Danzo. Sure enough, it should be said that it is the Konoha Pot King. No, it is the Ninja Pot King. The entire ninja world is estimated to be, he has the most pots on his head, and he is almost on the roof. A generation of Pot Kings is as terrifying as S. After the village stabilized, Jinyang took Orochimaru away and headed to the moon. As for the others, Tsunade was already in politics. As for Kushina, she was busy running in with Nine Tails and studying Caged Bird and Rock Shinobi. He completely trusted and didn't want to go, so Jinyang took Orochimaru and some creatures that had been dropped by the Caged Bird and set off. Although Kushina is quite good, but in case you can't find it out, it is better to try with the huge Tensagen. After a period of rushing, the two passed through the moon's channel and went directly to the inside of the moon. Unexpectedly, there is still such a passage to the moon hidden near Konoha. It is really surprising. How did you find this secret? Orochimaru was extremely surprised and at the same time felt incredible. What is the operation of Rock Shinobi and how to find such a place is actually a coincidence. At the beginning, the Hamura line was emigrated on the moon, so there are some records, but it is only 1,000 years of time. In the past, the records have almost all become ashes, but it is inevitable that there are still some leftovers, so we just discovered it. In order to find this passage, I also sent it before. It took a while for the Rock Shinobi ninja to find it. Jinyang flicked casually, he could never read the original, but it was indeed true after sending someone to look for it for a while. Read more at fictionzone.net. Interesting, then the one mentioned, the so-called Tensagen. Orochimaru's eyes are burning with a raging fire, and at this moment, he has completely entered the mode of scientific Uncle Snake. As for being so anxious, I will take you there now. Jinyang flipped through Byakugan, then took the big snake to the former residence of the Ōtsutsuki clan, and then saw the huge golden Tensagen again. It's really an incredible eye, and it also has indescribable power, but is it really okay for you to bring me here? This kind of thing is also a super killer for the ninja world, even who can be said if you master it, it won't be a problem to dominate the ninja world. Orochimaru asked after testing the power of the huge Tensagen. Suspects don't need to use people, since I have recruited you, I will naturally let your talents bloom to the fullest. As for other things are not within the scope of my consideration, besides, will you do us Rock Shinobi? Jinyang smiled and asked back. Ha 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 ha, your courage is indeed big enough, and you have enough courage, this kind of thing, you can't do it when you are replaced by someone. Orochimaru admires Jinyang, admire Jinyang's courage, Jinyang is so much stronger than Danzo. But where did he know that this is all because Jinyang has no fear, nothing more, if the strength is enough to crush this kind of thing, Jinyang will bring people up, otherwise before again, Jinyang will treat this thing as a secret infinitely sealed. Jinyang it's not, bold, but confident. This is not a concept, but since Orochimaru said so, Jinyang would naturally not deny it himself. Let Orochimaru think what he thinks. You can touch everything here, and I don't even have the slightest opinion on going directly to the graves of the people in it, but you can only go to the central location, where the seal at Ōtsutsuki Kaguya is located, although I don't think you can unlock the seal, but it is better not to touch it. After all, it is the ancestor of Chakra. After coming out, no one can be an opponent. Jinyang said that he doesn't persuade him in terms of strength, but the only thing he persuades is space, so before that, he will give Orochimaru a vaccination first, otherwise it will be bad if this guy is really killed at 30. Don't worry, you've said it many times, and I won't touch that place, but it won't be easy to say when I have enough preparations in the future. After all, the other party has what I desire the most. Orochimaru stared at the center of the sky and said, what longevity he desires most, and Ōtsutsuki Kaguya has this key factor. Then I have to wait until I have a way to deal with her. Before that, you should study these first. Well, with the things I gave you, maybe you are releasing that guy. Before, you can work out a way to live long. He shook his head a few times. Orochimaru's technological ability is too strong, give him time, he estimated that he can get everything. Really, wait and see, but don't you have to test the capabilities of this thing? Orochimaru suddenly pointed at the huge Tensagen and said, and at this time, Jinyang also slapped his forehead, almost forgot. 6 shifts first, the remaining 4 shifts will be released at night, the others will be added tomorrow, and the 10 shifts will continue. Here is also an explanation of Orochimaru's problem, because the protagonist can't absorb Tensagen, so simply hand it over to Orochimaru to study climbing technology and hold it in his hand, it's useless inside. The purpose of explaining is to prevent everyone from spitting out and giving away things free of charge. Now I just make Orochimaru work for the protagonist. Anyway, the protagonist's own novel is not underlined. Chapter 64. Jinyang came here. In addition to, let Orochimaru study these things, he turned this place into a test field, that is to study caged birds' curse solution method. He made 2 preparations, one it is Kushina's research, and the other is to use this huge Tensagen to achieve it, and the 2 roads go together. This time he brought some small animals, the small animals have a green symbol on their foreheads, this is the symbol of the caged bird. And it is not only the Hyuga family that can be cursed. The biggest difference between caged bird and the Hyuga clan and others is that once the battle is killed, Byakugan will be destroyed. Other than that, this is a curse that controls people. Jinyang put his hand on the giant Tensagen, and the other hand was holding a rabbit that had been dropped by the caged bird. After that, he clearly sensed the curse mark, caged bird on the rabbit, directly motivating the giant Tensagen. The huge pupil power poured into the rabbit's body, killing curse mark, caged bird away. Success is successful, but it seems to have some sequelae. Jinyang looked a little speechless at the rabbit whose brain had been burned in his hand. Tensagen's pupil power was very domineering, and this huge Tensagen was much more domineering than the average Tensagen. In this case, Jinyang wanted to be casual. It is not easy to activate this pupil power. So the pupil power was released too much just now, which caused the rabbit's caged bird to be untied, but the brain was also burned. However, Jinyang can be regarded as seeing hope. This thing is, depending on the amount of pupil power controlled, as long as this amount is well controlled, there is no need to worry about these creatures being directly burned to death. Fortunately, he brought a lot of these small animals. In the end, the 10 small animals he carried were consumed, but he did not control the problem of this amount, but he also found a way, as long as he gave him enough experiments. The object can do it. Now that he knew this, he passed the mess directly to Orochimaru. Anyway, it would be troublesome for him to do such a brain-burning thing, he really is better to be a spoiler party and a brash man. Orochimaru thought it is not too much of a problem to master caged bird. After that, Jinyang left the moon. As for Orochimaru, he also directly regarded this place as his own research site and planned to turn it into a laboratory. In this regard, Jinyang also agrees. This is much safer than the ninja world. At least it won't be noticed by White Zetsu, but it's a little troublesome to transport things later. At that time, he talked to Orochimaru and asked if he could use the huge Tensagen to open up a new passage. Since Hamura can open up a road to the ninja world, why Orochimaru can't do this huge Tensagen is. Of course, even if Orochimaru can succeed, it is estimated that it is not a day or 2, and it takes a lot of time to accumulate. After leaving the moon, the channel outside Jinyang's price was once again covered up to prevent anyone from discovering it, and then returned to Rock Shinobi. He has now become the brightest new star in Rock Shinobi. After that, there was one from Konoha, read more at fictionzone.net. Fourth Hokage has been determined. It is Namikaze Minato. After searching for Orochimaru and others to no avail, third generation and others can only slow down the search, and then in order to save face, directly let Minato be the fourth Hokage, in order to carry out some external deterrence. And Minato, fourth Hokage, is indeed other villages that have caused a certain degree of deterrence. Everything depends on Flying Thunder God. This is one. No one wants to stay awake at night. The deterrence of Flying Thunder God, a certain kind of exaggeration that nine tails will come, because it is impossible to guard against, so some of the ninja villages who are eager to persevere temporarily, Jinyang does not, as long as Konoha makes a little more moths, the village definitely rushed up immediately. However, what makes Jinyang a little confused is that the inertia of the plot is terrible. It has only been a month or two, and Minato has become better with other people, and he is also a member of the Vortex family. Hey, it won't be so coincidental. Is it because of the butterfly wings or the mother of fragrant phosphorus? If it is really the mother of fragrant phosphorus, then it is really fun. Jinyang looked at the information with a dazed expression. Is Minato's speed a bit too fast? And he said he likes Kushina. How can he get better with other people in a month or two? The speed is exaggerated. However, Kushina also explained later that there is actually nothing between Minato and her, but she treats Minato as a male best friend. She is a very good friend, but because so many things have happened afterwards, so she is even friends now. Not proper anymore. And Minato also married another person. At this moment, time quietly came to Konoha for 47 years. The war that broke out in 46 years was ended by Jinyang in less than a year. Now it's Konoha's 47th year, and the first batch of Xiaoqiang is almost out of the way. Niji, Tenten and Uzili, the three of them are 1 year older than the others, so they were born this year. In addition, Huang Tu's daughter was also born, and Onaki became the grandfather. Father, tell me, how did you name it? Your name is Libra Oyemu, why is your son called Huangtu, and are you too self-willed, a girl named Haitu? When I read the original work, I didn't feel very strange, but now Jinyang feels very strange. Shouldn't the name of Lois be followed by Onaki's surname? There are terracotta and the like, this name must be strange after thinking about it. On the contrary, Jinyang feels that his name seems to be very consistent with Rock Shinobi. He is a soil, he is the sun, and Zhao's is not much inconsistent and dusty. The old man hoped that Huang Tu could inherit the will of stone and be a steadfast person, so he gave him this name. Onogi explained. It seems that the old man did not make a mistake in your name. Uncle Huang Tu is indeed very practical, well, very practical. Jinyang couldn't help giving a thumbs up to Ohaimu. The Lois was indeed very practical and honest, and even reached the level of dullness. He doubted whether Ohaimu could be a prophet, the name was too suitable for Lois. We can continue to chat without talking about this. Onaki couldn't help his forehead getting black, and this name has been spit out many times by other people. How did he know that his son turned out to be such a virtue? How did he give birth to such a wonderful son when he was clever, and it was extremely dull? Chapter 65. By the way, kid, let's not talk about these things for now, something happened over Mist Shinobi. At this time, Oyemu suddenly changed the subject. It is estimated that he himself was confused by the name, but for Jinyang, it is all indifferent, let alone what it is called Lois and black soil, even if it is called mud and soil. He is okay. Mist Shinobi has some moths again. Jinyang's eyelids twitched. If something happens to Mist Shinobi, then there can only be one thing, that is the opening of the Blood Fog era, but this makes Jinyang puzzled. In the original work, Yagura is controlled by Obito to start the Blood Fog era. It should be because of Lin's problem. But since he crossed over, things have undergone a series of changes. Yagura first became Jinchuriki. Originally, Three Tails should have died with Lin in Lin's body, and then transferred. Only after the resurrection will he be sealed in Yagura's body, and because of Lin's death, Obito, who has a grudge, will control Yagura. Then the problem comes. He joined in and stirred up Yagura. Yagura is still alive. And it has become Jinchuriki long ago. Then Lin's thing will definitely happen again. Uchiha Madara will not let the possibility of Obito black, so Lin must be finished. 37 Is it related to Yin again, so Obito controls Yagura again? Anyway, everything is now it has become a little weird, and the plot has obviously been destroyed, but now it seems that some moths have appeared again. On the Mist Shinobi side, Yagura ordered Mist Shinobi after some recovery, and carried out a bloody rectification. Various policies have become extremely bloody. The rumors from the outside are that because you have been irritated by you must let the village. The strength of Mist Shinobi is even higher, that's why this happens. In short, the situation on Mist Shinobi's side is very weird. Oyemu explained the situation of Mist Shinobi again, and Jinyang knew it. It is no surprise that this time Uchiha Madara was the man who controlled Mist Shinobi and attacked Lin, and then made Obito blackened, so Obito stared at it. Going to Yagura, this is really speechless to the extreme, but this just forcibly twisted the plot back. That's it, old man, you stare at the situation of Mist Shinobi a little bit. Jinyang nodded and said, Mist Shinobi still has a chance to get good subordinates, one is Bai and the other is Junmuro. Both of these can be cultivated into his own subordinates, and the blood inheritance is also good. This time Orochimaru should be able to fix the bloodline in Junmuro's body. But when I thought of Bai, I felt a toothache. I never thought that Bai was a man. When I saw Hokage before, I thought that Bai's relationship with number 1 was a kind of pessimistic relationship, but I knew that Bai was a man. After that, this began to change. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang doubts whether the original author is one. Otherwise, it is even worse, there will be so many weird things. There are several doubts. One is that Naruto kissed Sasuke, although the meaning is inside, but the latter is not clear. There are Uchiha Itachi and 4th Raikage, these two super brothers, these, not so much. The most obvious is. After knowing the white man, Jinyang had goosebumps at the time, it was not too much. However, Mist Shinobi is indeed good for oil and water. Anyway, it is all about digging the foot of the wall. It seems that it is okay to dig other villages by the way. Anyway, after the Blood Fog era, it will definitely work on the Yi clan and the Huayuaki clan. Jinyang doesn't know these two families very well, so even if it is, it can only give these people a little status in the village, and it can't be compared with the people he dug from Konoha. These people dare to use it if he knows it. Not because he has courage, of course, it depends on the specific situation. After all, he only cares about 2 people. If you can dig a few more people, it's not a problem, and if you can't, it's not a big deal. Your kid is eyeing Mist Shinobi again. Onaki's eyelids jumped. He found that Jinyang's thinking was a bit awesome. Just dug Konoha so many people. The other 2 big families guessed that they started to engage in Mist Shinobi in the planning. If this is exposed in the future, it is estimated that other people will find that Rock Shinobi is armed to the teeth. No, not only that, it is simply, even the eyes are armed. It depends on the situation, it's just a backup plan. Keeping a close eye on it will not do us any harm. In addition, Father, send someone to me to stare at Cloud Shinobi. I always feel that Cloud Shinobi is not that simple. Jinyang said, he was staring at Cloud Shinobi. One is because of the subsequent Hinata incident, he needs to get a wave of good feelings, and it is also at that time that he can have a good talk with Hayashi. The second thing is, he is very suspicious of the specific situation of Cloud Shinobi. In the original book, many weird things came from Cloud Shinobi, such as the 6 ninjas. Needless to say, this thing is passed down from the ancestors. But the ruins of Turtle Island in the back can actually help train Jinchuriki. This is a problem, and there is an enchantment enough to stop the tail beast, and a Jinchuriki really can't rush out. Of course, the thing that frightens Jinyang the most is that Chakra Cannon. Someone else just got out the TV, you got out this super weapon and the information about the box of bliss that Cloud Shinobi holds, no matter what. Looking at it this way, Cloud Shinobi seems to have a lot of things. But is there a relationship between Cloud Shinobi and the Ōtsutsuki clan? No, the relationship between the 2 can't fight, but he has come up with so many good things, which makes him have to wonder whether Cloud Shinobi is located on the top of some incredible ruins, otherwise how can it be possible to know so many things, and to come up with so many good things? So Jinyang needs to make Onaki stare at Cloud Shinobi. No problem, the old man will let people pay close attention, but the people of Sand Shinobi have often attacked the old man recently, hoping to redeem the tail beasts in their village. Onaki said another thing. He was also annoyed during this period of time. Sand Shinobi's messenger changed batch after batch, but it was just to protect the crane. After all, the loss of the tail beast in a village is quite deadly. Konoha can't find it at all, but the people of Sand Shinobi do know that Xiaojuru is in the hands of Rock Shinobi. Let them get out. Xiao he has signed a summoning contract with me, he is his own person, wants to send his own people out, give them face, a defeated country, how can there be so many requests, directly respond to them, or get out, either I will go to Sand Shinobi and they will make their own choice. Jinyang said indifferently, giving them a face, and dared to jump. Chapter 66. After Sand Shinobi's people were stunned by Oyemu with Jinyang's words, they didn't dare to put a fart, and went straight back to their village. Compared with Jinyang going to his village for a walk, it seems that the tail beast is not a big deal. If the matter is over, let's withdraw decisively. Anyway, Jinyang's deterrence is much greater than that of Xiao'erhe, and Xiao'erhe has lived very well in the land of the earth. At least he doesn't need to be locked in that small place, he is still free outside, although he can't go everywhere. Ran, but he also thought it was pretty good. Time passed quietly, and in a flash came the second half of Konoha's 48 years. During this period, Jinyang was also boring, and he had nothing to do, but to his surprise, Kushina gave Caged Bird's curse solution method during this period. It came out, this is super good news, so he doesn't have to run to the moon with the Hyuga clan. Should I say that I belong to the Vortex family? This sealing technique is indeed very awesome. Of course, during this period, Jinyang has also seen the ability to point the technology tree in this world. There are refrigerators, lights, and so on, but other things just, no, but after Jinyang asked Onaki to form a research team, the technology tree began to climb rapidly. Jinyang doubted whether they were possessed by a guy named Tony. The speed of climbing is called a fast one. After 3 times and 5 times, some simple electronic devices were obtained. According to the current time. Forget it, it is estimated to be given to them, in a few years, they can get the TV out, and in a few years it is estimated that they will catch up with the later bloggers. Sure enough, it's okay for the ninja not to point to technology, a little bit of, the speed of climbing, people have nothing to say. In other words, this year is. Konoha is 48 years, which means that Naruto and the others are going to be born, but Kushina has been dug here. Is the Nine Tails chaos possible? Jinyang is silent, Nine Tails is gone, Obito alone can't turn over any storms, so what will happen next? According to the previous experience, Jinyang is almost certain that there will be plot inertia, but what will happen this time he didn't know if he appeared. Master Jinyang, Master Ōtsutsuki has something to look for you, please come over. Just as Jinyang was thinking about this matter, an umbu from Rock Shinobi appeared directly in front of Jinyang. The old man is looking for me, I know, I will pass now. Jinyang is a little curious. It's not that big things must go through. Oyemu won't find himself. Now because he won't explode the power of the sun, he simply lives in the village, and the place where he lived before has become Xiao'erhe's lair. One time when Jinyang went to guard the crane, he discovered that this product was soaking in the lake to take a bath. At that time, Jinyang was shocked. Isn't this product made of sand, how dare to go in the bath, but Xiao'erhe also explained later. His body is, a huge chakra, read more at fictionzone.net. The condensed sand body is because it is in Jinchuriki's body, and he is just a chakra condensate at the moment, so it is not a big deal to take a bath, but Xiaojiruko is indeed very comfortable. Kushina even talked to Jinyang several times and said that Nine Tails is balanced. It is clear that everyone is a tail beast. Why do you guard the crane and wave outside? Laozi will be sealed, which is unfair. But it's unfair that he has to hold back, but if Jinyang remembers correctly, Nine Tails seems to be able to come out in the form of chakra, but this needs to be adjusted to a certain extent with Jinchuriki. Even Naruto was only in the Tensagen incident. Yes, as for Kushina, it is impossible to achieve this step without a 10 or 8 year grinding plan. So no matter how bad Nine Tails is, you have to hold it yourself. The Tail and Five Tails are also unbalanced in their hearts, but Jinyang still said that, if you want to come out, then honestly run in with Jinchuriki, his 3-inch tongue and the assist of Shao'erhi, for the relationship between Tails and Five Tails and Jinchuriki is also good, so they get along very well. Jinyang said that even if he is not on Rock Shinobi's side, other people have to weigh their own weight if they want to come over and do things. Don't get things done and lose them. Father, what can I do? After arriving at Ohaimu's office, Jinyang found that the others were not here, only Ohaimu. Talk about the big thing, say the little thing. Konoha, the old fox Danzo contacted me again. Danzo, what did he contact you for and what he wants to do? As soon as he heard the name Danzo, Jinyang's spirit came. When Danzo got involved, he was undoubtedly killing the people in his own village, but to outsiders, this is a super welfare. That guy contacted me and wanted to cooperate with us Rock Shinobi and kill 4th Hokage. What does this guy think about the location of Hokage is really such a good place? He has pitted how many people in his own village? Yet is almost no one available. Oyemu said with emotion and wonder, he simulated it, if Danzo was in his own village, the result would really make Oyemu shudder. This is a god pit, specializing in dealing with his own people. And Oniki couldn't understand that Sarutobi Hiruzen actually left this pit. This second Hokage is also a strange thing among the strange flowers. How can you teach such two strange things? Kill 4th Hokage. Jinyang couldn't help being shocked. Although Danzo must be doing things behind the original Obito, but this guy is too good at doing things. This Nine Tails is gone, and he still wants to kill him. It is indeed very admirable. Then old man, how did you agree to Danzo, or what do you say? After Jinyang pondered for a while, he didn't bother to complain about this scam, and it wouldn't do any harm to Jinyang and the others. The old man is not sure, so I came to you. The old man's personal idea is not to participate in this matter. We don't need to tear our skin with Konoha. This matter is completely thankless. Ohiki is not a fool. This kind of thing is not good for him, and there are still a lot of Konoha in his village. If they target Danzo, these people must raise their hands in agreement, but for 4th generation, it is difficult to live with themselves. So Oyemu's idea is, no bird Danzo. Anyway, now Jinyang's plan of digging the wall has been going smoothly, but Jinyang's ideas have always been wild, so he must ask Jinyang's ideas. Chapter 67. Master, you think well, we will not participate in this time, but we must promote it if we do not participate, otherwise it will not be conducive to our follow-up plans. After touching his chin, Jinyang said, participation will definitely not participate, but for follow-up, Jinyang must push it. What do you mean? Oyemu asked with a puzzled face, and he started to be confused again if he didn't participate in how to push him. It's very simple, think about it, 4th generation is now the stumbling block in front of us. I know his character. If 4th generation is left alone, Danzo wants to die the 4th generation alone, it's almost impossible. While 4th generation does not die, his character will make him treat the Uchiha clan kindly. After all, he is not the 3rd generation and Danzo. These two people are very hostile to the Uchiha clan because of Senju Tobirama, so he forced the Uchiha clan to death. With them, I can poach the Uchiha clan. If 4th generation is a peacemaker in the middle, 370. With his character and ability, the situation of the Uchiha clan will only get better in the later stage. At that time, we have no chance to dig out the Uchiha clan. As for the Hyuga clan, there will not be too much trouble, but the 4th generation will also become the greatest resistance. So for the sake of planning, 4th generation can't stay, Konoha's weakening is good for us. After Jinyang blinked a few times, he said, he is a bad guy, isn't he? If he is a bad guy, he won't be able to manipulate and do so many things behind his back. His purpose is to dig the foot of the wall, and Konoha, he is not there. Konoha is, the enemy. Only rock shinobi is his own, so be cruel to the enemy, he doesn't think so. Then, what are we going to do now? Oyemu is used to it, after all, Jinyang pits Konoha not once or twice. Simple, old man, do you remember the Akatsuki organization that I let you pay attention to? Introduce this organization to Danzo, he must be very familiar with that organization, help him with the line, we rock shinobi will not participate, there will always be someone involved at that time. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang said with a smile, because there is no nine tails, there is no such thing as Jinchuriki giving birth to weaken the seal. Although Obito's strength has opened Mangekyo, it is only one eye, and it is not enough to see fourth generation. So whether Obito will choose to do it is also a question. He is not sure. If he is not sure, then push it behind the back and let Danzo contact Akatsuki. Then Obito will naturally know. Once Obito knows, he may not be able to pay. Will use the power of Mist Shinobi. With the addition of Akatsuki, even if there is no Nine Tails Chaos, it is estimated that it will be enough for Konoha to drink a pot. After Jinyang continues to develop his own plan, it is naturally more convenient, and he did not directly participate in this matter. He and Oniki knew that it would not affect even any of his plans at all. When Danzo's use value is gone, he will directly destroy Danzo, and now it is better to keep it. This tool man makes it too satisfactory. As for the Akatsuki organization, he asked Oniki to pass. Because of his appearance, the Third Ninja World War ended early, so some changes have taken place in the plot of Nagato and others. When the war just broke out, Nagato and the others were pitted by Hanzo and Danzo, and then Nagato was decisive. Blackening. After 2 years of development, the black people say how strong they are, but they are definitely not weak. They have even recruited a few people to enter, such as Jiao. They are all like this, even in less than 2 years, Nagato is very good. He simply grew up to the point of killing Hanzo and directly occupied Rain Shinobi village, becoming the master behind the scenes. As for Danzo, he pitted the Xiao organization, but the person who operated it was Hanzo, and he did not expose him, so Jinyang could even sell him afterwards. Of course, the Xiao organization Jinyang still intends to experience it, as long as Obito is still, after controlling, he can try to dig a few more important people, but before that, it is necessary to check the package. Akatsuki organization, the old man knows, I really sweated for Konoha. With you attacking them behind, Konoha has no chance at all. Fortunately, you were born in Rock Shinobi. Oyemu has become accustomed to Jinyang's enchantment, anyway, Jinyang's ability to do things, he is not ashamed of it. Oyemu is already very strong in this respect, but compared with Jinyang, that is a real little witch Sidowu. You have been feeling this sentence many times, can you not say the same thing every time? Jinyang couldn't help turning over Byakugan. If he was born in a place like Konoha, he would not be in the mood for other people's corners, but would choose another way to violently crush all obstacles. After all, Konoha and Rock Shinobi are two different concepts. In Rock Shinobi, he burst out with such power and was accepted as a disciple by Oniki. However, in Konoha, it is estimated that Danzo has already brainwashed and carved, the curse is imprinted, not a concept. That's right, but I'm old too, old man. When do you give Ōtsutsuki's position to the next old man? I can rest and rest. Look at other villages in the family. Which village is still in third generation? Oyemu keeps complaining. Now everyone else's village has developed to fourth generation, and only his own village is still in third generation. Although there are enough talents, it is extremely troublesome to not find someone to beat Ōtsutsuki. Don't tell me, I don't want to be this Ōtsutsuki. You can find someone else. Uncle Huang too is not bad. Although he is a bit honest, he is practical enough to do things. We are also nearby to assist. Once there are no problems, I am a person. I'm used to being free, you let me squat in the office, I would rather go directly to kill the other Shinobu villages. Jinyang said that he doesn't want to squat in the office. The current Rock Shinobi has grown several times larger than the original, so Oniki can work all day long with big and small things. If it weren't for Tsunade's help, it is estimated that Onaki would have to step forward. Following Naruto's footsteps, he began to use Shadow Clone to process files. By the way, Tsune did not bring too many forbidden techniques when he came over, but Orochimaru is different. He almost emptied Konoha's old days, except for this. In addition to studying longevity, the most favorite thing to play is forbidden. So Konoha's forbidden techniques are almost available now, Rock Shinobi, as well as Shadow Clone and others, but just in case, there are only a few such as Onaki. Individuals have learned that they will not spread such a technique casually until most of the several kinds of digging plans are completed. Is this Ōtsutsuki's position so bad? Look at Konoha. You've been fighting for the position of Hokage. Onaki was also speechless. He originally planned to step down after the war. Although Jinyang is only this old, this is not a problem. Rock Shinobi can develop so much, it is all gold 3.1 Yang credit. Just ignore the age or something. That's their Konoha, not our Rock Shinobi, anyway. I won't do this Ōtsutsuki position. Who should you find? If you really can't find you, just keep doing it by yourself, but may I remind you that proper delegation of authority is okay. The development of Rock Shinobi will become bigger and bigger, and you will be too busy at that time, father, so you can simply put down the price rights, and you can control the most fundamental part. Of course, you can't put it in disorder. You must know this point better than me. There are too many, I just remind you. Remember to pull Danzo and the Xiao organization a line. I will go first. After talking about Jinyang, he left directly. As for Ōtsutsuki, it is impossible. The big deal is to wait until the leg shadow can take up the post. Chapter 68. This guy Oyemu is really an old fox, but he didn't expect him to agree. It was just a test, but I didn't expect this guy to introduce other people to me, Akatsuki. At this moment, Danzo's face became a little complicated after seeing Akatsuki organization. He was very familiar with Akatsuki organization. This organization rose up in Rain Shinobi village. At that time, everyone in hell was a very troublesome organization. Even Hanzo had a terrible headache, and the anti-vomiting guy invited Danzo to help, but the wave of Nagato's eruption was too terrifying, so they had to run away. After that, Danzo also learned the news of the demigod's fall. His only luck was that he didn't reveal his existence when he joined forces with Hanzo to do things, otherwise he would really be unlucky to follow along with him. However, he didn't expect that the Akatsuki organization developed so fast that Hanzo would be killed so quickly, and Onaki recommended this organization to him, but now he doesn't seem to have much choice in helping Tibet. Right. Come on, send this item to Rain Shinobi village. In the end, Danzo has no other way. Fourth generation is in place, and he has not really risen now. He has not threatened too much of him, but it may not be the same afterwards. After fourth generation has slowly established its footing, it will suffer a loss. It's him. A series of plans are going to go bankrupt, and as time goes by, he will only become more and more disadvantaged in the dark, so while fourth generation has not fully established its footing, he must eliminate fourth generation, otherwise don't say anything. It's Hokage now, and there is no way to do things. After a while, the documents in Danzo's hands were sent to Akatsuki. Danzo also knew that Rain Shinobi was in control of Akatsuki, so he sent the things to Rain Shinobi village, and the information was directly sent to Nagato. Danzo? This ninja world is as dark as ever. After seeing what was in his hand, Nagato couldn't help but shook his head. At this moment, he has been put in the special device made. This Rinnegan is not his own thing, but it turns him into a human and a ghost. The look of a ghost. Nagato, what is it? Konan looked at the change in Nagato's face, and asked with some doubts, and Nagato didn't mean to hide it, and directly passed the scroll to Konan. After Konan read the above information, he couldn't help but curse. Is right so important? Because of Hokage's position, even Hokage who can directly entrap his own village, this. Konan couldn't find what to say, whether it was so dark. Although they were indeed in the dark, they would inevitably be shocked by what Danzo did. It was a bit weird. Read more at fictionzone.net. This is human nature. In this world of war, you really need to feel pain. Nagato shook his head. He had been desperate for this world a long time ago. When Yahiko died, he was desperate to the extreme, so he gave up the original, unrealistic or even quite natural idea, and started now. Plan of. Then we need to be involved in this matter? Konan asked with some uncertainty. Of course, the central point of every ninja war, now this is also an opportunity. Although it is indeed a bit bad to deal with such a person, in order to make the world feel painful, you don't need to care about these small details. Promise Danzo, we can help him deal with 4th Hokage. Nagato doesn't matter who is good or evil, as long as he can achieve his goals, he can do anything, small, sacrifice in exchange for big benefits. This is a pretty good choice. I can only say that this person, once blackened, that really doesn't have to say. I know, then I'll go and notify others now. Konan looked at Nagato with a complicated expression and left. She also knew about Nagato's situation. She felt that it was not good to join forces with Danzo, but now she only has Nagato left, so there is nothing to say. Nagato's decision is her decision. Soon, this news was delivered to several important people by special means, and Obito, who was in the country of water at this moment, naturally knew this information. After Obito became black, it was like a mad dog, no matter. He hates everyone. So Konoha is no exception. He even attributed the failure to protect Lin to Minato, and it also radiated to the people around Minato. People said that it would not harm his family, but he was so frantic that he could do everything. So after receiving this news, he showed a frenzied smile the first time. Konoha, Konoha, it's really a good opportunity. Danzo, this mad dog, is really a bite for everyone, but this is a good opportunity. Maybe you can destroy Konoha in one go. If that's the case, then I will burn another fire behind. Obito is completely frantic at the moment. It is not enough for Akatsuki to join. He needs more power. His idea is actually, to destroy Konoha directly, and the same is true in the original, but the original is destroyed by Minato. But this time he knew he was going to target Konoha, and even directly used Mist Shinobi's power. Obito, you'd better control this matter, don't take it off. At this time, a 370 black and white guy slowly rose from below the ground. My decision does not need you to control. Also, I am Uchiha Madara now. Remember to call me Uchiha Madara. As for playing off, how is it possible? Konoha will definitely become an obstacle to us. I use Mist Shinobi's power again. What can I do but just let Mist Shinobi directly participate in it? Even if I control Yagura, I can't do it, I still need Danzo to help me. Obito is frantic at the moment, but he is not stupid. Although he controls Yagura now, but let Yagura launch a war against Konoha, it is estimated that many people will not listen to Yagura's words, and he still needs to use Yagura to retaliate against Mist Shinobi, so Yagura's chess piece can't be discarded as simple as that. However, he can use other methods to use Akatsuki to get Danzo and Yagura on the line, and then retaliate against Konoha. If Konoha can be destroyed, he will be even more happy. Even if Konoha can't be destroyed, Konoha's vitality will be severely injured again. In addition to the previous series of defections, this time the opponent will be caught off guard, and other villages will be very happy to blend in. The end of the Third Ninja World War is too hurried, so one can reinvigorate it. Obito couldn't help laughing wildly as he spoke. According to the agreement, today we will continue 10 more. Feel remind you, 3 things to read. Chapter 69. After Obito laughed wildly for a while, he began to use Akatsuki's organization to link Danzo and Yagura. Yagura had Danzo's reason, so Mist Shinobi, who was slaughtered by a wave of failure this time, would also be moved. Then you can do things again. Regarding Obito's madness, even Black Zetsu felt a bit too much, but as long as it did not affect his plan, he would not care about anything, and Jinyang, he would not have thought, because of his series of murders. The operation caused Obito to start to detonate a bigger scene, and as expected, the plot has changed beyond recognition. But this time, things are like a super chain. Jinyang's series of operations and Obito's series of operations have caused the entire ninja world to become even more weird, but if Jinyang knows that Obito's operations are only will give him a thumbs up. To be honest, Obito will undoubtedly give him a chance by doing this. If Obito can really start a war again, this time it has nothing to do with rock shinobi. It is estimated that it is a matter of several other shinobi villages, but it is definitely Konoha that is targeted, so several digging plans can be carried out more smoothly. This one-on-one set is, 2 people started it, and the result could almost radiate the entire ninja world. It can only be said that the ninja world is indeed a situation that affects the whole body. Other villages have already looked at Konoha a long time ago, and a few shadow-level powerhouses disappeared in one breath, and the tail beasts were gone. If it were not for rock shinobi, they would not be in a wait-and-see state. This time, as long as any village dares do it, then other villages will definitely do it the first time, so Konoha's power will be more split. And all of this, to find the bottom line, is in Jinyang. After a series of Obito operations, Danzo directly contacted Yagura, but Danzo also felt surprised. This Akatsuki organization didn't know much about him, but the opponent was strong, but Danzo's idea was also very simple. No matter how strong you are, it's just an organization, can it still compete with Konoha as a village? Akatsuki found a good reason. Behind the Akatsuki organization is Yagura's participation, which made Danzo not think too much, but felt that Yagura was not easy up. So after knowing that the organization has a relationship with Mist Shinobi, he didn't hesitate to choose Mist Shinobi and Akatsuki as helpers. Originally, he planned to find Onaki, but Onaki didn't get the set, so he could only find someone else. After receiving Danzo's news, Obito directly controlled Yagura to hold a high-level meeting, and told everyone about his thoughts and Konoha Danzo's deal. The meaty Mist Shinobi is very upset, and now there is a chance to do things, and there is still Konoha's Hokage as an internal response. They of course agreed. Master Mizukage, can this matter be guaranteed not to be a trap? What if it is a trap? Read more at fictionzone.net. One of the elders of Mist Shinobi asked. He was opposed to the Yagura faction, and the blood fog policy of Yagura during this period has caused the villagers to panic. You know the current situation of Konoha, the shadow class powerhouse. There are only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Shimura Danzo, and Namikaze Minato left. For the others, Sunin defected too, and Jinchuriki was lost to find Sunin. Everyone else left the village. At this time, even if it is a trap, what are you afraid of? In addition, Rain Shinobi will also participate. Don't forget, the controller behind them has killed Hanzo, who is called a demigod. Is there anything else I want to say? As long as we win this time, you can get a lot of benefits from Konoha. If we don't participate, we won't be able to fish until the child participates. Obito controlled Yagura and directly returned the words of the elder. Then how to guarantee that Rock Shinobi will not participate in this time? If Rock Shinobi participates, then we will not have the slightest chance at all. Another elder also raised his own question. When it comes to Rock Shinobi, everyone here is straight down. Rock Shinobi is too terrifying and is not an opponent at all, especially the monster Jinyang, which has been listed in the major ninja villages. It's the first place on the list of people who can't provoke. Although there is a reward from Jinyang on the black market, who dares to take it? This is a new god of the ninja world, even if it's a horn, people who like money like this. He resisted the temptation, but he had assassinated the god of the ninja world of the previous generation. At that time, he almost broke. He was there. If people didn't want to kill him, he had already finished playing. Therefore, he has a certain resistance to the god of the ninja world, and he dare not touch it at all. Rock Shinobi won't be involved now. Danzo first contacted Onoji. Now Rock Shinobi doesn't look down on our little prophet at all, and once Rock Shinobi participates, we will just withdraw and disagree. Rock Shinobi will do any confrontation, so it's okay. Can they still force Mist Shinobi to come in? If they really want to do this, they won't wait until now. After a flicker after Obito, the top of Mist Shinobi also agreed to the plan this time. After that, Yagura led a series of strong men in the village to participate in this time. On the other side, Akatsuki organized the Nagato. A few 6 clones were also sent out, and his 6 clones had not yet been fully gathered. Except for, the heavenly Deo is Yahiko, the other 6 avatars were collected behind Jiraiya, but the collection has not been completed yet, but the few 6 avatars are not too big a problem. Chen. As for his ontology, he set off with Konan. Konan is responsible for the safety of his ontology. Although they will not completely trust Obito, who calls himself Uchiha Madara, there is no conflict, although Nagato does not know how Obito and Yagura it's on the line, but as long as there is help, he won't care about so many details, and both sides are in the stage of using each other. On the other side, Danzo also started his own layout, and the time they chose was the time when the wife of 4th generation gave birth. Although this time the wife of 4th generation is not Nine Tails Jinchuriki, but this time is good. The attack is also the best time to let the 4th generation relax. A good Nine Tails chaos. I thought that the plot was destroyed and the plot inertia at the moment had become an invasion battle between Akatsuki and Mist Shinobi. The intelligence department on Rock Shinobi has been paying attention to this matter. Although I don't know much about the details, I can also dig out some things. Danzo really knows. No, it should be said that Obito is really crazy enough. This time Konoha is also going to be unlucky. Will it become a war again? If it really becomes a war, unless Mount Myaboku intervenes, otherwise Konoha will be dead this time. Jinyang couldn't help but took a breath. Obito was much more ruthless than he thought. This is not to stop Konoha, right? Originally, Jinyang thought that the current Xiao organization was just good to participate. Yes, but who knows that Obito is actually involved in Mist Shinobi. This is the rhythm of the 2 villages. Chapter 70. No, Konoha is not so easy to die. 3rd generation, Jiraiya, Danzo, 4th generation, it is certain that the 4th generation will die, then the remaining 3 strengths should not be underestimated. In this case, Uchiha Fugaku will not continue to hide. After all, it is a matter of life and death, and Uchiha Shisui, he only needs 1 distinguished heavenly gods, which is enough to make the other person directly turn the 2 of them. Jinyang, who thought Konoha would be dead, suddenly shook his head and threw out this unrealistic idea. Konoha is not so fragile, let alone other things, just the few that Jinyang counted just now are not easy. And the toad pill of Mount Myaboku has confirmed that Jiraiya's apprentice will bring changes to the world. He is the son of destiny, so how can he not sit idly by? So if it is the final stage, even if Mount Myaboku intervenes, there is nothing impossible, and once Mount Myaboku intervenes, it will be a group of strong people joining in, and it will be difficult for Konoha to die. So Konoha that I mentioned at the beginning is really 1-4. It is not impossible. After all, Konoha has too many hidden cards. Of course, that was also the beginning. Now Jinyang has dug away so many in one breath, no matter how you look at it. It's impossible to complete one pick 4. It's really troublesome, but this time the 370 things can't be left alone. Rock Shinobi is not suitable for participating in the battle, but the others are different. Jinyang is almost certain that Konoha is almost in disaster this time. 4th generation should die. After all, the deal between Danzo and Akatsuki is 4th generation must die, and Obito also wants 4th generation to die, so 4th generation must die. But Jinyang can't let the Uchiha family and the Hyuga family have a problem. He has to dig out these 2 families, so if he can't make a move, he can only find other people. What made us help Konoha? After making the decision, Jinyang found Tsunade and Kushina. For so long, Tsunade's panasemia has been cured by Jinyang's violent poison treatment. As for Kushina, she can even connect with 9 tails, a complete tail beast. Even in the heyday of Nagato, there is no way to change his strength. To be precise, in terms of singles, the current Kushina is almost the current level of invincibility in the ninja. 9 tails' strength is too great. Jinyang can't help but pick up some of the strange comments he has seen in the past. When distributing the power of the tail beast, it is Shao or he, 9 tails, cats, and 9 tails have been continuously distributed. Read more at fictionzone.net. Originally, it was just a review of the sand sculptures, but I have to admit that this is the truth, and the strength of 9 tails is so daunting. The combined tailed beast bomb of 555 tailed beasts was directly suppressed by half of the 9 tails, and only half of the 9 tails, even half of their heyday strength could not be used, so the current Kushina is the authentic ninja singles king. Yes, but you made a mistake and asked you to help Konoha. This time, according to our information, Konoha himself did it. Danzo wanted to take the place of Hokage, but it attracted such a big deal. On the bright side, Rock Shinobi can't make a move. My ability recognition is too high. But you are different. You were originally wooden golem. Even if you were included in the rebels, this time it is not Konoha that I want you to help, but a few families. This is my goal in the future. After listening to Jinyang's words, Tsunade was a little speechless. For a while, they have already regarded Rock Shinobi as a family. This place is much better than Konoha, so there is no need to worry about jumping. Behind the scenes and quietly Yenyu, for so long, they have already let go, and really regard themselves as Rock Shinobi's people, but now the situation is a little helpless. So in the end the two agreed. Well, in fact, maybe you don't need to act this time. I'm looking for you to go there just in case. Konoha's strength is enough to fight the other party. So I'm looking for you just for the last guarantee. If there is no problem, I don't even need to take action, I will follow it myself. After all, the Hyuga clan must be on the agenda. Jinyang said that Uchiha Fugaku had greeted him in advance, so he just waited for them to be forced to accept them after being forced by the senior management. However, the Hyuga clan had no bargaining chips before, so maybe you can try this time. There is also Mist Shinobi. This time it is no surprise that Mist Shinobi is the least pleasant. I was fooled by Obito, Konoha's hidden power. Mist Shinobi knows nothing, so I think I can directly bite the first shot. I came down with a piece of meat, but I didn't know that I was going to deliver the food. So Jinyang can also try it, and dig out some people from Mist Shinobi. At this stage, Konoha and Mist Shinobi are the easiest to get in. If he doesn't get in and blend in, then I'm sorry. By myself. However, there is one thing that Jinyang can't take action by himself. After all, Danzo is in order to die 4th generation. This matter is confidential. Others don't know it. If Konoha knows that Mist Shinobi is going to attack him, he will most likely ask Rock Shinobi for help. After all, the two sides are still alliances. But this time, they were really caught off guard, that is, Jinyang and Onaki and others were in the middle of the line, so it was possible to obtain so much information, otherwise Jinyang estimated that Konoha would know this matter after he finished the fight. You really plan to hollow out Konoha? Both Tsunade and Kushina looked at Jinyang helplessly, they were just dug over. It's not that I intend to hollow out Konoha. It is not necessary. At least I dare not dig for high-level people. Only the 3rd generation, the elders, I only need some talents similar to yours, nothing more. Jinyang shook his head. In fact, besides Uchiha and Hyuga, there are other families that can dig, but if you want to dig other families, you must wait until 3rd generation is dead, and Danzo will help him. Once Danzo takes the position, the entire Konoha will become smoky, even those who support the 3rd generation family will have a chance. His goal is actually plain and simple, he has not crossed. When it comes to Konoha, let's recreate Konoha at Rock Shinobi, and that's why we have this series of digging plans. Forget it, you decide for yourself, we just need to follow you. Anyway, with your ability, you don't need to worry about anything at all. Tsunade shook her head. Jinyang is one of the people she admires most. In the past, it was Senju Hashirama, but now it is Jinyang. That kind of, the ability to do things is really terrifying. She thinks Jinyang would be born early. After a while, it is estimated that Konoha is gone. Chapter 71. After that, everyone cleaned up and greeted Onaki and the others and set off. Jinyang also had to get in touch with Hyuga Hisashi in advance, not Hyuga Hayashi but Hyuga Hisashi, because Hyuga Hisashi is in need of him most. Niji will be planted caged bird. This is the last thing Hyuga Hisashi wants to see. In the original Hyuga Hisashi, because he saw Hinata, and then thought of the injustice of fate to his son, he even exuded murderous intent towards Hinata, and was later by Hyuga Hayashi. Using caged bird to control it, it can be seen that his son Niji is his weakness, so this time is just right. Like the Uchiha clan, the Hyuga clan and Jinyang also don't need everything. Branch house, you unlock their caged bird, they will obey you. When Jinyang digs out the branch house, it's called a simple one. Zongjia, there are only Hayashi left, you can dig. Hayashi is barely okay. His brother's generation has no right to interfere, but in his daughter's generation, he interfered so that neither of them were sent to the branch house, and carried it until Naruto rises. As for the thing about Hyuga Hisashi didn't have a murderous intent to Hinata. This kind of thing shows that everyone is a guardian, but the two are indeed very good brothers. Yes, Jinyang made peace in the middle. Shimon, it is easy to dig up the Hayashi family. After all, there is a clan family left, and the branch house is gone. By then, Hayashi and the others will definitely not have a good life, and they are doomed to tragedy. In this way, Jinyang took Tsunade and Kushina to Konoha in a hurry. Their mobility is much faster than Mist Shinobi, but Akatsuki probably has already arrived. After all, Rain Shinobi is too close here. Up! Kushina, seal all the chakra in my body. Coming out of Konoha, Jinyang said that he didn't have much chakra, and Konoha was also detecting chakra. He remembered the scene when the Six Penins were invaded. Outside Konoha is a stage of chakra detection. The field, chakra's invasion can be detected. He doesn't know if Konoha is currently driving this thing, so he must be careful. I know, but it's sealed. Is chakra really okay? Kushina asked with some worry. After all, chakra is the lifeblood of all ninjas in the ninja world. Don't worry, I don't use chakra. For me now, chakra is optional, let's do it. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang said indifferently, relying on the part of the sun's power he mastered. Is there anything to do with chakra? Well then, but you remember to be careful. After Kushina finished talking, she sealed Jinyang's chakra with a sealing technique. Now even if she perceives a ninja, she can't perceive Jinyang's existence, unless it is a top class like Kushina, but Konoha seems to be unable to find it. After the seal was completed, Jinyang sneaked directly into Konoha. As for the location of Konoha's major families, Tsunade and others had long told him, and he even held the layout map of Konoha's family location. After avoiding Uchiha's first security team with his horrible five senses, Jinyang quickly touched the location of the Hyuga clan branch house. I have to say that the Hyuga clan can play. The clan is surrounded by the branch house. Even if something goes wrong, it is also the branch house who suffers, and they use their own people as tool people. These people are indeed cruel enough. After sneaking into the branch house, according to the location given by Tsunade and others, he quickly found Hisashi's residence. Tsunade and others were Konoha's strong at first. I've visited, so it's not difficult to find the location, it's not difficult, and Jinyang soon touched into the Japanese mansion. I didn't sleep at night, what are you doing? Just when Hisashi was looking at the book on the table, he suddenly heard a joking sound coming from his ear, which shocked him, but Hisashi is either the old rivers and lakes instantly distanced themselves from the place where the sound came from. It's you Jinyang from Rock Shinobi, what are you doing here? Hisashi wondered if he was wrong, because this person is Jinyang of Rock Shinobi, he has seen him, and he also knows Jinyang's name, but how would he know that this person would sneak into his own home? What is the purpose? If it is for Byakugan, then it is even worse, to come to the branch house. And why do you want to take the initiative to expose? Anyway, at this moment, Hisashi's mind keeps flashing all kinds of thoughts, and even there are even amazing thoughts, but when he thought that this person was Jinyang, this idea was directly strangled in his mind. Calling someone to come over does not mean looking for death. Since the other party has actively appeared in front of him, then it means that there is something to find himself. The other party really intends to take him, he doesn't have the ability to resist at all, and he hasn't thought about whether someone has turned into Jinyang with transformation technique. But in his perception, chakra didn't react at all, so this is Jinyang himself. Meeting again, Patriarch Hisashi, but don't worry, I am not here to trouble you, I am here to negotiate a deal with you. Jinyang found a seat and said with a smile. As for the title of the head of the house, it is true that he is the head of the branch house. I don't know about the transaction. Jinyang came to see me at night, and for what deal? I don't think I have what you need, an adult. After Hisashi slowed down, he lowered his position very low. After all, this is a new generation of god of the ninja world. He who has seen Jinyang go crazy, knows that once Jinyang goes crazy, the village is filled with water. No, you have. You should be very worried about your son now. You are still young and haven't directly engraved caged bird, but it's just a few years. Sooner or later, your son will also have to take on the branch house. Destiny, help the Zone family to block the knife, isn't it reconciled? Jinyang also didn't rush to tell his transaction directly, but casually talked about it, which evoked Hisashi's unwillingness. Then how to be engraved with caged bird is already the destiny of the branch house, even if we want to resist, this is the destiny of the branch house. Hisashi gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, their branch house and their destiny are in the hands of the Zone family. If they want them to die or die, if they want them to live, they don't have the slightest desire to resist. Fate, I don't believe this thing. I only know that fate is in our own hands. Then let's talk about the transaction, Hisashi Patriarch, if you don't speak secretly, I need your Hyuga branch house to be loyal. As the price of the transaction, how do I unlock the caged bird in your branch house? Jinyang said, a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 72. What? Hisashi almost thought that there was a problem with his ears. A person from other Shinobu village came to his house and digs into his own Hyuga branch house. He also said to help them unlock the caged bird. He wondered if he hadn't woken up yet. No, is this kind of thing possible? I'll repeat it again, I can unlock the caged bird in your branch house. We at Rock Shinobi need talents, so I'm here to recruit you. As for the method to unlock the caged bird, we naturally, do you want to try it? Jinyang said with a smile. He originally planned to steal the Hyuga clan when Hinata was robbed by Cloud Shinobi, but now Obito has given him a surprise, and Kushina has studied caged bird's curse solution in advance. That's not a problem. Are you really serious? There is also 370. Don't you think this is ridiculous? Hisashi felt a little speechless. He didn't believe it when he said this. Why Jinyang has caged bird's curse relief method? It's clear that they don't have it by themselves. Isn't this nonsense? You believe it or not, you make your own decision, you can do it yourself. First experience the feeling of unlocking the caged bird, if you believe it, tomorrow, come out of the village, you will know afterwards. After leaving a specific position, Jinyang left directly. In fact, he was quite helpless, because he couldn't solve the curse, and chakra was still in a sealed state, so even if he could, then let Hisashi go out, and when he sees Tsunade and Kushina again, he will be surprised. As for the issue of exposure, it is not within Jinyang's consideration. Even if it is exposed, how can Jinyang be afraid? Of course. No, what should be done is to continue to do it, and the possibility of Hisashi being exposed is almost zero. There is a chance to get rid of caged bird. Unless he is a fool, he will definitely come to Jinyang. Perhaps he will have a part of the probability to notify others before he has a child, but after Niji, he will not do it. How is it done? After Jinyang returned to the forest outside Konoha, Tsunade and Kushina both asked curiously. Read more at fictionzone.net. Of course, no accident, Hisashi will come out tomorrow. Give him some sweetness at that time, it's not a big problem. Jinyang nodded. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't sure about, at least he would try to do something if the possibility was more than half of the time, so basically he did something with a very high success rate. Regarding Jinyang's statement, Tsunade and Kushina didn't say much, but they agreed. That's it, time flickered to the next day. Because of the magical axe Rita, Jinyang didn't need to worry about exposing his strength. This body shape is a flaw. But the genius just turned on, and the Nikkei came out. It seems that Patriarch Hisashi still made a wise decision, looking at Hisashi with a ghostly expression on his face, and said with a smile. Wait, Tsunade-sama, and Kushina, what is going on, why are you here? At this moment, Hisashi's whole person is messed up, so Tsunade and Orochimaru defected, Kushina is missing, this is all they know, but now Tsunade Kushina just appeared in front of him, and stayed with Jinyang, this he wasn't shocked before he was called to hell. It's surprising, right? After all, I, Kushina, and even the Orochimaru and Senju clan have joined Rock Shinobi, but this matter has been kept secret. Tsunade glanced at Hisashi in front of him and said that when Kushina saw her, it was the same. This is really shocking, even if I believe you defected, I can't believe you will join other villages. Hisashi smiled bitterly and said, he finally knows where Jinyang's confidence is. It is only a caged bird's cursing method. The probability of wanting to poach them is very high, but it is not absolute. Now Jinyang has no scruples to let Tsunade and Kushina appear. In front of him, a granddaughter of first generation and second generation, a nine-tails Jinchuriki, and an Orochimaru, a Senju clan, all joined Rock Shinobi. Is there anything to say about this? Sanguine was broken in an instant, there is nothing like this, it's more convincing. After that, Jinyang didn't hide it either. He told Hisashi what happened to Tsunade and others, and he was lured. It was time to play the emotional card. He was not really constantly in Kuraki, and it's Konoha, it's so dark, you don't need to go to the Black Zero. After listening to everything, the expression on Hisashi's face has changed more intensely. Where is a village? This is a black nest. Look at Danzo, what they did made him tremble with fear, and he even started to sweat. If you stare at them, the Hyuga clan will be dead, and Hisashi, who is very interested in leaving Konoha, immediately makes up his mind. Caged bird's lure, coupled with Tsunade and Kushina's proof, after they joined Rock Shinobi, they will not be sliced and will not be targeted. On the contrary, they have been very good. He believes that Tsunade and Kushina will not deceive him, so the heart is moved. But there is still a trace of hesitation on his face, not for other reasons. Once their branch house is separated, they are comfortable, but what does the clan do with other clan members? He can't control it, but his elder brother, his eldest brother Hyuga, what about Hayashi's family? Most people defected. The rest of the people still hope that the village will treat you third generation and fourth generation well. It is estimated that the Hyuga family will be put under house arrest. As for Danzo, it is estimated that the idea is directly place a curse seal on your whole clan, which will be easier to control in the future and save trouble. That's the ending. He doesn't want to see himself a big three. One brother became like this. You are thinking about your eldest brother's problem. There is almost no room for relief from the Zone family and the branch house, but it is not impossible. What I want to dig is your branch house, but you can ask Hyuga Hayashi to come out and talk to me. I will convince him. After all, once your branch house leaves, he will make his own choice. Now is the best opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no chance afterwards. Jinyang's words once again made Hisashi's cautious and unbelievable start to beat quickly. This is especially mind-reading. You know what Laozi thinks. At this moment, Hisashi can't face Jinyang directly. It's too abnormal. Thinking that Jinyang is only 12 years old now, he started to doubt life again. What was he doing when he was 12 years old, and the rest will be completed within today. Chapter 73. Okay, I will go with you to clarify the matter about your big brother, Kushina. Can you please remove his caged bird? Since it is a deal, then you must also take out the chips. Jinyang looked at Kushina, and Kushina also nodded. As for Hisashi, he was shocked when he heard this. No wonder Jinyang dared to say that he could unlock his curse. There is a seal god of the Vortex family like Kushina. It is not impossible that the tear is there. No one has helped them study the curse releasing method in the past, also because this is the family affair of the Hyuga clan. They were all from the same village, and it was not good to mix with other people's housework, but now Kushina is from Rock Shinobi, so Hisashi understood it, and immediately untied the bandage on his head, revealing that ugly green mark. Immediately after Kushina's hands were sealed, chakra was mobilized, and he placed his hands on Hisashi's forehead. Hisashi could clearly feel that his forehead began to emit waves of blue smoke, and then the green mark disappeared directly. And at the same time, Hisashi suddenly felt that his brain seemed to have opened its shackles, and he was instantly relieved countless times. The limitations of caged bird, except, after death, Byakugan will be destroyed. The power of life and death is also in the hands of the Zone family. And once caged bird is engraved, Byakugan's blind spot will have an extra dead spot. This dead spot is quite deadly and its strength will also be limited, but now that it is turned on, Hisashi's strength will naturally increase a lot, even 1. This feeling of skyrocketing, this is not an illusion, it is indeed because of caged bird. Suddenly it feels a lot easier. The dead spot where Byakugan exists has also disappeared. This feeling is really good. Hisashi squeezed his fist, and he enjoyed the feeling very much. So your decision is correct, then you will go back to your elder brother later, and I have to convince him. Jinyang smiled and said, Hayashi is not an idiot, he will definitely agree at that time, and even Jinyang can move out of Tensagen and say that this is something that the Hyuga clan simply cannot refuse. Yes, there is still a big brother who needs to be persuaded, so shall we pass now? Hisashi asked, but suddenly felt that something was wrong, thinking that the people next to him were looking at him with foolish expressions. You're kidding, how could I go in during the day? Even if I used the transformation technique, believe it or not, I was caught by the Uchiha clan's security team in minutes and my appearance is too recognizable. I want to go. I am also waiting for the evening. I will come to you at night. You call your brother to your house. Now you can go back and do what you want to do. After all, you still need to handle the branch house. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang looked at Hisashi with a foolish expression. As for asking him to bring Hayashi out, it was not practical. Hisashi and Hayashi came out together and made it clear that you had a problem, especially when you left the village, and Hisashi was seen alone. It doesn't matter, after all, anyone can betray, but the branch house of the Hyuga clan is the most worrying, caged bird is here. So in order to avoid unnecessary troubles, it is better for Jinyang to take a trip at night, so that he will not be found. In the end Hisashi went back and took that no return. He was not a fool, okay, he was a fool if he cared, he was a fool if he cared, not a fool, well, anyway, it's useless to say anything. It's really going well, sure enough, the Japanese branch house has no resistance to caged bird's spell resolving method at all. Tsunade looked at Hisashi who was leaving and shook his head. Does that still need to be said? If you are pinched by someone else, you will also submit, but he only agreed so simply because of various reasons. It happened to be this evening to take advantage of this opportunity to convince Hyuga Hayashi, and then we took the Hyuga clan to leave when Konoha was in a mess. At that time, Konoha was overwhelmed, and when they reacted, the people were gone. Jinyang has even thought about the way to run. After all, this big family has old people and children, so it is not particularly easy to move out at once, but after Konoha is messed up, who dares to take care of it? Danzo, do you really think that Kushina and Tsunade eat dry food? That's it. The night time has passed again. It is boring to stay outside Konoha, but if you want to do this well, boring is inevitable. So you have to be patient. The second time I entered, I was already familiar with the road, and when Jinyang appeared again at Hisashi, Hyuga Hayashi had already arrived and was talking about something with Hisashi. Hisashi, why are you calling me over and it's still night? Is there anything that can't wait until tomorrow? Hayashi asked helplessly. He did owe this younger brother, after all, his younger brother went to the branch house, and he stayed in the clan family. The fate of the two has been completely different since then. Wait, brother, this matter must also be explained to you clearly, it should be soon. Hisashi shook his head, now waiting for Jinyang to come over. Don't wait, I'm already here. Jinyang entered the room directly at this time, and Hayashi who saw Jinyang reacted similarly to Hisashi yesterday. Hisashi, what the hell is going on? At this moment, Hayashi's brain is not enough. Patriarch Hisashi, first tell the Patriarch Hayashi about 370 what you know. I believe the Patriarch Hayashi is also a smart person. Jinyang was too lazy to speak, and left it to Hisashi to talk about it, and Hisashi also spent a while, telling Hayashi about Jinyang's visit to him yesterday, including the unlocking of Caged Bird and Tsunade Orochimaru Kushina. In the end, this series of news made Hayashi suddenly feel that his brain was not enough, and this series of things made his mind messed up. Even if Hisashi finished talking, he did not respond. Sure enough, everyone who knows this thing is like this, even if it's the eldest brother, then, eldest brother, you can do it yourself. Hisashi laughed a little helplessly. Anyone would be stunned to do this kind of thing. After almost an hour, I asked Hisashi about some more things, and after seeing his brother's clean forehead, Hayashi realized that this was not a dream, nor was it fake, but it was real, so he was silent. He is a smart person. Once the branch house is gone, the clan who does not leave will become the target. So Hayashi is also very clear about what will happen afterwards. This is no longer for him to choose. He can directly betray Hisashi, but his character will not do this, and Jinyang is here to deter. He has no way to do such a thing, so the only way is compromise. Chapter 74. Hayashi is also a member of the Gu family, and now it can be said that Hisashi and Jinyang have forced him to the point where there is only one way to go, but he still has some concerns because he is a member of the clan. I don't seem to have any other choices now, but if you say, I will always be the clan family, even if most of the clan family have been abandoned, but the branch house people will not have a good attitude towards me, so our family's life will not be much better than staying in the village. Hayashi seems to have seen the result, and walked with the branch house. The result is undoubtedly, will be isolated from the branch house of the clan in the later period, and the future will be more difficult. Of course, staying in the village will make the life even more difficult. But the difference between the two is actually not too big, so he is forced to a dead end. You are worried about this. In fact, your worry is unnecessary. After Hisashi communicates with the people in the branch house, you also come forward and declare to them that curse mark, Caged Bird's cure method is because you can't see that the people in the branch house are enslaved, and you can't see that your younger brother is enslaved, so you put forward your opinions. And you also provided curse mark, Caged Bird to participate in the study of the method of understanding the curse. After that, I will ventilate with Kushina and unify the caliber, so that your image will become an image for the benefit of your brother and the branch house. People who forsake them. In this case, you are the hero of the branch house, and your reputation will even surpass Hisashi. In this case, your family's life problems will not be a big deal, right? Jinyang smiled and said the handling method again, thinking it was something big. This kind of thing was too easy to solve. Is it like this? Hayashi was stunned. Using this method, Jinyang could completely claim that this thing was made by their rock shinobi, so that it can buy people's hearts, but if it is used for him, then he is undoubtedly out of the problem. But rock shinobi, there is still a problem with the establishment of prestige. Why can't the Hyuga clan join rock shinobi after this? Let them use their time to test and deal with your affairs first, then you will have no worries about how to live in rock shinobi. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang doesn't care whether you are good to a person, time will detect everything, it is not a problem. So, I no longer have any worries. As for the blood inheritance boundary of the Hyuga clan, the branch house of the clan is caused by the blood inheritance boundary. I don't care anymore. The rest of them, let them stay in Konoha. Right. Hayashi doesn't want to say much anymore. Jinyang is so helpful to him, what else does he have to say? He should be thankful. He and other clan families are not the same, and just, he has 2 good daughters, of course, the latter Hayashi must be unexpected. Let's do this. I have given Hisashi the method of Caged Bird. This thing can be mastered in a few days at most for you. Then we will talk about one thing, about the evacuation of the Hyuga clan. You guys also know that, after all, the Hyuga clan don't always endure it, there are ordinary people, and it's a problem to leave. Jinyang's tone changed, and he went directly to the other side, and made the evacuation plan. When the 2 brothers Hisashi and Hayashi heard it, they immediately became energetic. Just now, they have been shocked and happy with the previous events, completely ignoring this. The most important key point. It would be easy for such a big family to leave Konoha. Yes, how can we evacuate so many people? Konoha will not let us leave. Both Hisashi and Hayashi were a little panicked. The first thing was solved, and the latter became a super problem. This is another matter. Let me make it clear to you first. You also know the dark side of Konoha. According to our information from Rock Shinobi, Danzo hired an organization called Akatsuki to kill 4th generation, so as to replace the position of Hokage, and in addition to, Akatsuki organization, also involved Mist Shinobi. Mist Shinobi intends to follow Konoha. The time is when the 4th generation child was born. This is the news we received before, which means that Konoha will be in chaos afterwards. Although I can't make a move myself, Kushina has completely connected with 9 tails and can be completely tailed, and wait until Mist Shinobi attacks. When you were in the village, your Hyuga clan gathered directly and were escorted away by Kushina and Tsunade. This is also the only way to leave without revealing it. Of course, if it's a last resort, I will do it myself. You also know my strength. Jinyang told the two of his thoughts and this piece of information. In an instant, the expressions of the two of them changed. Then they didn't understand the Xiao organization, and they didn't bother to care about it, but if Mist Shinobi really attacked Konoha by then it is definitely the best time for them to leave Konoha, without thinking about it. However, this news is inevitably a bit shocking. Of course, Jinyang also said that when it is not good, Jinyang will also make a move. Once Jinyang makes a move, the matter will be stable. As for Konoha, they are planning to leave. Damn Konoha! Unexpectedly, it was so crazy. 4th generation had just taken office for a while. He planned to attack Konoha while 4th generation's wife was giving birth, but the eldest brother's child is about to be born. Hisashi sighed Danzo's madness and then looked at Hayashi-chen. Yeah, it's been about 8 months, and I'll be born in 2 months. Hayashi also has a smile on his face. If his children can escape the destiny of the branch house and the clan family, can he give birth to a few more people from the clan family to prevent his children from being sent to the branch house, so it is generally good Zhao's will only give birth to 1. Hayashi is obviously unable to control herself. After all, Hinata was just 5 years old when Hanabi was born. Even if her personality is weaker, she hasn't started to practice much yet. As a result, this product has a second one. Child. Obviously it was not because I was disappointed with Hinata, but because I really couldn't control myself, so I had a second child, but Jinyang also has to say that he does have 2 good daughters. Okay, I have basically told you everything. You will master the cure method of caged bird as soon as possible. Before Mist Shinobi attacks, I will come back to you, so that the people of your family will be ready at any time. When the time comes, directly once Mist Shinobi if you attack, then just retreat, don't procrastinate too much, and let Konoha unable to react. Jinyang warned and left. Chapter 75. As soon as time passed, it was a week later. Jinyang and the people waiting for Mist Shinobi almost vomited blood. The main reason was that he didn't know when the people from Mist Shinobi would arrive, so he didn't dare to leave casually, otherwise he could go to Orochimaru for some fun. Come back tomorrow. So I was forced to wait here for a week, and finally waited for those people. As for Hisashi and Hayashi, they have passed the anger with the branch house people, and the caged bird of the branch house people has been lifted. And Hayashi's reputation has also been directly improved to the extreme in a moment, and the people of the Hyuga clan are ready. Get ready, I'll go in first, you will meet outside, and evacuate as soon as possible. If you run into trouble, Kushina, leave it to you and Kurama. After talking, Jinyang sneaked into Konoha again and came to Hisashi's house. At this moment, everyone's things were ready, and all the salutes were stored in the scroll, so basically there are no large objects. How do you prepare? The people from Mist Shinobi have already arrived. As soon as the battle starts and the others support us, we will leave. Jinyang saw that Hisashi and Hayashi were ready and asked. The two also nodded. They were already ready, just waiting for now. They can only say that in a blink of an eye, things are humans. Blinking himself became a betrayal. Boom boom boom. 10 minutes after Jinyang arrived, there was a roar from the periphery of Konoha, and the whole Konoha was suddenly full of smoke, and the people in the Akatsuki organization were staring at fourth generation. Just in case, Danzo Minato's roots, they are also lying in ambush near Minato's home, and he himself has no intention of participating in the war. But before Jinyang, there was a majority of people. Jiraiya was no longer in the village because of Orochimaru, so this time there was one Jiraiya missing. This is a super combat power, but without Jiraiya, it is enough for these people to drink a pot. Your Byakugan is suitable for investigation. Find a place where no one is. Let's leave as soon as possible. After hearing the roar for a while, Jinyang said to Hisashi and Hayashi, and the two had already opened Byakugan to stare at the movement outside, and now most of the ninjas have gathered to the enemy. No one is near the Hyuga clan, and he doesn't give an order. The people in the clan are also a little confused. I don't know what's going on. Read more at fictionzone.net. In this way, Hisashi and Hayashi directly led the large troops to find a place with few people to leave the village. Because the main battlefield is not here, and everyone's attention is on the main battlefield, only some civilians hiding at home can detect it. The movement of everyone. Although there are some non-ninja people in the Hyuga clan, there are not many people, especially in the branch house. Their role is tools, which are used to shield the clan, so there are a lot of ninjas. A small number of old people, children, and women were also carried by other people, so they didn't move slowly, and everyone quickly left Konoha. Tsunade, Kushina, if there is a fight later, give it to you. You are responsible for breaking the queen. According to the previous plan, Jinyang took the lead. After the break, Jinyang didn't think it would be bad for a woman to break. These two women, one can be said to be the current single king of the ninja world, and the group battle is almost invincible. I can't eat myself with a fist, so underestimating them, it is that I am uncomfortable for myself. The entire Hyuga branch house and Hayashi family are fast, pregnant women. There are other ones that can't move fast, and there is no need to worry about accidents. After all, Tsunade is still there, and Katsuyu is also vegetarian. Jinyang didn't have any thoughts to watch this battle. He couldn't make a move, so it would be better to leave earlier than to see what to do, so as to save nights and dreams. In this way, a group of people ran away with lightning speed, and on the other side, because the power of the village filled the frontal battlefield, no one found the Hyuga clan running away. Minato was also besieged by a group of strong men, and Obito was still the same as the original, directly threatening Minato's wife and children, resulting in Minato being restricted, and finally be besieged by a group of strong men. The handle was pinched in the hands of others, so there was not much resistance at all. As for Minato's wives and children, the people in Akatsuki's organization are strong, and they disdain to do things to their wives and children. Obito only needs fourth generation to die. Kushina is also affected in the original work because Kushina is Nine Tails Jinchuriki, so it has no effect on him now. I don't bother to care, maybe there is still a little conscience. After this continued for a while, the members of the Hyuga clan couldn't hold it anymore. As a large family of Konoha, they had to participate in the war, but the patriarch Hayashi is not there now, and it is the cannon fodder of the branch house to participate in the war. Join the war. They thought that the people from the branch house had already gone to the battle, so when they used Byakugan to find people, they found that the people were gone and there was no suspicion, but what made them anxious was that Hayashi disappeared, so they went to the battlefield. As for whether to participate in the war, it depends on the situation. But when they came to the battlefield, they found that although the scene was chaotic, there were no members of the Hyuga clan. Even if they drove the Byakugan to search for a while, they couldn't find it. The elder, the branch house and the patriarch are not here. What shall we do now? A ninja from the clan asked with a dazed expression. He thought that he was the first to join the war, but now that he hasn't seen his family members, this is a problem, and it is a super huge problem. Hyuga, what do you mean? Mist Shinobi invaded Konoha, you didn't even go to war. At this time, several medical ninjas who were in charge of treating the wounded looked angrily at the Hyuga clan hiding behind and peeping. Even the Uchiha clan participated in the battle. As a result, there was no Hyuga clan on the battlefield. Isn't it nonsense? And after they came back with the wounded, they found that this group of people was hiding behind, which is worth it. What do you mean? The members of the Hyuga clan are extremely arrogant, feel that they are superior, and the position of the family is also high, so this temper is also exploded at a point. In the face of these medical ninjas, they feel shameless. Okay, when you are not arguing here now, your Hyuga clan is also the family of the village. If you really think about the village, it is best not to continue hiding here, except for a few of you. Those who are left to treat the wounded, other people, and I will save them. An older medical ninja knew that it was not the time to quarrel, and that it was not worth arguing with someone from the Hyuga clan, so he simply changed the subject. In fact, it is reasonable to say that Kushina's concerns about Minato and others should be written here. After all, I am a friend, but I am afraid of being sprayed, so I dare not write it, so Kushina here seems a bit ruthless. Explain, I did not take the initiative to twist it casually. The character of the original author, but sometimes it is really impossible to write it incompletely. Everyone, hi Han, read the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 76. Does Danzo still shrink at times like this? At this moment, with one person's power to block Yagura and Mizukage's assistance, third generation is not easy at all, fourth generation is dead by Obito and others, and although third generation has summoned the Saru demon, it is still a bit difficult to face the enemy's attack. This sentence was also asked by the monkey demon who felt the pressure. However, third generation did not answer the question of the monkey demon. He also had a blue face. Before Danzo had no problem with how to wave, but this time, Danzo is too much. At this time, the village will not be able to hold it. Okay, but it is here. When the third generation's face was pale, the support of the Uchiha clan also arrived. The Uchiha clan is at the very edge of the village. Even if they rush over, it will take time, let alone they dragged on for a while. But the fastest person is undoubtedly Shisui. After he arrived, he directly helped third generation resist one of them. Nagato, our goal has been achieved, now we can leave. At this moment, outside Konoha, inside a large tree made entirely of paper, Konan and Nagato are here. Nagato and the others have teamed up to kill Namikaze Minato, then the goal this time is achieved. No, this is a good opportunity. If you make the world feel painful here, then the effect is undoubtedly the best. Nagato said, he has never forgotten the purpose of this time. He came here to make these people feel pain, not just for a fourth Hokage. Although killing fourth Hokage also achieved the goal, it was not enough. Wait, Nagato, you are not yet complete with the development of Rinnegan. If you rashly shoot in front of the strong in the two villages, you will most likely be targeted. We may be fine, but Akatsuki must also be very vigorous. The most important thing is Yahiko's body. Konan wanted to convince Nagato not to behave, so he simply moved out of Yahiko's body, and the current Nagato is not the later Nagato, the big tricks of Nagato, it is full of it. It will not be 2 years since Yahiko died to the present. Although he has developed a lot of Rinnegan's pupil skills, he is not completely familiar with it, so now in front of the two strong villagers, it is undoubtedly a disadvantage. The other 6 clones are lost if they are lost, but Yahiko's can't be lost. Read more at fictionzone.net. Hi, I know, I was too impulsive, then leave first. Now we are not fully prepared, but sooner or later I will come back again. Let this world feel enough pain to bring permanent peace. After Nagato took a breath, he recognized him. Now he is indeed not suitable for continuing to fight. The strength is not enough to face these strong men. He is not afraid of being besieged after 10 years, but now it is a big problem. When Konan saw that he had succeeded in persuading Nagato, he was also relieved. After that, Nagato controlled Yahiko's body and issued a retreat instruction, and Akatsuki quickly retreated from Konoha. After learning that the fourth generation was dead, Danzo didn't want his old face in order to brush a wave. Obviously he had reached an agreement with Mist Shinobi, but now he chose to directly counter the water route, joining, hiding. For a while the lack of Mist Shinobi's advantage, coupled with the forbearance constantly coming from all parts of the village, led to the defeat of the beaten. Even Might Dai, who did not die on the battlefield of Mist Shinobi, opened the 7th gate directly and lost a big move, but after losing this big move, it meant that he was basically abandoned. His strength is always inferior to the late might guy. He threw a big move at 7th gate, and his destructive power is not inferior to the general quasi-shadow, so he has made a lot of work, but if you want to recover, it is estimated that it is impossible to recover. Yes, the basic strength is flawed. In the end, Mist Shinobi was repelled by Konoha, and even Mizukage's assistant was killed by Shisui and 3rd generation. Mist Shinobi was defeated for a while, but Konoha was also uncomfortable. Mist Shinobi attacked the entire village, the village. Inside, almost half of it has been affected and turned into ruins, but, there is wailing, even if it is won, it is a miserable victory. And after counting the losses, 3rd generation heard the news that the 4th generation died in the battle, and was threatened by a group of strong men with his wives and children, and finally died in the battle, which made him very heartbroken. Konoha, who suppressed the ninja world by himself, has now fallen to the point where he was attacked by Mist Shinobi and paid such a heavy price. This is a question that 3rd generation has been constantly echoing in his heart. However, Konoha is uncomfortable, and the more uncomfortable is, Mist Shinobi is now, most of the combat power is left on Konoha's side, even the shadow level powerhouse has lost one, and the most important thing is that they even lost. Up. 0 Damn, this is a trap at all, it's the trap of that BD Danzo. Didn't he participate in the battle afterwards? Even if we were caught off guard, we shouldn't have come at all. At this moment, Mist Shinobi, who had been evacuated far from Konoha, also stopped and took a break. As for these high-level people, some people could not help but curse at this moment, but what he did was just ridiculous to others. When I said that I was coming, why didn't I see any opposition, but now I have suffered a loss, but they have jumped out, but when they despised this guy, it was not so angry. Mist Shinobi's loss can be said to be unprecedented. This time, most of the new forces were dispatched to deal with Konoha, but most of them were lost. Compared with some small villages, they are now strong men and secret arts, etc. There are still some advantages in terms of military strength, it can be said to be miserable. Stop talking nonsense, this time we are considered to be planted. Everyone retreats to the village after a short rest. The next period of time needs stable development, and the country of water is not in harmony after all. Konoha borders, and the sea is separated. Even if the other party retaliates, it is our home court. Obito controlled this Yagura and said that this time Obito's purpose has been achieved. Konoha and Mist Shinobi have suffered a loss, and the 4th generation has also died. That is enough. What he needs to do now is to go back and continue to control the village. No matter what, this village is the culprit who killed Lin, so he will not let it go. It's funny to say that the 3rd ninja battle was ended early by Jinyang, and Obito and his team followed Namikaze Minato and stayed away from the Mist Shinobi battlefield, but after his incident, Kakashi and Lin encountered another mission. Mist Shinobi did not die in the war, but died in the mission, but Uchiha Madara did all of this to promote, but Obito threw the pot on Mist Shinobi. After all, this thing was indeed done by Mist Shinobi, and Uchiha Madara, he is just behind the scenes. Of course Obito doesn't know and can't help it, Mist Shinobi can only carry this pot inch. Chapter 77. Obito controls Mist Shinobi's people back to the village, but after no accident, he will start his blood fog policy again. Anyway, he won't let go of Mist Shinobi without playing Mist Shinobi, and Konoha. In a day later, the senior officials of Generation and others looked at the documents in their hands and began to doubt life, not for other reasons, because of the Hyuga family. After the battle, everyone was busy counting the casualties. When Konoha's people recovered and discovered the problems of the Hyuga clan, more than a day has passed. Not to mention the high levels of Konoha doubting life, even if the Hyuga clan is left. The people in the clan began to doubt life, because from the other civilians in the village, they heard the news of the Hyuga clan running away. After all, in the Cataract family, everyone is Cataract, so everyone has seen it, it's so easy to recognize. Through the confession of civilians, soon everyone will have 370. There was an answer. The people in the branch house even defected with the Hyuga daily rentals family. What kind of operation was this? And they were starting to doubt life. Especially the people of the clan family, they don't think about it. Hayashi, the patriarch, is a good patriarch, why should he run with them? But if Hayashi knows what they think, he will shake his head helplessly. There is also, his Hyuga. Hayashi is not optimistic about the rules of the Zone family. He dared not find his wife at night for fear of having a second child. Of course, this is all a joke, and so is Hayashi. Being forced to be helpless, and Jinyang doesn't want other clan families, so it's useless if Hyuga Hayashi wants to bring those people. And after taking it, it is estimated that there will be conflicts with the branch house, and there may be a fight, so I don't take it at all. Don't blame him for being ruthless, mainly because the world is too cruel, blame the world, anyway. A dead friend does not die a poor deo. Elder, do you know what the hell is going on? Why do you from the branch house of the Hyuga clan defect with Hyuga Hayashi? At this moment, the great elder of the Hyuga clan is also on the third generation side, and the third generation has a very headache. What kind of operation is this? He has to scold his mother, and Danzo's face is also quite bad, even a face. Looking badly at the Hyuga sect elder in front of him. What he planned was to kill the fourth generation, and the fourth generation was dead, yes, but the Hyuga clan actually caused him trouble at this point. After reacting, they also sent someone to find it, but after more than a day, enough for others to run far. In addition, Tsunade and others are old rivers and lakes. They have eliminated the original traces and misled these people in other directions. May I ask how they can find more than a day? If they know the direction, they can still catch up, but the direction there are none, there is only one in general. Who knows if someone has made a detour, so it is impossible to find someone. Old, I don't know the old man. Read more at fictionzone.net. The elder of Hyuga's sect was depressed and confused. He also wanted to ask what was going on, but he didn't know what was going on, which was embarrassing. Forget it, great elder, go back first. Third generation shook his head. Since these people did not run away, it was to show their feelings, otherwise how could they stay, so third generation asked him to go back first, and Chang went back with a depressed look. Let's talk about Sarutobi, this time how do you plan to deal with it? I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan has not had a problem. The Hyuga clan ran away first, and they have planned for a long time, otherwise how could it be so coincidental? Danzo didn't think about other aspects at all, he just thought this should be a branch house plan for a long time, so he ran away after catching this opportunity. This may be because of the branch house system of the Hyuga clan. This system has been questioned at the beginning, but that is the tradition of the Hyuga clan. It is the family affairs of the family, so others can't manage it. I didn't expect this to happen. Third generation attributed all this to the so-called caged bird, but it was also right. It was basically related to the caged bird. If it weren't for the caged bird, Jinyang would not be easy to operate, and even dig the Hyuga family without exposing Tensagen. Gone. Regardless of. What is the reason? Those people are now gone. What is your opinion on the remaining people in the village? The fierce light in Danzo's eyes flashed away. It was always when he stabbed someone in the back. When was he stabbed, so he had to exhale, and the rest of the Hyuga clan was the target of exasperation. What do you want? At this moment, the third generation will inevitably have a lot of suspicion about the remaining Hyuga family. They don't want to make any restrictions, but they think so. How others think of others are not idiots, so they will definitely know themselves. The people who stayed will not be well, maybe the defect will come a second time, so he also began to be jealous. Gather the rest of the Hyuga clan, and the old man will set the curse. Old man, it's not aimed at them. It is necessary to ensure that the remaining people do not run. This is the only way. Danzo said his thoughts, which also surprised third generation. Danzo is cruel. If it is normal, Danzo would definitely not say that in front of him. Even if he did it by himself, it would be cut first and then played. This time Danzo's tough tricks. There is no need to do this for the time being, let's be under house arrest, but if they do anything out of the ordinary, it will be handled by you. After third generation finished speaking, Danzo couldn't help but start to sneer. Don't look at third generation and gave the other party a chance, but Danzo knew very well that after this time, the rest of the Hyuga clan will be placed by others. The title of a traitor. Especially this time so many people died in the battle. What would their companions and relatives think of the Hyuga clan who became traitors? It is estimated that the Hyuga clan simply cannot withstand such pressure. Coupled with the third generation's house arrest, sooner or later they will make some exceptions. Things, such as defecting again. By the time Danzo starts his hand, he will be famous as a teacher, so don't look at third generation usually. One, it's not good, but it's also a murderer. Danzo does things later. Once the master third generation does things, the methods are much more fierce than Danzo. Although the cumbersome is a bit more cumbersome, the effect is just do it. Then leave it to the old man. There is also the Uchiha clan. What do you think the Hyuga clan and the village have had such a big thing? This time the Uchiha clan came very late, and the loss is not big. They will inevitably not happen. Other thoughts. After talking about the Hyuga clan, Danzo set his target on the Uchiha clan again. Chapter 78. Are you crazy? Don't you know what the village has become now? Don't you still plan to do something with the Uchiha clan at this time? Do you really want the village to fall into a deadly place? Third generation looked at Danzo at this moment with an unbelievable look. This girl is simply crazy to the extreme. When is it? And thinking about internal fighting, this time the village was attacked and suffered heavy losses, and the Hyuga clan is almost gone. Now he is the only strong man who can take out his hands. Danzo and Shisui. As for might die, who is sold with a hammer, although it has also been valued, it is not very useful. Jiraiya is still outside, but third generation is not worried. After this incident, Jiraiya will come back by himself soon. After all, there is such a big incident in the village, but Danzo still wants to engage the Uchiha clan at this time, which is terrible. It's not that the old man is targeting the Uchiha clan, you should know it yourself. The Uchiha clan has been prying the position of this Hokage for a long time, and now the village is in such a heavy loss situation. Maybe the Uchiha clan will launch a coup, and then think about it again. It's hard to deal with them. Danzo looked at third generation with a gloomy look. This time it was not that he really wanted to do things, but the situation was unstable. Adding 0 to the Hyuga clan is gone, and the Uchiha family is the only one, and it will definitely be more swollen by then. It would be ridiculous to have taken the position of Hokage. The old man also knows these things, but I can't touch them now. Although Mist Shinobi has been beaten back, don't forget. The two villages of Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi have been staring at us, as long as they are not idiots. We will take advantage of this opportunity to attack Konoha, and now we Konoha's strength, facing the attack of these two villages, especially Cloud Shinobi, you know the consequences. At least we have to wait until this time is over. In addition, we also need to get Jiraiya back, and Uchiha Shisui is on our side. I will make it clear to him and let him stabilize the Uchiha clan. At least until we determine the movements of the other two shinobi villages, we can't casually attack the Uchiha clan. In addition, the old man will send messengers to Rock Shinobi to see if we can ask Oniki to do it. As long as Rock Shinobi helps, that's not a problem. Third generation thought for a while and said, but after this thought, his head was a little dizzy. This is not good. When I think about it, I found that there are so many things. It is the risk of the other two Ninimura attacks. The threat of the Uchiha clan, and Danzo, an old man staring at his position regardless of importance. The people who defected in the village have caught up with the accumulation of the past in just a few years, and even exaggerated, without playing like this, but this is the essence of Konoha. If you don't play to death, you will never stop. Danzo is like a perpetual motion machine. If he doesn't give him the position of Hokage, he will continue to make noise until the whole village is destroyed in one breath. But if Danzo became Hokage, it would be even worse. Danzo is a main battle group. In terms of impulse, it is more exaggerated than Senju Tobirama, and the methods he controls are extremely dark. Read more at fictionzone.net. Let him become Hokage, maybe after 10 or 20, all the Konoha strong will be controlled by his next curse, so the essence of Danzo is, a cancer, that is, grass, unless kill it, otherwise as long as you stay, you will be killed by this guy. That's fine, but the old man's people will keep staring at you. Once they have any changes, don't blame the old man at that time. Danzo left after talking. Although he was doing things, he also distinguished the importance and he was very clear. No matter how he went, it is estimated that the position of Hokage has not been obtained. Konoha was defeated by him. Of course, this guy is like this. Same for Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara feels that there is no rubbish of the 6 bloodlines, no matter how powerful it is, he can't exceed the control of this limit, and Danzo is very fascinated and confident that after the position of Hokage is in his hands, he can also carry Konoha forward. Become the strongest village in the ninja world again. After Danzo left, 3rd generation also sighed, and then began to deal with the things in the village. At this time, he still kept Danzo, and he could only say that he was really hopeless. Konoha, who has been half-worn, is still thinking about internal fighting at this moment. Mist Shinobi and Konoha have both lost and suffered. Although Konoha won, it was a miserable victory at the time. This news is like a typhoon, which directly swept the entire ninja world, and everyone who knew the news smiled, and for nothing else, they thought that Konoha was about to collapse. Konoha collapsed, and the happiest thing is undoubtedly, they can do things, and the fight will never decrease, as long as there are people, on the other side, in order to take into account the old, the weak, and the people with children. Everyone's speed of action is also it has slowed down a lot, so after the news has spread throughout the ninja world, Jinyang and others have not left the territory of the fire country. I knew that I brought Shao'erhi to the border here, at least after leaving the country of fire, you can let Shao'erhi take everyone to leave. Kurama, you are so arrogant, really good for you to bring some people. Jinyang looked helplessly at the one on Kushina's shoulder. Little fox, this little fox was condensed by 9 tails, and his consciousness can also appear outside through this, but it is still very unstable. After that, there is no way to maintain it, so 9 tails and Kushina still have to run in well, but with Jinchuriki, they can appear in the outside world for a long time. Who told you not to bring that 370 damn civet cat? It's impossible to let this uncle lead someone. 9 tails doesn't give Jinyang face any more this time, he is a dignified beast, or 9 tails, is it possible to let him be a mount? It is absolutely impossible. Forget it, you are so arrogant, too lazy to talk to you. Jinyang turned Byakugan. Kurama really couldn't say anything more, that is, Naruto's kind of, the temperament can run with him. As for the character of Kushina, the little pepper, he quarreled with 9 tails every 3 days, of course. The relationship between them is, because the quarrel has become, getting better and better, making people speechless. Don't say it if you don't want to. It's not rare for my uncle to talk to you. 9 tails is also disdainful. Can you two stop arguing, and Kurama, can't you just help bring someone? Kushina came out to be a peacemaker, but she was obviously not a peacemaker. Little girl, don't think that if you get the approval of this uncle for the time being, you can point fingers at this uncle. You are 100 years old. 9 tails was very arrogant and directly slammed Kushina's sentence. In this regard, Kushina's forehead directly had a few big crosses. Chapter 79. A whole Kurama, what you said is still 100 years away, don't forget, my old lady can directly seal you anytime. Kushina also exploded at one point, and she squeezed the little 9 tails on her shoulders and began to tear. Jinyang couldn't help but sweat for 9 tails, and she would still grow up in the days to come. Facing this little chili, 9 tails is probably sad, at least it is more sad than Naruto's body. At least Naruto is a second hand, so it is easy to fool, and the temper is not as hot as Kushina, so it will not be the same as it is now, and it has become a habit to quarrel every other time. Damn, it's little girl, let go, my uncle, otherwise my uncle will please you. 9 tails hadn't finished saying a word, I saw a chain smashed out of Kushina's body, and then directly dragged 9 tails back. So, why do you quarrel with the Vortex family who are proficient in King Kong's blockade? Isn't this not uncomfortable for yourself? Jinyang saw this scene inevitably feel a little funny. 9 tails is to find himself uncomfortable, King Kong blocked. Tianqi and their tail beasts, just like Mangekyo Sharinan, belong to Tianqi, even if the enemy's strength is very different from yours. It's big, but it can still control and seal you, just, so unreasonable. Kurama, didn't you say it was done? I can't tell this kind of thing. At this moment, Kushina's spiritual world, Kushina looked helplessly at Nine Tails and said, "Cut, you humans are troublesome, to like is to like, not to like is not to like, why don't you dare to say it?" Nine Tails said disdainfully. "What do you know, he is only 1212 years old. If he was born a few years earlier, it would be fine, but now our age is a full 12 years away." Kushina turned over Byakugan and poached Kushina and others for a while. Jinyang didn't do anything. He and Kushina's goodwill was almost full, but Kushina always thought that the age gap was too big, and the difference was a full 12 years old, so he kept a little distance, making Jinyang helpless. He knew this situation himself, so he planned to talk about it in a few years. Read more at fictionzone.net. I have to say that his age is indeed a bit awkward, he can't get up and down, and he just happens to be stuck in the middle. In the case of that kid, such a monster, in the daytime, he dashed to 4 or 5 meters in minutes. In that way, you told me that there is still a difference of 12 years. This uncle is already 1,000 years old. Have you said anything? That's why you say that you humans are hypocritical. Kurama said with a look of disdain. Age is right, said, it's nothing at all, but as a tail beast, he is a huge group of chakras, and there is no second female Nine Love, so Nine Tails is not clear about this. Things, he can't chase the cat again. Thinking about this kind of scene, it seems quite intentional. Then, I have to wait until later, but I may be over 30 years old by then. When I thought of this, Kushina didn't do well. Is there anything Senju Hashirama's granddaughter is with you? Look at how old she is, and she still looks like her in her 20s. Isn't it the end of her 100 healings mark? Store chakra, but do you lack this kind of thing? Nine Tails disdainfully said that as Nine Tails Jinchuriki, there is no shortage of chakra in itself, and Kushina is a family of whirlpools, known as the Chithura family. Once she masters the 100 healings mark, not only her strength soars, but she can also maintain her own appearance. It's a trivial matter. Yeah, why didn't I think that after I went back this time, I would go to Tsunade's sister to learn? Kurama, I can't see that you are still very useful at critical moments. Kushina was a little surprised, but I didn't expect Nine Tails to understand so much, and the problem was solved. If you know how to do it, go out to my uncle. Don't bother my uncle here, my uncle is going to take a nap. After Nine Tails finished speaking, he kicked out part of Kushina's consciousness directly. Jinchuriki's consciousness is very peculiar. It can be controlled both inside and outside of the body. What you want to say is like Shadow Clone, but it can transmit information at any time. Shadow Clone. So part of the consciousness outside is controlling the body, and part of the consciousness inside can also chat with the tail beast. It is indeed very magical. After being kicked out, Kushina only spit out a few words, and then continued to drive with everyone. After a few days, everyone finally left the territory of the country of fire. Such a speed also made Jinyang speechless, too slow. But with so many people, and everyone is different in strength, they can't ignore it, so there is no way. But after entering the border of the Earth country for a while, Jinyang found some old acquaintances. Uncle Huangtu, why are you here? Jinyang looked at Huangtu and the others with a puzzled look. How could he meet this dust here? Father also knows your situation, so he sent us over to take care of it. It is not convenient for so many of us to run into the land of fire. So I just waited for you here at the border. I didn't expect that your kid actually dug up the Hyuga clan. I have never admired a few people in my life, but your kid is definitely what I admire the most. Huangtu raised his thumbs up when he said that Jinyang's various thoughts not only made Rock Shinobi's development flourish, but also dug up so many families and strong men in Konoha. It is simply invincible. If you compliment so much, I will be swollen. Jinyang couldn't help but smile, even though he said that he didn't need to respond, but Oyemu and his fellow Zhao still sent people. This is not distrust of him, but care for them. This is very good. He didn't think there was any problem. After that, Rock Shinobi's people joined in, took over some old and weak directly, took them away, and even became a group with many Hyuga people on the road and became friends. Jinyang was also very satisfied with this. Before the Hyuga clan went to the village, he had a good relationship. After he went back, he merged quickly. And after this time, Jinyang felt that he didn't need to hide too much. Next time, it will be Uchiha up. And once the Uchiha clan digs away, Konoha has very few left to dig. Those people want to dig away, unless Danzo is pushed to the position of Hokage, and then Danzo is crazy to do things. Let Konoha's cohesion directly turn into nothingness, so that he has the opportunity to continue to dig other people, otherwise it would be impractical at all. Chapter 80. Konoha has come to an end for the time being. All you need to do is to stare at the Uchiha clan, but as long as Uchiha Fugaku is not an idiot, he will naturally come to ask for help when he realizes that something is wrong. The megalomaniacs are too bloated, and Mist Shinobi can make a plan afterwards. Terumi Mei is only 14, and 5 years old now. Jinyang started to fight other people's ideas again, not only Mist Shinobi, but also Sand Shinobi. Because of his butterfly wings, Yakang was not sent to Mist Shinobi to make political sacrifices. In fact, Jinyang couldn't do it. Understand Luo Shat? Originally, this Sand Shinobi was weak. You sent people to death, and Mist Shinobi is also a wonderful thing. Why do you want people to live and do something wrong? Take it for research, shouldn't it be left alive? And it is impossible that Mist Shinobi will for a dead person. Yakang stopped attacking Sand Shinobi and helping Sand Shinobi beat Rock Shinobi alive. It's impossible. Sure enough, in Sand Shinobi, Rasha is also a god pit. As for Cloud Shinobi, forget it, the original description is less pen and ink, and the cohesion is very strong. Jinyang does not understand it very well. It is impossible to dig, just let it be decisive, just plan other shinobi villages. Of course, the first goal is still Mist Shinobi. Mist Shinobi and Konoha have just suffered a defeat. Now they will definitely be made by Obito 370 again after returning. Due to the butterfly effect created by Jinyang, Yagura in this period is a single family. Big. Terumi Mei is only 14 or 5 years old. At this age, she is not a clan, even if she knows lava style and boil style, it is useless. It should have defeated Yagura after the rise of Terumi Mei. Now because of Jinyang's intervention, it has become the invincible level of Yagura, and it is impossible to use people to pile Yagura. Yagura is Jinchuriki. The horror of Chakra is nothing to say, and the second is Mist Shinobi just had a shot with Konoha. This gun shouldn't have appeared in the original work, and most of the power was wasted in the ninja war and Konoha. Now the rest of the people, even if they want to use the sea of people tactics to crush Yagura, they can't do it. Even if it can be done, after completion, the entire Mist Shinobi will be abandoned, and the 5 major ninja village Mist Shinobi can be directly exited, and there is no need to play, so now the easiest way to enter is Mist Shinobi. Still, on the way, but Jinyang has already planned the next move. When the whole ninja world knows that he is doing something, I don't know what the scene is, but Jinyang doesn't care, anyway, what resources. Talent, who can dig, he will not let go. He is even planning when to desperately die 3rd generation, and then let Danzo take the position, so that Danzo has a chance to master the overall situation, and Jinyang also has the opportunity to dig other general families, otherwise these. The loyal family of 3rd generation is too difficult to dig, almost impossible to dig away. Read more at fictionzone.net. After a while, everyone finally returned to Rock Shinobi, and the Hyuga clan also lived in the residence that was prepared for them a long time ago. Jinyang also sent someone to introduce them to Rock Shinobi, and directly pulled Hisashi and Hayashi into it. High level. After a series of things were done, Jinyang, who had been resting, was found by Oyemu again. Father, you just got strong when I came back, isn't it a bit wrong? Jinyang looked at Oyemu in front of him speechlessly. The dignified 3rd Ōtsutsuki, Oyemu, who is known as the most chicken thieves in the ninja world, and now he always talks to him about things. Is it a bit uncomfortable? He doubts whether it is because of his appearance. Let Onaki lose his sense of crisis, so he slackens. In fact, just as he thought, because Jinyang is going back, and his Onaki has also learned to delegate power, so gradually, he has nothing to do, and some big things will not be determined by himself. Instead, he asks Jinyang to ask. After all, Jinyang's plans are almost all one link after another. He is afraid that he will make too big a decision that will cause Jinyang's plan to be flawed, which is not good. It's Konoha's news. Before you came back, Konoha's distress letter was sent over. Well, that doesn't seem to be a problem. After all, Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi are staring at Konoha now. Onaki handed the distress letter sent by Konoha to Jinyang. Because it was a collective action, the speed of Jinyang and others was slower than the speed of the messenger, but fortunately, the two sides did not meet. Before Jinyang was also to prevent being chased, so he chose to take a detour, but because of this, he didn't run into Konoha's people. Of course, it's not a big deal if you run into it. The big deal is, kill the other party. And then pretending to be people from other villages and doing it is over, not too much of a problem. Seek help, that's not necessary. The fourth generation is dead, but it is basically impossible for the other two ninja villages to kill Konoha. Konoha's old days are not so simple to be hollowed out, but I hope that the third generation can die under the attack of the other two Shinobu villages. If this is the case, I will be able to dig out some more people later. Jinyang is not interested in helping Konoha and continues to weaken Konoha's strength, mainly to kill the third generation. As for whether Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi can play dead Konoha, he doesn't have to think about it. He is pressing people. Uchiha Shisui simply give Luasha and Ai a distinguished heavenly gods each, and then the two shadows will directly revert, so distinguished heavenly gods is true. Distinguished heavenly gods, which makes people speechless. Of course, this kind of trick is useless for Jinyang, just like Ace Kano's soul can be swallowed by others, and he can burn others. Unless it is him, no one can give him illusion, and he will be burnt to ashes at once, not a conceptual thing. Moreover, Shisui's distinguished heavenly gods is not invincible, it should be useless for Rinnegan or Eternal Mangekyo. The pupil power is completely superior to Shisui's Mangekyo. Of course, distinguished heavenly gods are still very high, so Shisui alone is enough to control a fairly powerful power, but it is a pity that because Uchiha Kagami is in the second generation, he eventually got one of his eyes deducted by Danzo. But other villages want to kill Konoha. This kind of thing simply can't be done. Jinyang naturally won't mix with them and let them fight on their own. He is now focusing on Mist Shinobi. He doesn't care about Mist Shinobi's life and death, he only needs to dig out the people inside and it's done. Alright, the old man will reply to them. After all, we don't have to say anything to them. Onaki is not fake at all. Anyway, now it is Rock Shinobi's turn to take charge of the ninja world. It is no longer the Konoha family in the past, and the current Konoha has long been played by the moths inside plus Jinyang and others. It's a starting line with other Shinobu villages. Even if there are a few talents, they will be dealt with by Danzo sooner or later. Chapter 81. How are you two? Are you used to living in the village recently? After dismissing Konoha's people, after a few days, Jinyang went to find Hisashi and Hayashi. Now there are no messy branch houses and clan families in the Hyuga clan of Rock Shinobi. There is only one, and now the entire Hyuga clan, it is Hisashi and Hayashi who are in control together, and no one has any opinions at all. Very good, at least much better than Konoha. Everyone at Rock Shinobi is also very enthusiastic. Here, I feel that there is no such depression in Konoha. Before, we also went to the Senju family, that is, every day we go out. Using transformation technique is a bit helpless. Hayashi is very speechless. The Senju family is okay, not everyone knows it, even if you don't use the transformation technique from time to time, it's okay, but the Hyuga family is different. Their cataracts are really helpless, and they are shining everywhere. I'm the kind of love of the Hyuga clan. So, don't use it at all, there is no need to continue hiding now. After Jinyang thought for a while, he suddenly felt that this decision was a bit redundant. In the past, he asked the Senju family and Kushina to use the transformation technique to cover people's eyes. After all, he still needs people who continue to dig Konoha, but now it is unnecessary. The last one is the Uchiha clan. At that time, even if he is hostile to Konoha, how can he wish these people bring himself a little hostility? After all, his power has been staying for a while, and in less than 2 years, he has only increased by 52%. It's only 53%, it's improved so much, he is quite uncomfortable. And once it is exposed, it will only send a signal to Uchiha Fugaku that he is playing real, so it is better to let Uchiha Fugaku surrender himself. Is it really okay? Wouldn't Konoha face rock shinobi swords? Both Hisashi and Hayashi hesitated. Once it is exposed, Konoha will treat rock shinobi as a mortal enemy, which is no small matter. Swords facing each other will only require them to have this ability. Have you forgotten that now, I am the new generation of gods in this world of ninja, even if it is sword facing? How many do not say, even if I don't count me, I rock shinobi is so afraid of him? Konoha. Jinyang said in disdain, it was not that he was swelling, but that he had never shown his full power in this world. If he really broke out, it would be invincible. Yes, I almost forgot your strength. Hisashi and Hayashi thought about it, too. Now in the entire ninja world, who dares to trouble rock shinobi is probably impatient. That's good, in the future, even ordinary people won't have to stay at home and can't go out. Read more at fictionzone.net. Hayashi nodded, he thought it was pretty good. Then you guys are busy, I'll tell Tsunade them, let's go. After leaving a sentence, Jinyang left. Hisashi and Hayashi also shook their heads, and they were scorched. The people who just came over ran away, but they didn't think there was anything wrong, so please order them and wear masks all day long. I have lived in Konoha enough for the days of life, and it's not bad to be casual. Brother, let's go out for dinner in the evening. It happened that I saw some more novel dishes on Rock Shinobi, so you can try it. After that, Hisashi planned to ask his brother out, and Jinyang quickly found Tsunade and Kushina, and told them of his decision. Although it will be exposed sooner or later, and I don't care about it, but sooner or later there will be some problems after the exposure. I won't talk about many, but the guy Jiraiya will definitely come to Rock Shinobi. Regarding Jinyang's decision, Tsunade doesn't think there is anything bad. Anyway, sooner or later, it will be exposed, and the time is almost there. It is unnecessary to conceal it. But Jiraiya is different. Based on Tsunade's understanding of Jiraiya, after knowing that Tsunade and Orochimaru are both on Rock Shinobi's side, Jiraiya will definitely come over, and it will be troublesome again. It's not that Tsunade was afraid of him. Jiraiya. Tsunade never felt that she owed anything to her. Konoha treated her this way and treated the Senju clan. Jiraiya stood from the perspective of an outsider, saying that Po Daishin had no reason to accuse Tsunade, but the trouble is ultimately the problem. Is trouble? Jiraiya, don't worry, leave it to me, it's not a big problem, then I will help you send him back, rest assured, I will not hurt his life. Jinyang said nonchalantly, Jiraiya came to give him experience, he didn't care. Then please. To be honest, Tsunade really doesn't want to see Jiraiya. Although she is completely disappointed with Konoha, it does not mean that she has cut off all the bonds in the past, and it happens that Jiraiya and her have the deepest bond. One of forbearance. But sometimes, the boundaries that should be drawn clearly must also be drawn clearly. By the way, you should also inform the Senju clan. After all, they have been hidden for so long, and some people are afraid to go out. This is a bit unreasonable. After Tsunade heard it, he nodded. The Hyuga clan didn't feel it when they first came, but the Senju clan was different. After coming, they used the transformation technique when they went out. I was afraid that I would be discovered, which would be a bit embarrassing. What? This is good news, it's decided, I will go to your house for dinner tonight. At this time, Kushina suddenly issued such a statement. Jinyang is also used to this. As a traverser, he will naturally bring something besides, special ideas, so good food it must be indispensable. Although the food in this world is not bad, he is still a bit uncomfortable, so he often cooks his own small stove for a long time, not to mention Tsunade and Kushina who came later. Even Onaki will come to enjoy the autumn breeze. I and Shizune, we will come later too. Tsunade suddenly turned back before leaving the house at this time. Just kidding, how could this kind of thing miss her Tsunade? Many of the dishes that Jinyang made can be regarded as drunk dishes, and Tsunade is also considered a half-drunkard, so for Jinyang's craftsmanship is also very greedy, even for Shizune to learn for a while. It can only be said that Shizune is indeed quite tragic. Although he has escaped from the original fate of debt evasion, he is still reduced to the role of a maid. But she herself doesn't feel much. As for Tsunade's addiction to gambling, although it has also erupted, it has been suppressed by Jinyang. Just kidding, she still wants to lose her in Rock Shinobi. Impossible inch. Chapter 82. Since there was no need to continue to hide, the news of the Senju family, the Hyuga family, and even Tsunade and others in Rock Shinobi was quickly discovered by the spies in various villages. For these spies, Jinyang did not have the mind to clean up. You have cleaned up one batch, and another batch will come, so instead of, after cleaning up and looking for it again, it is better to keep this group of people. Even Jinyang has grasped the information about their acquisition of intelligence and so on. The news basically holds these people in his own hands. The information they know is limited to what Jinyang and others want to let them know, otherwise no secrets can be touched. This is the best way to deal with spies, and when these spies just got the news, they were also embarrassed, especially Konoha's spies. That is called a suspicious life, as a betrayal. Tsunade and others, unexpectedly recruited by Rock Shinobi. Even 370. Yu and the Senju clan who should have been killed on the battlefield. What is this? After learning this information, he seemed to have received some terrible news, and immediately sent this information back. And this piece of information also boarded the tables of other village shadows at an extremely fast speed. How is this possible? The Senju clan, the Hyuga clan, Tsunade and Kushina are all in Rock Shinobi, so, how did they do it? The third generation's face is full of incredible. This is too exaggerated. How can it be in Rock Shinobi and the Senju family and Tsunade have been around for almost 2 years? They have been in Rock Shinobi for almost 2 years. This information just passed it back. It's funny. Of course, it is impossible for third generation to know that Jinyang has completely controlled these, the so-called spies, so this information is also exposed by Jinyang. Come on, go and invite Elder Danzo over. After third generation's dumbfounded, his face was sullen again. Don't talk about what it is called. Isn't the Senju family designed and killed by Danzo? He also knew about this at the time, and even Tsunade in the middle came back. He thinks that the Senju clan had been wiped out a long time ago, and it was the news from Danzo, so in this situation, third generation has no idea what to say. There are so many corners in the village that others have dug, it's too much. Soon, Umbu, who received third generation's order, quickly found Danzo, and Danzo came in the first time. If it was not a big deal, it was obvious that third generation would not be so anxious to find him. Read more at fictionzone.net. Sarutobi, what makes you so anxious to find me? This time, Danzo didn't get the information in advance. After all, Danzo couldn't do everything, but after seeing a black face of third generation, he knew that it was not a good thing. Look at it for yourself. This time Konoha really became the laughing stock of the entire ninja world. Third generation is a little desperate. If it's just good, after all, there are not many rebels in any village. Even if Cloud Shinobi does not have a tougher rebels, half of them still exist. Therefore, their high-level strong seldom betrayal. But if your own people are dug into others, it is not the nature of rebelliousness, but the face is vividly drawn in front of everyone. At this moment, the third generation feels that his face is hot and painful, so special. What an overkill! How could it be possible that no, damn it, Oyemu was, the idea from the beginning, our guess direction at the beginning was completely wrong. I was shocked. After reading this piece of information, Danzo thought of Rock Shinobi's strange actions when the Third Ninja War began, and he knew that he was being tricked. Rock Shinobi's people were not for the so-called supplies at all. but clearly for Konoha's talents, and the Senju clan was sent by him personally. Since 2 years ago, Rock Shinobi has been using Konoha to play a game of chess with the entire ninja world, and now they know what Rock Shinobi is for. Danzo likes to control people as chess pieces, but when the entire ninja world becomes the chessboard, and when people use them as chess pieces, this feeling is called creepy. Yes, your guess was wrong at the beginning. We thought that what they needed was enough benefits, but we didn't expect that what they were plotting was actually the pillar of our village, and this information was revealed, probably because they felt that they were unreasonable. Ya has no other talents to dig, right? Everything that should be digged has been digged. The reason why the Hyuga clan is left with a group of clan members is because they don't need them. Compared with the branch house, the clan's people are more difficult to control. They are arrogant, so they are more willing to ask for the branch house than the clan. According to information, Caged Bird has been unlocked 0. As for the Uchiha clan, it is estimated that it is also due to the situation of the Uchiha clan, so Rock Shinobi does not need the Uchiha clan at all, so this matter has only been exposed, otherwise they can hide the Senju clan for 2 years, and they can also hide the Hyuga clan. Unexpectedly, we were actually put together by Rock Shinobi. Third generation also feels cold sweat is coming from behind. This game of chess is too big. If Rock Shinobi took the initiative to expose, he would not even know when he would get the information. In short, this time he lost his wife and broke down. Then what do we do now? Can we just let this group of bastards do nothing? Danzo couldn't swallow this breath, because the initial guess was that he guessed it, and it was him who docked with Onaki. Who knew that he was fooled. Compared to third generation, he was even more suffocated and couldn't swallow this breath. How else can Rock Shinobi leak the news at this time? Don't you know that this is sending a signal? It is already like this now. Do you think Rock Shinobi may help us before helping us because we have what they need? Now that they have all these things in their hands, it will send a signal to others that they Rock Shinobi will not continue to help Konoha, so Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi, who are already a little bit ready, will definitely choose to do it directly. Next we have to think about 3. 1. How to deal with Rock Shinobi, but how to deal with the siege of these 2 villages. We can still deal with a Shinobi village, but 2. You also know the consequences. Third generation is very helpless, knowing that the enemy is right in front of him, but you can't hit him yet, and you have to coax him, otherwise if Rock Shinobi gets angry, he will hit Konoha directly. Jinyang will know what the situation is. It is clear that wearing Konoha alone is as simple as playing. So this time, even if Rock Shinobi opens the door to make them go in and make trouble, they dare not, and can't, can only hold back. Chapter 83. Ha 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 ha, Konoha's face was really swollen this time, so Rock Shinobi dug so many families in one breath, and I don't know that, he has been in an alliance with Rock Shinobi, no wonder Rock Shinobi was so arbitrarily and Konoha has teamed up, it turned out to be a talent who is eyeing other people. Fourth Raikage AI looked at the intelligence in his hand and almost didn't laugh to death. Of course, he will definitely not forget the hatred of Rock Shinobi, but now it is not. When he took revenge, he did not have the ability to revenge, but he saw Konoha like this. Sad reminder, he is also funny. Master Raikage, can we? On the side, the soil platform responsible for assisting Fourth Raikage in handling things suddenly spoke. At this time, Konoha was a bright and big piece of fat. Will be condemned by God. I know, go find Bai, and then call other people to attack Konoha. This time Rock Shinobi won't help them, and the village has been dug so many people. I see what they Konobi uses to block us Cloud Shinobi's 0-2 attack. Fourth Raikage, no matter what other mess, Konoha has been weakened to the lowest point in history. At this time, if you don't go to the autumn wind, his fourth Raikage is an idiot. As long as he is a normal person, he knows what to do now. Deal with this matter. After receiving fourth Raikage's order, Tutai immediately went to inform, and the entire Cloud Shinobi force assembled quickly. On the other side, the same scene happened in Sand Shinobi. Of course, compared with fourth Raikage, Luo Sha's life is much sadder. Although his position of Fengying did not drop directly, it was because no one wanted to take over. Cho and Ilaozang no longer have this idea, but they also have some power in their hands. Originally 4th Hokage should dominate the situation, but because of their stubbornness, the war failed, and the defeat was still miserable, so the 4th Hokage of Luoxia can only be regarded as half a wind shadow. No other powerful person can be found in Fengying, so Luoxia is still in this position, but the power is divided. He wants to make a bigger decision, he must get the support of most of the elders. Okay, to put it bluntly, other people are almost the dominant family, and on his side, the rights are everywhere. Regardless of Konoha's third generation, the situation is similar, but as long as the third generation is a little harder, other popularity will not dare to appear, but Luoxia is different. No matter how hard he is, he will not be recognized by most people, and there is nothing wrong, so he should. It was the worst movie, right? After learning about Konoha, Luoxia was so excited. Read more at fictionzone.net. Finally let him wait. After knocking down Konoha this time, he can also get a lot of benefits. Maybe he can withdraw his rights from these old things, so the first time after receiving the news, Luoxia felt a little bit Konoha is ridiculous, but he quickly called the elders group and voted. In the end, the unanimous vote passed. As I said before, now as long as your brain is normal, you will know how to choose. So Sand Shinobi also quickly began to gather the team. The movement of the two villages was so natural that they couldn't hide the spies in their villages, so the news came quickly. Looking at the information in his hand, third generation's old face was full of misery. It really didn't leave a chance. The trace of illusion he still had was so directly shattered, but no matter how much he sighed now, it will not help. In desperation, he can only pass on the order to prepare for the war. He also knows the consequences. After experiencing many consecutive blows, Konoha's people are about to collapse. Now it is again. What are they going to do? There was wailing everywhere in Yet, and Rock Shinobi's situation was undoubtedly the best. When Konoha experienced such a huge blow, Rock Shinobi's situation and Konoha the world was very different. The Rock Shinobi spy on Konoha's side began to find someone to publicize Rock Shinobi's situation a little bit, so the situation began to change again. A large number of civilians fled and passed directly toward Rock Shinobi. They can't control third generation, because this is a civilian, not a ninja, and there is no need for a shield to exit the world. Immigration needs a setting such as a green card, so they can't control it at all, which is uncomfortable. For a while, Konoha fled like frightened birds and beasts in the forest. However, there are still many people who stayed, and some of the people who stayed are because this is always their home, so they didn't plan to leave, they planned to coexist and die with their homeland, and there is, those who don't have the ability to escape. Kind of, besides, there are relatives in the family who are ninjas, and this part of the people can't run away. They can walk by themselves, but those who become ninjas can't. There are always a small number of people who can abandon their relatives and run on their own. There are also many third-generation families, such as the pig deer butterfly, Aberame, and Inyazuka. So third generation doesn't bother to care about those civilians who fled. He dare not stop it. Once it is blocked, Konoha's reputation will not be said to be stinky, and it is estimated that no one will come back to Konoha in the future. Now he only ran a small part, but once he blocked Danzo, everyone would know 370 in the future. Konoha is a place where you can only get in and can't get out. Who dares to come and be afraid of being scammed? So because of this, third generation can't stop them, and they can't stop them, they can only let others leave. After these people left, they quickly passed towards Rock Shinobi, and Rock Shinobi is always willing to come to these people. After all, this is all economic. It is no point to be able to run from Konoha to Rock Shinobi. The economic strength is estimated to be impossible. So Rock Shinobi is also happy. This is considered a war fortune. Of course, that is a later story. After Konoha escaped, the troops of other villages were also assembled, and they drove directly towards Konoha. Strictly speaking, this war cannot be regarded as the Fourth Ninja War. Because the interval is too short, it can be regarded as a follow-up to the Third Ninja War. After all, after every ninja war is over, the various villages are still there will be some friction, these frictions, large and small. If it lasts for a long time, it becomes a follow-up to the Ninja World War, and this time, what is shining is the follow-up to the Third Ninja World War. Of course, Mist Shinobi is no longer able to participate in the battle. As for Rock Shinobi, it depends on the mood of Jinyang and others. In fact, Jinyang is also sending out a wrong signal, which is very fatal. Chapter 84. The wrong signals that Jinyang released were these: the Konoha family and the strong who joined Rock Shinobi. After the information leaked, not only Konoha, but also other shinobi villages, they will only focus on one point, that is, Rock Shinobi and Konoha are torn apart. After digging so many people, the relationship between the two houses has reached an endless situation, so how can Rock Shinobi still help Konoha in the signal released? The most obvious is this. Therefore, Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi had been patient for a while. After Mist Shinobi and Konoha suffered a loss, they couldn't help it. Under this urgency, Jinyang released such a signal. Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi will act on Konoha as soon as possible, but the hidden signal here is that Rock Shinobi will not necessarily let it go. After they beat Konoha, Jinyang can shamelessly take Rock Shinobi and beat the people in the other two villages again. The wool they smashed out of Konoha will also be eaten by Jinyang. Anyway, everyone is endlessly dying, there is no one who offends anyone, and Jinyang is really not afraid of them jumping the wall in a hurry, unless he is going to the village where the people are killed, otherwise he will never force the two villages to jump the wall in a hurry. This is the deadliest hidden signal. Perhaps smart people can detect it and guess it, but people, there will always be illusions, because this is unlikely, so they will subconsciously ignore it when they know it. Now it's up to Jinyang's own decision. If he is shameless, he can definitely cheat the other party and don't want it. But now Konoha and the other two villages are not fighting, and Jinyang is not ready to shoot. If he wants to shoot, he will wait until the fight is over, but at this time Kushina also found Jinyang. You said you perceived Jiraya's chakra in the village. Jinyang looked at Kushina with a weird look. The Kagura's eyes of the Vortex clan are definitely the best in perception. Any chakra basically can't hide. According to Jinyang's request, Kushina will continue to be released in the village every day. Once Kagura's mind is focused, on the one hand, it is to exercise perception, and on the other hand, it is exploration. With Kushina in, almost all Rock Shinobi's perception ninjas can retire directly. Of course, that is also a joke. Now Kushina is the leader of Rock Shinobi's perception ninja. Although others cannot use Kagura's eyes, Kushina can slightly perceive it. Teach some so that Rock Shinobi's perception ability itself is not weak, and no matter how it is strengthened, it will become even more terrifying. And besides, Kushina, Rock Shinobi also has a perception god tier, Onogi, who is also quite exaggerated in perception. Read more at fictionzone.net. As for Jiraiya, Jinyang will come back after knowing the news. This guy is the later version of Naruto. 4. The companion is extremely persistent, but Jinyang looked down on this guy a little. Jinyang thought he would come over to find someone brightly, but I didn't expect this guy to be so insidious and sneak in. I see, tell me the specific location he will be. Jinyang nodded and asked about the location of Kushina Jiraiya. He is also very strong in perception. Of course, this is derived from the power of the sun, but his ability is relatively rough. In the past, when a person lived alone, even if White Zetsu sneaked in, he could find it, but he could only find life. If you let White Zetsu become someone else, a group of ninjas are mixed together, and Jinyang is gone. His perception is limited to the perception of life, that there is life, and White Zetsu is alive, so he can perceive White Zetsu when there is no other person around. In Iwagakure, there are a lot of votes hidden under the ground, which is what he can perceive, but if these, White Zetsu mixes into the crowd, mixes with other people, and is in the same place. On the horizontal line, Jinyang is gone. So Jiraiya sneaked in, and he didn't know that it was normal for multiple lives in the village to have one life. Jinyang now almost guessed the purpose of Jiraiya. It should be to find Tsunade quietly, and then persuade Tsunade to go back. Found Jiraiya. The strong man's vitality is tenacious, so he can easily determine where Jiraiya is, and White Zetsu. It's different. It was as if a large 800-watt light bulb was stuffed into a pile of fireflies, and it was recognized at a glance. Jiraiya, one of the dignified three ninjas, has also learned how to sneer and pet the dog. Jinyang directly stood in front of Jiraiya, and Jiraiya's face changed at this moment, and he reluctantly released the transformation technique. In front of Jinyang, there was no need to hide. I didn't expect this to be discovered soon, but no matter how I sneered, I'm better than you rock shinobi digging people's corners. Jiraiya said disdainfully, but there was still a lot of anger in his eyes. Of course, it was suppressed. Jiraiya, even if you are one of the three ninjas, Tsunade and Orochimaru's companions, you have to speak responsibly. We did dig the foot of the wall, but our hoe is good, how can we dig it? If Konoha is good to them, they will join us rock shinobi. Jinyang looked at Jiraiya with a responsible expression of your words. He shook his hoe well, and what he can do after digging. He has no ability, and he is not allowed to dig a wall. You fart, you must have used some despicable means, otherwise, how could they join rock shinobi? Jiraiya's teeth were almost broken. He was not completely exposed to the darkness of Konoha. He was actually quite innocent, or he knew it himself, but was unwilling to accept it, so he said such words without knowing it. This is interesting. The despicable methods are too much, or you can go and see for yourself, whether we forced it or they did it voluntarily. Don't say I didn't give you this opportunity. Jinyang said that he showed a weird smile. He knew that it was impossible to dig Jiraiya, but the premise was that while the third generation was still there, if the third generation died, Danzo was in power, and Jiraiya would know this, darkness, then it's impossible to say. In this world, there are never absolute things, so give Jiraiya an injection in advance. Of course, it doesn't matter even if it fails, Jinyang doesn't care about a Jiraiya. Chapter 85. Give you a chance, so I don't have to say that I'm doing a show with other people for you to see, just say it yourself, who you want to see, the time and everything is up to you, you can see how they live in rock shinobi, and then if you want to make trouble, I don't mind taking action to punish you, but I promised Tsunade that if you come over, I won't take your life. Jinyang is too lazy to say anything, the facts have proved everything, and Jiraiya's heart is directly cold at the moment, not only because of suddenly remembering Jinyang's terrifying strength, but also because of Jinyang's complete attitude. At first, he thought that Jinyang used some despicable means. After digging Konoha's people, he was placed under house arrest, threatened, and even controlled with curse marks, but when he saw Jinyang like this, he knew that maybe it's out of play. It's all up to him, can he keep acting until he can't see how long he came in? This time is not enough for Jinyang to notify others, and he is also an old world at any rate, so he can't tell who is acting, so the heart is cold in an instant. It took a long time, but he was not reconciled, so in the end he followed Jinyang to the Senju clan. When the Senju clan were dug over, after knowing the truth about Konoha against them, there was still a little arrogance at all. After joining rock shinobi, they were also very active in making good relations with the people of Joe 370. The Senju family in this period should be almost the same as when Senju Hashirama first established Konoha. They are not proud of holding and are not superior, so they get along very well with the surroundings. When Jinyang and Jiraiya came over, they also saw the entire Senju family and the harmonious life in the village. Everyone had a chat after dinner and what to do when they got together, just like a harmonious scene. I see it, of course, it's just a little bit. Come with me. I will take you to meet the patriarch of the Senju clan now. Speaking of Tsunade's life and death, he is not the patriarch, so Senju Shugwang has become the new patriarch and will take you. Go and meet him, and ask him yourself why you joined rock shinobi. Jinyang took Jiraiya, who used the transformation technique, around the Senju family's residence, and watched Jinyang greet these people with familiarity. Jiraiya almost had his own guess. Read more at fictionzone.net. Soon, the two found Senju Shugwang, who was in charge of the affairs of a family. Although it was not as busy as a village, it was still busy enough, so Tsunade was not the patriarch. After all, she had already joined the high-level affairs. Enough, she can't manage the family affairs anymore. After Jiraiya lifted transformation technique, Senju Shugwang also had a different face. When Jiraiya asked why he betrayed, Senju Shugwang did not get too excited, but directly collected some of the previously collected. The information was thrown to Jiraiya, let him see for himself. What did the Senju clan in the village do? If it hadn't been taken in by rock shinobi, they would have been cold. After reading the bloody information in his hand, the intelligence came to be helpless. He finally knew why Tsunade defected, and even Jinyang told him directly that Tsunade was his relatives. At that time, Danzo even dared to chase down Tsunade. This made Jiraiya's anger burst out. But he was still suppressed. He had already had a lot of complaints against the village. After leaving the Senju clan, he brought Jiraiya to the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan was not suppressed, but the caged bird of the branch house was all caught by Jinyang. He broke. So Jiraiya knows the specifics. There is nothing to say. If he is a member of the Hyuga clan, he will choose this way. After that, there will be Kushina's information and Orochimaru's information. Placed in front of them one by one, this made Jiraiya sum up a key point. There are so many things that are more or less related to Danzo, but it is the Hyuga family that is not related. What kind of relationship is this? The reason rock shinobi can poach their people from beginning to end is because Danzo is an old thing. After summing up this point, Jiraiya's face is so wonderful and wonderful. I won't talk too much nonsense. You have finished reading these things, so do you have to meet Tsunade. As long as you are not hostile, they are all friends. Even if you come brightly, we are the same as rock shinobi. It won't stop, at most I can find a few people to stare at you a little bit, I can't save you this point. After Jinyang watched Jiraiya also learned the profound meaning of the face change in Sichuan opera, he asked a little bit amusedly. Basically, he knows Jiraiya's situation. It is estimated that Jiraiya already knows where the problem is. Forget it, next time, I came here just to know if you rock shinobi really used any special means to control them, but many things I saw today can be disguised without disguising, I understand it myself. Maybe Tsunade doesn't want to see me now. The village is sorry for them, I have nothing to say, but I will return to the village soon and rectify the village, and sooner or later I will dig them back. Jiraiya left after speaking. Now that the war is about to break out, he still needs to go back, one for the war and the other to clean the moths in the village. As for the last sentence he dropped, Jinyang was quite disdainful, and this possibility was almost zero. Even if Jiraiya wants to clean up Danzo, third generation, and the elders will not recognize it. The information he knows will not be believed by others. Even if he believes, Danzo will have nothing to do. This is one of Konoha's biggest shortcomings. The third generation is still there, Danzo can't die. At this time, Danzo, although I dare not say that he has a lot of Sharingan on his hands, there are always a few, and first generation cells. Even if Jiraiya broke out in Sage mode, Danzo could not be killed, and Danzo was the high level of the village. Jiraiya was at most high level combat power. He did not participate in high level matters before, so he was not qualified to point out in front of Konoha high level officials. So once he does it, Danzo will not hesitate to put a hat of rebelliousness on him. Even before he does it, Danzo may do it on him first, and work on him first in conjunction with other villages. If the war is lost, it is a big deal to give resources, and it will not be destroyed unless they resist desperately, but this is impossible, so Jiraiya's idea is good, but he does not have this ability. Mount Myaboku will not participate in Konoha's internal affairs. This is not a deadlock. Anyway, Jinyang doesn't care at all, let Jiraiya know about this. If Konoha can directly force Jiraiya to his side, why not look at the underlined novel? Chapter 86. Ninja is busy fighting, Akatsuki's side, don't care. Whether Obito or Nagato also stared at Rock Shinobi, the reason Obito stared at Rock Shinobi is the same as Nagato, the tail beast. Unexpectedly, Rock Shinobi would have dug so much away from Konoha's Jinchuriki and the strong. In this way, Rock Shinobi has a total of 4 heads and tails, as well as Ōtsutsuki Oniki, Orochimaru, and Tsunade, the most important thing. There is also Jinyang, the god of the ninja world, who has almost built himself like an iron bucket. How can such a defense be penetrated? Konan, who also received the news, also has an incredible look. Rock Shinobi is too strong now, and it is terrifying. Nagato will definitely catch the tail beast afterwards, but in the case of Rock Shinobi, catch a fur, can you go in? Rock Shinobi's strength is indeed beyond my imagination, but it is not too big a problem. As long as I fully grasp the power of this pair of eyes, everything is not a problem. After all, this is Rinnegan that Sage of Six Paths only owns, and I am the god who owns Rinnegan. As for the other gods, they are just false gods. The time is still immature, wait a minute. Nagato is very second, but this time, Rock Shinobi invisibly attracted the attention of Nagato and others. In the original work, Konoha was attacked by Nagato, one was for 9 tails, and the other was because of Konoha. It is strong, so it is best to cut from Konoha, and now, Rock Shinobi has become the number 1 village, so naturally it has become the target of others. Konan is extremely worried about this, she also knows the situation. Nagato is so inhuman and ghost in this pair of eyes, where is there a shadow of a normal person, and it is God, but although she knows it, she doesn't want to hit Nagato. And I didn't say it, I could only help Nagato silently behind the scenes. Accelerate the expansion, Rock Shinobi's strength is constantly increasing, and we also need enough fresh blood. According to the list given by that guy, we will find other people ourselves. After Nagato finished speaking, he stopped talking. In fact, although he himself was confident in the 2nd grade, he was inevitably a little guilty in the face of Rock Shinobi, so it is necessary to strengthen his own strength. On the other hand, Obito and Black Zetsu and White Zetsu are also discussing this matter. No, Madara, this time you were used as a chess piece by Rock Shinobi. At this moment, there is no change on Black Zetsu's face, but there is a hint of sarcasm in this tone. According to Obito's request, Obito is now Madara, and the name is also the same. However, Obito is always Obito. It can't disguise the temperament of Madara, and wears a mask to hide his head and show his tail. It is clear to tell others that I am not Uchiha Madara. You don't need to remind me, but Rock Shinobi is indeed worth noting. No matter how to make them continue to grow, the follow-up plan is also a huge problem, but there is no way to deal with this village now. Damn, I didn't expect Rock Shinobi. There are so many plans. Read more at fictionzone.net. Obito wants to do a wave of Rock Shinobi, but he can't do it. The current Rock Shinobi is like an iron bucket, and it is much more terrifying than Konoha. He can't do it anymore. Rock Shinobi's Jinchuriki and Tailman cannot stay in the village forever. There are always times when they are alone. Although White Zetsu can't enter Rock Shinobi Ninja Village, they can stay in the surrounding area. Once Jinchuriki leaves Ninja Village, we will get news. As long as you gather the tail beasts and control 10 tails at that time, even Rock Shinobi will be your opponent. Black Zetsu said very plainly, he is not panicked at all. After all, he has been behind the scenes for thousands of years, and he feels that the overall situation is still in his own hands, and again, a big defeat, wait until Jinyang and others are old. He keeps coming. These 1,000 years have passed, and can't hold a person for 100 years, there will always be a time to succeed. Indeed, as long as the 10 tails fusion is completed, you don't even need the full 10 tails, it's enough, but the chakra of the tail beast is always a little troublesome, and you need to think about it. First collect some spare parts. Obito also made up his mind, and this matter can't be done right away. At present, the most important thing is to kill Mist Shinobi. The others are secondary. He has never forgotten that he is an Avenger. In this way, Rock Shinobi was so worried about the hidden forces. On the other side, Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi also ran into Konoha. Because of the aggressiveness of the opponent this time, even 3rd generation and Danzo could not sit still. Up 0 on the Cloud Shinobi side, 3rd generation and Jiraiya coordinate the overall situation, and on the other side, it is handed over to Danzo and Uchiha Shisui. In fact, as far as the current situation is concerned, the only advantage that Cloud Shinobi and Sand Shinobi can get is the grassroots combat power. The number of people dominates, and Konoha is constantly being consumed. Compared with the current number of people, it is really true. It's a big difference. But this high-level combat power is not lacking at all. not to mention, once you enter the Sage mode of Jiraiya, you can easily resist 8 tails by yourself, and 3rd generation plus the Ape Demon, it is no problem to press Raikage. The 2-tailed cat's strength can't be fully utilized, and it is also a food delivery. Moreover, Konoha also has hidden combat power like Uchiha Fugaku. Once Mangekyo Sharingan is turned on, the strength of the Uchiha clan will skyrocket, and the skyrocketing is very exaggerated. After all, just a Susanoo can rub ordinary shadow-level powerhouses on the ground. As for Sand Shinobi on the other side, I don't want to say much. If Shisui puts a big move, then Sand Shinobi really won't have to play, and the high-level team will be completely rebelled. So Konoha is at a disadvantage, only the number of people. It seems that Konoha will surrender soon, otherwise even if they win, they won't be able to continue to rank among the top 5 Shinobu villages. In Onaki's office, Onaki and Jinyang, Tsunade and others are all present. According to Onaki's analysis, Konoha is estimated to be a symbolic resistance this time. If he surrenders without a fight, then he will not even have the capital to negotiate. It is the most basic to resist symbolically, show your own muscles, and also make the other person throw a rat avoidance device. If Konoha really intends to fight forever, wait until the war is over, then the village's heritage will be removed, the high-level powerhouse, basically don't empty it, then Konoha will basically survive in name. Almost, but this time the focus is not Konoha. Old man, stare at it a little bit. After they finish playing, you will let me know. Now I'm going to visit Mist Shinobi. Jinyang looked at the intelligence from Mist Shinobi in his hand and thought he could go for a trip. Thank you for the 100 rewards of 23, Haoyu Qingfeng, and the monthly ticket of 13. Chapter 87. Isn't Mist Shinobi talking about other villages? Why is it suddenly talking about Mist Shinobi again? Except for Onaki, everyone else looked at Jinyang a little weirdly, and the thinking span was a bit big. This time, although Mist Shinobi took the lead and consumed Konoha's wave, Mist Shinobi it's already defeated and there is no capital wave. Why do you say Mist Shinobi again? There is a reason to say Mist Shinobi. You all know the situation of Mist Shinobi, 4th Mizukage Yagura, but now it is a little abnormal. Shinobi started the era of blood fog. Although it seems that he was stimulated because of his weak power and failed all the time, but these. At the end of the operation, basically, the number of people has skyrocketed, and this product is playing Mist Shinobi. If that's the case, why don't you want to hire some of the talents of Mist Shinobi? Mizuki, Kagaya, these families can do it. 370. After Yagura went mad, he crazily suppressed these families, and the intensity was getting stronger and stronger, even the Ghost Lantern clan was suppressed, just let it go. I think it's a pity. Jinyang said with a smile, thanks to Obito, if it weren't for Obito doing things in the middle, he really had no hope, and the most important thing was that the process was accelerated by him. If you want to poach Terumi Mei from the timeline of the original work, it is undoubtedly an idiotic dream, because Yagura really broke out in the original work. At that time, Terumi Mei has grown up to be able to compete with him, using the blue Byakugan, but now Terumi Mei it's only a little bit older, it's a Jonin with a full play, the most elite Jonin. How can the fight with Yagura, the Jinchuriki shadow level powerhouse continue this way? Mist Shinobi will undoubtedly explode before Konoha, so Jinyang must take a trip. Mist Shinobi exploded and there was no problem, but the talent was left for him, which was enough. Hiss, are you not satisfied with those who only dig Konoha? Hearing what Jinyang said, the others couldn't help but gasp. They just digged out about half of Konoha's old bottom, and are planning to go to other villages? How can this be done? Read more at fictionzone.net. The global warming is indeed to blame. Utenten, the guy who is taking a cold breath. No, it seems to be a crossword, but there is no big problem, anyway. I will definitely dig for the people of Mist Shinobi. Now this time is undoubtedly the best time. Jinyang said with a smile, it's ABD if you don't take advantage of it. As for Oyemu, he has known Jinyang's decision a long time ago, and he also knows that Jinyang is not satisfied with only digging Mist Shinobi, but also intends to dig other people's Sand Shinobi. Yes, if it weren't for Cloud Shinobi's bitterness and deep hatred, and there is no room to drill. He guessed that Jinyang would also look at Cloud Shinobi. Of course, Cloud Shinobi didn't dig people, it didn't mean it didn't dig others. Don't forget, Cloud Shinobi is famous for enough good things. As long as there is a little, he will find a way to get it, just like removing the 6 ninjas, but it makes Jinyang feel a little pity that Amber Jing the bottle was broken by him. How much, what a pity. This time I went to Mist Shinobi to dig some people. This knife is hidden, and Rock Shinobi's people use it. Blunt knives and explosive knives are good, but some are still not available, so find a few suitable ones. As for his percentage, it's a big deal for Xiao to organize the brush. It's really impossible to go to Ryokai Cave and help Orochimaru to clean up those, snake, save a summoning technique and sacrifice, that is, Orochimaru is still with Wan. The snake was squeaky and crooked, changed to Jinyang, directly summoned to fight back, and then continue to repeat, fight until the other party is convinced. If this is not enough, then Jinyang will have to visit Lulin, simply travel to the past or the future, sweep the enemy once, it is enough. Anyway, there are enough ways to not hinder him. He wondered if he could take Kisame. I also dug over it. At this time, I don't know if it was. I was subdued by Obito. If I became a diehard, there would be no way. Then you continue to work hard. Everyone looked at Jinyang with the expression that you are a little expert in trouble, including Oyemu. He wanted to stand up and say, now who dares to say that he is the most capable person in the ninja world? Come on, look at this, you can do more than Danzo. After talking to everyone about his decision, Jinyang went straight back to pack up his things, and went to Mist Shinobi. This time he didn't bring anyone with him. In fact, he had an idea whether he could kill Yagura, and then Three Tails also dug over. But if you think about it carefully, let's forget it. If you kill Yagura, you will dig a corner of wool. There are several prerequisites for digging the foot of the wall. One is profit and the other is threat. And the Senju family digs it out because of threat 0. He has no benefit to these families of Mist Shinobi, so he can only rely on the threat, and kill Yagura, which is undoubtedly stifling the threat directly. He will not be so stupid. Degree, so Yagura can't die at this stage. The water country and Konoha are separated by a sea, but Jinyang doesn't need any stay. He now has more than 50% of his power, and he can always use the little sun to drive the road. The speed is so fast, it is estimated that except outside of space ninjutsu, no one can beat him in sheer speed. In just 2 days, Jinyang went directly from the country of earth to the country of fire, and across the sea to the country of water. The location of the water country is surrounded by the sea, so the moisture is quite dense, often dense fog is filled, and the air is very humid. Even the temperature in this kind of place is generally lower than other places. Jinyang did not stop in other places in the water country, but went directly to Mist Shinobi. He was not familiar with this place, and he couldn't find anything worthy of his attention, so just go ahead and do what you want to do. Things are all right. After coming outside Kirigakure, Jinyang soon saw the person who came to meet him. Master Jinyang, you are finally here. I have all the information you want. 3. 1 is ready. This is the Rock Shinobi ninja ambushing in Mist Shinobi. At this moment, he carefully handed some documents to Jinyang. Well, I see, you inform other people in Mist Shinobi that they can withdraw. Mist Shinobi no longer has the value of continuing to monitor. If you continue to stay here, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. Jinyang took it, and didn't look at it afterwards. Instead, he directly stated his plan. This time I was engaged in it by myself, and with Obito, Mist Shinobi was basically abandoned. It is estimated that it needs to be redeveloped. Decades. So there is no value in surveillance, and several of Rock Shinobi's spies have died in the turmoil because of the advent of the Blood Fog era. Jinyang will not let his people die in vain, so they should go or have to go, there is no need. Keep staying. Chapter 88. But, you can go back, Mr. Jinyang, what you said is true, we can really go back. The spy of Rock Shinobi looked excited. For a spy, the best way to return is undoubtedly to return to his own village and live a stable life. After all, no one likes to be a spy, because of the existence of a spy, not only saw it. It's okay if you haven't been discovered. Once you've been discovered, even because of the interests of the two villages, you will die in vain. They, spies, would not come here if they weren't subsidized well enough. Of course, big. Some people have no relatives at home, and they don't think it matters until they come here. But no one does not miss his hometown. Jinyang's decision is undoubtedly like the sound of nature, and it is heard in his ears. Yes, you can go back, and the villages of the few people who sacrificed before will not forget them. Their names will be engraved on Rock Shinobi's hero monument. You tidy up and go quickly. Jinyang nodded. He didn't feel that his village needed to negotiate with other villages to set up any interests. With him, this item would not work at all, so those who sacrificed would not be sorry for them, nothing more. Really, thank you so much, Mr. Jinyang. At this moment, the ninja is already in tears. After all, there is nothing more touching than being recognized. Don't thank me, this is what you deserve. After all, spying is really hard to do. Jinyang couldn't help but think of the spies in the village. The spies in other villages were really tragedy. He was playing around in circles. It can be said to be quite tragedy. Maybe some of these people have been discovered. But people ignore you and keep you as a tool person. My lord, I will notify others immediately, but I'll stay and help you. After all, a person is better than a map. After the spy shook his head, he made a decision. Now he is almost a believer of Jinyang. It's okay, then please, other people let them withdraw temporarily. I can't protect so many people, but there shouldn't be a big problem in keeping you. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang nodded. It is better to take a guide with you than to run around with a map. Yes, I'll go to inform the others now. My lord, wait a moment. After talking about the spy named Huofan, I went back to notify others, but I have to say that the names of people like Rock Shinobi are really weird. For example, it means that the name is Huofan, which is a very strange name, but when I think of Rock Shinobis, the strange names don't feel so strange. After all, they are all called Dashi. Even if there is one named Zayashi who pops out, he is not surprised. After waiting for almost 2 hours, he reappeared in front of him instead. Sorry, my lord. Mist Shinobi became vigilant after Yagura performed all kinds of disability. It was very strict, so it took so much time. Huofan wiped his head with sweat and said that because of a series of policies, many people should have the mind to defect, and they were divided into several factions, so it can be said that it is a pot of porridge. Because of this, the village is now also out. In the alert state, it can be said that it is in a very sensitive period. It doesn't matter. You can take a break first. It is indeed quite remarkable to be able to force people with Jonin's strength to this level. Jinyang shook his head. Huofan's qualifications are actually not bad. He is now in his 40s and has been a spy for decades. However, climbing to the level of Jonin has exhausted his potential. Of course, he can be a spy. As Jonin, I can only say that Huofan is indeed very powerful. At least the strongest spy that Jinyang has seen on Rock Shinobi is, but Jonin is close to Jonin. Huofan is actually a real Jonin. Huofan took a rest for a while, and after fully recovered, he quietly entered Mist Shinobi with Jinyang. He had already thoroughly studied the patrol situation in the village, so he came in all the way, and no patrol was encountered. 2. My lord, the front is the residence of the Kyoryuaki clan. Recently, the Kyoryuaki clan is often dispatched by Yagura to do some high-risk tasks, so the loss is a bit heavy, and they are not from the Yagura line. They belong to one of the most targeted families. The patriarch of the Kyoryuaki tribe is named Kagaya Huangma, and his strength is only at the level of the elite Jonin, but he is proud and arrogant. With his own bones and blood, his strength is better than the average elite Jonin, so he is very domineering, but now that he was seriously injured in a mission, it can be said that the Kyoryuaki clan has become messy, and they seem to have the intention of rebellion. Huofan introduced Jinyang some specific information about the Kyoryuaki clan now. Jinyang also nodded. Kyoryuaki clan was also dealt with in the original work by treason, but it was forced to such a degree. The Uchiha clan is almost there, and the rebellion is forced out. Otherwise Jinyang is not optimistic about them, who are topped by the elite Jonin. Does the Teruyuki clan have a better character? After listening to Huo's evaluation of the Huayuki family, Jinyang has no thoughts anymore. Basically, it can be judged that most people can abandon it. Therefore, if he wants to dig, he should be better at digging. If not, then he will only I can follow Junmuro alone. Yes, but very few, and most of the Huayuki people belong to the 370 arrogant and domineering types. There are not many people who are really good, and they are only special jonin. Huo Fan nodded immediately. There are good and bad people in any family. That's fine, help me ask him out, I'll wait here. As for those, the arrogant, let them be played slowly by Yagura. Jinyang nodded, and then left it to Huo Fan to do it himself. He felt that it was really good to bring Huo Fan. Huo Fan was also jonin, and many things were easier to operate. And Huo Fan didn't let him down, and soon asked him out. My lord, Kagaya Kangyu has arrived. Soon, Huo Fan took the person named Kagaya Kangyu to this secret place, but after seeing Jinyang, Kagaya Kangyu's pale face instantly became whiter, not for other reasons. Because of the horror of this guy. Although he was not there when Jinyang was ambushing, but the deaths of the seniors were ugly, almost all of them were burnt to coke, it was horrible. Moreover, when Jinyang broke through their tens of thousands of defenses, the scene was unforgettable in a lifetime. Although Jinyang's body is now in a reduced state, he will not forget this face. Chapter 89. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Kagaya Kangyu's face was dumbfounded. How could he see this demon? This guy is such a righteous demon. Sorry, I haven't told you all the time. I am the spy sent by Rock Shinobi to Mist Shinobi. In addition, my real name is Huo Fan. Okay, don't worry. Mrs. Jinyang is not looking for you to trouble you, but to be with you. Talk about something. Huo Fan simply exploded his identity. Anyway, there will be no accidents afterwards, it will be his own or dead, it doesn't matter whether it is exposed or not. Rock Shinobi, could it be said? At this moment, Kagaya Kangyu also had a certain guess. After all, Jinyang dug Konoha in one breath, he knew clearly, or the whole ninja world knew clearly, this kind of news. It can't be blocked either. The senior officials in other villages were eager to let the people in their own villages know Konoha's tragic situation, which can boost morale, so this kind of news has spread throughout the ninja world, and even civilians have many people know. I am looking for you for the only purpose. You all know that I have dug Konoha many people. Rock Shinobi welcomes talents to join, and the current situation of Mist Shinobi does not need to be emphasized by me. Now answer me, agree or refuse. Jinyang didn't plan to spend too much time on this person. His real purpose was Terumi Mei, this genius with 2 blood inheritance limits. Of course, it was also because the other party was a beautiful woman, but Jinyang would not admit this reason. Speaking of it, Terumi Mei was also ruined by bloggers in the later period, and also Anko. What is not good about painting, but I want to paint and be blessed, and I am speechless, and he is not from the Akamika clan, and he is engaged in woolen yarn. ANS. Promise, it would be great if you could get away from Mist Shinobi. Kagaya Kangyu agreed without saying anything. He has stayed enough for Mist Shinobi. Especially at this time, the Huayuki clan has lost a lot of people. No matter how far it goes, the clan will be annihilated, but most people still have it. Planning a rebellion, he didn't even know those. Where did the BD's confidence come from, and the strength and influence are not comparable to that of the opponent. Is this going to die? Is it better to escape from Mist Shinobi? Very well, a wise choice, then you will leave the affairs of the Kyoryuki clan to you. Remember, I only need to be obedient. There is another child named Kagaya Junmuro, who should be only 3 or 4 years old now. Pay attention, this person must be taken away. Read more at fictionzone.net. Jinyang left the matter to Kagaya Kangyu, but after Jinyang finished the last sentence, Kagaya Kangyu's expression became a little weird, and he looked at Jinyang with a confused expression. What's the problem? Jinyang is also a little puzzled. What he said seems to be okay. No, it's just the son of Jun Maze. Kagaya Kangyu said with a speechless face. He didn't know that Jinyang was from his son's situation, and now he called his son by name. Is there anything special about this? Of course Kagaya Kangyu doesn't know. After all, the current monarch Maru hasn't started cultivating chakra, so he didn't show any special features, but this bloody scene also made Jinyang's eyes twitch, and it would be a ghost if he could dig into Junmaru's father. But Father Junmaru really doesn't know. Of course, not surprisingly, if it weren't for him to dig people, it is estimated that the chance will soon die, and the son will be used as a tool man. For the Huayuryuaki clan, Jinyang is disdainful to the extreme, using a child as a meat shield. It's also thanks to them. Since it's your son, it's easy to handle. Just remember to bring it. Others choose some good and obedient ones. As for those, the arrogant, I don't want any of them. Do it for me within days, you know. Jinyang shook his head and said, and Kagaya Kangyu nodded immediately, and then left. The Huayuryuaki family is almost done, and the next thing is, Shuiwuyo clan. Shuiwuyo clan is also very simple, the steps it's the same as the previous Teruyoryuaki clan. Because of Yagura's suppression, these two families have been forced to the end of the road, so there is no other means other than resistance. Jinyang's arrival has actually become the last life-saving straw, so soon both families began to deal with it. My lord, what are we going to do now? Seeing that Jinyang took the two families away so easily, Huo was also a little excited. He had already heard about the situation in his own village. At that time, he was also embarrassed because he was not in the village. He didn't know the specific situation, but when he knew that his village had dug out Konoha's shadow rank powerhouse, the top pillar family and even Jinchuriki, he was puzzled. He really couldn't imagine how he did it, but he saw it today. It was too easy, and it was done in a few words. Of course, this is also considered Jinyang's deterrent. If it was him who turned his back on fire, it is estimated that others would have to negotiate terms with him, but Jinyang is different. Seeing Jinyang, the calves of the people started to tremble, so where is the courage to ask Jinyang to negotiate terms? So this it is an invisible deterrence, and the pressure brought by Obito's control of Yagura will go so smoothly. It is an excitement to see the fire. Okay, don't move, there is one last goal, you know Terumi Mei. Jinyang shook his head and said that the other two families were incidental, and his real purpose was Terumi Mei Chen. In the original work, Terumi Mei should not have much conflict with Yagura, and when Terumi Mei really took over Mizukage, it was also at the time of Shippuden. Mist Shinobi had always been under the control of the marshal before. Of course that was the original work. The current Qing doesn't have the so-called Byakugan because of Jinyang's good Zhao's intervention, so Yagura is controlled. Even if they can see it, they can't do anything. It can be said that it has become an endless loop. Terumi Mei Mist Shinobi's genius ninja, born with 3 attributes of chakra, and has 2 blood inheritance limits, that is the brightest genius of Mist Shinobi. It seems to be considered by everyone to be the next generation of Mizukage. My lord, it shouldn't be possible to dig her. Huo Fan is a little confused. Jinyang is not good at staring at him, so he just stared at Terumi Mei. Try it, I can dig through Konoha's Senju family, not to mention a Terumi Mei, and it doesn't matter if it can't be digged, it won't hinder us, of course, just in case, wait until 2 days later. Say it again. Let Mizuzuki and Kyoryuaki prepare for it. Jinyang is also not sure if Terumi Mei can be poached, it depends on the situation. Chapter 90. Okay then. Huo Fan has nothing to say. Indeed, even the Senju clan can dig away, and Terumi Mei can only be said to be a genius ninja in the village. He does not have a huge power of his own, and there is not much powerful behind it. Family support, you can give it a try. In this way, 2 days later, because Terumi Mei was not born in a big family, he was a commoner genius, so if you want to see her, it's very convenient. Instead, he asked her out to meet Jinyang. When I first saw Jinyang, Terumi Mei's face changed. It was similar to those before. Basically, people in other villages, as long as they are individuals, their face will change when they see Jinyang. Well, everyone really has the same expression, but I don't say much nonsense, Miss Terumi Mei, on behalf of Rock Shinobi, I invite you to join Rock Shinobi. Will you agree or decline? Regarding Terumi Mei, Jinyang started to solicit as soon as he opened his mouth, and didn't say much. First, let's take a look at Terumi Mei's attitude. If she refuses in the first place, then it will be fine. If you hesitate to find other topics, then there is hope for 370. In short, Jinyang needs to judge whether it can really be poached based on Terumi Mei's attitude. With Terumi Mei's personality, there will never be a situation that directly agrees. Jinyang can still be sure. Hi, Sir Jinyang of Rock Shinobi, is it really okay to ask me this kind of question as soon as we met? Terumi Mei looked at Jinyang a little helplessly. Although this person is a few years younger than her, it doesn't matter. Whether the strength or the aura is strong, it is a bit too much, plus this is straightforward to enter the theme, the current Terumi Mei is not, the later Terumi Mei who is very sultry, this is a little girl. But it has also shown the kind of attitude that some high-ranking people have. At least after seeing Jinyang, although shocked, it has not been too stage fright. But her answer made Jinyang almost come to the conclusion that it is not that he can't dig at all, it depends on the bargaining chip he gave and how to convince the other party. Be straightforward, it's better than polite. Then what is your decision or what is your request? Read more at fictionzone.net. After Jinyang determined that he could dig, he also started to cut into other topics. Why do you think I will leave Mist Shinobi? My experience at Mist Shinobi is pretty good. After all, it's no surprise that the next Mizukage is mine. In this case, you think you can dig me up? Rock Shinobi goes. Although I already know about the relationship between Rock Shinobi and Konoha, where does your confidence come from? A slight smile was drawn at the corner of Terumi Mei's mouth, and Jinyang once again gave her a high look, and she was already in the state. Yagura, my confidence is. Yeah, in the entire Mist Shinobi, there is only one shadow-level powerhouse, Yagura, and the series of plans he executes will only make the entire Mist Shinobi into a dead end. You may really have the qualifications to become the next generation of Mizukage, but you are gone, and Yagura's movements are getting bigger and bigger. You have not touched the threshold of quasi-shadow now. Even if you give you 3 more years, you also there is no way to directly enter the shadow level. Even if it is time for you to enter the shadow class, it will be enough for Yagura to turn the entire Mist Shinobi into nothing. Of course, you can jump over the wall and fight Yagura directly. Even if you can kill Yagura, Mist Shinobi will be abolished, and once Yagura does not die and comes back, Mist Shinobi will be removed from the 5 major villages. Although you have potential, time is your weakness. Furthermore, Yagura knows your talents and knows that you can threaten him. Then your life will not be easy, and the mortality rate is high. In summary, do you think what is my confidence? Jinyang smiled and said his own speculation. Because it is not the original work, everything went to the unknown, plus without Byakugan, how Mist Shinobi's illusion can only be defeated with Yagura. What a cruel speech, are you really only 12 years old? Terumi Mei was always too young at this time. When Jinyang said something like this, her face suddenly collapsed. Jinyang said that she hadn't thought about part of it, but she felt it made sense. There is a high probability that it will be the same as Jinyang speculated, then she is in danger. She is a civilian genius ninja. Although she has received support from some families because of her talent, she herself was never born in a big family. Just like Konoha's past Orochimaru, he is also one of Naruto's candidates. It is not that civilians are not qualified to compete for Naruto, but because of the need for backing. And Orochimaru had a 3rd Hokage as a teacher at the time, and strength was enough. The same is true for Terumi Mei. Some families are willing to invest in advance, a genius ninja, invest a sum, if they die halfway, they will not lose too much, if others rise, they can also get a lot of returns. So even as a civilian ninja, Terumi Mei's small life was very moist, but when she thought of that, the future, she couldn't help but fight a cold war. She now very much doubts whether Jinyang is 12 years old or not, too abnormal. Wrong, I will be 13 years old soon. Now you can give the answer, agree or refuse. Jinyang's concise answer, he has basically grasped Terumi Mei's culprit. To put it bluntly, he is still young. If it is the latter, Terumi Mei, it is estimated that even Jinyang's 3-inch tongue can't speak. Right? Is it okay to be euphemistic? Really, it is okay to join, but I have some conditions. Terumi Mei was obviously moved, so she asked for conditions. Yes, but you can't go too far. Although you have the qualifications to be a strong, you are not a strong yet. After Jinyang glanced at Terumi Mei, he said lightly. You, forget it, I don't care about you. Terumi Mei was also discouraged in an instant. She and Jinyang are still too tender and there is no comparison. This is the gap between the little white rabbit and the old fox. In desperation, Terumi Mei can only make her own request. But these requirements are basically very simple, nothing more than, take away some of her friends and relatives, and, to ensure her freedom, life security, etc. Regarding this, Jinyang almost didn't laugh. These are the most basic, okay, and Terumi Mei takes people away, which is the best, and the fetters are taken away, which shows that there is really not much nostalgia for missed Shinobi. Now, thanks to Yagura, thanks to Obito, for this assist, he played better than Danzo. Chapter 91. Terumi Mei went back to prepare after being persuaded. In fact, for missed Shinobi, everyone wanted to run, but due to Yagura's bloody control, Yagura was controlled by Obito, but it was not, like third generation. Others throw in the rat trap and can only let others leave. For Yagura, even civilians can't leave casually. Anyway, Obito is going to kill missed Shinobi. Anyone in missed Shinobi has enemies with him. Most people in missed Shinobi want to run, but they can't run, and it's hard to find a place to stay after running out. With the acceptance of Rock Shinobi, Terumi Mei and others are naturally the best. Of course, now I just leave missed Shinobi. If you want to really make these people have a sense of belonging to Rock Shinobi, or even truly integrate into Rock Shinobi, you can't do it in a few years, but Jinyang doesn't care, as long as the first step is successful, and naturally there is nothing to say later. The Kyoryuki clan and the Mizusuki clan are ready. Jinyang originally wanted to pay attention to other families, but it is not realistic. The Ghost Lamp clan is now one of the largest families to contend with Yagura. One family. Therefore, it is impossible for Jinyang to dig them out. People still have the confidence and stalemate with Yagura. After checking other people's information these days, Jinyang found that there is nothing to dig. As for Kisame, look for not where the people are. Even if there is Hwofen help, you can't find it. After all, Hwofen is just a jonin, and there is no news from others. It is estimated that Obito was brought by him, or in the assassination unit, so Jinyang really has no way at all. Although there are a few acquaintances among other people, they all belong to the dragon set and don't need it, so after Jinyang reached an agreement with Terumi Mei, he didn't bother to care about other people. My lord, Kyoryuki, Ōtsutsuki, and Terumi Mei are all ready and can leave at any time. Soon, Hwofen brought news. That's good, let them all get together and leave directly. I will help them open a path and drag the chasing soldiers behind. You can just leave. Jinyang nodded, just taking advantage of this opportunity to brush a wave of experience. He was a little uncomfortable with this percentage card, and he himself was wondering if he was going to the Dragon Vein to take a trip to increase his percentage, otherwise it would be too much to practice like this. It's difficult. As for people like missed Shinobi, Jinyang's plan is also very simple. He can block the chasing soldiers. Others can just run, and Terumi Mei and others are there. Even if someone is chasing them, they can't cause much harm to them. Jinyang also feels that it is a pity that these people's powers are not good, otherwise he can give them the magic axe Rita, and the magic axe Rita bursts out, which is equivalent to his weak blow, but these people, one person can move it. Read more at fictionzone.net. After confessing to Hwofen quickly brought people from the three places together, but because the movement was too loud, it was easily discovered by the people of Mist Shinobi. The Merciless Sun. Jinyang didn't want to care about these people. He just shot the sun from them and kept blasting a broad road leading to the outside of the village. Fortunately, these people are not very close to the inside, so there is just a road leading to the outside, Jinyang continued, and he made a path very easily. Let's go, you can just go by boat directly when you get to the coast, you don't need to wait for me, I will catch up soon. Jinyang carried the god axe Rita and said, while the others stayed a lot and left directly. Although the surrounding ninjas wanted to get closer, they did not dare to see the shadow of Jinyang as a demon god. It's too big. My lord, should we just watch what we do now? Mist Shinobi assassinated the troops. At this moment, a small captain looked at his own captain and asked that this was the highest ranking person here. What do you want to do? Now whoever can catch up with this monster can withstand an attack. Don't forget, this monster directly penetrated the defense of tens of thousands of our Mist Shinobi with its own power, wait for other adults to come over. It is also wearing a mask, otherwise everyone will be able to see the helpless expression on this person's face. It's not that he is too embarrassed, but that the enemy is too perverted. Going up is, to die, who knows that? Dare to go. The team of Terumi Mei and others left Mist Shinobi without hindrance, and ran towards the coast continuously, followed by some people, but Jinyang would not let these people pass, and directly blasted the sun. The ninjas behind Terumi Mei and others were completely blasted. After this scene happened, no one finally dared to continue chasing. They knew that if they caught up with them, they would die. Is Jinyang not satisfied with the person who only digs Konoha? He actually followed Mist Shinobi, and was he succeeded? Is it the condition of success that I created for him? It was really used again, but in that case, you help me too. So is the BD White Zetsu, who didn't report such a big thing to me. At this moment, Obito, who was controlling Yagura, showed a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to be used, it was impossible to do, and he could also use a wave of Jinyang now. He controlled Yagura to play Mist Shinobi, but this idea is actually not very practical, and it takes too long, so he simply uses Jinyang's power to make Mist Shinobi. It's okay to just fall into a place where no one can recover. The two sides used it, this time it's a tie, let's make a fuss, help me get rid of Mist Shinobi. Obito's eyes flashed with madness, but his head is also very clear. Black Zetsu, who is hiding in the dark, sees Obito like this and there is no emotional fluctuation. In the past few years, he has added more blackened people. After all, the situation of the Uchiha clan, when he was controlling everything behind the scenes, most of the Uchiha clan people who opened Mangekyo were blackened. For 1,000 years, he had seen him who was crazier than Obito, so he didn't feel any surprise. On the other side, after receiving Obito's final order, Yagura immediately became a tail beast in the village. Master Mizukage, this is the village, don't become a tailed beast. Seeing Yagura's appearance, the other people immediately panicked, changing into a beast in the village. This is the rhythm of destroying the village. But Yagura didn't pay attention to them, but opened his mouth and directly condensed with a tailed beast bomb. Obito is playing such a big game, it makes me take the blame. Jinyang is a little speechless. He knows the inside story, he naturally knows what Obito wants to do, but he won't let Obito get what he wants. After all, Obito is an enemy inch. Chapter 92. Who would look at you stupidly at losing your big move? Jinyang rushed directly in front of Three Tails, and the tailed beast bomb, which was not fully formed, was kicked into the sky by Jinyang, and then exploded. Since Obito wanted her to destroy Mist Shinobi, he didn't do it. See what he can do. The explosion of the tailed beast bomb that seemed like a nuclear explosion also scared many ninjas around and sat on the ground. Just now, they walked back and forth on the death line. At that distance, the tailed beast bomb in Yagura really exploded. Yes, then their lives are gone. Suddenly they felt that Jinyang became pleasing to the eye. It seems that there is no such demon anymore. Dust slash. Jinyang has not used pure slash type tricks in the past, because there is no weapon that can hold him to use. As long as it is used, the first thing to be scrapped is the weapon, and even the trick is 370. So it is. With this cut, all three tails of Three Tails were directly cut off, and by the way, which turtle shell was partly cut off, and one of the claws was also cut off. It is also that Jinyang does not plan to kill Yagura directly here, otherwise this one will be enough to directly divide 3 tails into 2, but the effect now is not bad. Yagura has lost his combat effectiveness, and the power of this slash is not that he can resistant. Everyone of Mist Shinobi, I will help you with Yagura this time. What you do after that is up to your own. Goodbye. After defeating Yakang, Jinyang left directly. Now most of the people here have lost their intent to fight, so they don't have much experience. They just leave. As for Yakang, he has already abandoned him. And then other people in Mist Shinobi will start vying for the position of Mizukage, and Yagura must be over. Damn it, this BD didn't even die with Mist Shinobi, he was on the battlefield. Where did he go? Obito just wanted to scold his mother. What is this? Isn't it a matter of tens of thousands of people on the battlefield? Why don't you stop doing it now but just abolished Yagura and ran away? It didn't follow Obito's plan. Following Obito's plan, Obito was depressed and wanted to vomit blood. Read more at fictionzone.net. But how did he know that Jinyang knew well about him and Yagura? What Yagura did was what Obito did. Doing so is simply, the heart of Sima Zhao is known to everyone. Jinyang has no reason to guess. So let's just be a little bit disgusted, Obito, and left. It's just increased by 1%, and now it's only 54%. It seems that the plan afterwards is to be on the agenda. First go to Ryokai Cave, then to Lulin, and brush everything that can be brushed. Anyway, there is nothing right now. People can continue digging. Jinyang is not very satisfied with the harvest this time, at most it is, harvested a few people who he wants to dig. As for the percentage, just looking at it, this system has only appeared once or twice. It's just, the rhythm of no sense of existence. But this system mechanism is just like this. Before fully grasping it, there is no way to continue to draw the next one. Anyway, Jinyang is very helpless. Soon, Jinyang catches up with the people who are running and protects them to leave together. After this incident, Jinyang did not find a chaser, and now the entire Mist Shinobi, whoever is impatient, dare to chase him. Did you see that Yagura was met by one? Now the Marshal of Mist Shinobi is busy. The thing about the child, the blood mist of Yagura has been broken, and the next thing is, it needs to be comforted, but this is not simple. The most important question is who should be. The remaining members of the Hui Yoryuaki clan are all ambitious people. The Yoryuaki clan is notoriously cold-blooded and crazy, so they also began to plan the location of Mizukage, and another round of turmoil in Mist Shinobi began. Of course, that's something to say. In short, no one dared to chase Jinyang and others, so Jinyang and his party also came to the port of Water Country very safely, and then left the Water Country by boat. I didn't expect that one day I would become a traitor, something I never thought of. Terumi Mei shook her head. She is a genius ninja, but she has a level of rebelliousness. It is because of her genius that she became a rebellious person. Looking at the country of water that is getting farther and farther, she said that she has no nostalgia. That's fake. The people of Mist Shinobi don't dare to turn you all into rebels. Even Konoha has directly cancelled the rebel identities of Orochimaru and Tsunade. Although there are still rewards on the black market, on the face of it, no village dares show hostility to rock shinobi unless they want to die. Jinyang shook his head. It is impossible to betray ninja or anything. The black market offers rewards at most. This is a hidden rule. On the black market, even the shadow of a big ninja village has rewards, including Jinyang's 0. They are all taboos. No one dared to take their heads, horns. They were all brain-twitched before they attacked Senju Hashirama, but they were beaten to autism. I have eaten a lost horn, I naturally dare not trouble other people, and horns, even the shadow-level powerhouse dare not touch it. Although other people also pin their heads on the waistband to eat, they don't. It doesn't mean they are stupid. And Jinyang's reward is that it is high and the first in the ninja world. Basically, the people in the other ninja villages have paid a big price to take Jinyang's head, but no one dared to do it at all. There are a few stunners who want to try their luck, but before they meet Jinyang, they are dealt with by other rock shinobi ninjas. It can be said that it is a miserable one. Even if it's not a betrayal, no one likes to leave their hometown. Terumi Mei said helplessly, this is homesickness, okay. I know, but you don't have to choose, right? So try to find a way to integrate into Rock Shinobi as soon as possible. Later, you will find that it is actually good to have another home. Jinyang said a little funny. Although his words made people turn Byakugan, they were quite right. How can you go back even if you are worried? 3.1 Well, you are reasonable, I don't care about you. After being messed up by Jinyang, Terumi Mei has no homesickness anymore. Some are just aggrieved. What is no choice? If it weren't for Jinyang, would Terumi Mei leave? Jinyang also smiled maliciously. And he laughed loudly, making Terumi Mei wish he wanted to take care of him directly, but knowing that it is not an opponent, Terumi Mei can only give up. Sure enough, young people are, there is a topic of young people. If Jinyang is really only 12 years old, why does he feel so much like the older generation? At this moment, Huo Fan is also constantly thinking about this issue. How do they know that this is a traverser? So according to the age of the soul, Jinyang is already 30 years old. Chapter 93. After leaving the country of water, Jinyang led a group of people through Konoha's side, and then entered Rock Shinobi. In fact, it is. They all noticed, but Jinyang was inside, they didn't dare to move, they could only ignore this group of people very aggrieved. Several Darren villages were forced by Jinyang to ignore him, which is a very helpless fact. As for Mist Shinobi, although the other villages are fighting fiercely, it does not prevent other villages from laughing at them. Especially Konoha, seeing that other villages besides his own village have also been dug by Rock Shinobi, it is a relief. Such a heavy burden finally does not have to bear on Konoha's family. There is Mist Shinobi sharing, they are very relieved. Willing. And Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi began to worry about the problems in their village after gloating. Mist Shinobi was also dug. Originally, Konoha was dug so many people. They just thought it was because of Konoha's problem, so they gave it to Rock Shinobi opportunity. But this time Mist Shinobi was also dug so many people, so when thinking of this, the other 02 villages couldn't help their faces being green. For fear that Rock Shinobi would stare at the talents of their villages, so for a while, he took care of his family. The ones are better. After all, Rock Shinobi is now a bit omnipresent, so precautions are necessary. At this moment, Sand Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have become a little suspicious, for fear that someday Rock Shinobi's people will dig some of their people. People have been dug up, they can only be dumb to eat Huanglian, and they can't tell Jinyang's deterrent power is too great. The village was scared by Rock Shinobi and Jinyang didn't know. After he returned to Rock Shinobi with this group of people, he also settled these people down. Rock Shinobi is now Vietnam. It has become more and more prosperous, and even the village has expanded a lot. The previous village can't afford to accept people from all over the world. Some have come to settle and some come to do business. And Jinyang also got a good news. After Konoha's messing up before, many people from Konoha came to Rock Shinobi, and even the Tenten in the original book came over. The existence of Tenten, according to Jinyang's opinion, is completely the second richest person in the ninja world. The first richest person is Konan, and the second richest person is Tenten. An initiating talisman does not require money, and a ninja does not require money. They are all types of minds at home. Because Konoha was fragmented by Jinyang, it was difficult to protect himself, and Tenten, a businessman, naturally had to withdraw from Konoha. The businessman was chasing profits. Rock Shinobi was the next largest economic center, so they came here. Read more at fictionzone.net. After Jinyang knew this, his expression was very wonderful. Although 12 Xiaoqiang didn't dig up much, but this is also good news, isn't it? After this company came to Rock Shinobi, Jinyang only learned about this company from the information. How big the business is, it's no wonder that Tenten had such a huge number of ninjas in the later period. Before this family came over, they sent people to ask Onaki for help, and then Konoha left, because their family is equivalent to an arms dealer. Others leave, third generation, they don't have much to say. When the family is gone, Konoha's ninja can only go to the country of iron by himself. It not only consumes energy, but also consumes money and manpower. And their family is very smart, knowing that Konoha will not let them go, so they directly ask for help from Rock Shinobi, and then Rock Shinobi's people are responsible for leading them away. Third generation, no matter how fat they are, they dare not be at this time. Do it with the people of Rock Shinobi, no matter. Pretend not to pretend, if Rock Shinobi is really offended, Konoha will be finished. So third generation, they can only watch a huge arms dealer transferred to other villages, but they are powerless. This is called an aggrieved one. But these, Jinyang just understood briefly, now he has some headaches because of the girls in the family. For some reason, Kushina was the only one who often came to him, but slowly Tsunade also came in, but these two were god sisters at any rate, so there was nothing, but after Terumi Mei came, the situation changed. Terumi Mei didn't know what was going crazy, and Jinyang didn't try to attack her. As a result, the goods ran to him twice in 3 days. As the saying goes, how can you not wet your shoes when walking by the river? Jinyang has overturned now, and this the fuse of everything is. Terumi Mei. Now 3 people are sitting in 3 positions in his living room. Although everyone is drinking tea and not talking, but the depressive atmosphere, to be honest, Jinyang would rather find all the strong people in the other ninja village. After a fight, I don't want to face this situation. Why don't you plan to say something as a master? In the end, Kushina spoke first, but the fiery red aura on her body was a bit strong, and at first glance she felt like a fiery red devil. Well, what can I say? I can say that I am so confused. You shouldn't ask me, Terumi Mei, tell me, why are you running to me in 2 days? Jinyang also had a numb scalp, he felt that he was stiff enough, but who knew that Terumi Mei lit the fire? Is there anything I can do without you saying that you want to find a sense of belonging in Rock Shinobi? I am not familiar with my life here, so I can only come to see you, my brother. A smile was drawn at the corner of Terumi Mei's mouth, and she said slowly. 3 brother, your uncle will let you call you father sooner or later. Jinyang murmured inwardly, he found that this woman seemed to be deliberate, and that didn't seem to have done anything to her. Was it because she had hit her several times? Shouldn't it? Is it so stingy? Terumi Mei, that's right. The woman is just so stingy. Why don't you go to Uncle Huofen? Isn't it better for Uncle Huofen? After all, he has been in Mist Shinobi for so many years. Jinyang calmed down for a while and said, admitting the urge to vomit. That won't work. When I think of him as a spy who has been ambushing in our village for so many years, I can't look at him directly, so it's better to come to you. After all, we are about the same age and have a common language. Terumi Mei emphasized his age, and these words instantly seemed like 2 sharp swords pierced into the hearts of Kushina and Tsunade. Kushina is a little better, and Tsunade it's purely a gun, and her age is a bit older, but she doesn't care. After all, in a few decades, Terumi Mei without 100 healings mark will be better than her much older, so she has become more balanced now. The big deal is everyone's time to see who has the problem first. Tsunade think, sooner or later Terumi Mei will come back to beg her. No woman can bear the temptation of eternal youth. Chapter 94. It's a pity, you don't have the 100 healings mark developed by Tsunade's sister. Maybe in a few decades, people will see someone as my grandmother's character. Kushina suddenly remembered the 100 healings mark, and went back directly, and Terumi Mei didn't know much about the 100 healings mark. After all, Tsunade is now like this, and others can't see much change if they are well maintained. Putting makeup on this kind of thing is a real magic trick. Tsunade has long since stopped walking in the ninja world because of his fear of hyperemia. Terumi Mei is in the younger generation, so I don't know the ability of 100 healings mark at all, let alone her, some old ones. It's not clear to the first generation. Seeing Terumi Mei's confused look, Kushina knew that there was a show, and immediately turned on the show-off mode, and began to show off the ability of 100 healings mark. As soon as she heard the face, Terumi Mei's momentum dropped sharply. Sure enough, this kind of thing is fatal to any woman. Knowing that she will be old, Terumi Mei has nothing to accept, but when I hear that other people can stay in beauty, and these two will stay in beauty, people seem to have been offended by her, and it was a lot of fun this time. It must be impossible for her to recognize this, so she could only turn her gaze for help to the location where Jinyang was, but after she turned her gaze to that location, she found that Jinyang, who was supposed to be sitting there, had disappeared. The disappearance is gone. People, what about people? Some trapped Terumi Mei looked at that position with a puzzled look. Why did the Kung Fu lady disappear in a blink of an eye? After hearing Terumi Mei's words, Tsunade and Kushina also diverted their attention, and found that Jinyang was gone. They were still planning to ask the guilt, but Jinyang was nowhere to be seen. Master Tsunade, when you talked about the 100 healings mark, Master Jinyang left the window. Shizun rarely interjected a word. She was also a little funny. Just now when Jinyang left, she quietly winked at her, told her not to say it, and then ran away, only to say that these 3 women killed and wounded. It was too powerful and scared away the god of the ninja world. He ran away. Forget it, I'll find him next time to settle the account. Read more at fictionzone.net. Tsunade was also helpless. In the end, she could only leave with Shizun and Kushina. As for Terumi Mei, she has already begun to wonder how to make a good relationship with Kushina and the others. After all, Zanyan, which woman doesn't want to? As for the specific method, it depends on how she operates it, anyway. Jinyang can't control these now. At this moment, Jinyang has arrived at Ohaimu's office. He doesn't want to stay in that hell-like place. It's too terrifying. Terumi Mei is so vengeful that she burns the fire, so he is still decisive. Go out and evacuate first. You have to go out for a while and don't care about Ninja World. Oyemu gave Jin a weird look. The war was still promoted by Jinyang, and as a result, he was going to leave now. It's not a big deal. There are not many things in Shinobi now. It's nothing more than Konoha still has the Uchiha clan, and the Uchiha clan is waiting for you to come to you for help. You must keep your breath. Don't save people by yourself. The Uchiha clan is too arrogant. It won't work if you don't beat them. They are 2 villages. When you want to make a move, you can make a move. If you don't want to make a move, it's fine, but I personally suggest that it is better to make a move. After all, it's a BD to take advantage of nothing in vain. If they have not finished playing when I come back, then I will take care of it myself, and other things seem to be nothing. By the way, remember to make Kushina stare at the village often, and use Kagura's mind to investigate once a day. In addition, remember to notify me if there are urgent things. As well as the tail monster and Jinchuriki, don't let them go out alone. If you want to go out, you can also form a team. After Jinyang explained a series of things, he left directly. He didn't dare to stay in the village anymore. People don't make trouble. There are only 2 of them, and the third one is not visible. It's like this, and it's dying. It seems that this harem is really not easy to open. Really, can't I take over Ōtsutsuki by myself? Although this Ōtsutsuki is indeed a little tired, a little more things, a little annoying, and I can't get a rest all day long. Onaki originally wanted to convince himself that Ōtsutsuki is a good position, but this number, forget it, it's not bad. Ōtsutsuki is really good, but who is the next Ōtsutsuki? Tsunade is. I think, and I trust it, but the time to come is too short. It is estimated that no one will refute Chen in another 5 or 8 years, so I can only put it aside for the time being, and there will be no other candidates. The most suitable Jinyang also ran away, and he didn't need this position at all. As for his son, Huang Tu, sure enough, wait. In desperation, Onaki could only continue to sit in this position by himself. Fortunately, he had given up a lot of rights, otherwise he estimated that he would not want to leave this office. On the other side, Jinyang went directly to the moon. He planned to see how Orochimaru's research progress was. Tensagen's research needed Orochimaru's help. After all, the Hyuga clan had already dug up, if Tensagen can be obtained, although he won't popularize it, but it's not impossible to make just a few of them. More importantly, there is an experience pack around Orochimaru. After entering the country of fire, Jinyang entered the moon with a familiar road, and soon found Orochimaru. Now Orochimaru has planed the grave of Yamura, but unfortunately, even though the grave of Yamura was planed, it was inside. There is only one skeleton, and the corpse is already decayed. After all, both Hamura and Hei will die of old age, so the body will naturally decay, so there is no good pair of Tensagen, here has been transformed by Orochimaru, and there is no other side Ishine climbing the technology tree Orochimaru. The cloning technology has been tinkered with, and even Tensagen's research has begun, but his speed has not been so fast. His own living corpse reincarnation was also produced, but in order to prepare a perfect body, Orochimaru had to do more preparations. If Tensagen can be tinkered with during this period, Orochimaru can have a body with Tensagen. So at this stage, there is no Orochimaru who is stagnant, nor is he busy going to reincarnation, but is still continuing to study. Chapter 95. Why come to me now when I have time? Don't you always think that I am very bored and boring here? Seeing Jinyang's arrival, Orochimaru asked curiously. In fact, there are some people besides Orochimaru, who are all characters like scientists of rock shinobi, but they are completely compared to Orochimaru. There is no comparison. They are here to give Orochimaru a hand. Someone will help. Orochimaru's research progress will be faster. Although Orochimaru can use shadow clone himself, this thing will consume a lot of energy after all and is not suitable for long-term use. Not everyone is. There are more Naruto, shadow clone, that is multiple shadow clone, and multiple shadow clone, that is a forbidden technique. People who are mentally weak, even if they have enough chakra, they can separate hundreds of shadow clone to help, but after a day, the countless amount of information will burst their brains, so this is not everyone can play. Moreover, Orochimaru regularly needs to transport some supplies and test materials here, and there is no strict concealment. Of course, it is still confidential, at least in Rock Shinobi, except for the top level of authority, no one can casually view Orochimaru and intelligence of the moon. Orochimaru is the only one who can contact the huge Tensagen. Just in case, Orochimaru even set up a lot of 370 enchantments inside, and there are even many powerful trigger seals set by Kushina. Basically, whoever does not get permission to approach, then prepare for tragedy. For the huge Tensagen, Jinyang can safely give it to Orochimaru and others, but does not rest assured to hand it to others. After all, he only has one person, and Shadow Clone can't carry his solar power, so it is inevitable that he will be lack of skills, but the reverse summoning scroll he left 2 in the moon and the village, just in case. It's very boring, but it's better than confronting Tsunade and the others, so I took refuge temporarily. By the way, you summoned 10,000 snakes. Didn't this guy keep asking you for sacrifices? I'll help you educate you. Jinyang squeezed his fists as he said, Wan Snake is also a real shadow level combat power, so he plans to use it to brush his experience, and if he remembers correctly, Wan Snake's skin seems to be very thick. Deodaras, the power of the nuclear explosion didn't explode to death. It was a perfect sandbag. It would be better if this guy went back to move the rescuers to engage with Jinyang. It turns out that it's because of Tsunade and the others. As expected, things like feelings can also be used in research projects, things that can make strong people like you retreat. It's really worth studying. Orochimaru has begun to enter a strange mode, read more at fictionzone.net. I think I should ask someone to take the Chuangwo Yuxi to knock you a walnut, right? Jinyang looked at Orochimaru speechlessly. The show is still your show, and it can't show, anyway. Jinyang has nothing to do with him. Shentia's emotional research project, Orochimaru is more and more like a robot up. Just kidding, it just happens to be a trouble for Wan Shi. I don't have time to take care of him, you can help me educate him, it's best. Orochimaru said with a sullen smile. Wan Snake did it because of Wan Snake's strength, he still didn't bother to use this kind of summoning beast, every time he gave out hundreds of sacrifices, and these sacrifices are all people. It's okay on the battlefield. 10,000 snakes want to eat and eat, but when there is no war, they must be well educated. Don't worry, leave it to me. I will help you post Wan Shi education. This product has never experienced the severe beatings of the society. By the way, go outside and call again. Jinyang said jokingly. As for whether Wan Snake will run, he is not worried at all, it will be a big deal if he ran, he chased it and it was over, anyway. Orochimaru knows where Ryokai Cave is, the big deal is to let Orochimaru call the other snakes reverse him to summoning and it's over, and with the arrogant temperament of one snake, he will never run away if he just stimulates a few words. Summoning technique. Orochimaru bit his finger and nodded a few marks. The huge summoning circle spread out. Then there was a loud noise, and a large, terrifying snake appeared in front of the two of them. Then I'll leave it to you, I have something to go back first. After speaking, Orochimaru didn't even look at Wan Shi and left, but Wan Shi was a little dumbfounded. He was summoned by Orochimaru, but now Orochimaru summoned him and left. What is this called? Hey, Wan Shi, this is the first time we have met. We meet for the first time. Let me introduce myself. My name is Jinyang. I am Orochimaru's companion. As for the purpose of calling you out this time, it is to educate you. Teach you how to be a qualified summoning beast. Jinyang said with a smile while rubbing his hands, but after Wan Shi heard this, his head stopped moving instantly. Ha 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 ha, the guy Orochimaru wants to find someone to teach me that I am still a rubbish. It just so happens. I will eat you first, and then I will find him to find out what he means. One snake burst into laughter, and then one tail swept towards Jinyang. The huge tail smashed towards Jinyang like a giant whip of steel, but Jinyang just raised his left hand and directly blocked it. There is no way to save the tail. How can it be? One snake was frightened, but he knew how powerful he was, but as a result, a human blocked his tail with brute force. Boy, who are you, Tsunade? At this moment, the only thing 10,000 snakes can think of is, Tsunade, that weird girl. In terms of strength, he is an exaggerated woman who can't match 10,000 snakes. Tsunade, it has something to do with me, but I don't use her strange power punch, so now it's my turn to shoot. Wan Shi, you have been using your tail to draw others, but you have been. Have you ever smoked? Jinyang suddenly disappeared in place, and then slapped the giant snake head directly with a slap. In an instant, one snake seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, and his head flew higher and higher with the community, and he detached directly. After breaking the ground restrictions, he rushed into the air. After falling again, he directly smashed a huge hole in the forest, but fortunately, the power was not very large, so he didn't directly smash through and ran out of the moon. Impossible, how can a human being have such a huge power? Wan Shi finally came back to his senses, and only felt the pain from her snake face. This was the social lashing from Jinyang. At this moment, Wan Shi could no longer describe the shock in his heart. Chapter 96. Stop talking nonsense, continue to come. Don't you think you are awesome, right? You don't want to run away. Dignified, the strongest in the Ryokai cave row, he was beaten by others. Run off, tut, it's amazing. In order to prevent Wan Snake from running away directly, Jinyang also stimulated Wan Snake a little bit. In terms of this guy's character, at least he won't run away in a short time. Damn humans, they said that I want to run away from my 10,000 snakes. Now let you know what real power is. It was just my carelessness just now. I will kill you now. After Wan Snake finished speaking, he went straight into the ground, and then moved forward in the ground. Originally, this method was not bad. After Wan Snake got into the ground, there was very little movement and it was very convenient to attack others, but for Jinyang like this. In terms of existence, that movement can easily locate it even without Jinyang, such a large group of life energy is chaotically underneath. Just when Jinyang looked at Wan Snake and was going to see what tricks this product would play, he saw that the land in front of him exploded in an instant, and then Wan Snake's tail sprang out of the ground. Don't look at this product. The body is huge, but the tip of the tail is like a spike, but after the spike rushed in front of Jinyang, it was pinched by Jinyang very easily. Then, as soon as his foot stepped on the ground bounced to pieces, and Wan Snake was also affected by the huge force, and was dizzy, while Jinyang rushed up, directly pulling Wan Snake's tail to make Wan Snake look like the radish is usually pulled directly from the ground. Naturally, there is no need to say more after that. Jinyang started a social beating of Wan Shi. This time, Wan Shi didn't care about the face, and just ran away. This is the special feature of summoning beasts. If they can't beat them, they will run away. As long as others don't chase to the lair, their summoning beasts are actually the safest. This is off the road, but fortunately, it is not without the slightest gain, and the percentage has also increased a little. Seeing that the percentage has risen to 55%, Jinyang has made a decision to go to Ryokai Cave. Wan Shi is only incidental. It is estimated that the White Snake Fairy talent is a real experience package, and the background of Ryokai Cave is comparable. A Shinobu village is much stronger, and I am sorry if I don't brush it. Thinking of this, Jinyang decisively went to Orochimaru. Go to Ryokai Cave. I personally suggest you to be more careful. After all, when I found Ryokai Cave, it was not a good feeling. Orochimaru said that Ryokai Cave is not simple, even very strong. It was because Tsunade himself signed a contract with Katsuyu, and Jiraiya was also approached by Mount Miyaboku due to a mistake, and he himself, in order to catch up with the two, so I went to find Ryokai Cave. After all, the summoning Holy Land, known as the Three Holy Lands, is not the joke. The inheritance of these three holy lands is not chakra inheritance, but sage art, which is also something that exists in the world itself, so truth-seeking ball can eliminate everything. But it's totally useless with sage art. Read more at fictionzone.net. But it turned out to be a pity, he didn't have the approval of the fairy, but Jinyang couldn't help but think of Bo Ren Chuan, toothache. Look at Bo Ren's experience, and then look at Orochimaru's. Kika Orochimaru cried out in the toilet. At that time, Jinyang still remembered that he was watching the blog to watch Naruto and ER2 Zuhan fight. After that, he didn't pay much attention to it. He remembered that he had been watching 30 episodes for a while, which was really bad. The strength that the older generation has fought hard, the latter generation can directly open it inexplicably, and see the toothache. Of course, those are all nonsense. Jinyang now goes to Ryokai Cave to see what's going on inside. Don't worry, you still don't know my strength, it's okay. Jinyang didn't care and said, and Orochimaru was helpless. Only summoning produced a few giant pythons, and then made the reverse summoning scroll, and then used the scroll to reverse summoning Jinyang into Ryokai Cave. If you want to increase the percentage, you must be hostile. Listen to the snake inside. Here comes the smasher. Jinyang let out a loud roar, first arouse the hostility inside, and then he can gain experience. I don't know why, he always feels that he now has a feeling of brushing a copy. This Ryokai Cave seems to be a super large copy. With this roar, but concentrated the magic power into the sound, so this roar, all the creatures inside heard it. This time, Jinyang just directly stabbed the snake's nest, which was passed by Orochimaru's summoning before. The snake is also stunned. What's the situation? Isn't it Orochimaru's friend? How come to Ryokai Cave is a mess? It's too much. Zero, but I haven't waited for this. The snake thought a lot, and there was a riot of riots inside. It is estimated that the snake here is also the first time that the snake here has encountered a person who has come to smash the scene in so many years. Right. Damn, that BD chased Ryokai Cave, the guy Orochimaru, he really dared to do it. Wan Shi was frightened, angry, and unbelievable. He didn't understand, Orochimaru was going to tear his face with them Ryokai Cave. Of course, what he thought was not bad. After all, Orochimaru didn't need to fight now. And once his research is successful, Ryokai Cave will be a complete supporting role, not Orochimaru's opponent at all. So Orochimaru doesn't care. Jinyang wants to come and he naturally sends Jinyang over. Ryokai Cave Orochimaru has never been his companion, just a transaction partner. After all, the other party is a snake, a snake. This stuff is cold-blooded. Soon, a large number of large and small snakes surrounded Jinyang. The small ones were only 1 meter long, the chopsticks were thick, and the large ones were at the level of 10,000 snakes, and there were still a lot of them. Jinyang didn't mean to talk nonsense with the other party, he started the fight directly, and immediately defeated the snakes, and went to the fight without saying anything. It's too much, but they are not passively beaten, but how could they be Jin Yang's opponent? However, Jinyang didn't kill him either. The most was, he seriously injured his opponent. He went so fast all the way, and Jinyang's percentage was also rising crazily. Here, there are snakes of the same level as Wanshi, although they can't say that they get together too much. But there are quite a few. In addition to other miscellaneous things, after 10 minutes, Jinyang's percentage jumped directly from 55% to 70%. There are too many here. Jinyang has no doubt that all the snakes in Ryokai Cave ran out, and it is estimated that one will be killed. Ninja Village is also a matter of minutes. This is the foundation of the 3 holy places. In addition to the 10,000 snakes, Jinyang also encountered a few giant snakes who know sage art. Although not the white snake fairy, after mastering sage art, they are all strong. Chapter 97. What Jinyang sees now is that there are so many ordinary snakes. Ryokai Cave wants to break through any ninja village, and there is no need for the strong to take action. Just ordinary snakes, crawl in the world in one night. Except, some strong men are not expected to be recruited, but civilians, genin and chinin are different. If you don't blow it, you can't black, in one night, the snake can definitely beat a ninja village, and only the existence on top of jonin and jonin, others want to survive, it is almost impossible, and there are many giant snakes that reach the level of 10,000 snakes, there are snakes that can sage art, and most importantly, there is a white snake fairy. Sure enough, the Holy Land is, Holy Land, you lousy or you're lousy, the snakes are terrible, of course, in the minutes of time, Jinyang has directly stabbed here. He did not encounter a scene of personification when he arrived, this 370. To put it bluntly, it is a snake pit, these snakes naturally disdain to become humans. Gloomy, this is his only understanding of Ryokai Cave, he is a villain after all, these snakes don't pretend too much. Human, what is your purpose and why come to Ryokai Cave to make trouble? At this moment, from the depths of Ryokai Cave, there was a voice that was somewhat old but also full of confidence. Fairy White Snake? The Lord has finally come out. Jinyang's eyes lit up, and then he rushed in the direction of the sound, but before anyone arrived, a white snake body blocked his way. With a wave of the god axe Rita, the snake body was directly divided into 2 without hindrance, but what Jinyang did not expect is that after the snake body was cut, it twisted a few times and connected again, and in an instant he healed himself. It's an exaggerated self-healing. Jinyang also felt a little shocked. This kind of recovery ability is like cutting off a person's arm directly, and then reattaching it very easily. Contrast that Uchiha Madara directly cut White Zetsu's arm and set it on himself. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on him, and he recovered in an instant. Chakra and sage art have reached a certain level, which is indeed very exaggerated, and even Yang Dun can be directly created. Humans, who allowed you to go wild in Ryokai Cave? This time Immortal White Snake didn't speak anymore, but there were a few more women, but Jinyang didn't know much about these women, only a little bit, even theirs. I can't remember the name, but these guys are real snakes, read more at fictionzone.net. A few people who know sage art popped out in one breath. I always feel that even Mount Mayaboku has been suppressed by your Ryokai Cave. Jinyang didn't bother to talk nonsense, 70% of the power broke out in an instant, this time the sun's inflammation was the most powerful one, and even the location of Jinyang was burned and melted, and Jinyang is an existence like a sun god, even now he doesn't need to step on the small sun to be able to levitate in the air. His hiss. The surrounding snakes were roasted beyond recognition, and the stronger ones ran away, but the weaker ones were directly turned into ashes. At this moment, after Jinyang took action, no one could resist him. After approaching the White Snake Fairy's snake body, this section of the snake body of the White Snake Immortal also automatically made ashes. During the period, the members of Ryokai Cave who were proficient in sage art also continuously released various tricks to attack Jinyang, but none of them were useful. Wherever the sun passed, everything burned. Soon, Jinyang rushed into the place where the White Snake Immortal was. It was a bit like an alternative temple, and after Jinyang entered here, it brightened directly. It's really terrifying power. When did humans master such power again? It is obviously not chakra. Only chakra, his chakra is not even comparable to the weakest jonin. The White Snake Immortal was also puzzled. She was shocked by Jinyang's burst of power. She never walked in the ninja world. She didn't know the existence of Jinyang, a strange species. She didn't think there was anything before. She lived for thousands of years. I haven't seen the big winds and waves, but Jinyang is actually teaching him a lesson now. Fairy White Snake, come out to fight. Jinyang glanced at the few who were still next to him. The snake immortal who was walking around him directly waved his hand, as if fireworks were blooming, and the few snake immortals were directly bombarded. This situation is, if you hit me for a long time without breaking the defense, I hit you with 0 blood. After defeating these people, Jinyang's percentage rose again to 76%. After the rest has defeated the white snake immortal, brush Ryokai Cave again and it's done. Jinyang thinks it's feasible. These snakes are pretty stingy, he came in to make trouble. These snakes must have trouble with him. Even if he defeated the fairy white snake, these snakes would still hold a hatred towards him. The most important thing is that Jinyang only killed some insignificant little snakes, so Jinyang stayed here. These guys will definitely make trouble for him. There is no need to go to other places, just in Ryokai Cave, Jinyang can increase his percentage to 100%, and then start a new ability extraction. He has tasted the sweetness of the power of the sun, and what will he draw next? He was quite expecting it. Humans, don't get too proud of yourself. I will teach you today to underestimate the price of this world. I was knocked on the door. Although Jinyang's power is a bit terrifying, the white snake immortal is not a vegetarian, an old monster that can live for thousands of years. That is simple. In almost an instant, the snake body of the white snake immortal spread all over the space, not only spreading, it seemed like there was no end. This kind of trick is useless to me, dust cut. With a wave of the god axe Rita, a golden slash instantly split all the snake bodies in front of them, but these, after the snake bodies were separated, they continued to fusion 3. At the same time, the white snake fairy also rushed out of the temple and bit Jinyang. What a fast speed! As expected, he is the white snake immortal. The speed of the white snake immortal also surprised Jinyang. It only took a moment of effort to rush to the front. This is the fastest of all attacks Jinyang has seen, and it is also the most violent. Compared with Third Raikage, his consistent hand is just his younger brother. However, Jinyang could cope with this kind of speed, using an axe to block directly, jamming the mouth of the white snake fairy, but the power that the white snake fairy showed was also terrifying. It didn't come back with brute force. This is the first existence Jinyang has ever seen that can wrestle with him in strength. Chapter 98. Just when Jinyang planned to increase his efforts to withdraw the divine axe Rita, shock waves spread from the white snake immortal population, appearing in a circular ring shape and spreading in all directions. Even Jinyang was somewhat affected. I said, immortal white snake, is your strength already at the level of the 6th Dao? Although it was a little influential, the impact was not great, but for the strength of the white snake immortal, Jinyang had to face it up. Compared with the white snake immortal, it was difficult for this guy to deal with each other. Are you talking about that guy Yuyi? Didn't you think of this kind of thing? You also know that their strength is good, but they are always only outsiders, even if they learn the sage art of the stinky toad, but it is impossible to develop sage art to the extreme. The old body was indeed not his opponent at the beginning, but compared to their strength, the strength of the old body is accumulated bit by bit. The white snake immortal didn't seem to be serious, and now she has answered Jinyang's question, but the meaning of her words is very obvious. I look down on the power of the 0 to 6 ways. The power of the 6 ways comes from the bloodline and 10 tails. Perhaps the white snake immortal is look down on 10 tails. And they spent thousands of years condensing the local sage art to the extreme existence, and it has reached that level, or even a stronger meaning. Should I say it's sage art? It's amazing enough, so I won't keep my hands. You shouldn't die. Jinyang said and let go, letting the white snake immortal take away the magic axe Rita, and the white snake immortal glanced at Jinyang with some doubts, and directly threw the magic axe Rita to the wall. Directly, I don't know where I flew when I smashed it through the wall. It's really arrogant enough. Even the toad doesn't dare to say such a thing in front of the old man. If you can do it, you can try it. If you can't do it, then you don't want to go out alive today. A fierce light flashed in the eyes of the white snake fairy, and came to Ryokai Cave to make trouble. Don't look at her now that she can't hear happiness or anger in her voice, she said very calmly, but this kind of existence has long been deeply buried in her heart. You may be disappointed, I want to go out, and no one can stop me. Jinyang looked at the white snake immortal with a smile, and then smashed his fist directly. He actually didn't need weapons like Rita. Strictly speaking, it can only be regarded as a controller, controlling his violence. The tools are nothing more. It can be used against ordinary people, but for the existence of the 6 levels, Jinyang doesn't need the magic axe Rita, just use his fist and it's done. The fist hit the head of the white snake immortal, and the white snake immortal's head was directly blasted to the wall, and even the snake body was directly stopped, and Jinyang was also hit by the white snake immortal and took a few steps back. In the case that he can't use the ultimate move, the 6 levels can barely compete with him. Of course, he feels that if he wants to use the ultimate move, it seems that the 6 levels can also be killed, and he only has 3 quarters now. The last quarter of the strength is left, and the last quarter is mastered, and it is the state of full body. Read more at fictionzone.net. It's not a complete state and a complete state, they are completely 2 concepts, just like 2 nine-tails. Separation and fusion are more than just 1 plus 1. Although the power of this punch is great, the white snake immortal doesn't seem to be too big. The snake body once again surrounds Jinyang, and this time it flashes a trace of color, and then the snake scales are directly erected and become existing like a blade. The snake body began to spin frantically, and Jinyang was given to the snake body cage. However, Jinyang didn't care much about such tricks. As soon as the sun shot, the snake body was directly exploded, but this time, the snake body was not broken directly, and the defense power was increased. Using natural energy. Jinyang was taken aback, his defensive power surged, he couldn't think of any other way besides using natural energy, but in the next second, the snake body disappeared completely, as if there was never one. Invisible. Jinyang can perceive that the surrounding snake body is still there, but this invisibility ability is also very strong. When the snake body is moving, there is no sound, the air is not driven. The general perception ninja is probably blinded by this kind of thing, but for Jinyang, it is transparent. In order to end the battle early, Jinyang's right hand was directly in the state of a hand knife, and the power of the sun skyrocketed by 1 layer. Holy sword! Obviously it's just a hand knife, but looking at these in Jinyang's right hand at this moment, snake fairy people, including the white snake fairy, can feel that this arm is not an arm at all, but a great sword of horror. The holy sword fell, and the strengthened snake body of the white snake fairy was like cutting tofu. It was directly cut open. The entire underground space of Ryokai Cave was divided into 2. Jinyang's move directly smashed the entire Ryokai Cave. Up! Okay, mankind, put away your power, the old man surrendered. At this moment, the snake body of the white snake immortal is constantly recovering, but she is also frightened by this trick. Although she is very good at self-healing, if this trick is aimed at her head, then she will also die. So she didn't dare to fight anymore. Ryokai Cave had been cut in half, and she was shackled with wool. Is it so valuable? A 6-level existence, there are as many as 10%. Jinyang feels that the Lu 370 goodbye is indeed awesome, and he has improved himself by 10% in one breath. He came to Ryokai Cave today and rushed from 55% to 86%. If he still counts as a fat beating outside 10,000 snakes, that was raised from 54%. 32 percentage points, and the last 14% is left. If you admit defeat, then forget it, I'll go first. Jinyang didn't say much. He took back the god axe and Rita and left. He has already planned. When Ryokai Cave recovers his vitality, he will come again after a while. Even if his strength explodes, Ryokai Cave's snake must also be quite angry. It belongs to the state of daring to be angry but not daring to speak. As long as he is hostile, he can increase his percentage. It is enough to brush it again in Ryokai Cave. After leaving, Jinyang also contacted Orochimaru again, and then left Ryokai Cave. After knowing that Jinyang had directly penetrated Ryokai Cave, Orochimaru didn't feel very surprised, but he also felt very surprised. In his opinion, Jinyang's strength is invincible, but Ryokai Cave also has a white snake fairy who does not know the depth. Jinyang even defeated the white snake fairy, which he never expected. After all, the title of the white snake immortal is too scary, a 1,000-year-old monster. Chapter 99. Actually Jinyang, no, there must be many more tricks that the white snake immortal didn't use, but the tricks are useless. Jinyang's move of the holy sword was already persuading him to retreat, knowing that he could not defeat the opponent when resisting, so the white snake fairy also directly chose to admit counseling. I won't talk about this now, I will go back to Ryokai Cave for 10 days and a half. A month later. Jinyang said the words that made Orochimaru feel horrified, and secretly squeezed a cold sweat for Ryokai Cave, but he suddenly felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Jinyang ran to Ryokai Cave to do things, and he was very comfortable. When he went to Ryokai Cave, he almost didn't come out. The white snake immortal's personality was too difficult to control. If he wasn't smart enough, let alone signing a contract, he would have long since become a bone. In addition, One Snake has been at odds with him, and has to offer sacrifices all day long, so he is unlucky when he sees Ryokai Cave. I think it's pretty good, and I have to go by Jinyang. After a visit, he felt very comfortable. In this way, Jinyang spent half a month on the moon. Although Orochimaru is boring here, he can go to other places and walk around. There are ruins everywhere, so it can also be regarded as a place of interest. To travel. In his previous life, he didn't go out to play much, mainly in a better place. After going there, except for seeing the densely packed human heads, he couldn't see anything else, let alone after playing. It's enough.